A young man who has accepted his own mediocrity finds himself in the continent of Dochi. Will he continue in his mediocrity, or will he defy fate? Chapter 1. Rebirth of Luci. Outside a maternity ward in Lin City, located in the northwestern part of the Gamma Empire, a young man paces anxiously, clearly awaiting the arrival of his child, whose mother is currently in labor. As he walks, he mutters, "Where is that little rascal? Why isn't he out yet?" Just then a sound emerges from within the room, a clear, piercing cry, "Wah, wah, wah. It's born, it's born," he exclaims, rushing toward the door. The midwife, wrapping the newborn in a cotton cloth, announces, "Congratulations, it's a boy." The man, initially filled with joy, glances at the child before moving to the bedside of the mother. "My dear, you have worked hard," Looming says tenderly. Meanwhile, the child, swaddled in fabric, awakens to a flicker of consciousness, pondering, "I still possess awareness. Where am I?" After a brief bout of crying, he succumbs to slumber once more. For years later, a group of children plays merrily. Among them, one child, modestly dressed yet incredibly adorable, sits quietly, starkly contrasting the lively atmosphere. He sits in silence, having traversed into this world for 4 years. He has gradually learned the local language and, through subtle inquiry, discerned that this realm possesses a transcendent force known as Dochi. His location is Lin City of the Gamma Empire, a revelation that astounds him. In essence, he has landed in the world of Do Xiong. What was once merely a book to him has now become his reality. In this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, death is a tangible threat. After the initial thrill subsided, he began to calmly contemplate his future, particularly concerning his father, who named him Luci. In the original narrative, Luci is a minor antagonist during the early stages of Do, invited by the Jia Lai family to concoct elixirs against the Xiao family. Ultimately, he meets a grim fate, succumbing to the protagonist Xiao Yan's wrath due to his covetousness for the beauty of Sun heir. But of course, with so many individuals sharing the same name, he cannot ascertain whether he is indeed the same Luci from the story. His father, once a mercenary, had achieved the rank of a 3-star dosher before retiring due to injury. This allows Luci the opportunity to train in Dochi under his father's guidance. Yet the more pressing concern is when he should begin to learn alchemy under a master. If he is indeed the Luci from the original tale, his greatest peril lies in the invitation from the Jia Lai family to concoct elixirs, inevitably crossing paths with the protagonist. Setting aside the potential influence of Xiao Yan's protagonist aura on his fate, the mere presence of his accompanying elder, Yao Lao, overwhelms him. Not to mention the noble lady of the ancient clan, Gu Sun heir. Understanding the intricacies of one's own family, he recognizes he possesses no extraordinary advantages. Survival is paramount. He must remain cautious. As the day wanes, the children gradually disperse, and Luci begins his journey home. His family resides in the western part of Lin City. His father, Looming, currently teaches at a martial arts school, while his mother, Liu, had once practiced Dochi but evidently lacked the aptitude for it. After Looming's retirement from mercenary life due to injury, she devoted herself to supporting him and raising their child. "All right, mother," he replies. Looming's smile gradually faded as he inquired, "Sierra, are you prepared?" "Yes, I am ready," Luci affirmed with unwavering determination. "Very well. Ensure you retire early this evening. Tomorrow marks the commencement of our endeavors," Looming stated with a measured tone. "Could we not postpone it for another year or two? Sierra is still quite young," Liu expressed, her heart heavy with concern. It seemed that a mother's instinct to worry about her child's well-being often eclipsed her desire for cultivation. "He is no longer a child, and this decision is his own," Lu Ming replied, turning his gaze toward Liu. "Father, mother, I promise I will not let you down," Luci declared with a radiant smile directed at both Lu Ming and Liu. While internally he mused, "At last, I can begin my training in combat energy." In the original narrative, there was no prior introduction of Luci's parents. However, having spent 4 years in their constant company, he had been enveloped in their meticulous care. Although he occasionally felt awkward pretending to be younger in front of them due to his soul's maturity, Luci sincerely embraced the love of his parents in this world. Moreover, Lu Ming and Liu possessed striking features as their child. Luci, with his rosy lips and pearly white teeth, was undeniably a handsome young man, still yet to fully blossom, but already exhibiting the charm of a captivating youth. That he was the kind of child whose cuteness had persisted from infancy. Luci was quite pleased with his appearance. Chapter 2. The initial practice of Dochi. The following day, having made the necessary preparations, Luci approached Lu Ming and addressed him as father. Lu Ming, upon observing his son standing before him, turned to exit the main hall while responding. In the training arena, the two stood face to face. Looming placed his hands behind his back and began, "Sheer, allow me to impart some fundamental knowledge. Our cultivation realms consist of the Dojia, Doshi, the Doshi, Doling, Dowang, Dohuang, Dozong, Dozun, Dosheng, and Dodi. It suffices to understand that those above the Dozong realm are exceptional beings, and even the Dowang level warriors are as elusive as dragons, rarely seen. To cultivate, one must rely on techniques and combat skills, which have evolved over countless years from ancient times. These are now categorized into 4 tiers: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, with each tier further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Higher tier techniques and skills significantly enhance the speed of cultivation and the intensity of attacks. The technique I have cultivated is a yellow tier intermediate skill, obtained by fortunate circumstances. Higher tier techniques are rare commodities. Our possession of a yellow tier technique is already a remarkable fortune. Now, let us begin your instruction. First, you must attune yourself to the energy of Doqi. After Lu Ming elucidated the foundational knowledge of the cultivation world, he proceeded to explain the nuances of sensing Doqi. The method was not overly complex. Once She had committed the instructions to memory. He seated himself in a cross-legged position and commenced his first attempt at sensing. As anticipated, he realized the only missing element was a technique to perceive the Doqi that permeates the world. He began by sensing the power of Doqi, subsequently drawing it into his body, continuously washing over himself to strengthen his physique. He transformed the Doqi into Do energy, storing it within his dantian. The level of Do energy was presumably determined by its quantity. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Luci's mind. No, he needed to calm himself and genuinely sense the existence of Doqi. As he finally settled his mind, emptying his thoughts, he attentively perceived everything around him. His already extraordinary spiritual force began to emanate from his brow. At that moment, it was as if he had opened a third eye, allowing him to perceive the vibrant world surrounding his body, which differed greatly from the mere images seen by the naked eye. What he saw was a sea of colors. Notably, the area where Lu Ming stood radiated a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of an impending volcanic eruption. Luci understood that this represented his father's fire attribute Doqi. Without further hesitation, he began to draw a thread of Doqi into his body, and instantly a warm current surged within him, flowing through various parts of his being, gradually diminishing until it coursed through his meridians and settled in his dantian. Luci sensed the flicker of energy within his dantian and thought, this must be Do energy. A wave of joy surged within him. He had finally established a foundation for his existence on the Doqi continent. He continued to draw in Doqi energy, feeling the accumulation of Do energy within him, akin to witnessing the growth of his experience bar, an exhilarating sensation that was utterly addictive. It was not until he was utterly fatigued that he ceased. Upon opening his eyes, despite the weariness etched across his small face, excitement sparkled in Luci's gaze as he exclaimed to his father, "Father, I have obtained Doqi." At this moment, Lu Ming was filled with astonishment. He stepped forward, grasping Luci's shoulder, and began to sense his son's body with his own fighting spirit. Indeed, he detected a faint resistance of energy. And he thought to himself, a prodigy. My son has manifested fighting spirit during his first attempt at cultivation. He possesses the potential to become a fighting emperor. Subsequently, Lu Ming released his grip, his eyes shimmering with pride and joy as he remarked, truly, he is my son. In the future, he will undoubtedly surpass me and become a formidable warrior. He must diligently practice and not grow complacent. Though he is still young and relatively weak, he possesses advantages. He is familiar with the various opportunities encountered by the protagonist Xiao Yin in the original narrative. Once he grows stronger, he will seize the chance to claim some for himself, like a great rock soaring with the wind, ascending to a height of 90,000 miles. Since I have arrived in this continent, should the opportunity arise, I shall strive to reach the pinnacle of strength and behold the splendor of the fighting emperor. Chapter 3, Making a Name in Lin City. For years later, a group of young boys and girls surrounded the training ground, fervently cheering as 2 figures, one large and one small, engaged in combat. Rather than a duel, it resembled a one-sided beating. 8-year-old Luci was mercilessly pummeling 12-year-old Hong. Since Luci began his cultivation, despite lacking powerful combat techniques, he wielded superior prowess, making him invincible among his peers, earning him the title of the rightful king of children. At this moment, Luci delivered a final punch, sending Hong flying to the ground with a heavy thud. As the dust settled, Hong appeared quite pitiful, sporting a bruised face and a black eye from the external injuries. Luci stood firm, dusting off his hands, surveying the crowd with a smile and declaring, "Who else dares to challenge me?" He uttered these audacious words in a gentle tone. "Luci, you are truly remarkable." The onlookers, a multitude of young admirers, began to whisper in awe, showering him with compliments, earning him envious glances from the boys and starry-eyed admiration from the girls. The following day, although Lu Ming had not widely proclaimed his son's extraordinary talent, Luci's reputation as a genius had spread throughout Lin City. Bolstered by his undefeated record among peers, many took to calling him the greatest prodigy Lin City had seen in a century. Rumors even circulated that the city lord desired to take Luci as a son-in-law, although the lord's daughter was a few years his senior. Leaving the veracity of the rumor in question, Lin City, being directly governed by the Gamma Empire, concentrated power in the hands of the city lord, with no prominent families residing within. For many, Becoming the city lord's son-in-law would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Looming looked at his son with a smile, exclaiming, "Splendid, splendid. You have truly given me a great surprise, my son. I have good news for you as well. It is said that the esteemed Master Xianhao, an aging alchemist and friend of the city lord, seeks a disciple to inherit his alchemical knowledge. The city lord has invited Master Xianhao to assess whether his daughter possesses the aptitude for alchemy. Most importantly, all children under the age of 15 will have an opportunity. If one can earn Master Xianhao's favor, they may become his apprentice and, in time, a respected alchemist." After Lu Ming finished speaking, he noticed that Luci's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With a sense of satisfaction, he remarked, "Sheer, your talent for cultivation is indisputable. It remains to be seen whether you possess an aptitude for alchemy. If you can master the art of potion making, your future prospects will be boundless." Luci pondered that the original Luci had indeed taken the esteemed Xianhao as his mentor to learn alchemy. "My qualifications are certainly beyond question. And now I possess an even more formidable spiritual power. As long as I successfully become a disciple, I will be able to study the art of alchemy in the future. Furthermore, my father only has the mid-level yellow rank technique, the blazing flame formula. If I can advance to the fighter level, I should be able to acquire at least a mysterious rank technique from my future master." The thought filled me with a sense of excitement. Chapter 4. Taking on Xianhao as a master. As the first rays of dawn illuminated Luci's increasingly handsome face, he exhaled softly and awakened from his meditation. Over the years, as his spiritual power grew, he had begun to replace sleep with cultivation, supported by his ever-strengthening soul. By now, he had ceased to sleep altogether. Today, he would visit the city lord's residence to pay homage to Master Xianhao. After washing up, Luci donned the white attire specially prepared by his mother, appearing remarkably spirited. A person is often judged by their appearance, and to win the favor of others, one must present their best self alongside their innate talent. Once ready, he joined his parents for breakfast. Just before departing, his mother, Liu, lovingly smoothed out the creases in Luci's clothing, her gentle smile reflecting her affection as she advised, "Sheer, your talent is already exceptional. Whether you succeed in becoming an alchemist matters not. You will always be my beloved child. Let us be on our way." Beside them, Lu Ming observed his confident son with a smile, pride swelling within him for Luci's giftedness. Master Xianhao resided at the city lord's estate, and thus the selection process took place there. Lu Ming and Luci traveled by carriage towards the vicinity of the city lord's residence, where the throngs of people grew denser. In addition to parents escorting their children to seek mentorship, many were eager to catch a glimpse of the alchemical master. Alchemists are a rare breed across the continent. Besides those nurtured by major sects, most alchemists congregate within the Alchemist Association. Especially noteworthy is the presence of a third-tier alchemical master in Lin City, creating a bustling scene reminiscent of a star-studded event where fans yearn to see their idols. Fortunately, the city guard maintained order and provided a designated pathway for the young candidates participating in the selection. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The requirements were indeed high. Families meeting the criteria rejoiced, while those who did not wore expressions of disappointment. Many spectators discussed the challenges of becoming a disciple of an alchemist. Acknowledging that it was no easy feat at that moment, the commander spoke, calling for silence. Those who meet the requirements may enter and await the next round of assessment. Sensing it was time, Luci exchanged a glance with Lu Ming and confidently strode towards the city lord's residence. Accompanied by a designated guide, they proceeded to the martial training ground to undergo the second round of evaluation. Once the influx of newcomers ceased, approximately 30 individuals remained, predominantly youthful, with over 20 being young men. After finding a spot to stand, Luci observed that the majority of those present were quite familiar faces. They naturally recognized Luci and greeted him warmly. "Brother Luci, you've arrived. With your exceptional talent, you are bound to succeed in becoming a disciple." "Indeed. If it's Brother Luci, there is no doubt." Luci regarded their anxious yet flattering expressions, which also reflected a glimmer of hope. After all, becoming an alchemist is the most coveted profession on the continent. No one would refuse the opportunity to learn. Although brimming with confidence, Luci humbly remarked, "I have heard that one requires a special talent to become an alchemist. Everyone has a chance. I am uncertain if I possess such talent." At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, approached the training ground, the soldiers bearing a stone tablet. With a thud, they placed the stone tablet before the group of young men and women. The gray-robed man stood before the tablet, accepting a list from a soldier behind him, and addressed the young crowd. "The stone tablet before you will assess whether you possess the talent to become an alchemist. When I call your name, step forward and place your hand upon the tablet to channel your fighting energy." First up, Zhou Qiang. Meanwhile, not far from the training ground, in the grand hall, Lord Lin Sheng sat in the principal seat, a strained smile adorning his face as he clasped his hands in respect towards Xianhao. "Master, does my daughter truly lack the talent to become an alchemist?" Upon finishing his words, Xianhao fell silent, having arrived at Lin Sheng with little expectation. It seemed that finding an apprentice to inherit his legacy would require further searching. Back in the training ground, under everyone's watchful gaze, the stone tablet illuminated with a radiant glow. "Luci meets the criteria. Bring Luci to meet Master Xianhao." Instantly, the training ground erupted in a flurry of excitement. Indeed, Brother Luci possesses the talent for alchemy. They are taking Brother Luci to become a disciple. Confirmed in his ability as an alchemist, Luci felt a surge of exhilaration as he followed a soldier to meet his future mentor. Upon entering the Grand Hall after the announcement, he assessed the identities of those present and respectfully stated, "I am Luci, here to pay my respects to the Lord and Master Xianhao." Xianhao's smile broadened until he erupted in hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a treasure we have found." Gradually reining in his mirth, he turned to Luci and asked, "Child, do you wish to take me as your master?" Seeing that Xianhao had accepted Luci as his disciple, Lord Linsheng felt a pang of bitterness. Reflecting on the individual he had invited, who ended up choosing another as his apprentice. Regaining his composure, he graciously remarked, "Congratulations, master, on acquiring such a fine disciple." Luci felt a sense of relief in his heart. After becoming Xianhao's disciple and mastering the art of alchemy, he would indeed have grasped the core technology of the fighting spirit continent. Watching his esteemed mentor, he found himself increasingly fond of him. Chapter 5, Ascension to Fighter. 6 months later, since becoming a disciple, Luci has naturally experienced a smooth and prosperous journey. Originally renowned as a prodigy in Lin City, he has now ascended to the status of an alchemist's apprentice and is destined to become an esteemed alchemist, someone to be revered. However, the fighting energy stored within his dantian can no longer increase by even the slightest margin. In terms of physical training, without specialized body refining techniques, relying solely on the continuous flow of fighting energy has proven to be of limited efficacy. Luci first conveyed this news to his parents, Looming and Liu, who were understandably overjoyed. At merely 9 years of age, he was already poised to advance to the rank of a fighter. After sharing this with his parents, Luci proceeded to his master's residence. Xianhao, recognizing the potential of his cherished disciple, had purchased a home in Lin City to facilitate his future teachings. Upon arriving at Xianhao's estate, a servant promptly greeted Luci. A young attendant in black approached Luci and respectfully addressed him as young Master Luci. Luci replied, "I have come to pay my respects to my teacher." Following the attendant, he entered the grand hall, where the servant presented him with a cup of tea. After a brief announcement, Xianhao entered the hall. Upon seeing his beloved disciple, Xianhao greeted him with a beaming smile, saying, "Shi'er has arrived." Hearing of Luci's desire to advance to a fighter filled Xianhao with delight. Recognizing his disciple's exceptional talent, he also felt a sense of satisfaction, appreciating Luci's respect for him. "Shi'er, your talent is indeed remarkable. When do you plan to make your breakthrough? Additionally, I have prepared this gathering chi powder for you, which is timely." As he spoke, Xianhao retrieved a vial of elixir from his spatial ring and handed it to Luci. Since taking Xianhao as his master, Luci had never faced excessive restrictions. Instead, he received abundant care and support, albeit with certain expectations. It is no wonder that the original Luci developed a rather flamboyant and reckless character, nurtured by a protective mentor. Consequently, Luci's bond with Xianhao has grown increasingly intimate, deepening their master-disciple relationship. Without further ado, Luci requested Xianhao to select a quiet room for him. Intending to break through to the fighter level today, with all preparations made, he poured the gathering chi powder into his hand, and a rich medicinal fragrance enveloped him. Without hesitation, he consumed the elixir and skillfully executed the hand seals to absorb the fighting energy. The potent essence began to radiate from his mouth, surging through his meridians, with all the fighting energy converging and flowing toward his dantian. Luci's dantian was already at its capacity for fighting energy. How could he possibly accommodate more? Without delay, he channeled his soul power from his brow into his dantian, initiating a process of compressing the fighting energy. Under the continuous pressure of his soul power, the quantity of fighting energy gradually diminished, yet its quality improved, becoming increasingly viscous. At this juncture, the absorption of fighting energy lagged behind the rate of compression. Sensing the slowdown in absorption, Luci directed another surge of soul power, propelling the fighting energy coursing through his meridians swiftly toward his dantian. Simultaneously, he utilized his soul power to maintain the flow of the compressing fighting energy, creating a vortex that enhanced his absorption capacity. Eventually, the swirling mass of fighting energy reached its utmost compression, forming a continuously rotating, milky white sphere of fighting energy. Luci successfully ascended to the rank of fighter, and with this achievement, he was granted the ability to perceive the swirling energy within his dantian. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Luci opened his eyes, exuding an aura of vitality. Slowly rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, the sound of his bones cracking resonating in the air, a smile gracing his lips. He felt the surging fighting energy in his dantian, now more than tenfold stronger than before. "Ah, the sensation of becoming stronger is truly exquisite," he mused, making his way toward the door, eager to share his joy with someone. Upon exiting the quiet room, Luci was somewhat familiar with his surroundings and headed straight for the grand hall. Along the way, the attendants he encountered greeted him with utmost respect. Upon reaching the entrance of the grand hall, he spotted his teacher seated within, sipping tea. Approaching him, Luci announced, "Master, I have successfully ascended to fighter." Xianhao, stroking his beard, looked at the radiant Luci with growing satisfaction. He then removed a storage ring from his hand and handed it to Luci, saying, "Indeed, you are my exemplary disciple. This ring contains a gift I have prepared for you, including the cultivation methods and combat techniques you will practice in the future, along with some gold coins. Should you have any questions regarding the methods and techniques, do not hesitate to ask me." "Thank you, Master," Luci replied. his eyes gleaming with excitement as he accepted the storage ring. Such rings were not inexpensive in the market, and Luci had long desired one that could store items. Moreover, the cultivation methods and techniques prepared by his teacher undoubtedly held high quality. Chapter 6. The Study of Alchemy. Upon returning to his room, Luci began to explore the gifts prepared by Xianhao. His eyes ablaze with enthusiasm, he first donned the storage ring. Then, channeling his soul power from his brow, he infused it into the ring. The interior of the ring was approximately 5 cubic meters in size, neatly arranged with several books alongside a pile of gold coins. Setting the coins aside for the moment, Luci's primary focus was on the books containing cultivation methods and combat techniques. With a surge of thought, he retrieved them one by one for inspection. Among them were the intermediate cultivation method Heavenly Fire Refinement, the beginner combat technique Blazing Sword Technique, and the intermediate body technique Flying Swan Steps. Luci's excitement grew as he licked his lips, exclaiming, "These are all splendid treasures." There were also a few thicker volumes. He thought to himself, "Let me see what else there is." Introduction to Herbal Medicine, the interactions of herbal properties, and fundamentals of alchemy caught his eye. Luci paused momentarily, then chuckled, "Master has truly been thorough in his preparations for me." He carefully set aside the books on alchemy and pulled out Heavenly Fire Refinement, beginning to read it with great attention. The following day, Luci arrived at Xianhao's residence, greeting his teacher with respect. "Greetings, Master." Upon seeing Luci, Xianhao stroked his beard, his previously aloof expression softening into a smile as he said, "My dear disciple has arrived. Come, take a seat. Today, we shall commence our study of alchemy. First, I will share some fundamental knowledge of the craft. To practice alchemy, one must have an alchemical furnace. The alchemist's furnace is akin to a warrior's weapon. It is indispensable. Moreover, the better the quality and higher the grade of the furnace, the greater the assistance it provides, resulting in higher quality elixirs. Apart from the medicinal cauldron, the flames we utilize for alchemy are generally catalyzed by our inherent fighting spirit. Hence, to concoct high-quality elixirs, one must possess profound mastery of this spirit, ensuring continuous cultivation. Naturally, for us alchemists, the paramount flames are those extraordinary fires birthed by nature itself. These flames emerge from the most perilous and inhospitable regions of the world, making them rare and elusive. At this juncture, a glimmer of longing for these extraordinary fires flickered in Xuanyao's eyes. Observing Luci's gaze intensifying with fervor during his narration, he promptly shook his head. In the alchemical process, different herbs exhibit varying degrees of tolerance to heat. To extract their essence thoroughly, a meticulous control of the flame is vital. Furthermore, during the refining of elixirs, the harmonious blending of the medicinal properties is essential for successful concoction. Should the properties clash, the outcome could either be a catastrophic explosion or a flawed potion. Ultimately, no amount of explanation can rival the experience of first-hand practice. "Come, I shall demonstrate," Xianhao proclaimed as he rose to his feet. Alchemy is a tranquil endeavor. Any external disturbances can lead to failure and subsequent backlash. In the future, remember to seek a serene environment when you practice alchemy, Xianhao advised Luci as they proceeded. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, Luci beheld a magnificent crimson tripod cauldron, intricately adorned with engravings of various creatures. This marked Luci's first encounter with the alchemical process. The flames, ignited by fighting spirit, engulfed the herbs within the cauldron, leaving behind either powder or a viscous essence. Ultimately, these essences fused into a vibrant emerald liquid, which Xianhao encased in a jade vial, enveloped by his fighting spirit. "Teacher, what is this?" Luci inquired, gazing at the emerald liquid with curiosity after witnessing the completion of the alchemical process. "This is called blood supplement powder, a first-grade elixir, intended for external application. It is remarkably effective for treating wounds inflicted by swords or the bites of magical beasts," Xianhao elucidated, responding to Luci's curiosity. He then retrieved a recipe and several herbs from his spatial ring, presenting them to Luci. "This is its formula. The herbs are of modest value, perfectly suited for your practice." "Thank you, teacher." Luci expressed his gratitude as he accepted the recipe and herbs, subsequently delving into the study of the formula. Thus commenced his initial attempt at alchemy, where he witnessed the herbs succumb to his flames, turning to ash, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. With each herb possessing unique heat tolerances, mastering the flame's intensity was imperative. After yet another failure, Xianhao began to address Luci's missteps. Following numerous attempts, Luci finally succeeded in producing a somewhat impure batch of blood supplement powder. "Well done, you have swiftly grasped the essentials," Xianhao remarked with satisfaction as he observed Luci's creation. In the aftermath, Luci's life adopted a more structured routine, dedicating his nights to cultivation and his days to honing his combat skills and studying alchemy. Chapter 7. Canaan Academy. 5 years later, gentle light streamed through the window, illuminating the youthful and handsome visage of Luci, with striking brows and bright eyes, complemented by rosy lips and pearly teeth. As he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, he emerged from his meditative state, having broken through to the 9-star dome master rank. Luci donned a smile, only to fall into contemplation once more. The confines of Lin City were no longer sufficient to facilitate my rapid ascent in strength. My alchemical skills have also reached the 3rd tier, as I have mastered all that my mentor had to impart. To acquire superior techniques and alchemical knowledge in the future, I must determine a new destination. If I were to join the Alchemist Guild in the Imperial capital, the guild leader is merely a 5th-tier alchemist, limiting the knowledge I could acquire. On the other hand, if I were to approach Yunlan's sect, the esteemed Dan King Gu He is a 6th-tier alchemist. However, aligning myself with Yunlan's sect would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Xiao Yan, a protagonist accompanied by his own formidable mentor. Moreover, the entanglement of the sinister Soul Palace complicates matters further. I cannot afford to be ensnared in such turmoil. Considering these intricate relationships, Luci resolved to exercise caution and dismiss the notion of joining Yunlan's sect. Thus, I seek a place that offers relative freedom while enabling the acquisition of profound techniques. The optimal choice appears to be the Jianan Academy, which allows for greater mobility and the opportunity to learn superior methods, along with access to a plethora of alchemical recipes and techniques. Most importantly, the Inner Academy houses the Burning Sky Refining Tower, beneath which lie 2 fallen heart flames, one large and one small. Securing even one of these would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits. Contemplating the myriad advantages available, Luci could not help but smile with an inexplicable joy. As for other exotic flames, I recall that within the Beast Mountain of Qingshan Town exists a fragment of a map leading to the purifying Lotus Demon Fire. However, the deep blue flame beneath the Serpent Man Desert is beyond my current reach. My cultivation remains insufficient, and I am still incapable of concocting the elixirs necessary to consume these exotic flames. Much growth is required before I can seize opportunities ahead of Xiao Yan. Luci ultimately solidified his future path. Upon clarifying his thoughts, Luci felt a refreshing clarity in his mind. Rising to his feet and stretching, he relished the newfound lightness in his being. After completing his morning routine and donning his attire, he opened the door to find the warm embrace of the morning sun enveloping him, prompting him to squint slightly and inhale the fresh air. What a splendid day it is. When Luci found Looming, his father was leisurely enjoying breakfast at the dining table. Luci casually pulled out a chair and joined him in the meal. Once Looming finished, Luci, with a smile, declared, "Father, when Jianan Academy next holds its recruitment, I wish to apply." He shared his aspirations with Looming. Although the entrance requirements for the Outer Academy of Jianan are somewhat modest, the Inner Academy is the true gathering place for elites. I believe I will find common ground with these individuals. Additionally, the deep-rooted heritage of Jianan Academy will facilitate my learning of advanced alchemical formulas, thereby enhancing my status as an alchemist. Upon hearing his son's ambitions, Looming nodded in agreement. Understanding his own family's strengths, he marveled at Luci's exceptional talent, which had repeatedly reshaped his worldview. Not only had Luci, at such a young age, broken through to the Dome Master realm, but he had also attained the ability to refine 3rd-tier elixirs. The Lu family had amassed considerable wealth over the past few years merely by selling elixirs in the marketplace. Looming supported Luci's aspirations, conceding, "You are already stronger than I am. Since you have made your decision, pursue it." "Indeed, does Master Xianyao know your thoughts?" "Not yet, but I shall persuade him," replied Luci with a smile upon hearing his father's approval of his ideas. Xianyao gazed at this proud disciple before him, who, in merely a few years, had mastered all the alchemical techniques he held dear. It was certain that Luci would surpass him, becoming a 5th or even 6th-tier alchemist, akin to the revered Danwang Gu He of the Yunlan sect, and emerge as the uncrowned king among all alchemists in the Gamma Empire. Xianyao remained silent for a moment, ultimately looking at Luci with a gaze filled with pride and warmth, asking if he wished to study more advanced alchemy at the Canaan Academy. "I agree," he said. "For you, the entire Gamma Empire may be too small. Once you return from the Canaan Academy, the entire Northwest continent will be your stage." Over the years, Xianyao had developed immense confidence in Luci. Luci possessed both exceptional character and talent, and as an alchemist, he was a figure of admiration. No one would dare to target a high-tier alchemist, for one never knows the influence they wield. Provided there are no unforeseen circumstances, when Luci eventually commands the Northwest continent, Xuanyao's own reputation will rise alongside his disciples. Luci, seeing Xuanyao's comforting demeanor, felt deeply touched. Throughout the years, Xianyao had not only imparted his alchemical knowledge, but had also provided unwavering support. Were it not for Luci's disciplined nature, he might have become excessively arrogant. Chapter 8, Enrollment Test. In the sky, a massive 2nd-tier magical beast soared towards Lin City. Upon the beast sat a stern-looking middle-aged man clad in a minter's robe, accompanied by a group of youthful individuals dressed in cream-colored academy attire. This was the delegation from Canaan Academy, arriving to recruit new students. As students of Canaan Academy, they radiated the vitality and pride characteristic of youth. "Do you think we will recruit any interesting newcomers this year?" A young girl suddenly inquired with a bright smile. How strong can newcomers truly be? I wager they won't even possess the strength of a breakthrough fighter," retorted an aloof young man with crossed arms. "Do not be so dismissive. The measure of interest is not solely determined by cultivation," countered a sycophant who was grinning at the young girl. Laughter and chatter echoed among the young ones as they flew through the sky. On the day of enrollment at Lin City, Luci, after having breakfast, eventually departed at a leisurely pace under his parents' urging. Before stepping out, he glanced at his slightly anxious parents and said with a smile, "Father, Mother, do not worry. With my talent, this test is merely a formality." Upon hearing this, Luci suppressed his smile, nodded, and turned toward the recruitment site in the square. Luci envisioned traveling to the central state in the future. He certainly would not remain confined to the small Lin city. He pondered that this journey might lead to prolonged separations, but once he settled down, he would bring his parents along to enjoy a life of comfort. Canaan Academy was renowned, and wherever they went to recruit, suitable candidates from the surrounding towns flocked to try their luck. Upon arriving at the square, it was bustling with voices, all kept in order by the forces of the city lord's office. Luci wore a perplexed expression, pondering that the last time the teacher visited, the situation was quite similar. These individuals seemed merely to be spectators. After successfully passing the test, he made his way towards the true testing grounds. Newcomers stand there for half an hour. A young lad, his face etched with impatience, obstructed his path. Following the direction of the boy's finger, Luci observed a group of youths standing under the blazing sun, their faces marked by humiliation. This was an initiation of sorts. Upon grasping the situation, an odd expression crossed Luci's face, and with a hint of mockery in his voice, he remarked, "I wonder what this rule entails." Ever since Luci had showcased his talent and taken Xian Hao as his mentor, everyone he encountered had spoken to him with kindness, even reverence. It had been quite some time since he had heard such provocative words. At that moment, Zhou Jiqiang was also somewhat irked. The newcomer who had just entered was already irksome, and now he dared to question him. He resolved to teach him a lesson. With a brazen demeanor, he proclaimed, "This is how things are for newcomers. If you don't want to stand, then defeat me." Luci understood that this was a challenge. He had no intention of engaging in further trivial banter, so he followed Zhou Jiqiang to an open area. The other veteran students, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, comprehended what was about to transpire and did not intervene. Instead, they gathered around, excitement evident as they pointed and whispered about the two. After taking his stance, Zhou Jiqiang, noticing the attention of his peers, grew increasingly arrogant. "Kid, I've encountered many like you, oblivious to your own insignificance." Luci, observing the incessant chatter from across the way, had little desire to waste words. He immediately summoned his fighting spirit, executing the flying phoenix step and charged forward. Before his opponent could react, Luci landed a punch squarely in his abdomen. As Zhou Jiqiang recoiled, clutching his midsection, Luci delivered a swift sidekick, sending him flying. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Could it be? How can he be so formidable? Zhou Jiqiang was a 4-star fighter, and yet he had been so easily vanquished. The spectators' gazes toward Luci shifted instantaneously, tinged with both caution and a newfound respect, an honor reserved for the strong. Among those familiar with Luci, explanations began to circulate. This is Luci, once the greatest genius of our Lin city. He later became an apprentice to a renowned alchemist. And now he has undoubtedly surpassed the fighter level and is also an alchemist. The crowd's expressions transformed yet again. Not only was he powerful, but he was also an alchemist. Such friendships were invaluable. Just as someone prepared to approach him, a commanding voice rang out. "Bring the injured student here. All newcomers, assemble." A stern-faced middle-aged man clad in a mentor's robe spoke gravely. It was none other than Zhang Yan, the instructor responsible for this recruitment. Zhang Yan had emerged upon hearing the commotion outside and, after witnessing the scene, had already surmised the situation. Small antics among veteran students during admissions were typically overlooked by instructors, provided they were not severe. After all, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, the academy could not perpetually shield its students. What truly astonished Zhang Yan was that one of the veteran students had been the one to fall. Upon closer inspection, the one who had triumphed over others was a strikingly handsome youth, estimated to be around 14 or 15 years of age. Zhang Yan recognized that he had stumbled upon a treasure, having encountered a prodigy. Addressing the gathered group of youths, Zhang Yan proclaimed, "I am Zhang Yan, the mentor overseeing this round of admissions. Henceforth, I shall categorize you according to your age and cultivation levels, divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. This will serve as your credential for class placement upon entering the academy. You are to disclose your true circumstances in order, and any deceit will bear consequences. Now, let us begin. Yellow rank, next. Yellow rank, next. Longhai, 16 years old, a 1-star fighter. Excellent. Mysterious rank, next." When it was Luci's turn, he opted for a more modest approach, wishing to remain understated. Luci, 14 years old, a 1-star fighter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan felt a surge of exhilaration. Nearly breaking the pen he held, he raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he looked at the young man before him. Indeed, a true gem had been discovered. He took the time to engage Luci in conversation, expressing a warm inclination to forge a bond, and even suggesting a visit to Luci's home. Chapter 9. Journey to the Academy. 3 days later, all those who had passed the test gathered once more to prepare for their journey to Canaan Academy. During this time, mentor Zhang Yan grew increasingly familiar with Luci. Thus, for several days, Zhang Yan had taken up residence at the Lu estate. Looming and his wife welcomed Zhang Yan wholeheartedly, eager for their son to have a mentor at Canaan Academy. Both parties harbored intentions of forming a close association, resulting in a convivial atmosphere. At this juncture, Zhang Yan observed that the new students had mostly assembled, with his hands clasped behind his back. He took 2 steps forward and addressed the newcomers. "First and foremost, congratulations on distinguishing yourselves as students of Canaan Academy. However, within the academy, you shall encounter countless peers of similar talent, and you possess no grounds for arrogance at this moment." His tone grew increasingly stern as he concluded, "Now follow me." As he spoke, he gestured and turned to lead the way. The crowd followed Zhang Yan and a group of senior students to a wooded area outside the city. Suddenly, A colossal avian magical beast soared from the forest, creating a powerful gust that stirred up clouds of dust, forcing many to shield their faces. While Luci also raised a hand to cover his face, he discreetly unleashed his fighting spirit, forming a veil of energy that kept the dust at bay. As the magnificent beast descended before them, its enormous avian face fixated intently on the crowd. This sight struck terror into the hearts of all the newcomers, save for Luci, causing some to retreat in alarm. The senior students observed the newcomers' reactions with a hint of disdain. Upon seeing the magical beast, Luci extended his spiritual perception. The creature, despite its imposing size, exuded an aura of merely second-tier strength. Lacking any malevolent energy, it appeared to be a domesticated mount. Truly, Canaan Academy showcased its profound heritage by employing a second-tier magical beast for recruitment. Luci thought to himself, I too desire such a magnificent flying steed. Otherwise, one must cultivate to the rank of a fighting king to achieve flight. His expression radiated excitement as he gazed at the majestic avian. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Yin summoned his fighting spirit and leapt onto the giant bird. He then declared, everyone, mount up. It is time for us to depart. First, the senior students eagerly jumped onto the avian creature's back, followed by Luci, who gracefully executed the flying phoenix step. Securing his position with his fighting spirit, he stood firmly atop the beast. Lastly, the remaining new students approached hesitantly, each one gingerly climbing aboard. Once all were settled, the majestic beast unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. As the ground receded beneath them and the winds whistled past, Luci squinted against the rush and smiled, reveling in the exhilarating sense of freedom. Thus, their days were consumed by flight, with only essential supplies interrupting their aerial journey. After several days, they finally arrived at the academy. Following multiple inspections by the enforcement team, Zhang Yin led them to the entrance adorned with the 4 golden characters of Canaan Academy. Along the way, their mentor provided insights about the institution, situated within the treacherous Black Corner region, a place rife with unscrupulous characters and untraceable wealth. This area was notorious for lawlessness, where desperate individuals would resort to violence for riches. The mentor cautioned them, should any of you contemplate venturing into the Black Corner region for training, remember 2 crucial points. First, disguise your true worth and avoid flaunting any valuables. Second, never underestimate anyone, especially the elderly, women, or children. Those who thrive in such a perilous environment are not to be taken lightly. Canaan Academy stands as a bastion of order amidst the chaos, with enforcement team members patrolling the vicinity, comprising both mentors and students. They eliminate threats to the academy from the unscrupulous denizens of the Black Corner region, also providing students with a glimpse into the world's harsh realities. Luci, harboring an aversion toward the individual who had once taken his life in the original tale, considered whether to eliminate him preemptively. Yet he dismissed the notion, recognizing the unpredictability of such actions. Luci had yet to master the decisive power necessary for such a confrontation, nor was he certain of Xiao Sunur's affections for Xiao Yin. He feared that a misstep could lead to entanglement with her formidable Do Huang guardian. Thus, the landscape was fraught with uncertainties. Luci resolved not to provoke Xiao Yin directly. Any future conflict would likely arise from opportunities in cultivation. His strategy was clear. Initially, he would focus on rapid development, then seize opportunities mid-course, and ultimately, he would make a decisive move. Chapter 10. Entering the Alchemy Department. Upon arriving at Canaan Academy, the first sight was the imposing entrance, flanked by grand steps and a vast plaza paved with refined steel rock. The entrance itself was constructed from exquisite jade, and the plaque bearing the name Canaan Academy glimmered with golden brilliance, clearly indicating its immense value. The profound heritage of Canaan Academy left an indelible impression on the new students, even causing Luci to reflect on the academy's considerable wealth. Once inside, the senior students who assisted with the admissions process departed after receiving their contribution points for completing their tasks. All the freshmen followed teacher Zhang Yin to the square, where they were assigned mentors according to their evaluation levels, and subsequently, the mentors allocated the students' accommodations. As the others dispersed, Zhang Yin approached Luci with anticipation in his eyes. Luci, he said, with your talent, you can choose any mentor in our external academy. Each mentor hopes to have a genius as their student. However, I sincerely wish for you to join my class. I can assure you that in my class, I will guarantee you the highest level of treatment and ample resources for cultivation. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, Luci pondered for a moment. In his heart, he believed that with his talent, he would merely be passing through the external academy. Additionally, Zhang Yin was only at the great fighter level, which limited what he could teach. Luci was far more interested in mastering higher-level alchemy techniques. Looking at Zhang Yan's eager expression, Luci offered a wry smile and said, Teacher, the truth is, I actually wish to join the alchemy class. During his stay in Lin City, Zhang Yin had taken the time to understand Luci, knowing that he had once studied under an alchemist and had learned alchemy techniques. The people of Lin City were aware that Luci had become an alchemist, yet he had never boasted about it. Leaving Zhang Yin uncertain of his exact rank as an alchemist, Zhang Yan's enthusiasm remained unabated as he explained, It's no problem. The alchemy department operates similarly to the enforcement team and does not conflict with our teaching classes. Our teaching classes primarily assist students in their cultivation, and all students select whether to join the alchemy department or the enforcement team based on their talents and interests. In the alchemy department, dedicated mentors teach alchemical techniques, providing materials for students to gain experience. Those who join the enforcement team will also have mentors imparting practical combat skills, allowing students to enhance their battle experience through real-world practice. Zhang Yin earnestly clarified Luci's inquiries. After understanding, Luci smiled and said, I understand now. Thank you for clearing my doubts, teacher. I am willing to join your class. Luci followed Zhang Yin to complete the necessary procedures, and the enthusiastic Zhang Yin then took Luci on a tour of the academy. Eager to learn more about the institution, Luci readily agreed. Throughout the tour, Zhang Yin proudly introduced the history and architecture of the academy. After exploring the campus, Zhang Yin first took Luci to collect his academy uniform before escorting him to his accommodation. The next day, Luci awoke in his dormitory bed after his cultivation practice. After freshening up, he donned the academy uniform he had received the previous day. Looking in the mirror, he smiled confidently and remarked, the uniform looks splendid. It truly suits me. He then stepped out, shaking off any lingering thoughts, and made his way to the alchemy department. Upon arrival, Luci approached a responsible middle-aged mentor and expressed his desire to join the alchemy department. The mentor first inquired whether Luci possessed the talent for alchemy and whether he had previously studied alchemical techniques. After receiving affirmative responses, the mentor began to explain the basics of the alchemy department to Luci. In our alchemy department, there are regular lectures conducted by mentors who are at least fourth-tier alchemists. These sessions are open to all, allowing anyone to attend and consult the mentors after the class. Naturally, if a particular student demonstrates exceptional alchemical skills, they may be accepted as a disciple by a mentor. Should the mentor choose to dedicate their time to impart knowledge to their student, that is an entirely different matter. Furthermore, within our alchemy department, each advancement to a higher tier of alchemist grants the individual 3 rewards in the form of alchemical formulas, which can be chosen at their discretion. To obtain additional formulas, one must exchange contribution points, which can be earned through assisting the academy with its alchemical endeavors. It is imperative to remember that the formulas acquired from the academy must not be disseminated recklessly. The academy provides the necessary materials for assisting in alchemical practices, but it is essential to ensure a successful yield. Additionally, alchemists of varying ranks may apply each month for a certain quantity of materials to practice with. Regardless of success or failure, successful concoctions belong to the academy, while failed attempts will be considered the academy's loss. Now, let me register you. Since you have previously studied alchemy, can you concoct a first-tier elixir? After the middle-aged mentor concluded his lecture, he inquired. Third tier, I assure you, I speak no falsehood. The mentor's brow furrowed, and he regarded Luci with a serious expression. Naturally not, Luci replied. Are you able to concoct it now? Indeed, Luci affirmed. Nodding, the mentor stated he would summon an elder to witness the process. Before long, an elder with white hair and a booming voice emerged, accompanied by the middle-aged mentor. Who wishes to concoct a third-tier elixir? The elder inquired. It is I, Luci responded. Very well, follow me. The elder, astonished, gestured for Luci to come along. You may call me Elder Hua. I am currently a 5th-tier alchemist, and will serve as your witness today. Ordinarily, to ascend to a 3rd-tier alchemist, one must select from 3 provided formulas. However, today I shall take the liberty of granting you the simplest one. Should you succeed, you shall enjoy the privileges of a 3rd-tier alchemist within the department. As they arrived at the alchemical chamber, Elder Hua retrieved a formula and the necessary materials from his storage ring, presenting them to Luci. This is the 3rd-tier elixir, Qingyu Dan. The materials provided are sufficient for 2 attempts. The outcome now rests in your hands. Luci accepted the formula and materials, examining the instructions. Qingyu Dan is primarily used for healing, so it should not prove overly difficult. He then approached the alchemical cauldron, extended his palm, and summoned a flame of fighting spirit, casting the herbs into the cauldron. His spiritual energy commanded the flames to extract the essence from the materials entirely. Observing Luci's adept movements, akin to flowing water, Elder Hua's expression transformed into one of increasing astonishment. What a prodigy! He exclaimed. Upon sensing that the essence had been fully extracted, Luci called out, Merge. The various essences within the cauldron began to coalesce, forming the rudimentary shape of an elixir with an uneven surface. As the flames continued to refine, the concoction became increasingly rounded, taking on a green hue, and a faint medicinal aroma wafted from the cauldron. As the elixir soared from the cauldron, Luci harnessed his fighting spirit to seize it in his grasp. Please, Elder Hua, do taste and evaluate it. Luci caught the elixir and turned to face Elder Hua, presenting the pill with both hands as he spoke. The elixir was smooth and devoid of any impurities. Truly a top-grade specimen among the Qingyu pills. Luci, is it? Do you have a master in the art of alchemy? Elder Hua scrutinized the elixir before making his judgment. He then looked up, astonished, and inquired of Luci. What a pity, it seems we lack a master-disciple bond. From now on, you shall enjoy the privileges of a 3rd-grade alchemist in my alchemy department. Elder Hua sighed, and shook his head as he addressed Luci. Thank you. Elder, Luci replied respectfully, bowing once more. Chapter 11, Renowned Beyond the Academy. Upon confirming Luci's true prowess as a 3rd-grade alchemist, Elder Hua promptly defined Luci's status within the alchemy department, though regretting that Luci could not become his disciple due to existing tutelage. Elder Hua felt elated at the prospect of having such a talented individual join the ranks of the alchemy department. Elder Hua suppressed his feelings of regret. Looking at the respectful Luci before him, a broad smile spreading across his face as he clapped Luci on the shoulder. Why so formal, my boy? Do you think I am some kind of old stick in the mud? Relax a bit. Feel free to come to me with any issues in the future. Luci realized that his foundation was still too shallow, lacking external aid. If he wished to grow stronger rapidly, he could only accumulate sufficient resources through alchemy. He meticulously organized the scrolls, which contained over 30 recipes for third-grade elixirs and more than 10 for fourth-grade elixirs. This bounty would provide ample material for his studies. After sorting them, he casually selected a third-grade recipe to begin his learning, simultaneously having just joined the alchemy department. Luci successfully crafted a third-grade elixir under Elder Hua's witness, thereby earning the title of a third-grade alchemist. This news spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Have you heard? Our outer academy has produced another third-grade alchemist, one who achieved such status right upon joining the alchemy department. I wonder where we can find this Master Luci. A third-grade alchemist at such a young age, I must make his acquaintance. Given that most elites reside in the inner academy, whether as instructors or students, there were only a handful of alchemists above third grade in the outer academy. Many sought the expertise of alchemists, as the demand for high-quality elixirs always exceeded supply. By the following day, Instructor Zhang Yan arrived early at Luci's location, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. The first words he uttered were, "So, you are already a third-grade alchemist." Indeed, Luci confirmed, as Zhang Yan was once again taken aback. He had already held Luci's talents in high regard, recognizing his exceptional cultivation aptitude and alchemical skills, predicting a limitless future for him. It was indeed a rare sight. As an instructor at the Jianan Academy, with the cultivation of a great fighter, he sometimes had to humble himself to request a third-grade elixir, often receiving little regard in return. Now, he was informed that Luci, whom he had only recently accepted as a student, was now a third-grade alchemist he must court for favor. He felt as though he had been soundly slapped across the face, prompting him to come personally to confirm the news. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Zhang Yan felt a slight warmth on his face. Just 2 days prior, he had assured someone that he would strive for the highest possible treatment for them, yet now, that individual, a third-grade alchemist, enjoyed a status superior to his own. "Master, you never even inquired about me," Luci remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. Indeed, it seemed that many of the academy's mentors, having learned of his association as Zhang Yan's student, directed numerous requests for alchemical services his way. "What shall we do now? Would you like to meet them in person?" Zhang Yan sighed and nodded, subsequently revealing the primary purpose of his visit. Luci contemplated for a moment. He was reluctant to invest too much time managing the interpersonal dynamics of the external academy, as his main focus was on enhancing his cultivation and alchemical skills. He then turned to Zhang Yan and tentatively inquired, "Could I possibly enlist your assistance in managing this?" If anyone sought his alchemical services, he would primarily accept requests for third-grade elixirs. Should there be a lucrative offer for second-grade elixirs, he would consider those as well. As for your remuneration as my mentor, I would be glad to concoct elixirs for you free of charge, provided you supply the materials. That sounds agreeable. Henceforth, leave it to me. Zhang Yan responded with a beaming smile, clearly pleased by such generous terms. Chapter 12, A Desire for Experience. Since finalizing their agreement, Luci's life at Canaan Academy had become remarkably more tranquil. Although he was technically enrolled in Zhang Yan's class, he had scarcely attended a single lesson. Upon his arrival at the academy, Luci had already ascended to a 9-star Dome Master, and preferring to remain discreet. He had understated his rank to a 1-star Dome Master. As Zhang Yan interacted more with Luci, it became increasingly evident that Luci was certainly of a higher caliber than a mere 1-star Dome Master, though the exact level remained uncertain. Initially, Zhang Yan had hoped to impart knowledge to Luci, aiming to restore some semblance of respect as a mentor. However, once it became clear that Luci required no guidance in Douqi cultivation, Zhang Yan could only cover his eyes and sigh heavenward, lamenting the loss of his authoritative stature. Thus, when Luci proposed skipping classes, Zhang Yan had no choice but to acquiesce. He diligently assisted Luci in fielding alchemical requests from outside the academy, which, in turn, allowed Zhang Yan to gain considerable prestige among other mentors and students alike. All those seeking Luci's alchemical expertise sought Zhang Yan's assistance, employing various means of persuasion and presenting gifts, resulting in Zhang Yan's coffers overflowing, thus enhancing both his reputation and material wealth. Meanwhile, Luci spent his days either engaged in alchemical practice or seeking the wisdom of Elder Hua regarding advanced alchemical techniques. Elder Hua, generous in spirit, readily shared his insights into the distinctions between third-grade and fourth-grade alchemists. This knowledge proved immensely beneficial to Luci's alchemical prowess, as he not only grasped the pathway from third-grade to fourth-grade alchemy, but also identified gaps in his foundational skills, allowing him to explore intriguing first- and second-grade formulas and broaden his understanding. Night after night, he forsook sleep in favor of cultivation, demonstrating great diligence. For Luci understood that irrespective of his esteemed alchemical skills or the respect he garnered, true security could only be ensured through his own cultivation. Much like the wayward Luci in the original text, although he garnered respect within the Jia family for his alchemical skills, he was never truly esteemed, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Xiao Yin, with his body left unclaimed. Thus, Luci was naturally compelled to heed this cautionary tale. However, he also recognized his most significant flaw. His journey thus far had been excessively smooth. Endowed with exceptional talent from a young age, he later became an apprentice to Xian Hao, a master alchemist, acquiring a mid-level Xian-grade cultivation technique from his mentor. Throughout his subsequent training, he continuously consumed auxiliary elixirs, propelling his cultivation to the realm of a 9-star Doshi. Yet, Luci sensed a certain superficiality in his Dochi. His previous skirmishes had been mere showcases of his realm, and should he face opponents of equal standing, he could not guarantee his combat effectiveness. This predicament was troubling. He resembled a villain archetype, easily susceptible to being countered by a protagonist outclassing him. His Dochi lacked solidity, his techniques felt awkward, and his practical experience was alarmingly scant. Contemplating these matters, Luci found himself in a state of distress. In Lin City, his mentor had indulged him, imposing no demands on his mastery of combat techniques, which relied solely on his self-discipline. With influential figures shielding him, he had never been one to attract trouble. In essence, he lacked the experience of true combat. Presently, the students in the outer academy were still too immature. Engaging them in battle felt akin to an adult bullying a child. As for his mentor, during sparring sessions, such as with Zhang Yan, he often took it easy on Luci. Within the Black Corner region, the relationships between various factions were intricately complex, interspersed with numerous smaller forces and fugitives from the outside world, leading Luci to exercise caution and avoid overly perilous locales. He resolved to venture into the bordering cities near Jian and Academy to hone his skills and refine both his Dochi and techniques, particularly in the realm of lethal combat. Interestingly, it was Luci's alchemical skills that advanced first, as he successfully ascended to the rank of a 4th-grade alchemist. When the time was ripe, he crafted a 1st-grade Qingling Dan for himself. After adequate preparation, Luci consumed the elixir, successfully breaking through to the great Doshi realm. At this juncture, the cyclone within his dantian transformed into solid crystal. With a mere thought, he summoned his Dochi, manifesting it as a resplendent yellow Do-Chi armor enveloping him. Testing his newfound strength, he drew his sword and struck the armor, producing a metallic clang, yet leaving no mark upon its surface. Luci nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the formidable defense of this Dochi armor. His anticipation for the upcoming trials grew ever stronger. Once his realm stabilized, Luci sought permission from Zhang Yan to embark on a training expedition. Initially, Zhang Yan and several elders of the Outer Academy resisted his request. However, upon witnessing Luci's great Doshi prowess, they were duly impressed, leading to the approval of his leave. With his granted time off, Luci donned a modest yet elegant dark robe, adorned with a spatial ring filled with elixirs and gold coins, and armed with a treasured sword. His handsome visage illuminated by an eager smile as he set forth on his journey. Chapter 13. Encountering his first kill. Leaving the academy, Luci intended to first visit the nearby Blackstone City, waiting for the patrols of the enforcement team to depart. After traversing a patch of forest, faint sounds of battle reached his ears. Could it be mere coincidence? He had just emerged only to encounter a skirmish. Gripping the hilt of his sword, a peculiar expression crossed his face as curiosity stirred within him. Since he was already out for training, Luci resolved to investigate. Before long, he found himself witnessing a scene of conflict, and he concealed himself behind a massive boulder, observing the combatants and speculating on their levels of cultivation. The fighters bore no aura armor or energy garments, and judging by the intensity of their strikes, they were merely fighters, posing no threat to him. Luci mused. At that moment, Guhu's subordinates were being slaughtered one after another, leaving him with only 4 men, while the Bloodknife mercenary group had 5 remaining. All feeling a sense of despair, Guhu glared at Zhao Kai, the leader of the Bloodknife, and bellowed, "Zhao Kai, do you truly intend to annihilate us? My elder brother will not let this go unpunished. Ha ha ha, you should be more concerned about your own fate. Once we eliminate you, our leader will take care of your brother. Soon, Blackstone City will belong to the Bloodknife mercenary group. Do you really believe you can escape?" Zhao Kai replied with a sinister grin, his hands never pausing as he swung his blade towards Guhu's neck. Guhu stepped back to evade Zhao Kai's lethal strike, retaliating with a thrust aimed at Zhao Kai's heart. Though despair weighed heavily on him, he refused to surrender verbally. "You shall not succeed. Do not dream. Accept your demise." Zhao Kai continued to slash, inflicting numerous wounds on Guhu while he was off guard. The casualties mounted rapidly, and shortly, Guhu's entire crew lay dead, while Zhao Kai also found himself down to just 2 companions. Shattered Leaf Spear. Zhao Kai, upon witnessing the formidable thrust, felt a surge of fear and chose to evade rather than withstand the blow. Guhu, observing Zhao Kai's frantic dodging, wore a cold smirk. The thrust had never been aimed at Zhao Kai, but instead pierced through Sun Wu beside him. Zhao Kai's expression twisted with fury as he directed his wrath at Guhu. "You will pay for this." Bloodknife slash. Seeing this attack, Guhu abandoned his spear, snatching a knife with a wild look and charging forward, bracing his shoulder against Zhao Kai's technique while simultaneously plunging the knife into Zhao Kai's body, leading to mutual destruction. Luci, witnessing the demise of both combatants, was struck by the brutal reality of this continent. Conflict and bloodshed were unending. He approached the 2 who had perished together, gazing at the blood-soaked corpses, shaking his head with force, murmuring, "Indeed, I find this difficult to adapt to. Help me, save me." Guhu, who had endured Zhao Kai's blood-knife slash, suffered a severed shoulder, yet clung to life. With death imminent, if no one came to his aid, he vaguely perceived a figure approaching him. Unfamiliar with the identity of this person, his instinct for survival compelled him to plead for assistance. "Oh, you are still alive. Luci remarked in astonishment upon hearing the cries for help. A living soul lay before him. Very well, it is but a small effort. After Guhu ingested the elixir, a warm current spread throughout his body, gradually healing all his wounds. Particularly, the injury on his shoulder, where the flesh began to writhe, was also starting to mend. Once the shoulder was nearly healed, Guhu awoke, albeit extremely weak from the depletion of his energy and significant blood loss. Upon regaining consciousness, he was taken aback by the sight of a handsome youth standing nearby, wielding a precious sword. Who could this noble young man be? Feeling the remarkable healing of his wounds, he was further astonished by the potency of the elixir, a flicker of greed stirring within him. Thank you, benefactor, Guhu said solemnly, cupping his hands in respect towards Luci. There is no need for such formality. It was but a trifling effort. Luci replied with a warm smile upon hearing Guhu's gratitude. I am Guhu, the second in command of the Longhun mercenary group in Black Iron City. May I inquire which esteemed family you hail from? What brings you here alone? Should there be any way I can be of service, do not hesitate to ask. Guhu inquired cautiously. Since that is the case, I would like to extend an invitation for you to visit me in Blackstone City. I shall ensure you are well entertained as a token of my gratitude for saving my life. Guhu suddenly became more enthusiastic, his face beaming with a sincere smile as he earnestly invited Luci to Blackstone City. Observing Guhu's fervor, Luci felt a peculiar emotion welling up within him. However, as he was already intending to visit Blackstone City, he consented. Guhu promptly gathered the remains of his fallen comrades, and under his guidance, the two set forth towards Blackstone City. Along the way, Guhu warmly introduced Luci to the Longhun mercenary group he had formed with his elder brother, Gelong, a group dedicated to upholding the order of Blackstone City. He recounted how Zhao Hai, leading the Blood Knife mercenary group, had recently arrived and persistently provoked their standing, even attempting to ambush him that very day. Had it not been for Luci's timely intervention, he feared he would have perished. Thus, he felt an immense obligation to express his gratitude to Luci. As they journeyed, Luci listened intently to Guhu's tales and occasionally posed questions. I never imagined that you and your brother have been safeguarding the order of Blackstone City. That is truly impressive. May I ask what cultivation level your brother has attained? Of course, while I am merely an 8-star fighter, my elder brother is a formidable 5-star master. That despicable leader of the Blood Knife, Zhao Hai, is only a 4-star master. Guhu spoke with pride when mentioning his brother. Yet his demeanor turned fierce and vengeful when referring to their adversary, Zhao Hai. By the time they arrived at Blackstone City, the sun was setting, casting the sky into deeper shades of dusk. Nevertheless, with Guhu leading the way, they entered the city without hindrance. In that case, it is better to comply than to refuse, Luci thought, as Guhu once again extended a warm invitation, intensifying the peculiar feeling within him. Though he chose to set it aside and agreed. Upon reaching a grand estate, the two burly guards at the entrance called out, Greetings, Second Commander. Well, where's the commander? Lead me to him, Guhu inquired casually. Please follow me, one of the younger subordinates replied. As they approached a large hall, a hearty laughter echoed from within before they even stepped inside. Upon emerging, I beheld Guhu, his body in tatters, adorned with conspicuous scars, his brow furrowed, and a visage marred by fury. Who did this to you, Erhu? Who has caused you such harm? Indeed, my heartfelt gratitude to you, young brother Luci. I have been inseparable from Erhu since childhood. Your act of saving him makes you a benefactor to both of us, Gelong earnestly expressed to Luci. That evening, Gelong and Guhu prepared a lavish banquet, proclaiming their intent to indulge in merriment with Luci. Come, young brother Luci. Take a seat here. Tonight, we shall not return until inebriated, Gelong boisterously declared from the head of the table. Luci, encouraged by the two brothers, gracefully took a seat and raised his cup, ready to partake. However, as Luci lifted his cup, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He subtly inhaled the aroma of the wine, and a trace of chill crept across his face, his heart growing cold. The wine was laced with a narcotic. As a fourth-tier alchemist, discerning the properties of potions was instinctual. Observing the boisterous laughter of Gelong at the head of the table and the eager demeanor of Guhu beside him, Luci maintained a gentle smile, all the while inwardly scoffing, realizing the truth of the adage, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Erhu, come raise a toast with me to brother Luci. Brother Luci, your great kindness requires no words of thanks. Should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Cheers, Guhu proclaimed as he rose. Luci drank heartily, while Gelong and Guhu exchanged knowing glances and downed their own cups. After several rounds of wine and various dishes, when Luci felt the moment ripe, he gently shook his head and stammered, Why do I feel a bit dizzy? Ha! It must be the potency of the wine. Fear not. Guhu laughed heartily, only to witness Luci collapse onto the table. Gelong, observing this scene, shook his head and finished his drink, remarking, Indeed, a naive one, down so quickly. Brother, this is quite a plump lamb. Look at that sword he possesses and the ring on his hand. Surely, he has treasures. The elixir I consumed earlier was extraordinary, Guhu remarked with a sinister smile. One can only presume he is yet another scion of some powerful faction, too young and impetuous to know restraint. However, arriving in my Blackstone City, he shall find no means of escape, Gelong stated, his expression cold. Who shall find no means of escape? A calm voice interjected from the side. At that moment, Luci sat upright in his chair, his expression devoid of warmth. gazing coolly at the two men. You cannot possibly still be awake. Guhu was the first to express his astonishment. I did not expect you to remain unaffected, but it matters not. Do you believe you can still leave? Bring them in. Gulong fixed his gaze on Luci, speaking with an eerie calm. Yet, the two men felt no trepidation, as Luci's youthful, handsome visage, even when cold, lacked any semblance of intimidation. A group of fighters, arranged by Gulong and Guhu outside, surged in, mere brawlers not worthy of fear. Luci rose, stepping forth with graceful strides toward the fighters, an abundance of fighting spirit coursing through his veins, channeling into his sword, which ignited with brilliant yellow flames akin to a blazing inferno. Flame sword technique, like a hot knife slicing through tofu. The weapons wielded by this group of fighters offered no resistance whatsoever. After severing their arms, they left behind fatal wounds on their bodies. In no time, no one remained standing, leaving the two individuals seated at the table utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Such strength. Yet, at this juncture, you must die? The first to react was Gulong, who, upon witnessing the scene, realized that the matter could not end amicably. Swiftly making a decision, he drew his spear and leaped forward. Following closely behind was Guhu, whose eyes burned with determination as he too charged in, weapon in hand. Although these two brothers were not as formidable as Luci, their fierce tenacity was indeed lethal, employing a strategy of trading injuries for lives that greatly surprised Luci. Nevertheless, Luci felt an exhilarating thrill. He had emerged not just to confront these life and death battles with a resolve to perish. He refrained from employing powers beyond the realm of combat masters, relying solely on his swordsmanship to enhance his practical experience against the two brothers. Exchanging glances, the brothers resolved to unleash their final technique to eliminate Luci. Shattered Leaf Spear. Luci regarded the surging momentum between the two siblings and let out a cold laugh. Blazing inferno. Flames surged forth from the sword he held, and with a sweeping motion, a fiery sword aura engulfed Gulong and Guhu in an instant. After two agonized cries, the duplicitous siblings were utterly extinguished, reduced to two charred heaps upon the ground. Luci twirled his sword in a flourish before sheathing it, taking a deep breath as he surveyed the room filled with corpses. This marked Luci's first act of killing. There was no gory bloodshed, for as his sword tore through their bodies, the flames evaporated their blood. Instead, a nauseating scent of charred flesh permeated the room, making Luci feel slightly queasy. He turned away from the grim scene and exited through the door, now genuinely in search of a place to stay. Chapter 14. Unexpected Gains. As night passed, the remaining members of the Longhu Mercenary Corps discovered a chilling truth. Their two leaders, along with all the elite members of their mercenary band, had been slain within their own stronghold. Panic ensued among them, as the Longhu Mercenary Corps was far from the righteous image portrayed by their second-in-command, Guhu, having committed numerous misdeeds in Blackstone City. However, that was perhaps an overestimation. Blackstone City was merely a small town, otherwise, they would not have been able to dominate so. Moreover, the newly arrived Bloodblade Mercenary Corps had grown increasingly brazen, frequently provoking them, and the demise of their chief might very well be linked to this rival group. In such circumstances, the remaining mercenaries of the Longhu Corps grew ever more anxious, fleeing in droves or switching allegiances to the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps. The bolder among them seized valuable treasures from the Longhu's former stronghold, igniting waves of chaos within the compound, and as more mercenaries absconded, greater disorder erupted throughout the town. Upon awakening in the morning, Luci stepped outside to behold the chaotic town, yielding a profound lamentation over the utter disorder of the Black Corner domain. In that moment, the desire to scour for treasures within Blackstone City dissipated, compelling him to venture elsewhere. The Black Corner domain, it seemed, had unleashed the darker facets of human nature, and as Luci delved deeper into its larger cities, he bore witness to the world's treachery. In the wilderness, he had encountered several harrowing experiences, instances of greed-driven robberies, the treachery of unscrupulous establishments where he was poisoned, and a near-fatal trap in Yunfeng Town where he almost fell victim to a scheme. The number of pickpockets he encountered amidst the throngs was beyond enumeration. 3 months later, following the obliteration of the Longhu Mercenary Group, the initial chaos began to settle. Zhao Hai, the leader of the Bloodblade Mercenary Group, started to feel a sense of trepidation. Though he had long aspired to usurp the Longhu Mercenary Group, he was acutely aware that this recent upheaval was not orchestrated by him. He speculated whether a mysterious powerhouse had annihilated the Longhu Mercenary Group and pondered if his own Bloodblade Mercenary Group would be next in line for destruction. Despite his unease, Zhao Hai remained unscathed. However, upon witnessing the chaos erupting in the former stronghold of the Longhu Mercenary Group, its markets, inns, and shops, an exhilaration surged within him. This was an unparalleled opportunity for them to supplant the Longhu Mercenary Group's reign over Blackstone City. Swiftly, Zhao Hai mobilized his men to seize these establishments, thereby usurping the former authority of the Longhu Mercenary Group. Upon entering the city, Luci was met with this very scene, mercenaries bustling in and out of inns and markets. In the inns, boisterous laughter erupted as patrons indulged in drink and idle chatter. In the markets, vendors hawked their wares, showcasing low-grade magical cores, earthy herbs, and various weapons. It appeared that order had been restored, and Luci mused that he might explore the market soon. But first, he sought a place to stay. He casually selected an inn, ordered a room along with a spread of food and drink, thus addressing his midday meal. With his sword in hand, he prepared to meander through the market. Observing a stall laden with trinkets, he noticed a young vendor enthusiastically extolling the virtues of his meager treasures. Luci, in a spirit of kindness, refrained from exposing the truth, offering a polite smile as he moved on to the next stall. Having failed to find anything of worth even in the larger cities, Luci reflected that the so-called treasures paled in comparison to a fourth-grade elixir he had casually crafted. Indeed, the wares of this peripheral town proved to be of even lower caliber. Luci had previously employed his spiritual energy to gauge the items on display, discerning that the herbs and weapons lacked any semblance of vitality. Rising from his spot, he turned his attention to the source of the disturbance in his spiritual perception, which led him to a robust man standing before a black iron scroll. The man, upon noticing the dashing youth with a gleaming sword approaching, inquired about the dusty black iron scroll he had salvaged. Assuming a hopeful demeanor, he introduced it with fervor, proclaiming it to be a legacy of his ancestors. A scroll of martial prowess that had fallen into disrepair, its mysteries unsolved. Thus, he had no choice but to sell it, awaiting a fortunate soul capable of unraveling its secrets. I had kept this here, not expecting that only the young master would notice it at first glance. You must be the chosen one awaited by the scroll. If you can unravel the secrets of this scroll, you are destined to become a formidable force in the future. Do I appear so easily deceived? Luci gazed at the babbling man with a look of incredulity. Such words might fool a 3-year-old child. Young master, you mustn't doubt me. This is truly a divine secret passed down from my ancestors, the burly man retorted promptly. This scroll is an invaluable heirloom, but I am in urgent need of funds, which compels me to part with it. Given our auspicious connection, I shall let it go for 500 gold coins. Upon hearing the price, the burly man displayed an expression of heartfelt pain. 500 gold coins is not exorbitant. I shall take it, Luci replied, raising an eyebrow. He retrieved 500 gold coins from his storage ring and tossed them onto the man's stall before reaching for the black iron scroll. The man clearly lacked certainty about the scroll's worth, arbitrarily inflating the price. Nevertheless, as no one in Blackstone City posed a threat to him, Luci saw no reason to haggle. To his surprise, he managed to unearth a treasure in such a small place. Luci continued to employ his soul perception as he traversed the entire marketplace. Under the influence of his perception, he found nothing else of spiritual significance. Yet, he was not disheartened, for one knows that opportunities are often fleeting. Upon returning to his inn room and securing the doors and windows, Luci released his soul energy to sense if anyone was following him. Confirming that no one was watching, he took out the black iron scroll. This scroll, forged from fine iron, appeared to be an ordinary scroll devoid of any intricate patterns, revealing no apparent uniqueness to the naked eye. However, given that it had disturbed his soul perception, it likely held a connection with the soul. Seated cross-legged on the bed, Luci allowed his soul energy to surge forth, entering the scroll. As his essence flowed into the scroll, he was met with an expanse of darkness, within which a flickering light beckoned. Luci pursued this light, and discovered a sphere the size of a human head. As he extended his finger to touch the sphere, he was taken aback to find that any contact rendered his soul energy uncontrollable. The ensuing chaos sent waves of dizziness through his mind. Gritting his teeth, Luci hastily reined in his unruly soul energy, condensing it into a sword and striking at the sphere. The sensation of disarray returned, yet Luci's soul, uniquely resilient, steadied his form as he intensified his strike. With a resounding crack, like the shattering of an eggshell, he finally cleaved through the sphere, which burst into luminous particles, coalescing into golden characters. Luci regained absolute control over his soul energy. Letting out a sigh of relief, he focused intently on the golden characters, reading aloud illusory heart technique. After perusing the text, he couldn't suppress a light chuckle. The illusory heart technique could indeed be classified as an advanced soul skill, integrating soul energy with the 5 senses, manifesting invisibly. It directly affects the opponent's soul, drawing them into a vivid illusion. Once ensnared in an illusion, one can only escape through a soul of exceptional resilience and strength, unless the caster willingly chooses to dispel the enchantment. Never did Luci imagine he would encounter such a fortuitous opportunity. Obtaining this formidable soul technique was entirely unexpected, yet upon reflection, perhaps it was not so surprising after all. This soul technique lay sealed within an impenetrable black iron scroll, its peculiarities discernible solely through the power of the soul. In the present era, those endowed with potent soul abilities are predominantly high-ranking alchemists, yet such individuals would never venture to this remote border town. Consequently, this miraculous soul technique remained undiscovered until Luci's perceptive senses unveiled its hidden location. Chapter 15. The blood blade blocks the path. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, sunlight filtering through the foliage to create a mosaic of light that danced upon the young man's figure, faintly illuminating the confident smile upon his face. Luci's spirits were buoyant at this moment, but there were those who wished to shatter his good mood. Come out. Do not linger in the shadows, he called out with a light chuckle, sensing the presence of someone concealed within the dense thicket ahead. Oh, to think you could detect us. Truly a testament to your status as a genius from Canaan Academy. A figure emerged, brandishing a blade. It was none other than Zhao Hai, the leader of the Bloodblade mercenary group. Oh, so you are aware of my affiliation with Canaan Academy. How bold of you to obstruct my path, Luci replied, a hint of intrigue in his voice, surprised by the man's discernment. Ha ha, what of Canaan Academy? What does being a genius matter? My greatest pleasure lies in extinguishing the lives of those unseasoned prodigies like yourself. Once I dispatch you, your body will be disposed of without a trace. Do you think Canaan Academy will ever uncover my involvement? Zhao Hai retorted with a cruel grin, reveling in the confrontation. You possess quite the audacity. However, I find myself curious about your intentions, Luci remarked. As he discerned the imposing figure from the previous day, the burly man who had sold him the scroll, emerging with a malevolent expression. Boss, this is the lad. Yesterday, he purchased my worthless trinket without a flicker of hesitation, parting with 500 gold coins. He is undoubtedly a ripe target, the burly man declared, stepping forward to present Luci to Zhao Hai. Indeed, my favorite pastime is to eliminate such arrogant geniuses who, despite their lack of mastery, flaunt their wealth with reckless abandon. Zhao Hai boomed, laughing heartily at the gathered mercenaries. Precisely. Our leader is personally taking action. Look how pale the lad has become. Another chimed in. Indeed, what is so remarkable about Canaan Academy? We have dispatched geniuses like him before. Before we end this pretty boy, let us ensure to carve dozens of cuts upon his face. Luci regarded the raucous group of mercenaries with bemusement, their disdain for him palpable, and decided to indulge in a bit of mischief. As the mercenaries laughed at what they perceived as Luci's feigned submission, he drew his sword, executing a horizontal slice to parry the descending blade of Zhao Hai. As the energy surged through him, a brilliant yellow flame ignited upon the blade, sending forth a torrential wave of heat toward Zhao Hai, illuminating the fierce transformation of his countenance. Impossible. You, a mere boy, have managed to withstand my blade. Zhao Hai gazed at the youth before him, who effortlessly parried his formidable strikes, the flames dancing along the sword incessantly scorching his body, inciting a fury within him. TSK, 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 and you dare to kill me? With a casual deflection of Zhao Hai's attacks, Luci mocked him with a smirk. Damn it, you will pay for this. Enraged by Luci's taunts, Zhao Hai bellowed, unleashing his renowned advanced fighting technique, Bloodblade Slash. Leaping into the air, he swung his blade towards Luci, now enveloped in a crimson aura from the technique. Luci, observing the infuriated Zhao Hai charging once more, felt no inclination to engage further, channeling the flame sword art to unleash a colossal wave of fiery sword energy. Zhao Hai caught midair, found no refuge as the fiery onslaught consumed him. The flames extinguished Zhao Hai's very essence, his wails swiftly silenced. With a thud, his nearly charred corpse fell to the ground, releasing a wisp of white smoke. Luci then turned his gaze towards the mercenaries who had accompanied Zhao Hai. As Luci repelled all of their leaders' attacks, fear began to take root within them. They were merely elite fighters, unable to withstand even a few blows from their leader, Zhao Hai. If Luci could thwart their captain's efforts, it was evident that he possessed a cultivation level surpassing that of a fighter, far beyond what these minor combatants could contend with. Moreover, now that their leader lay dead, it signified that Luci could effortlessly eliminate them. Upon meeting Luci's gaze, terror overtook their faces. Run, quickly, he is a monster, we shall all be slain. Luci, observing the fleeing mercenaries, felt no desire to pursue further, sheathing his sword and muttering, Humph, they are nothing but bullies who fear the strong. Casting a glance at Zhao Hai's lifeless body and reflecting on the past 3 months, he sighed. Alas, there is not a single good soul in this black corner domain. As for the others, they are inconsequential, but that fellow is just right for testing the illusory heart technique. Regaining his composure, Luci searched among the fleeing mercenaries for the brawny man he had encountered yesterday. Spotting him, he sneered and gave chase. Humph, can you escape? The others, noticing Luci pursuing them, exerted every ounce of strength to flee, only to realize that Luci's primary target was Wu Liang, the name of the burly man. Damn it! Wu Liang glanced back at the coldly smiling Luci and the comrades abandoning him, cursing in despair. Luci quickly closed the distance, delivering a kick to Wu Liang's back, who cried out in pain and tumbled several times. Lying on his back, Wu Liang looked up at Luci, who stood before him with an impassive expression. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped over and knelt, bowing his head to Luci and repeatedly knocking it against the ground. Weeping profusely, My lord, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I beseech you, spare my life. Consider me as inconsequential as a mere whisper, and grant me my freedom. To release you, one might contemplate it. Look at me. Luci, however, had no intention of letting him go. As he spoke, he activated the illusionary heart technique. Observing Wu Liang kneeling before him and continuing to plead for mercy, Luci reflected on the failure of his previous attempt. He pondered the issues that had arisen. During the activation, he had primarily integrated the soul's fluctuations into visual and auditory perceptions, which was not inherently problematic. Was it the transformation of the soul's fluctuations that posed the issue? After some contemplation, Luci began to meticulously adjust the intensity of the fluctuating waves, utilizing Wu Liang as a subject for gradual experimentation to determine the most suitable resonance. Half an hour later, Luci, with eyes closed and brows furrowed, displayed an expression of exhaustion. The incessant trials had drained a significant amount of his soul power. Upon reopening his eyes and gazing at the writhing Wu Liang, his expression still radiated exhilaration. After numerous adjustments, Luci had finally succeeded in drawing Wu Liang into the inferno of flames. For Wu Liang, since being forcefully brought down, his instinct for survival compelled him to kneel before Luci, incessantly pleading for clemency. The moment he heard Luci mention the possibility of release, he was overwhelmed with joy. Yet, abruptly, vivid images materialized before him, so strikingly real that his body involuntarily reacted. It was akin to an interminable nightmare. For the next half hour, he endured a barrage of tortures, slicing and bludgeoning, burning and drowning, all manner of torment and execution converging upon him. Ultimately, he found himself engulfed in a sea of flames, surrounded by fire on all sides, with the deafening roar of flames filling his ears. More significantly, the relentless searing sensation coursing through his body rendered him desperate. The agony had stripped Wu Liang of his sanity, leaving him to writhe on the ground, screaming in hopes of finding even a modicum of relief. Outside the illusion, Wu Liang indeed rolled on the ground, emitting cries of despair. He remained ensnared within the illusion until, at last, he lay still on the grass, devoid of any sound. Luci approached to examine him. He was lifeless. The illusionary heart technique had not indicated that death within the illusion would translate to reality. Luci furrowed his brow in contemplation. Moreover, within the fiery inferno of the illusion, although it felt authentic, it should not be lethal. Could it truly cause death through pain? Luci rose, casually casting a flame upon Wu Liang's corpse to obliterate all traces. Once the area was cleared, Luci ceased his internal turmoil, for he had already mastered the illusionary heart technique. He set off in the direction of the academy, encountering no further incidents, and exchanged greetings with several enforcement teams along the way. Chapter 16, The Selection Tournament of the Inner Court. After a night of rest, Luci awoke, fully rejuvenated, and could not resist stretching luxuriously as he rose from his bed, now brimming with vitality. His mind was clear and invigorated. The flame sword technique bestowed by his teacher was remarkably effective even within the realm of mystic tier combat techniques, and he now wielded it with proficiency. His combat prowess had significantly increased compared to 3 months prior. Moreover, he had not anticipated gaining such an opportunity during this excursion. The illusionary heart technique was at least a ground level or even celestial level soul skill. Such a formidable and authentic illusion could serve as his ultimate trump card in future battles. He could simply draw his opponents into the illusion and swiftly vanquish them with a single strike. To resist, and even break free from the illusion, one can only rely on the power of the soul. An ordinary person must reach at least the Dozong realm to strengthen their soul. As long as one does not provoke such formidable beings, they will finally possess the means to protect themselves. Realizing this, Luci felt a glimmer of security on the Dochi continent. In this land, myriad races coexist, and the number of powerful individuals is beyond count. Although Luci, with his uniquely resilient soul from his transmigration, possesses commendable talent for cultivation and alchemy, he still feels an urgency. In this world, he has no support. He fears death and the unpredictability of calamity. Yet, he now feels less apprehensive. With the illusory heart decision in hand, even when faced with a Do Huang who is not adept in soul power, he now possesses the ability to flee. Luci made his way to Mentor Zhang Yan's office and knocked on the door. It was still early. He wondered if Mentor Zhang had arrived. "Come in." Zhang Yan's voice echoed from within. As Luci entered, Zhang Yan observed that compared to before, Luci now exuded a profound aura. His smile, though gentle, had grown increasingly sharp. Zhang Yan couldn't help but marvel. This young man seemed to surpass even himself. "Oh, please bring the pill formulas and herbs to my alchemy room later. I'll refine them when I have a moment," Luci casually remarked, not inquiring about the grade of the pills. "You've grown significantly compared to 3 months ago. With your talent, you will soon be competing in the inner academy selection against those in higher grades," Zhang Yan expressed with admiration, noting the confidence that shone through Luci's words. The inner academy selection. When does it begin? Luci's primary goal in coming to the Jialan Academy was the inner academy, so hearing about it naturally stirred excitement. Haha, no need to be so exhilarated. With your talent, entering the inner academy is only a matter of time. The next selection will occur when the current graduating class completes their studies. They are the main focus of the selection. The outstanding ones will enter the inner academy for further training, while the rest will graduate from the outer academy, Zhang Yan explained with a smile. Understanding the thrill Luci felt, talents like Luci naturally feel exhilarated at the prospect of entering the inner academy. Jialan Academy holds a prestigious reputation across the continent, primarily due to the inner academy. The minimum graduation requirement there is to reach the Do Ling realm, with exceptionally gifted individuals even attaining the Do Wang realm. Graduates who do not perish can grow to become renowned powerhouses. The renown of these strong individuals on the Do Chi continent also benefits Jialan Academy, amplifying its reputation. As a mentor at Jialan Academy, Zhang Yan holds the inner academy in high esteem. "All right, I will register for the next selection," Luci declared confidently. "With your current strength, entering the inner academy is practically guaranteed. To achieve such in just a year of entering the academy will certainly astonish many with your talent," Zhang Yan remarked, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the self-assured Luci. Upon Luci's successful entry into the inner courtyard, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a Shin-level mentor. With that in mind, he expressed his gratitude to his mentor, saying his farewells as he prepared to visit Elder Hua. Leaving Zhang Yan's office, Luci made his way towards the alchemy department, where Elder Hua typically resided. Over the past 6 months, Elder Hua had taken great care of Luci, despite the absence of a formal master-disciple relationship between them. While Elderhood did not divulge all his secrets, he patiently addressed every query Luci presented. Upon arriving at the alchemist's residence, Luci was greeted before he could utter a word. A young man, eyes filled with admiration, approached him and exclaimed, "Master Luci has arrived. Elderhood has instructed me to escort you directly to him. Is that so? I appreciate your guidance," Luci replied with a warm smile. Since his entry into the academy, Luci had passed Elderhood's assessment and achieved the status of a third-tier alchemist, earning the admiration of the majority of students in the outer academy. Initially, many were skeptical, yet none dared to question Elderhood's judgment. Although some enviously claimed that Luci's success was merely a stroke of luck, the increasing number of third-tier elixirs he produced gradually silenced the doubters and garnered more support. As Luci progressed through the halls, he was met with countless adoring gazes. Whenever he walked by, a path would spontaneously clear for him. Acknowledging his admirers with a nod and a smile, he felt a swell of pride within. Upon entering the room, a smile gracing his lips, he was greeted with, "I see your demeanor is calm, your gaze sharp, and you appear more confident than before. It seems you have made significant progress." Elderhood nodded in agreement. "I've had some modest gains," Luci humbly replied. "After my breakthrough to the great fighter level, I sensed my fighting spirit was somewhat unstable and thus ventured out to solidify my skills. I shall certainly inform the Elder next time." Hearing Elderhood's concern, Luci smiled as if seeking to please him. "Moreover, we can harness certain unique flames to enhance our power, such as the innate fire of formidable magical beasts. For us alchemists, the most coveted is the strange fire, yet such treasures are elusive." As he spoke, Elderhood's expression turned wistful. "Oh, but one cannot force the acquisition of. Should I hear of any beast fire, I will certainly keep an eye out for you. The beast fire of powerful magical creatures not only amplifies the potency of our alchemical flames, but also greatly benefits our craft." "Thank you, Elder." Luci expressed his heartfelt gratitude. In Elderhua, Luci perceived a faint resemblance to his own mentor, Xianhao, who had similarly cared for him with such meticulous attention. Chapter 17. The selection tournament commences. A thunderous roar echoed through the vibrant, sun-drenched forest as a magnificent waterfall cascaded down, producing a resounding clamor. At this moment, Luci sat cross-legged atop a massive stone that jutted out from the river, a location he had meticulously chosen during his time at the academy, specifically designated for the cultivation of his alchemical fire techniques. He feared that in other locations, the flames might spiral out of control and incinerate his surroundings. Extending his right hand, a brilliant yellow flame, catalyzed by his fighting spirit, blazed fiercely, the shape of the fire shifting continuously under his command. At one moment, it transformed into a sword of fire, then into a whip of flames, and subsequently morphed into a shield of fire. While its strength was commendable, it would fall short as a killing blow against adversaries of equal rank. Clearly, before acquiring the exotic fire, he needed to harness a beastly flame to enhance his prowess. Perhaps he could also attempt more intricate maneuvers to amplify its lethality. Luci mused as he gazed at the fiery sword in his grasp. Under his manipulation, the flaming sword reverted to a mere ball of fire, which then began to delineate a head, body, limbs, ears, and the fur becoming increasingly distinct, particularly the vivid king emblem on its forehead. The flames astonishingly coalesced into a fire tiger, albeit only the size of a domestic cat. Rising to his feet, Luci flung this fiery feline into the air. As it soared against the wind, it grew, landing on the water's surface as a true fire tiger, exceeding 2 meters in length. With a thunderous roar, the fire tiger howled skyward, emanating an aura of ferocity befitting the king of beasts. Luci regarded the imposing fire tiger with a satisfied nod. 3 months later, on the day of the competition, the academy had prepared a colossal arena in the square, teeming with spectators. When the vice president of the outer academy, Hu Qian, announced the commencement, the excitement reached a fever pitch. In the first match, Wuda from Class Yellow 1 faced off against Du Hao from Class Yellow 2. Contestants, ascend the stage. In the second match, Hu Yin from Class Yellow 2 challenged LV Laizhua from Class Xin 3. Prepare to commence. In the 14th match, Luci from Class Yellow 1 was set to duel Zhao Zongin from Class Xin 2. Competitors, take the stage. As Luci, who had been feeling somewhat drowsy, heard his name, he instantly perked up, executing the flying swan step to leap onto the arena. The crowd erupted in cheers. Luci had garnered a reputation within the academy and was not without his supporters. Conversely, Zhao Zongin, his opponent, was a promising young talent, having already attained the rank of an 8-star dome master at the tender age of 18 or 19. However, upon realizing that his first opponent was Luci, his expression shifted to one of trepidation. "Master Luci, I am aware that I cannot defeat you, but since I have ascended the stage, I must give it a try," Zhao Zongin said, his face betraying a hint of distress, yet his voice remained resolute. "Very well, you may make your move," Luci replied earnestly. The match commenced. With the referee's signal, Zhao Zongin swiftly charged forward with his blade. It must be noted that Zhao Zongin's training and wind attribute Doqi afforded him remarkable speed. Storm slash. Yet, despite his swiftness, Luci was even faster. The disparity in their realms rendered Zhao Zongin's advantage insignificant. Luci deftly evaded his opponent's attack, seizing the opportune moment. In the midst of Zhao Zongin's old strength waning and new energy yet to arise, Luci struck with the sheath of his sword, sending Zhao Zongin flying. As Zhao Zongin landed, he clutched his chest, a look of astonishment etched upon his face as he gazed at Luci. He fell silent. Yet the bitterness of defeat gnawed at him. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Zongin let out a furious roar, determined to unleash his skills with even greater swiftness than before. Storm Slash. Luci observed the renewed assault from Zhao Zongin, slightly taken aback. It was indeed a tad faster than the previous strike. However, he mused. The outcome would not alter one iota, his confidence unwavering and his smile intact. As Zhao Zongin's attacks accelerated, Luci's evasive maneuvers kept pace, deftly positioning himself in the blind spots of his opponent's blade. You have lost, Luci proclaimed, his demeanor as self-assured as at the outset. Thank you, Master Luci, for your mercy. Zhao Zongin appeared somewhat dejected, yet he understood that Luci had not even drawn his sword and managed a forced smile. The audience erupted in cheers. They had witnessed the speed of Zhao Zongin's blade yet marveled at Luci's effortless evasion, particularly when he ultimately placed his sword at his opponent's throat. It was simply magnificent. Numerous female students gazed at the handsome Luci, unable to suppress their admiration. In truth, Luci felt little emotional upheaval upon vanquishing Zhao Zongin. The disparity in their realms was evident, and he still had many hidden cards to play. With the dragon riding technique, how could I possibly lose? Thus, when Luci descended from the stage, his expression remained calm and unperturbed. This spectacle did not escape the notice of the vice dean and the esteemed elders in the audience, who could not help but express their admiration. This young man remains unflustered even after victory. He has a promising future ahead. His temperament is exceptional, and his potential is limitless. Chapter 18. The Initial Display of Illusions. Yesterday, a total of 137 students passed the preliminary round, and today they would compete for 50 slots within the inner academy. Let us await the outcome. The voice of the vice dean, Hu Qian, reverberated across the square, amplified by the aura of his energy. As his words faded, the arena erupted in waves of applause. At the vice dean's gesture, the referee stepped onto the stage, raising a hand to signal for silence, and the cheers gradually subsided. I will now organize the match. Those whose names I call should prepare to ascend the stage. The first match, Class Xian of Lu Lingfeng versus Class Xian of Guanjia. The 13th match, Class Wang of Luci versus Class Xian of Wangshan. Upon hearing his name, Luci calmly walked onto the stage, where cheers erupted once more. Wangshan approached Luci with an air of pride, stating, Master Luci, I am aware of your genius in alchemy, but when it comes to combat prowess, our enforcement team holds the advantage. Oh, until we have fought, such claims remain uncertain. Luci gazed upon the imposing figure of Wangshan, who stood over 6 feet tall and exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. In that case, I shall show no mercy. Do be careful, Wangshan declared. As the match commenced, the referee announced that both contenders were prepared. Wangshan gripped his massive axe, a formidable weapon that matched his stature, and assumed an aggressive stance. You may strike first, he offered. Very well, I shall not hold back. Luci responded, seizing the opportunity. Drawing his sword, flames of brilliant yellow spiraled along the blade as he charged toward Wangshan, lunging for his chest. Wangshan, a seasoned member of the enforcement team, quickly countered. He swung his axe horizontally, deflecting Luci's blade with a powerful push. The force propelled Luci backward several paces as he sought to absorb the impact. What immense strength, Luci mused, keenly scanning for any weaknesses in Wangshan's defense. Without hesitation, Wangshan pressed the attack, closing the distance and delivering a diagonal strike with his giant axe. Luci barely managed to raise his sword in time, his arm numbing under the tremendous force that nearly dislodged his weapon. Gritting his teeth, Luci grasped the sword with both hands. Yet he felt the axe's weight pressing him down inch by inch. Recognizing the imbalance in their strength, Luci retreated swiftly, resolving to end this contest decisively. Drawing upon his inner fighting spirit, Luci channeled his energy through his right arm into the sword, igniting the blade in a blaze of flames that vaporized the moisture in the air, distorting his silhouette. With a determined step forward, he unleashed a colossal fiery sword aura toward Wangshan. Unfazed by the approaching inferno, Wangshan summoned his own earthy fighting spirit, enveloping himself and his axe in a warm, earthen glow. Mountain Splitter, he bellowed, swinging the axe to meet the fiery onslaught. The two forces collided, producing a cacophony of sound as blade met energy amidst the air. Shatter, Wangshan commanded, advancing step by step, overpowering Luci's fiery aura, forcing it to retreat. The intense heat radiating from Luci's attack was completely absorbed by Wangshan's robust earthy defense. Luci watched helplessly as his fiery sword aura was pushed back, ultimately cleaved asunder by the giant axe, scattering embers that flickered and extinguished upon the arena floor. As Luci witnessed the destruction of his fiery assault, a weight of despair settled upon him. His opponent's strength surpassed his own, and the formidable defense of Wangshan's earthy aura rendered his fire-based attacks ineffective. Luci realized that his fire affinity was subpar. Were he to command a superior flame, he could easily dominate his peers in combat. In a moment of introspection, Luci contemplated his shortcomings, ultimately deciding to resort to a decisive technique. Luci, you are already formidable among the alchemists, yet against me, you stand no chance. Surrender, Wangshan proclaimed, a smug smile gracing his features after dismantling Luci's fiery aura. As Wangshan beheld the torrent of sword energy surging towards him, his countenance shifted dramatically. Although he had successfully blocked one of Luci's sword strikes earlier, he had not displayed the ease he felt on the surface. Wang Shan was reluctant to receive another wave of sword energy head-on. Instead, he evaded each strike with an agility that belied his physique. During his evasive maneuvers, he observed Luci continuously unleashing colossal flames of sword energy, and a twinge of trepidation gripped his heart. How could Luci possess such abundant fighting spirit? The selection tournament prohibited the use of recovery potions. How had he accomplished this? If this continued, defeat was inevitable. With a resolute gaze fixed on Luci's position, he dashed towards him without hesitation, swinging his axe as he closed the distance. Even when the blade was poised to cleave Luci, the latter neither blocked nor dodged. Then, Wang Shan witnessed a horrifying spectacle. His axe blade sliced into Luci's left shoulder and emerged from beneath his right armpit. Luci's head and entire right shoulder separated from his body, launching away as blood gushed forth, splattering onto Wang Shan's face. He watched in shock as Luci's lifeless form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wang Shan stood frozen, utterly unprepared for such an outcome, his mind racing with the realization, I have killed someone. I have slain my classmate in the inner academy selection tournament. A voice then echoed beside him. You have lost. Luci spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing Luci's voice, Wang Shan's composure shattered. He then witnessed Luci's corpse dissipate into motes of light, and a searing warmth radiated from his shoulder. When he turned his head slightly, he was met with the sight of a smiling Luci, unscathed and standing beside him. His sword enveloped in brilliant yellow flames poised against Wang Shan's neck. The intense heat wave scorched Wang Shan's skin, reddening it, and causing his hair to curl. Staring at the intact Luci, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he stammered in a hoarse voice, You're not dead? Luci wins, declared the referee. Having recognized Wang Shan's inability to continue, Luci sheathed his sword with a grin, replying, Of course I'm not dead. After witnessing his fiery sword energy shattered by Wang Shan's axe, Luci had invoked his soul technique, illusory heart technique, rendering all that transpired an illusion. Meanwhile, some spectators below began to voice accusations, questioning whether Wang Shan had engaged in a sham fight. To them, it appeared as though Wang Shan, having shattered Luci's fiery sword energy, had arrogantly compelled Luci to concede. Suddenly, his expression had shifted dramatically as he began to dart left and right, as if evading an unseen threat, only to later charge boldly towards Luci, striking at thin air before standing bewildered. Ultimately, Luci had effortlessly placed his sword against Wang Shan's neck, securing victory. The entire sequence seemed implausibly staged. Among all present, perhaps only a few on the judges' platform recognized that Luci had wielded his soul power during the contest. The selection competition must continue. Luci and Wang Shan descended the arena, yet they were met with contrasting receptions. Wang Shan was immediately surrounded by a group of classmates who questioned him about his alleged match-fixing. After hearing their remarks regarding his performance in the arena, he was at a loss, overwhelmed with despair. Conversely, Luci was invited to the podium, where Vice Dean Hu Qin gently inquired whether the student he had just battled was influenced by him. Luci did not conceal the truth, yet he chose not to elaborate further. In Canaan Academy, one would never engage in underhanded tactics to snatch away students' secret techniques, for such actions would deter anyone from sending their children here to study. Well, you may go and rest now. Hu Qin harbored no ill intentions. He merely sought to verify the circumstances of the earlier match. Having acquired the information he desired and recognizing Luci's reluctance to divulge more, he refrained from further questioning. Chapter 19. The Academy's Library Pavilion. Today was destined to be an extraordinary day. After 2 days of fierce competition, the 50 outstanding students from the external colleges would participate in the final match. The square was bustling with far more activity than usual. Upon reaching the square's entrance, Luci was confronted by a throng of people that completely obstructed the passage. He stood there, bemused, thinking, I have come to participate in the finals. What a predicament it would be if I cannot squeeze through when the match begins. Ultimately, it was under the guidance of mentor Zhang Yan that he navigated through a securely guarded passage for instructors, allowing him to enter the arena. Emerging from the dimly lit corridor, the blinding sunlight struck Luci's eyes, prompting him to squint, while the cacophony surrounding him felt somewhat overwhelming. Mentor, I have been at the academy for a year, yet I have never witnessed such liveliness, Luci remarked to Zhang Yan, expressing his astonishment. Today marks the annual finals of the internal college selection tournament. U50 are the CRME de la CRME, having risen above thousands from the external colleges. Naturally, everyone wishes to witness this spectacle, Zhang Yan replied, unfazed, with a proud smile. Had it not been for acquiring the soul technique, illusory heart decision, during his training, Luci believed he would indeed be no match for Wang Shan. Observing Wang Shan's current expression of frustration, Luci could only smile and say, Brother Wang, you possess innate strength. In a direct confrontation, I truly cannot compete with you. Upon hearing Luci acknowledge his superiority in a head-on battle, Wang Shan's mood slightly improved. Yet he felt increasingly aggrieved by Luci's subsequent words. But that is also my strength. Do you expect, Brother Wang, that after leaving the academy, others will always engage you in direct combat? Luci continued calmly. Though I have lost, I refuse to accept it. Once I devise a method to counter your illusions, I shall challenge you again, Wang Shan declared with a mixture of resentment and determination. Soon, after their conversation reached a natural pause, Vice Dean Hu Qian on the podium began to announce the commencement of the grand finals. For Luci, aside from Wang Shan, there were several others he deemed quite formidable. Utilizing the Thunderbolt gun, Lu Lingfeng showcased an extraordinary mastery of marksmanship, while Lin Shun, wielding the swift wind sword, demonstrated a fierce and relentless swordsmanship complemented by the attributes of wind. Shui Rower, with her spiritual water whip, executed an elegant whip technique intertwined with the essence of water, rendering her nearly untouchable amidst the fray. Yet, ultimately, they succumbed to the enigmatic illusions conjured by Luci, who emerged as the champion of the internal academy selection competition. The audience erupted in cheers for Luci, with Mentor Zhang Yin nearly moved to tears, astonished that Luci could achieve such a victory, significantly enhancing his own reputation. Beside Vice Dean Hu Qian on the podium, Elder Hua stroked his beard with a look of satisfaction, boasting to the Vice Dean and other elders about Luci's growth since his entrance into the academy. Luci was soon surrounded by admirers, each expressing their admiration and respect. Following a stirring speech from Vice Dean Hu Qian, the internal academy selection competition concluded, and Luci and the others were summoned to his office the following day. After a night of rest, Luci finally regained his spirits. The next day, in a spacious and brightly lit room filled with rows of ancient books that exuded an intellectual aura, 5 figures stood before a wide desk. The 5 finalists of the internal academy selection: Luci, Wang Shan, Lu Lingfeng, Lin Shun, and Shui Rower. Indeed, you are the most talented students of our outer academy. However, remember that the internal academy is a different realm. Those who enter are all geniuses like yourselves. And within the internal academy, strength reigns supreme. The mightiest will secure the best cultivation conditions. Consequently, students typically form alliances. To venture alone may lead to dire consequences. Vice Dean Hu Qian stated solemnly, observing the 5 before him. Won't the mentors intervene? Shui Rower, the only female among them, furrowed her brow as a thought crossed her mind and posed the question. As warriors, we are meant to be courageous and strive for progress. Thus, the academy guarantees your safety but encourages competition and combat among students, Hu Qian explained. Understood, then follow me. Hu Qian beckoned the contemplative 5. He approached a black wall, waved his hand to unleash an invisible wave, and the wall opened, revealing a dark passage. Hu Qian stepped in first, with Luci and the others following suit. Once inside the passage, they noticed large luminous pearls embedded in the walls. Though the soft glow was somewhat hazy, it provided ample light for Luci and his companions. After walking for approximately half an hour, a faint light finally appeared at the passage's end. Upon seeing the light, the group quickened their pace, and moments later, they stepped out of the passage. Blinding sunlight cascaded from the heavens, causing Luci and the others to instinctively squint their eyes. After a brief moment, they slowly opened their eyes, gazing in astonishment at the scene that unfolded before them. Before Luci and his companions lay a valley, clearly defined by steep cliffs that ascended towards the horizon. Enclosed by 3 towering precipices, there existed a remarkably expansive clearing. At the heart of this clearing stood a grand and somewhat awe-inspiring ancient edifice, its imposing structure reminiscent of ages long past. As their gaze swept across this magnificent building, it ultimately settled upon an exceptionally antiquated plaque situated outside the edifice. On this plaque, 3 characters, worn and somewhat indistinct due to the ravages of time, gradually revealed themselves: Library Pavilion. Despite the eroded script, Luci and his companions found themselves profoundly moved by the rustic essence encapsulated within those characters. It was indeed the mysterious Library Pavilion of the Canaan Academy, and this plaque alone served to affirm its esteemed identity. Hu Qian led the 5 individuals towards the Library Pavilion, but abruptly halted at a distance of approximately 20 meters. He clasped his hands in salute towards the pavilion and declared, "The top 5 of this year's inner academy selection have been determined. According to tradition, I have brought them here, and I kindly request the elders to open the gates." His voice, imbued with fighting spirit, resonated throughout the small valley, lingering in the air. Shortly after Hu Qian's pronouncement, Luci's pupils constricted as he beheld 2 figures clad in gray robes, seated calmly at the entrance. These individuals appeared as if they had been sitting there all along, and the uncanny scene sent a shiver of astonishment and trepidation through Luci. Amidst his astonishment, he mused that these must be the venerable elders of the academy. They seemed to be high-ranking Dozong practitioners, and indeed, beyond Dozong lay a profound threshold, perhaps a manifestation of spatial power. His intrigue regarding the library pavilion deepened, particularly as he lacked an upgradable technique like the burning formula. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to acquire a fire tribute earth-level technique. Techniques of such caliber were treasures beyond compare, and should he miss this chance, he could only wonder when he might encounter another opportunity to obtain one in the future. The 2 gray-robed figures, upon their appearance, paid no heed to Hu Qian. Yet he displayed no signs of dissatisfaction, leaving Luci and the others to wait patiently. After a span of over 10 minutes, the figures stirred slightly, their eyes opening in unison, and they addressed the group with an impassive demeanor. "You may enter." Upon hearing their words, Hu Qian exhaled a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, "These are the top 5 of this year's inner academy selection. I kindly request the elders to dissolve the spatial lock." As Luci and the others observed the space before Hu Qian, they discerned faint wrinkles barely visible to the eye. These creases, concealed within the fabric of space, were difficult to detect. following the subtle contours. They soon realized that the spatial distortion resembled a wall, safeguarding the entire library pavilion behind it. This was a spatial lock, an extraordinarily powerful barrier only a Dozun could construct. The lock had been left behind by a former elder of the academy centuries ago. Without the special methods of the two elders within, even a Dozun practitioner would be unable to breach it. Sensing Luci and his companions' bewilderment, Hu Qian offered an explanation. In the pavilion, two figures clad in gray robes slowly extended two dry, withered hands from their sleeves. They began to form intricate hand seals. And as they did so, the air around them pulsated with an immense, formless energy. This energy radiated outward like waves, gradually spreading until it made contact with the spatial folds. Upon their interaction, the space before Luci and the others transformed into a mirror-like surface of water, rippling in concentric circles. After a brief moment, the ripples ceased, revealing a doorway that was slowly torn open by an invisible hand. Let us proceed. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the spatial doorway, Hu Qian waved his hand and stepped forward, followed closely by Luci and the others. As Luci stepped through the ethereal portal, he noticed that the brightness of his surroundings had intensified significantly, and the pavilion was now vividly clear, indicating that they had truly entered the realm of the spatial lock. Chapter 20. The Nine Nether Spirit Flame Technique. Once everyone had entered the spatial lock, Hu Qian respectfully bowed to the seated elders, Qian Bai and Air Lao, before saying, "I appreciate your guidance, esteemed elders." Noticing the elders' silence, he turned to Luci and his companions, stating, "You may now enter the scripture repository at your discretion. However, be warned that all items within are enveloped by an energy barrier. Should your hands pass through this barrier unimpeded, you may claim the treasures inside. If you are unable to breach the energy layer, it would be prudent to relinquish your attempts. This is not a puzzle you can solve. Furthermore, regardless of how many items you manage to retrieve, you are permitted to take only one from the repository. Do not succumb to greed. Otherwise, you may return empty-handed. Over the years, many have entered the scripture repository only to leave with nothing. Remember, do not be greedy." Upon hearing this, Luci and the others nodded and exchanged glances before Luci led them towards the repository. As they ascended the stone steps and approached the grand entrance, they beheld a plaque inscribed with the words Scripture Repository. The plaque, though somewhat worn, emanated a commanding presence that evoked a sense of desolation in their hearts, even affecting the resilient Luci. "Enter. The door will remain open for only 1 hour. After an hour, regardless of whether you have acquired what you seek, you must exit," one of the gray-robed figures announced, waving his sleeve to generate an unseen force that gradually opened the repository's door. The door creaked open, revealing a dark passageway from which a somber energy emanated. The group, having just regained their focus, quickly gathered their thoughts. With fervent anticipation, Luci gazed into the passage, took a deep breath, and stepped inside, followed closely by the others. Aware of the 1-hour limit, Luci and his companions utilized their agile techniques, and within mere minutes, they arrived at a space enveloped in a soft, yellow glow. As his eyes adjusted to the surroundings, what lay before Luci and his companions was an exceptionally spacious chamber. The walls of this room were adorned with nearly a dozen energy shields, which gently pulsed with radiant light, illuminating the area as if it were day. This was the fabled repository of treasures. But where were the riches? It was Wang Shan, somewhat simple-minded, who first broke the silence, his expression one of perplexity. "The Vice Dean mentioned that the treasures are cloaked in an energy shield. Are we to step inside?" The sole female among them, Shui Roer, gestured towards the colossal energy shields, speculating aloud to the group. Luci, aware of how to procure the treasures, refrained from elaborating and instead focused intently on the sounds echoing around the room. "Something is approaching," he exclaimed. His spirit jolted as he discerned a faint sound slicing through the air. Though subtle, this sound was perceptible to the others, all of whom were above the Great Dome Master rank. Heeding Luci's alert, the 4 of them sharpened their senses and soon heard the noise. Before long, a pale green sphere of light burst forth from one of the energy shields. Reacting swiftly, Luci leapt into action, capturing the sphere with a single motion. His hand passed seamlessly through the light to grasp a scroll. Upon unfurling it, he read aloud, "Qingmu skill, intermediate Xian level technique." Simultaneously, as the first sphere flew out, more and more light orbs began to emerge from the surrounding energy shields. The other 4, initially captivated by Luci's acquisition of the first orb, a Xian level technique, felt their excitement surge and rushed forth to intercept the spheres. Noting that he had obtained a wood attribute technique, Luci tossed the scroll into the air, transforming it into a luminous sphere that soared towards another energy shield. No longer blindly pursuing the spheres, he instead focused on all the emerging orbs, channeling his soul energy to maximize his perception in search of a sphere imbued with the essence of fire, radiating intense heat. As moments passed, Luci sensed a sphere brimming with a scorching aura emerging from the energy shield behind him. He swiftly pivoted and leapt towards the sphere. Although he felt a slight resistance, his fingers tightened around yet another scroll. Squeezing the scroll, he once again utilized his soul energy to sense the sphere, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "I recall there being at least one Earth-level intermediate technique, the Ninefold Phoenix Fire Art. Have I missed it?" At that moment, a sphere that exuded a blend of searing heat and chilling cold captured Luci's attention. He turned to see a ghostly blue sphere, emerging from the energy shield to his left front. With a swift push from his toes against the ground, he propelled himself toward the ghostly blue orb and seized it as it descended. This peculiar orb felt strangely paradoxical. While it radiated heat mixed with an icy chill in his perception, the moment he clasped it, his right hand was enveloped in an extraordinary coldness. Luci directly channeled the intense energy within him towards his right hand, suppressing the chilling sensation he felt. With a determined grip, he reached for the scroll within the luminous orb. The resistance he encountered surpassed that of the advanced Xian Tier 9 Sun technique. Yet under the onslaught of Luci's fervent energy, he successfully seized the scroll. The 9 Nether Spirit Flame technique, a mid-tier, earth-level martial art, consumed the excess of the world to remedy one's own deficiencies, imbued with the essence of both utmost cold and utmost heat. Gazing at the scroll, Luci could hardly contain his excitement, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he unceremoniously discarded the advanced 9 Sun technique. It turned out that anyone who cultivated the 9 Nether Spirit Flame technique would have their meridians continuously absorb external heat, thereby augmenting the potency of fire attribute energy. The formidable power described within the scroll ignited Luci's desire to study it thoroughly, yet he recognized that the moment was not right. At that juncture, more than half an hour had passed, prompting Luci to stow away the scroll and glance at the other 4 companions. With a smile, he inquired about their gains. Witnessing Luci's beaming countenance, one could surmise he had acquired something remarkable. Sigh. Although I have made some progress, it cannot rival your enigmatic illusions. Water Rower was the first to speak, her watery eyes fixed on Luci, her tone a blend of gentleness and feigned grievance. Luci felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, and could only manage a few awkward chuckles, relieved when the endearingly simple Wang Shan broke the tension. Luci, once I master this combat skill, I shall surely defeat you, Wang Shan declared, waving his scroll excitedly in Luci's direction. Meanwhile, Lu Lingfeng and Lin Shen remained silent, their smiles indicating their satisfaction with their own acquisitions. As the hour drew to a close, having secured their desired treasures, Luci and his companions eagerly prepared to depart. After an hour within the scripture pavilion, the door swung open once more, and the group emerged with smiles adorning their faces. At that moment, a figure in a gray robe subtly stirred, and Luci and his companions felt a vast, invisible energy sweep over them, its sheer strength leaving them astonished. The intangible energy lingered for only a brief moment, receding like a tide until it vanished entirely. Time's up, let us depart. Remember, the events of today, including any information from within the pavilion, must not be disclosed to anyone, rasped an aged voice, echoing from the entrance. In response, Luci and his 4 companions nodded in agreement. Are you all out? Observed the ever-smiling Hu Qian, who had been standing before the pavilion. I trust none returned empty-handed? Luci and his companions nodded affirmatively. That is good. Regardless of whether the items obtained met your expectations, at least you have gained something. Hu Qian smiled. Bowing slightly to the 2 guardians by the door, he added, since these young ones have emerged, I shall not intrude upon your diligent cultivation. Farewell. The 2 gray-robed figures remained unresponsive to Hu Qian's words, yet he paid them no mind, instead waving to Luci and the others. Come, follow me. Luci and his companions respectfully bowed to the 2 guardians before trailing behind Hu Qian as they exited. Stay close to me, and refrain from touching those spatial folds. Otherwise, even I will be unable to save you. As they were about to traverse the invisible door frame, Hu Qian turned his head to offer a cautionary reminder, then cautiously stepped forward, 1 foot crossing the threshold. Following closely behind, Luci and the others proceeded with utmost care, daring not to make even the slightest movement. Once Hu Qian and his companions had safely passed through the invisible door frame, an intangible energy gently swept over them. Moments later, an exceedingly solid wall of spatial folds reappeared, encasing the library within. The 2 figures in gray robes vanished from sight, and it would likely be until the upcoming internal selection competition next year that they would re-emerge, aiming for a spot among the top 5. Chapter 21. Journey to the inner courtyard at midday. Amidst the lush greenery of the forest, a waterfall cascaded ceaselessly. Despite the bright sun overhead, a layer of white frost clung to the trees, and the surface of the river was coated in ice. The source of this anomaly was a blazing flame, manifesting in a vivid crimson hue, enveloped by an ethereal blue aura that lent the fire an enigmatic and shadowy quality. The flame was cradled in a hand as pristine as white jade, belonging to Luci, who gazed at the burning crimson fire with astonishment. Its potency far exceeded his expectations. A 5th-tier magical beast was equivalent to a formidable warrior among humans, and acquiring the innate beast fire of a creature above the 5th tier was no simple feat. Only seasoned alchemists like Elder Hua possessed the necessary connections to facilitate such endeavors, a privilege that Luci had yet to attain. Thus, Luci found himself indebted to Elder Hua once more. He vividly recalled how, upon receiving the fiery heart of the Crimson Flame Lion, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Elder Hua, who merely chuckled in response, patting Luci's shoulder and urging him to diligently study alchemy in the inner courtyard without faltering. The ethereal blue aura surrounding the flame emanated from the earth-level cultivation technique known as the 9 Nether Spirit Flame technique. Since Luci had transformed all the battle energy derived from his original profound-level technique, the Heavenly Fire Refinement, into the energy of the 9 Nether Spirit Flame technique. The quality of his battle energy had experienced a remarkable leap. Not only did he break through to the level of a 5-star great fighter, but his diamond-shaped battle crystal was also enveloped in a layer of ethereal blue light. Due to this blue aura, all heat in Luci's vicinity was absorbed by his body, ultimately flowing into the fire attribute battle energy within his battle crystal, thereby augmenting its potency. As a result, while Luci felt a warming sensation enveloping his form, the temperature around him was remarkably low, showcasing the formidable effects of the earth-level technique. After Luci had subdued the innate beast fire of the Crimson Flame Lion using his alchemical techniques, the flame that appeared in his hand, a vivid red flame intertwined with an ethereal blue aura, was a testament to his mastery. The power of the Crimson Flame had far surpassed Luci's expectations. He estimated that it now possessed the strength of a 6th-tier magical beast's innate fire. The Crimson Flames initially exhibited an overwhelming ferocity, voraciously absorbing all surrounding heat and subsequently augmenting their own power. What unfolded before Luci was a striking scene. From the source of his crimson flames, the surface of the river froze into a solid layer of ice, extending to the nearby trees, which became encrusted with a layer of frost. As Luci felt the temperature emanating from the flames in his palms steadily rise to its zenith, a tinge of disappointment crossed his mind as he remarked, "So there is indeed a limit." Quickly regaining his composure, he self-deprecatingly mused, "I suppose I was overly optimistic. After all, it is merely the fire of a 5th-tier beast. Such power is already quite sufficient." He then employed his alchemical fire techniques to transform the flames into the form of a lion, the 5th-tier magical beast, the Crimson Flame Lion. In Luci's perception, this form would enable him to unleash the full potential of the Crimson Flames. He hurled the palm-sized Crimson Flame Lion towards the river, where it expanded dramatically in the wind, its length instantly stretching to 5 meters. Following a silent roar, an explosion of energy erupted. Boom! The terrifyingly intense energy detonated in a circular blast, shattering the ice layer of the river inch by inch, and sending forth a fearsome shockwave in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Luci swiftly activated his fighting aura to shield himself, waiting for the initial wave to pass before lowering his protective arm and gazing towards the epicenter of the explosion. The ice had completely fragmented, revealing a massive crater, from which thick smoke billowed. Luci hurried to the river's edge, surveying the devastation wrought by the flames, and exclaimed with delight, "Haha, this power rivals that of an Earth-tier combat technique. Now, even without the use of illusions, I could defeat Wang Shan and his companions in direct confrontation." The Vice Dean had indicated that they would be heading to the inner courtyard the following day, with the assistance of the Fallen Heart Flame. His cultivation speed would significantly increase. In 2 years' time, he could contemplate the acquisition of. As for the Fallen Heart Flame, if those elders from the inner courtyard learned of my intentions, they would likely dismantle me. It would be far more pragmatic to seek the blue lotus earth fire beneath the Serpent People's desert, Luci thought. At that moment, he noticed a figure clad in white, standing elegantly by the riverbank, with long, lustrous hair billowing in the wind, sharp brows and bright eyes, and lips as red as coral. The individual possessed an innate beauty that was further enhanced by the ethereal grace acquired through the cultivation of the 9 nether spirit flame technique. Truly handsome. No doubt about it. Luci admired his reflection in the water, nodding in satisfaction before gracefully turning away. The following day, upon arriving at Huchin's office, Luci found a considerable number of familiar faces gathered outside, forming various circles of acquaintances. As he approached, the majority cast respectful glances in his direction. Luci was one of the rare 4th-tier alchemists in the outer courtyard, and having secured victory in the inner courtyard selection competition, his reputation was further solidified, not solely due to his direct victories, but also because of the awe-inspiring illusions he wielded. Accustomed to the reverent stares directed at him, Luci smiled and nodded in acknowledgement to those around him. Originally, there were individuals observing Luci, smiling and nodding in greeting, intending to approach for a brief conversation. However, sensing the chilling aura surrounding Luci, they involuntarily halted, wearing expressions of hesitation. Luci thus smoothly traversed the crowd. Arriving at the forefront of the open space where the remaining 4 of the top 5 from the inner courtyard selection stood, he was the last to arrive. "How quickly you all have come," Luci greeted them. The 4, including Wang Shan, gazed at Luci, whose aura had undergone a dramatic transformation, their faces reflecting confusion. Previously, Luci exuded a fiery essence, radiating warmth, but now he had shifted to an entirely different extreme, enveloped in a chilling presence. Master Luci's aura has indeed grown increasingly formidable. It was Shui Rauer, the only female among them, who first spoke, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a strange brilliance as she thought to herself, "He has become even more handsome, exuding an indescribable charm. Please, just call me Luci." Master feels rather awkward, he replied with a gentle smile. "I've made a minor breakthrough in my cultivation, nothing worth mentioning." Naturally, the 4 did not believe a word of Luci's claims. The transformation of his aura was too stark to dismiss as a mere minor achievement. Had it not been for their prior acquaintance, they might have thought Luci had taken to practicing ice-type energy. It was evident he had acquired something extraordinary in the scripture pavilion, yet they wisely refrained from further inquiries. After exchanging a few words, it wasn't long before the Vice Dean, Hu Qian, emerged from his office accompanied by 3 elders. After scanning the crowd and confirming everyone had assembled, he nodded in satisfaction. Upon hearing the Vice Dean's address, the faces of the gathered students naturally lit up with excitement. The 50 individuals who had successfully distinguished themselves from the competition were all endowed with both talent and diligence, well aware that power is never attained without effort. The inner courtyard, being the heart of Reincarnated Academy, remains a mystery even to some mentors and students in the outer courtyard, which is why we shall escort you there personally, Hu Qian continued once he discerned the students were prepared. He then gazed skyward, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, the crowd understood as 10 massive griffins soared into view, gracefully landing in the open area. The gust of wind they stirred nearly unseated some of the weaker students. And once the griffins settled, it was clear that each griffin was mounted by 2 individuals, equipped with specially designed seats. Students, form groups of 5 and board. Hu Qian announced with a smile as the griffins touched down. At his command, the students scrambled eagerly to ascend the griffins, though many of the less powerful ones struggled to maintain their footing, underscoring the necessity of the seats. Luci and the other 4 top contenders, however, effortlessly leaped onto the griffins, standing firm like rooted trees, creating a stark contrast with the other students. Everyone secured? We shall take off, Hu Qian called out. Observing that all students had mounted their griffins, he exchanged glances with the 3 elders, and together they unfurled for magnificent and vibrant wings of energy. Leading the way was Hu Qian, the most powerful among them, as the 4 formed a diamond-shaped formation around the griffins, soaring into the sky. The griffin, upon which Luci and his companions perched, soared through the skies, leaving the onlookers filled with envy and anticipation. After all, flight is one of the most coveted dreams of humanity, beings bound to the earth. Chapter 22, The Fire Ability Hunting Competition. Amidst the vast expanse of the cloud sea, a team of griffins approached from the distance, carrying Luci and his companions towards the inner academy. Below, the forest erupted with the furious roars of countless magical beasts disturbed by their passage, yet none dared to approach, intimidated by the formidable presence of Hu Qian and the 3 elders. However, it was not entirely without incident. Within these endless mountains, magical beasts were densely populated, including some with terrifying strength. About half an hour into their flight over the secluded rear mountains of Reincarnated Academy, powerful beasts, undeterred by Hu Qian's imposing aura, charged towards the griffins. At this moment, Hu Qian and the elders showcased their astonishing prowess. With a mere gesture, a torrent of energy surged forth, reminiscent of thunder cleaving the sky. Luci and his companions heard a muffled explosion as the massive magical beasts were obliterated into a mist of blood that rained down. As they continued their flight, a relentless stream of ferocious beasts surged forth, yet none could breach the protective barrier formed by Hu Qian and the elders. From his vantage atop the griffin, Luci gazed enviously at the effortless destruction wrought by Hu Qian and the elders upon beasts that could rival him in strength. The sheer power they wielded, transforming foes into blood mist with a flick of their wrists, was nothing short of intoxicating. Though he felt no fear from these beasts, he recognized the effort required to confront even one of them. Under Hu Qian's command, however, they fell without a single blow being exchanged. Considering the potency of their attacks, Luci feared that a single strike might prove fatal. He resolved to remain cautious, should he ever encounter such formidable adversaries. Employing illusions to create a diversion and escape would be prudent. Watching the blood mist erupt about 50 meters from their formation, Luci's previously inflated sense of strength began to settle. He reminded himself, he was destined for greatness and must maintain his composure. Recklessness could lead to ruin. Earlier, as they swept over the vast mountain ranges, Luci had sensed with remarkable clarity, through his acute spiritual perception, the presence of 5th-tier magical beasts lurking within the dense forest below, beasts comparable to the human Do Wang level. Yet, these high-tier beasts had acquired intelligence rivaling that of humans and recognized the strength of Hu Qian and the others. Unlike their lesser counterparts, they did not attack solely based on instinct. Fortunately, their ability to weigh risks and rewards spared them the folly of confrontation. Otherwise, even with the protection of 4 Do Huang experts, reaching their destination intact would have been improbable. As they journeyed onward, the trail of blood mist accompanied them, with Hu Qian and his companions carving a safe passage through the skies, their formidable strength on full display. After a relentless collision that lasted for over an hour, the griffin's flight speed finally began to decelerate. When the griffin descended onto an open area, Luci and the others turned their gaze to their surroundings. However, apart from the vast ravine beneath their feet, the landscape was still an endless expanse of forest. Luci understood, though the others were oblivious, that most of them wore puzzled expressions as they glanced at Hu Qian. The inner courtyard was not so easily accessible. Observing the curious gazes directed at him, Hu Qian offered a faint smile. Then, under the watchful eyes of the group, he took 10 or so steps forward, paused, and with a wave of his hand, a surge of energy shot forth from his palm towards an empty space ahead. Subsequently, a peculiar scene unfolded. As the energy traversed a certain vacant area, it generated ripples akin to waves, oscillating rapidly until a grand, pale door towering 7 or 8 meters materialized out of thin air. The silver door, under the gaze of the onlookers, slowly creaked open with a melodious sound. "Follow me," Hu Qian beckoned, leading the way into the vibrant doorway, closely trailed by 50 exhilarated students. Once everyone, including 10 griffin beasts, had entered the silver door, it gradually closed, the final ripple of energy spreading outward, causing the door to slowly vanish, restoring the area to an ordinary forest once more. Ha, old Hu, you finally arrived. How are this year's students? At that moment, one of the two elderly figures standing before the crowd, beaming with a smile, inquired of Hu Qian. They are even better than last year's. Hu Qian replied with a grin. It seems this year it's your turn to be on duty, you two old fellows. You five, come here. Hu Qian gestured for Luci and his companions to step forward, positioning them behind him before indicating to the two elders. These are the elders of the inner courtyard. This one is Elder Su, and the other is Elder Qing. You may approach them with any concerns while in the inner courtyard. Hee. These five little ones are quite impressive, aren't they? Hu Qian remarked to the two elders. Indeed. It's commendable to see them among the top 5 at such a young age, Elder Su acknowledged, gazing at the 5 with satisfaction. Now, let's not waste any more time. Although you have successfully passed the selection competition and qualified for entrance into the inner courtyard, the journey is far from over. With a smile, Elder Su raised his hand, revealing a large handful of pitch-black crystal chips, which he retrieved from his storage ring. With a casual flick, the chips transformed into streaks of light, each one seemingly guided by an unseen force, ultimately floating before each individual. Luci, observing the crystal chip hovering before him, reached out and grasped it in his hand. Upon contact, he immediately felt a peculiar warmth emanating from it. Lowering his gaze to examine the crystal's transparent surface, he noticed a prominent red numeral emblazoned upon it. 5. I have always been curious about how these chips are manufactured, Luci mused, intrigued. Not only do they display the fire energy for training at the Flame Refinement Tower, but when two chips come into contact, they can also facilitate the transfer of fire energy. The technological sophistication is astounding. His expression was one of wonder as he gazed at the striking red number. At that moment, he pondered, perhaps there once existed a profession of smithing on the continent of combat, only to fade away due to lack of successors. Subsequently, Luci raised his gaze and beheld a group of eager young souls standing behind elders Su and Qing. Their eyes ablaze with fervor as they fixated on the obsidian shards in the hands of Luci and his companions, their unmasked longing evident. Due to the involvement of certain secrets pertaining to our inner academy, the explanation is rather convoluted. However, in due time, you will comprehend. For now, there is but one thing you must grasp. Cherish the shards in your possession as if they were your very lives. Once you enter the inner academy, you will understand their significance. Of course, a mere glance at the expressions of that group will impart a modicum of understanding. Elder Su remarked while pointing at the young onlookers with a smile. Unperturbed, Luci tossed the shard in his hand, catching it deftly upon its descent before stowing it away in his spatial ring. He mused, should I encounter individuals of the spirit combat realm or above, I must exercise caution. Yet, within the ranks of great combat masters, it remains uncertain who would prevail in a contest for such treasures. Bolstered as I am by my illusions and crimson flames. Next, you are required to traverse the forest and successfully reach the inner academy at its terminus, Elder Su continued, his fingers still directed at the eager youths. However, as you navigate through this forest, be wary of them, for according to the academy's rules, they may attempt to seize your shards. Within this woodland, they are permitted to act freely, indicating that they represent your final obstacle to entering the inner academy. Elder Su's fingers suddenly swept toward the dark expanse of the forest. This forest's regulations regarding the capture of fire essence, we in the inner academy refer to as the Fire Essence Capture Competition. Now, I hereby declare the commencement of this year's Fire Essence Capture Competition. Students, commence your flight. Instantly, upon hearing Elder Su proclaim the initiation of the competition, the senior students standing behind the elders erupted into a cacophony of excited laughter. Many of the more ill-tempered ones provoking Luci and his companions with taunting gestures, while numerous newcomers glared at them with indignation. We shall await you in the forest, came a voice from among the seniors, the speaker commanding a certain authority among his peers. After delivering his statement, he turned and ventured into the forest, followed closely by the rest. The newcomers paired off with familiar faces, forming small groups as they proceeded toward the woodland. Luci exchanged glances with a few others who had secured spots among the top 5 in the selection competition, and together they advanced into the forest. Faced with the combat kings, I may yield, but before you, I shall not hesitate to strike hard. A glimmer of azure light flashed in Luci's eyes as he contemplated. Chapter 23, The Name of the Demon Monarch. Within the dense forest, sporadic rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting scattered spots of light upon the carpet of dry leaves below, rendering the entire glade somewhat dim. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional crackling sound as a few individuals tread upon the brittle twigs and fallen foliage. Everyone had heard Elder Su's words. In this Fire Essence Capture competition, the earlier one arrives, the more abundant the rewards. However, we shall proceed together. How shall we calculate this reward? The first to speak was Lu Lingfeng, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before he feigned nonchalance and remarked. Upon hearing Lu Lingfeng's words, a contemplative expression settled upon the faces of the others. All footsteps halted, and a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the group. What do you mean by that? Inquired Wang Shan, breaking the silence with a bold declaration. Liu Shi observed the thoughtful expressions on the faces of his companions, realizing that their small team had effectively splintered into factions. With a sigh, He acknowledged that although he was privy to certain information, voicing it now would be futile, for their hearts had already drifted apart. Moreover, the individuals before him were all prodigies, unperturbed by the threats posed by the seniors. Nevertheless, Luci did not feel compelled to join forces with them, nor did he wish to expend further breath on the matter. With a serene smile, he stated, "Since everyone seems to have made up their minds, I shall not hinder you. We shall meet in the inner courtyard." "Ha ha ha. Very well. I shall see you in the inner courtyard. Luci, this time I shall not concede to you. This reward shall be mine. I shall take my leave first." The others parted ways, and Luci made his way directly towards the inner courtyard. Before long, he encountered two groups of figures. One group consisted of this year's freshmen, who appeared to be united yet were embroiled in constant bickering. Not far ahead, perched upon a tree, stood another group of 5. These youths observed the freshmen with a mocking air, akin to cats watching mice. Luci shook his head at the sight. With formidable foes lurking nearby and internal discord brewing, these newcomers were bound for trouble. He refrained from approaching, opting instead to remain concealed in the shadows and observe. "Oh, what leisurely fellows. How can you still find the time to quarrel at such a juncture?" remarked one of the seniors perched on the branch, unable to suppress his taunting tone as he watched the squabbling freshmen below. The arguing newcomers halted momentarily, their bodies stiffening as they cautiously scanned their surroundings. "You are here to seize that so-called fire energy, are you not?" scoffed a tall young man among the 5 freshmen. Having secured a position among the top 50 of the Canaan Academy's outer court, he possessed considerable strength and felt little trepidation towards these peers of similar age. "Clever," replied a young man with a scar etched across his face, smiling as he continued. "Since you're already aware of our intentions, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Hand over the fire energy to avoid a painful lesson, shall we?" "Dream on," sneered a frail youth. But as his words fell, a figure suddenly darted forth, appearing before him and delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. The frail youth was sent hurtling away, crashing against a tree trunk and spewing blood. He struggled momentarily, yet failed to rise. "Damn it, charge!" roared the tall youth, his anger flaring as he prepared to retaliate. "Listen, kid. No matter how well you fared in the outer court, now that you're in the inner court, if you're a dragon, you must curl up. If you are a tiger, you must lie low." With a smile, a voice suddenly echoed in the ear of the towering youth. In the next moment, a shadow darted forth, and a fist struck fiercely against his face, causing him to collapse to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Not wishing to endure further blows, he decided to produce the fire crystal card himself. The young man, bearing a scar on his face, twisted his fist and spoke nonchalantly. Hearing his words, the 5 freshmen gritted their teeth, thinking that a wise man does not suffer in silence, and reluctantly took out the so-called fire crystal card. As the young man accepted the cards from the 5, a flicker of fervor flashed across his face, and he tossed the remaining 4 cards to his companions. With a swift motion, he retrieved a pale blue fire crystal card, the number boldly displayed as 53. He excitedly pressed the 2 fire crystal cards together. Before long, the number on his card rose to 56, while the other card dwindled to a mere 2. "We're leaving. We've finally secured this opportunity. We cannot waste all our time on them," one of the scar-faced youth's companions urged as he noticed him still lecturing. The scar-faced youth ceased his words and departed with his 4 companions to continue their search for new prey. Meanwhile, the 5 freshmen exchanged glances filled with resentment and resolutely parted ways. Once the commotion subsided, Luci emerged with an air of indifference and began to pursue the direction in which the seniors had left. As the scar-faced youth and his companions continued their hunt for new targets, one suddenly remarked, "Why do I feel increasingly cold?" "Indeed, I have also sensed the temperature around us dropping since just now," another frail youth replied, puzzled. Heightened by a sense of caution, they hurriedly halted to investigate the cause. Soon spotting Luci approaching, feeling the chilling aura emanating from Luci, the scar-faced youth grinned maliciously, saying, "So it's you? One of the top 5 from this selection competition. No wonder you have the audacity to pursue us alone. With that being said, let us impart a lesson on how to survive in the inner courtyard, you great genius." As they spoke, the 5 subtly encircled Luci. "The inner courtyard indeed harbors hidden talents, but if you wish to teach me, I fear you are not qualified," Luci remarked, a scornful smile gracing his handsome face as he regarded the encroaching group. "Arrogance. Allow us to teach you how to show respect to your seniors." A frail youth positioned to Luci's left exclaimed sharply. With that, the 5 charged simultaneously at Luci, their coordination effectively sealing off all his escape routes. Noticing his retreat blocked, a cold smile crept onto Luci's face. He raised his palm, and crimson flames materialized in his hand, causing the temperature around him to plummet dramatically as all warmth was siphoned away. The scar-faced youth was the first to collide with Luci, only to be met with astonishment as his attack seemed to pass through Luci, who transformed into a wisp of ethereal blue light, evading the impact entirely. The light flickered past his strike and reformed into Luci's figure before the frail youth. Locking eyes with Luci, the frail youth barely registered the cold smile on Luci's face before being struck by a fiery punch, sending him flying to the ground, where he trembled uncontrollably, clutching his body. At this moment, the crimson flames did not erupt. Therefore, upon contact, they directly siphoned nearly half of the frail youth's body heat. Once Luci resolved the frail youth, as the others approached to attack him, he remained unfazed, his figure transforming once more into a fleeting light that vanished. The light flashed behind another youth, morphing into Luci's form, who effortlessly dispatched him with the same technique. Subsequently, Luci's figure dissolved into a wisp of light again, leaving the remaining three on high alert, scanning their surroundings in fear of Luci's sudden appearance. However, it proved futile. They could not discern Luci's presence, nor could they fathom how he had materialized beside them. Once again, Luci effortlessly appeared next to them, eliminating two more, leaving only the scarred youth. Come out. Have I not always been before you? Luci's calm voice echoed from all directions. The scarred youth, filled with terror, looked around but could not locate Luci, shouting fiercely, "What do you mean? Do you still not comprehend? From the moment we crossed paths, you have been irrevocably ensnared in my illusion. What you see is what I wish for you to see. What you hear is what I desire for you to hear." From that instant, your defeat was sealed. Luci's voice reverberated again. In the scarred youth's eyes, a flash of light appeared before him, transforming into Luci's figure. Before he could react, Luci, with an expression of tranquility, struck his chest with a palm, igniting flames that grievously injured him. Once the five had lost all capacity for resistance, everything around them shattered like glass, and only then did Luci truly reveal himself. Luci approached the group, looking down upon them from a superior height, and with a gentle smile, he said, "Now, hand over your fire crystal cards to avoid further suffering." The group was instantly filled with panic and desolation, their faces awash with helplessness as they asked, "How do you know about the fire crystal cards?" Then, under the tearful expressions of the five, Luci took away their fire crystal cards, holding the 5 pale blue cards in his hand. Luci's eyes ignited with fervor as he produced his black fire crystal card, transferring the majority of their fire energy onto his own. He watched as the number on his cards surged from 5 to 213, sufficient for him to cultivate in the Tianfenqi Tower for over half a year. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. The scarred youth glared at this individual who had brazenly seized their fire energy, while shamelessly claiming to be merciful, his heart seething with resentment. Though he dared not display it on his face, Luci obtained what he desired and, with a casual pat of his backside, departed. However, news of his plundering of the senior's fire energy was soon disseminated by the scarred youth. Chapter 24, Infamous Reputation. Have you heard? This year's fire energy capture competition has unveiled a formidable figure who single-handedly defeated a team of seniors and reclaimed their fire energy. Humph. In the inner courtyard? Can he truly make waves alone? Surely, it is that group of useless fools who have inflated his reputation. Is he worthy? Indeed, even if he is a genius. Upon entering the inner courtyard, he must adhere to its rules. As I reflect upon the situation, do you not feel a slight chill in the air? Indeed, the temperature around us is undeniably dropping. We must remain vigilant. The title of Demon Lord is quite impressive. I shall claim it for myself. At this moment, Luci, emanating an aura of coldness, emerged from the dense forest, expressing his interest with a calm demeanor. By your tone, it seems you are the arrogant new student of this year, indeed audacious to appear before us alone. Upon seeing Luci step forth alone, the 5-member team, initially on high alert, relaxed their guard. One of the seemingly strong leaders among them spoke first. What is this? The new student, previously regarded as prey, dares to seize the flame energy from the upperclassmen, causing an imbalance in your mindset? Luci raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Ha. Every year there are a few brash newcomers who, believing themselves to be geniuses, become overly arrogant. Today, I shall teach you what it means that there are greater heights beyond the heavens. Remember, it is I, Locke, who shall defeat you." Upon finishing his words, Locke prepared to engage, signaling to the other for not to intervene as he advanced alone. "In truth, you need not mention your name. I shall not remember the names of those I vanquish," Luci replied nonchalantly. With a flick of his hand, crimson flames materialized, instantly intensifying the cold atmosphere around him. Locke, also a practitioner of fire-based energy, was enveloped in searing energy, boasting the prowess of a 6-star great fighter. In a conventional confrontation, he would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge to Luci. However, at this moment, Luci held the upper hand. The fiery energy that struck him was swiftly devoured by the azure halo of the crimson flames, neutralizing all of its heat. Their clash transpired in the blink of an eye. When their forms collided, Luci effortlessly grasped Locke's flame-encircled fist, siphoning heat and strength from him. Realizing something was amiss, Locke withdrew 2 steps, but Luci, closing the distance in an instant, delivered a punch to Locke's abdomen, causing the crimson flames to erupt and send him flying, where his companions caught him as he spat blood, unable to rise again. This was a unique form of retribution. The fire energy was seized by the crimson flames, amplifying their power, which then unleashed a devastating blow upon Locke. This fellow is no ordinary opponent. Let us all attack together. After gently laying Locke on the ground, the young leader glared fiercely at Luci, rallying his companions. As the 4 advanced simultaneously, fierce winds surged towards Luci, yet his expression remained unchanged. In the astonished gazes of the 4, Luci appeared almost foolish, standing motionless until he was struck head-on, vanishing like a fleeting light. The 4 momentarily paused, and Luci silently reappeared behind 2 of them, ruthlessly dispatching them before disappearing once more. The last 2 young men, now in a state of despair, found themselves back to back, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. "If you possess any skill, show yourself. Hiding is not a mark of true ability," one of them exclaimed. "When have I hidden? Am I not standing right before you?" Luci's cold voice seemed to resonate from all directions. Suddenly, he beheld Luci materializing before him, unleashing a fierce sword of flame. Caught unprepared, he was struck directly by the fiery onslaught, suffering severe injuries. Unlike before, Luci did not vanish. Instead, he raised the flaming sword, poised it against the neck of the last tall, slender youth, and calmly declared, "Well, do surrender now. Hand over your fire crystal cards." I will, the tall youth uttered, feeling the chilling blade against his throat, ultimately resigned. Would it not have been better to do this sooner? Luci's expression transformed instantly, wearing a gentle smile. He accepted the pale blue crystal cards from the group, and under the pained gazes of Rock and his companions, he systematically transferred the fire energy from their cards into his own black crystal card, culminating in a total of 398 units of fire energy. Thank you for your fire energy. I look forward to our next encounter. Luci beamed at them with a smile, and waved farewell before turning to depart. Damn it. Who wishes to meet you again? After Luci left, Rock, clutching his abdomen, rose and muttered bitterly. Suddenly, a strange smile crept across Rock's face as he remarked, "We shall meet again soon." The only unharmed tall youth gazed at the paltry 10 units remaining on his crystal card, lamenting, "My fire energy has dwindled to a mere 10. Participating in this fire energy hunt has proven to be a significant loss. How could such an anomaly emerge among the newcomers? Rock, what shall we do now? No amount of robbing other newcomers can compensate for this loss." The tall youth said to Rock. Once Luci had sufficiently recovered, he set off once more toward the inner courtyard. Suddenly, a furtive figure materialized not far ahead of him. Upon spotting Luci, the figure's expression shifted dramatically, and it turned to flee. Before long, guided by his spiritual perception, Luci discerned 3 powerful auras in the distance, emanating from the direction in which the fleeing elder had escaped. It appeared they sought assistance. Luci smirked and continued his pursuit, arriving before the 3 figures seated cross-legged upon a massive rock. As he approached, they simultaneously opened their eyes to regard him, while the previously fleeing elder came to a panting halt before them. The one on the left, gaze indifferent, addressed Luci, "I am Zhou Fan. I am aware that many elders in this forest refer to you as the Demon Lord, yet I believe you are undeserving of such a title. However, you are worthy of revealing your name to me." The one in the center continued, "Hand over the fire energy you have seized, lest you suffer further bodily harm." The last individual remained silent, merely regarding Luci with a cold stare. "So, this is a conspiracy directed at me?" Luci mused. "As for the fire energy, having seized it, it rightfully belongs to me. Is this not the essence of the rules governing this fire energy hunt? Humph, do you believe you can still escape?" Zhou Fan retorted coldly. As his words fell, 11 formidable auras reverberated through the surrounding thicket, sealing off all possible escape routes for Luci. "My name is Luci. As for my desire to depart, who could possibly hinder me?" Luci replied with a light laugh. "Oh really? Then let us begin." In an instant, various beams of radiant energy descended upon Luci's position, yet, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luci transformed into a stream of light and vanished. "If you wish to deceive me, perhaps in your next life." His voice echoed from afar, gradually fading into the distance. Damn it, how could he escape? 2 days later, Luci, in a delightful mood, gazed at the number 538 on his black dojin card. However, competing with the senior students had become increasingly challenging, as they tended to act in groups of 2 or more, making it difficult for him to seize opportunities. Nonetheless, this also led to his notoriety among the senior cohort, as many, unable to confront him, began to target the new students instead, tarnishing his own group's reputation, which was rather awkward. With a resigned sigh, Luci mused. Alas, after all, the strong often walk a solitary path. As Luci emerged from the forest, he immediately spotted a conspicuous platform where Elder Su and Elder Qing were seated, engaged in jovial conversation. Below the platform stood a team, and as Luci approached them, he smiled and remarked, "It seems you are the final hurdle." Upon seeing Luci, a seemingly aloof young man stepped forward, introducing himself, "I am Yang Xiao, a 1-star dueling. Defeat me, and you may pass." Luci furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The hunting competition had scarcely offered the new students a fair chance, revealing an overt display of intimidation. "Very well, let us commence." Luci inhaled deeply and spoke in a low tone. No sooner had he spoken than a fierce gust of wind surged forth, with Yang Xiao charging at him wielding a spear, emanating an aura of icy duki. Luci, however, was not inclined to confront him directly. His form had already transformed into an ethereal illusion, as the spear pierced through it, dissipating into a streak of light. Seeing Luci's figure vanish, Yang Xiao's brow furrowed, and he promptly unleashed a wide-range attack do technique. Frozen for 1,000 miles. The terrifying icy duki spread outward from Yang Xiao, transforming the surroundings into a frozen expanse. Luci found this maneuver particularly troubling, as he concealed himself nearby. The technique nearly immobilized him, and the chilling air hindered his fiery essence from absorbing heat to amplify his power. "I cannot prolong this any further," Luci contemplated, manifesting his form not far from Yang Xiao and declaring, "Let us settle this with a single strike." Upon Luci's appearance, Yang Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he lunged forward with his spear. Just as the two were about to clash, a peculiar smile crept across Luci's lips. Dan fire technique, fiery line rampage. Before Yang Xiao's astonished eyes, Luci's figure wavered, ultimately transforming into a roaring fire giant lion. With a resounding boom, the red flames erupted, consuming nearly all of Luci's Duki, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that overwhelmed Yang Xiao. This was Luci's most formidable strike, rivaling Earth-tier Do techniques. As the flames dissipated, Yang Xiao's figure re-emerged, tattered and bruised, his face marked with shades of blue and purple from taking the brunt of the Luci Red Flame Lion's attack. Upon emerging, he cast a fierce glance at Luci before his eyelids fluttered and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Elder Su, who had been observing from the elevated platform, hurried over with a grave expression. After assessing Yang Xiao's injuries and confirming that they were not severe, he finally turned his gaze towards the equally pale Luci, remarking with an unusual expression, "You have triumphed." Chapter 25. Entering the Inner Courtyard. It is astonishing that after all these years, a newcomer has managed to navigate the fire energy hunting competition alone. You have done remarkably well, young one. Elder Su's aged visage bore an unmistakable look of admiration. Throughout his years as an elder, he had encountered many extraordinary talents. Though perhaps not the strongest in power or cultivation, their performances had been decidedly outstanding. In response to Elder Su's commendation, the pale-faced Luci humbly replied, "Elder, you flatter me. I still have much to learn." Noticing that Elder Su was not addressing the main matter at hand, Luci's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he suggested, "Elder, since I have passed, may we discuss my reward?" Elder Su, observing Luci's eager demeanor, chuckled heartily. "Huh? Are you worried that I might withhold your reward? Since you have inquired, I shall grant you the elevation of your black fire crystal card to a blue fire crystal card, along with 30 days worth of fire energy." The mention of the blue fire crystal card elicited no immediate reaction from Luci, but the remaining elder students in the vicinity gasped in astonishment, casting envious glances towards him. Upon hearing that the reward consisted of merely 30 days of fire energy, Luci's tone betrayed a hint of disappointment as he remarked, "Only 30 days?" Elder Su shot him an incredulous glare before slowly elaborating, "You think that is insufficient? Understand that within the inner courtyard, the fire crystal cards are categorized by color, ranging from black, blue, green, red, to purple. The black crystal card you currently possess is the most basic, granting access only to the first and second levels of the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower, while the blue crystal card permits entry to the third and fourth levels. And so forth. 300 days worth of fire energy." Luci pondered, recalling how he had managed to acquire just over 500 days of fire energy by robbing 3 or 4 elder student teams in the forest. Now, having saved 300 days, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Although his methods might invite animosity, the allure of such rewards was undeniable. Once he depleted this fire energy, he estimated that he would have ascended to the spirit fighting level, allowing him to act without fear. After concluding his explanation, Elder Su waved his hand, and a blue crystal card materialized in his grasp. With a flick of his finger, the card transformed into a streak of light that soared towards Luci, who caught it with an outstretched hand. Inspecting the blue fire crystal card, he noted the number 30 inscribed on its mirrored surface. The reward is already contained within. You need only transfer the fire energy from your black fire crystal card before returning it to me. Upon hearing this, Luci promptly produced his black fire crystal card, and moments later, he handed over the now empty card to Elder Su. As Luci transferred the fire energy, Elder Su, with his keen eyesight, caught a glimpse of the number 538 displayed on the surface of the crystal card and could not help but shake his head in disbelief, pondering, just how many individuals has this young lad robbed? No wonder he looks down upon a mere 30 days of fire energy. Elder Su, after receiving Luci's black fire crystal card and stowing it away, turned to Luci and said, "Let's proceed. The other newcomers have yet to arrive. I shall escort you to your accommodations in the inner courtyard." The last 2 sentences were directed at Yang Xiao's 4 companions, after which Elder Su turned and walked towards the stone steps not far from the high platform. Noticing this, Luci hurriedly followed suit. Elder Su, with his hands clasped behind his back, glanced back at Luci and remarked, "From this moment forth, you shall be one of the inner courtyard's denizens. However, in this realm, unless your prowess is exceptionally formidable, navigating this space alone may prove quite challenging. The environment dictates that the senior students have each carved out their own territories." He then inquired, "By the way, what of your former teammates?" Luci shrugged his shoulders in resignation and replied, "It's just as you mentioned. Those who arrive at the inner courtyard first are rewarded. Consequently, our team disintegrated into rivals." Elder Su, at a loss for words, could only respond, "Alas, your understanding is quite peculiar. You will come to comprehend this after experiencing the trials ahead. The essence of cultivation within the inner courtyard lies in fire energy. With sufficient fire energy, you can rapidly enhance your strength within the celestial flame training tower. Once you experience it, you will understand." He continued, "If you need to change your cultivation method or combat techniques, you may visit the technique pavilion or the combat hall, provided you possess enough fire energy. Should your fire energy run low and you feel adequately strong, you may challenge others in the arena. Victories will also grant you fire energy." Before long, the 2 arrived at a hillside, beyond which lay a vast basin, seemingly carved by the impact of fallen meteors. Towering structures rose from within the basin. Although they stood at a distance, their formidable presence was palpable to Luci. Elder Su, observing Luci's astonished expression, proudly declared, "This is the true core of our Canaan Academy, the inner courtyard." Luci had come to Canaan Academy with aspirations for the inner courtyard, and his heart swelled with excitement at that moment. Creaking, Luci followed Elder Su into the inner courtyard, where they found a small pavilion. Upon opening the wooden door, Elder Su stepped inside first and introduced, "This will be your residence in the inner courtyard. Settle in, and feel free to explore the academy. Should you encounter any issues, you may seek me out. I shall take my leave now." Luci smiled and bowed respectfully to Elder Su, saying, "Thank you, Elder." As Luci formed his seals, streams of silvery energy manifested from the void, converging upon his body. Simultaneously, he activated the 9 nether spirit flame technique to its utmost extent, siphoning the warmth from the room, causing the temperature to plummet, while his consumed fighting spirit swiftly rejuvenated. Glancing out the window and noting the early hour, Luci resolved to take a stroll. Upon exiting the pavilion, he found himself on a verdant avenue lined with identical pavilions. This area was evidently the accommodation zone. At that moment, not a soul was in sight, and Luci pressed onward without pause towards the exit. The accommodation area was quite extensive, and after briskly walking for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he finally reached the exit. Just as he arrived, 3 figures approached him. What would transpire next? Before Luci stood 3 individuals with fierce expressions and a hint of mockery in their eyes, unmistakably ill-intentioned. He restrained his smile and spoke calmly. The fierce youth grinned and replied, "Indeed, you are correct. According to the unspoken rules of our inner court, every new student is required to pay a tribute of 2 days' worth of fire energy. Although this rule is tacitly acknowledged by the elders of the academy, none dare to openly admit it." He then shouted, "Enough with the nonsense. Youngster, the tribute is a long-standing tradition within the inner court. We are not being unreasonable, so it would be wise to comply. After all, avoiding financial loss is a way to avert disaster. Surely you understand that?" Luci responded with a smile. "Avoiding financial loss to avert disaster. I wonder what disaster I am avoiding." The youth, with a sinister tone, retorted, "In the inner court, aside from the arena, while we cannot take lives, there will inevitably be physical pain during sparring. If you refuse to pay today, I cannot guarantee that you will not encounter some unfair treatment once you leave this place. Young man, do not act rashly." Upon hearing this, Luci pondered, "So, it means that one can act freely in the inner court, correct?" The youth paused momentarily before confirming, "Yes." Luci clapped his hands and chuckled, "In that case, why waste words with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luci swiftly appeared before the youth. A crisp sound echoed as Luci delivered a sharp slap across the youth's face before asking, "Do you still want the tribute?" The fierce youth's eyes turned red with rage as he shouted, "How dare you hit me? Attack!" Instantly, the 3 assailants lunged at Luci, but he transformed into a fleeting light, vanishing before their eyes. In their moment of confusion, another resounding slap echoed through the air. The sound of repeated slaps filled the room, accompanied by Luci's voice echoing from all directions, "Do you still want it?" Yet, the 3 could not even touch the hem of Luci's garment. Finally, their faces swollen and bruised, they pleaded for mercy. "No more. We want nothing." When they saw Luci reappear, their eyes were filled with terror, and they turned to flee. However, Luci would not grant them that reprieve, calling out, "Do not run." The 3 were forced to halt, lowering their heads in supplication. "We want nothing. We shall leave. We shall leave." As Luci straightened his clothes, which had wrinkled from the earlier scuffle, he said nonchalantly, "I am new to the inner court and do not know my way around. You will show me around." The 3 clearly displayed reluctance. Luci coldly added, "What?" Unwilling. As he displayed an inclination to strike again, the 3 trembled and quickly exclaimed, "Willing, willing." Thus, under their reluctant guidance, Luci slowly explored the inner court, familiarizing himself with its basic layout. Chapter 26, Ascending to the Rank of Battle King. 3 years later, in the 6th level of the sky-burning Chi Tower, specifically in the premier cultivation chamber reserved for the top-ranked, a magnificent and dense pale red energy filled the room like a swirling mist. All the energy flowed towards a figure sitting cross-legged on a stone platform, none other than Luci. An overwhelmingly formidable aura emanated from him, intensifying with the passage of time until it reached a definitive peak. However, a frown adorned Luci's handsome visage, as his body was filled to the brim with vast quantities of fighting energy, leaving no room for any external force, compelling him to compress the fighting crystal incessantly. With a thunderous roar, the fighting crystal shattered and, under the relentless influx of external energy, transformed into a larger, irregularly shaped fighting crystal. As this new fighting crystal formed, Luci ascended to the realm of the fighting king, and the aura surrounding him, which had previously stagnated, surged once more, seemingly boundless in its escalation. After an hour, the tumultuous aura surrounding Luci finally began to stabilize. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of cerulean brilliance. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs and extended his hand, feeling the immense power coursing within him, as if every cell in his body rejoiced, erupting into an uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha! This is the power of a fighting king. 3 years prior, Luci had seized nearly half of the fire energy from the senior students during the fire energy capture competition. Following the event, his rule-breaking actions became widely known within the inner academy. Consequently, he was not well received in the inner academy and refrained from forming any factions or joining others, which initially led to him facing trouble. However, after a confrontation with a powerful opponent of the fighting spirit level ended with Luci outwitting him through illusions. Although many still harbored grievances against him, no one dared to provoke this slippery character again. Those weaker could not contend with him. while those stronger found themselves outmatched and humiliated. Luci subsequently dedicated himself to rigorous training. Capitalizing on the substantial fire energy he had accumulated during the fire energy selection competition. After 4 months of arduous effort, he successfully broke through to the 7-star Great Fighter level. As a 4th-tier alchemist, Luci was capable of concocting the 4th-tier Purple Heart Breakthrough Pill. However, he had never consumed one himself. Instead, he directly utilized a Purple Heart Breakthrough Pill to ascend to the 8-star Great Fighter level. After a month of diligent consolidation of his powers, he consumed another Purple Heart Breakthrough Pill, and though his aura was somewhat unstable, he smoothly advanced to the 9-star Great Fighter level. In just 5 months, he had reached the 9-star Great Fighter level, prompting Luci to reflect on how occasionally, breakthroughs can be remarkably straightforward. During the ensuing period, he also dedicated time to studying high-tier alchemical formulas and refining pills to enhance his alchemical skills. Over 3 years, he attained the pinnacle of a 5th-tier alchemist, just one opportunity away from becoming a respected 6th-tier alchemist. With the support of advanced alchemical techniques, Luci thrived within the inner academy, forming connections with many elders, assisting those at least at the Fighting King level in concocting high-tier pills and acquiring vast amounts of fire energy, advanced techniques, high-grade materials, and significantly elevating his cultivation level. From the moment he transcended from a 9-star dosher to a 1-star doling, Luci gradually advanced to a 9-star doling, with each breakthrough signifying his ever-increasing stature within the inner court. Concurrently, his alchemical skills were enhanced, accompanied by a resurgence of soul power, allowing Luci to wield the illusory heart technique with greater finesse. He could now effortlessly employ illusionary clones and disguises, rendering any flaws nearly imperceptible, thus significantly augmenting his ability to survive. Henceforth, Luci's reputation as the demon lord within the inner court was truly deserved. In his early days at the academy, his audacious feat of seizing fire energy from senior students during the fire energy capture contest became a topic of fascination among all, and the extraordinary exploits of the demon lord Luci were fervently discussed. Now, when other students encountered Luci, few dared to address him by name, most respectfully referred to him as demon lord. In this ruthless world of Duki, such is the nature of affairs. When one distinguishes oneself from the crowd, the weak are often subjected to disdain, while the strong attract adulation, with others eager to elevate them. Reflecting on the past 3 years, Luci could not help but feel gratitude. Had he not fortuitously acquired the illusory heart technique, this journey would not have been so smooth. Now, having achieved a breakthrough to Do Wang, and with the aid of the illusory heart's illusions, he had finally attained a semblance of self-preservation, ready to experience the vastness of the Duki continent. Pushing open the grand door, Luci stepped outside. As he traversed the corridors of the Tianfen Training Tower, he occasionally encountered fellow students, who greeted him with admiration, respectfully addressing him as Demon Lord. The Tianfen Training Tower was constructed underground, compelling Luci to ascend floor by floor. Upon reaching the topmost level, he coincidentally met Elder Lu, who managed the first floor and was among the elders Luci was most familiar with. Spotting Elder Lu, Luci approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Elder, what a delightful coincidence." Elder Lu's aged face broke into a warm smile upon seeing Luci, being fond of this talented junior sharing his surname. He regarded Luci with the affection of a grandfather, jesting, "Ah, our little demon lord has finally emerged after such a long retreat." Before Elder Lu could finish his sentence, he sensed the Do Wang aura emanating from Luci, still somewhat unrefined from his recent breakthrough, and paused momentarily, expressing a hint of nostalgia. "So, you've managed to break through to Do Wang. I recall when you first arrived, you were but a dosher. In just a few years, you've nearly caught up to me. Time indeed waits for no one." Luci stepped forward and grasped Elder Lu's hand, expressing his gratitude. "I owe my success today largely to your guidance over the years, Elder. Without your support, how could I have achieved this breakthrough to Do Wang so smoothly?" Elder Lu chuckled, playfully rebuking him. "You clever rascal. Even without this old man, with your talent, breaking through to Do Wang was merely a matter of time. Now that you've achieved it, what are your plans? If you wish to remain at the academy, I can certainly assist you in becoming an elder of the inner court." Elder Lu, though somewhat reluctant, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that young people should indeed venture out more often. After bidding farewell to Elder Lu, Luci made his way directly to the office of the Grand Elder Su Qian in the inner courtyard. Luci sought a leave of absence, as he had not yet graduated, and it was prudent to formally request time off for an extended absence. Upon learning that Luci had achieved the rank of Do Wang, Grand Elder Su Qian could not help but exclaim in admiration at Luci's prodigious talent, subsequently granting him his leave, for it was unreasonable to impose restrictions on one who had reached such heights. Chapter 27, Homecoming. The morning mist, illuminated by the sun's rays, dissipated as Luci stepped into the dawn, lightly leaping onto the griffin. A number of elders and students had gathered to bid him farewell, having heard of his impending journey for training. Among them, Elder Lu, witnessing Luci mount the griffin, expressed his heartfelt approval, remarking, "Young people must embrace the world and gain experience. However, considering the time you have spent in the inner courtyard, it appears you will not graduate for another 2 years. I dare say your position at the top of the strength rankings will remain unchallenged for the foreseeable future." The students who had come to see Luci off could not help but smile wryly at this statement. Ever since Luci surpassed them in cultivation, they had found no opportunity to catch up. Particularly, among their cohort who entered the inner courtyard together, many had ascended the strength rankings after 3 years of training. Yet Luci had left them far behind. The most outstanding among them was Wang Shan, who had now attained the 6-star Do Ling level. His earth attribute Do Qi is solid as rock, making him a formidable opponent. Luci, once I break through to Do Wang, I will come to challenge you, declared Wang Shan, undeterred by his previous defeats. Take care on your journey, senior. After hearing the well wishes from the crowd, Luci smiled lightly and replied, I shall take my leave now. With that, the griffin, under the guidance of its rider, soared into the sky, first flying low to exit the protective barrier of the inner courtyard and then heading towards the outer courtyard. As he soared over the vast and endless mountains, Luci was filled with a multitude of emotions. 3 years ago, he could only reach the inner courtyard under the protection of Vice President Hu Qian, yet now, having broken through to Do Wang, he unleashed his formidable aura. A crimson flame, resembling a mighty lion, flickered around him, its intense heat causing his figure to shimmer. The mountains below echoed with the roars of numerous magical beasts, yet upon sensing Luci's overwhelming presence, they merely dared to roar in intimidation without taking any action. After about half an hour of flight, Luci spotted several low-tier flying beasts approaching from a distance, each radiating the aura of third-tier magical creatures. He mused to himself, indeed, low-tier beasts lack intelligence. This will serve as an excellent opportunity to test my current strength. With a swift change of stance, Luci unleashed streams of fire, each streak accurately targeting the approaching flying beasts. In an instant, they were transformed into clouds of blood mist, subsequently reduced to ash by the searing heat. Reveling in the overwhelming power of the Do Wang realm, Luci felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his current self. Amidst the trail of blood mist, the griffin beast, under the adept control of its master, surged forth to the outer courtyard, alighting upon a vacant patch of ground. Elder Hua, upon spotting Luci, was filled with uncontainable delight. Learning that Luci had ascended to the rank of a 5th-tier alchemist, he heartily laughed while patting Luci on the shoulder, exclaiming, When you first arrived at the academy, I sensed that with your extraordinary talent in alchemy, it was only a matter of time before you surpassed this old fellow. Yet, I must admit, I did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. The latter part of Elder Hua's statement carried a hint of wistfulness. Nodding with a smile, he graciously accepted Luci's gratitude, recalling the considerable effort he had invested in acquiring the beast fire. Elder Hua gently advised, should you encounter danger, remember to promptly identify yourself. As senior alchemists, our status commands respect. Merely stating our identity ensures our protection. Luci, filled with gratitude, replied, I understand. Thank you, Elder. After bidding farewell to Elder Hua, he set off to seek Vice Dean Hu Qian. In a short while, Luci arrived at the door of the Vice Dean's office and knocked gently. Come in, responded a warm voice from within. Luci pushed the door open. Entering with a respectful tone, Vice Dean, I apologize for the intrusion. Hu Qian, upon seeing Luci enter, smiled and inquired, Ah, Luci, what brings you here? His expression shifted to one of surprise as he exclaimed, You have broken through to the rank of Do Wang. Hu Qian, pleased by the news, readily agreed to assist Luci, a renowned genius of the Canaan Academy, who naturally received special privileges. Luci immediately unleashed his Do Qi, magnificent crimson wings unfurling from his back. Turning to the beast tamer, he said, You can leave me here. Thank you for your trouble. I shall take my leave now. With a graceful flap of his wings, Luci transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring towards Lin City. As Luci approached the city gates, he retracted his wings and walked through the bustling crowd, lost in thought. He beheld the familiar sights and sounds, easily finding his way into the courtyard. Soon, he spotted his mother, joyfully approaching with an infant in her arms. Luci stepped forward to greet her and, glancing at the child, asked, Mother, who is this? Li Yu, playfully engaging with the baby, introduced, This is your little brother. His name is Lu Cheng. Luci then exchanged tales with his parents about the experiences of the past 4 years, revealing his breakthrough to Do Wang and his attainment as a 5th-tier alchemist. Naturally, Lu Ming and Li Yu were left in awe, realizing their son had become a figure of true significance in just 4 years, a span that felt akin to 40. Luci also learned about the family's circumstances during his absence. After his departure, his mentor, Xian Hao, had taken great care of the Lu family. With the esteemed background of an alchemist, Lu Ming's status in Lin City had risen considerably, allowing him to amass considerable wealth. However, with the eldest son away seeking knowledge, Lu Ming and Li Yu contributed to the family's growth, resulting in the joyful arrival of Lu Xi's younger brother, Lu Cheng. Xian Hao, as an alchemist of the Gamma Empire, naturally had ties with the Alchemist Guild. When he decided to attend the Canaan Academy, Xian Hao did not deter him. Rather, he respected his decision. Luci suddenly felt fortunate to have such an indulgent teacher. The remnants of the Demon Fire map in the Monster Mountain range of Qingshan Town must be acquired, as it is the only means to summon the spirit of the pure Lotus Monster Saint and control the Demon Fire. However, there is no need to rush, for the Demon Fire is still distant. What is needed now is to seek the Blue Lotus Earth Fire beneath the Serpent Man Desert, which is much closer at hand. On the day of Luci's departure, he looked back at Lu Ming, Li Yu, and the infant Lu Cheng in Li Yu's arms, who were all reluctant to see him go. With a comforting smile, he said, I am merely taking a tour within the Empire and will visit my teacher in the Imperial capital. I shall not be gone long. Looming glared at him with a resentful expression, prompting Luci to chuckle and quickly add, "Ahem, then I shall take my leave." At that moment, clad in a flowing moon-white robe, Luci manifested a pair of enormous crimson wings from his back. As he flapped his wings, he soared into the sky like a streak of red light. Those gathered nearby, drawn by the spectacle, gasped in awe. For he was a formidable warrior of the Dowang level. In the Gamma Empire, such a figure commanded respect and fear, having transformed from Lin Cheng's foremost talent into its strongest champion. Watching Lu Shi's retreating figure, Liu spoke to Lu Ming with a tone of reluctance. This child, who knows how long he will be away this time? With Shi'er's talent, he shall never be confined to Lin Cheng. The entire Gamma Empire will be his stage. It now depends on Cheng'er's future abilities, for the family's fate rests upon them. Lu Ming, with a look of contentment, playfully pinched Lu Cheng's nose. At this moment, enveloped in crimson Do Qi, Lu Shi resembled a radiant stream of red light, heading towards the Tagore Desert in the eastern part of the empire. Contemplating the specifics of his journey, his eyes gleamed with determination as he mused. According to the original narrative, Queen Medusa would seize the approximately half a year before Xiaoyan's arrival. There are still at least 2 years before she comes, so I am not in a rush. The precise location of the Blue Lotus Earth Fire seems to be near the eastern vicinity of Shimo City. I will have to search for it inch by inch. Moreover, in the original tale, the Ice Emperor Hebedong appeared to have gathered some clues about. I should visit him first, as it may yield unexpected results. As for the 3 optimal auxiliary items mentioned in the original story for refining the Blue Lotus Earth Fire, Luci had already begun preparations while still in the inner courtyard. The 5th-grade medicinal pill, Blood Lotus Pill, is an essential item when approaching. Without its protection, even Queen Medusa at the peak of Do Huang would suffer severe injuries from the flames, let alone my modest Do Wang self, who naturally would not dare to come into contact with lightly. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring serves as an internal safeguard, while the Blood Lotus Pill protects the exterior. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring ensures that I am shielded from the devastating heat of during the refining process, preventing me from being reduced to nothingness. Nailing possesses the remarkable ability to create a unique, ethereal space within the human body, specifically designed for the storage of exotic flames. Given the cataclysmic power of these flames, without complete refinement, any tangible object would be incinerated instantaneously, leaving only this void as a sanctuary. The formula for the Blood Lotus Pill was meticulously sourced by Lu Shi from the alchemy department of the academy, and it was only after reaching the pinnacle of a 5th-tier alchemist that he successfully concocted it. Although both Ice Spirit Spring and Nailing Stones are exceedingly rare materials, the inner sanctum of Canaan Academy has a modest reserve of them, which Luci was able to acquire after expending a considerable sum. His audacious confidence in seeking the Green Lotus Earth Fire indicates that he was thoroughly prepared. Without such preparation, even if he were to obtain the exotic flame, he would merely be a spectator, for attempting to forcibly refine it would likely result in his immediate incineration. As Luci gazed upon the vast expanse of desert stretching before him, he confirmed that he had finally arrived in the Tagore Desert region. Even at his current Do Wang level of speed, it took him a full 10 days of flight to reach this destination. The sun blazed intensely in the desert, casting scorching rays that elevated the temperature to extreme heights. Yet, within him, his Do Qi surged with remarkable vitality. The energy of heaven and earth at his command surpassing all previous levels. Luci mused to himself. I never anticipated that the fire and earth attribute energies would exceed 80%. Should I engage in battle here, my combat prowess would enhance significantly. Soaring high above, Luci surveyed the seemingly endless desert landscape on all sides, a wry smile gracing his lips as he pondered. Could I be lost? A surge of spiritual energy emanated from his brow, radiating outward to ascertain the presence of any nearby humans or settlements where he might inquire for directions. Moments later, Luci's eyes widened in surprise. Through his spiritual perception, he detected a group of mercenaries engaged in combat, with some peculiar beings a few miles ahead. With a flutter of his wings, he hastened towards the fray. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, he beheld the tumultuous battle below, where diverse energies of Do Qi clashed amidst a swirling cloud of sand. In the desert below, about a dozen mercenaries stood back to back, weapons drawn, encircled by 8 bizarre creatures. These beings possessed human-like torsos, yet their lower halves morphed into massive serpentine tails, hissing ominously as they writhed. These were the serpentine beings unique to the Tagore Desert. Are these the serpents of Tagore Desert? Luci thought, astonished by the sight of the menacing male serpents. His gaze then swept over the mercenaries, numbering 12 in total, 9 men and 3 women. Observing their distinct attire and physique, Luci noted their notable differences from the citizens of the empire. Before them stood a group of mercenaries, predominantly men, whose bare torsos glistened with a deep, sun-kissed hue. Their muscular physiques exuded an aura of strength, leaving the initial impression of a camaraderie that was quite refreshing. Among them were 3 women, whose skin bore a similarly sun-kissed tone, radiating a healthy, golden glow. Unlike the demure women of the empire's interior, these desert dwellers donned tight leather outfits that scarcely concealed their vital areas, revealing expanses of skin on their abdomens and thighs. From the lofty vantage point, Luci could discern several lascivious gazes among the serpent men, lecherously sweeping over the women's slender waists and taut thighs. Eliminate them. Spare the women, commanded a leading serpent man, his triangular pupils scanning the women with a chilling rasp. At his order, a A frenzied bloodlust washed over the faces of the surrounding serpent men, their mouths slightly agape as crimson tongues flicked out. Just as the serpent men prepared to launch their assault, a piercing wind sliced through the air, heralding the arrival of a crimson figure that streaked across the sky before coming to rest above them. The imposing presence of the combat king bore down upon all, leaving both mercenaries and serpent men momentarily paralyzed, their faces etched with terror as they beheld this sudden apparition. Could someone direct me to the city of Shimo? Luci nonchalantly inquired, dispersing the enveloping crimson aura with a casual wave of his hand. A female mercenary, seemingly the leader, gazed at the figure suspended in the air, her excitement igniting as she exclaimed, "Senior, I know the way. We can guide you there." Relief washed over Luci. Having someone to lead him was a fortuitous turn of events. It appeared essential to acquire a map of the Tagore Desert soon. He nodded appreciatively and replied, "Very well. Please lead the way." The triangular-eyed serpent man, witnessing the impending loss of his quarry to an unexpectedly formidable human, felt a mix of fear and resentment as he retorted, "Human, do you dare offend our serpent clan? Do you know who our queen is?" Luci regarded them with indifference, and with a mere flick of his hand, fiery streams shot forth, obliterating 8 serpent men into mere clouds of crimson mist before their leader could finish his sentence. As he surveyed the remnants of blood mist, he murmured, unaware of their impending doom. The human mercenaries, who had narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of the serpent men, now trembled in fear before the seemingly apathetic youth, their spines chilled as if faced with a predator. Once the blood mist had dissipated into ash amidst the flames, Luci turned his gaze back to the remaining mercenaries. Their expressions were a blend of horror and trepidation. They averted their eyes, unwilling to meet Luci's gaze, plunging into an uneasy silence. Finally, it was the leading female mercenary who, seeing the lack of response, clenched her teeth and stepped forward, her voice quavering slightly as she introduced herself, "Senior, I am Molly, a squad leader of the Sand Mercenary Group in the city of Shimo." Luci, uninterested in hearing her complete thoughts, interrupted directly, "It must be the mercenary group of Shimo City. Lead me there." She quickly signaled to the others to gather their belongings in preparation for departure, and upon witnessing Luci retract his wings and descend to the ground, eagerly approached him to guide the way. Perhaps reassured by Luci's lack of intent to harm them, Molly's courage returned slightly, and throughout the journey, she seemed to harbor some ulterior motives. As she walked, her body twisted into graceful curves, deliberately swaying before Luci's gaze. For Luci, since she was willing to flaunt, he felt free to observe her openly, forming a fair assessment in his mind. Her delicate face, alluring figure, and daringly bold attire revealed a slender, supple waist and taut, straight thighs, completely exposed. Furthermore, the desert woman exuded an indescribable wildness, deserving of a score of 7. The imposing city walls gradually came into Luci's view. The city amid the desert, in stark contrast to those within the empire, possessed a raw simplicity and weightiness. Shimo City unfolded before Luci, emanating an aura of ironclad resilience. Upon entering the city, Luci remained silent, drifting away amidst Molly's slightly resentful gaze. Chapter 29. A first encounter with Habadan. As Luci traversed the bustling streets of Shimo City, he felt the piercing, unabashed glances of the desert women, interspersed with the disgruntled huffs of several men. This spectacle left Luci in awe of the passionate exuberance of the women in the desert, and it was no wonder they were infatuated. At this moment, Luci's tall, elegant figure was adorned in an exquisitely refined moon-white robe, his fair, handsome face devoid of a smile, accentuating his extraordinary coldness. Amidst the roughness of the desert border, he stood out like a precious jade among mere stones. Not long after, Luci sighed and beckoned to a curvaceous beauty who had been staring at him intently. Initially taken aback by his gesture, she soon blossomed into a radiant smile, swaying her form as she approached him, taking deliberate steps. Upon reaching Luci, her eyes burned with intensity as she softly parted her red lips, seductively inquiring, "What does this young master wish to call me over for?" A faint smile graced Luci's lips as he replied, "My dear lady, could you kindly take me to the largest map shop in Shimo City?" She paused for a moment, a visible flicker of disappointment crossing her beautiful eyes. Yet she quickly responded with a smile, "Of course, I shall take you there right away." After they strolled leisurely for a while, the map shop named Gutu came into Luci's view. Surveying the exterior of the shop, Luci felt a hint of surprise. Unlike other establishments that flaunted opulence, this one exuded a subtle, ancient charm, truly befitting a hermitage of a Do Huang. Luci then offered a light chuckle and thanked the young lady guiding him before slowly entering the shop. The young woman shot a resentful glare at Luci's retreating figure. Despite her numerous subtle hints throughout their journey, Luci had completely disregarded her allure, prompting her to huff in annoyance before turning to leave. Upon entering the shop, Luci observed that the interior was not particularly spacious. However, the soft luminescence of 2 moonstones illuminated the space quite brightly. As he surveyed the shop, he noted that there were not many customers seeking maps, rendering the atmosphere rather desolate. His gaze then turned to the counter, where it ultimately rested on an elderly man, who, with his head bowed, meticulously crafted maps. Although the old man was adorned with a crown of white hair, giving him an air of age, his gnarled hands, gripping the drawing pen, remained steady and robust. Luci subtly released his soul energy, gradually enveloping the entire shop, and within his perception, the old man's aura resembled that of a colossal iceberg. Among all the Do Huang he was aware of, this old man's presence was only surpassed by Vice Dean Hu Qian. However, it appeared that the majority of his power was sealed beneath layers of ice, unable to be summoned. It seemed he was indeed the reclusive Haibuodong, sealed away by Queen Medusa. Just as Luci was about to speak, a surge of heat appeared within his soul perception. A glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes, and he couldn't help but think, could it be mere coincidence that I stumbled upon a hint of just after my arrival? Remaining silent, Luci discreetly approached the source of the heat. He casually picked up a couple of maps to examine. Their routes were clear and precise, prompting an appreciative nod from Luci. Indeed, the craftsmanship was commendable. Finally, he sauntered towards a corner of the shop, where an ancient wooden rack stood. This rack, evidently more dilapidated, was covered in cobwebs and holes. Upon it lay a haphazard pile of yellowed maps, and the numerous imperfections on their surfaces suggested they were failed attempts at map-making. Luci extended his hand, casually rifling through the yellowed maps, a faint musty odor wafting towards him. He frowned slightly as he lifted a stack of failed creations, his hand shaking slightly, causing a palm-sized, tattered image to fall from the pile. This was it. Luci's eyes blazed with excitement as he grasped the tattered map, the very source of the heat emanating from it. Hastily, he held it in his hand, gently brushing off the dust before scrutinizing the locations depicted on the map. He soon furrowed his brow, realizing that this was not a map of the Serpent Man Desert, and he did not recognize the specific location it represented. With the remnants of the map in hand, Luci approached the counter with a smile, speaking softly, "Esteemed elder, how much for this fragment?" Upon hearing Luci's inquiry, the elderly man, who had been intently focused on his map-making, felt a barely perceptible tremor in his hand, causing the meticulously drawn route to shift slightly. Furrowing his brow, the old man finally raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the tattered map in Luci's hand, and a hint of enigmatic significance flickered in his murky eyes. A voice, aged and indifferent, emerged from his lips. "This one is not for sale. Please, have a look at the others." Luci gazed upon the aged visage before him, where a ghastly scar stretched from the left cheek to the corner of the eye, imbuing the otherwise tranquil gaze with a subtle hint of ferocity. Yet, in Luci's perception, the energy the elder could summon was merely a fraction of an iceberg, perhaps equivalent to that of a high-level Do spirit, rendering Luci unperturbed even in confrontation. With a smile, he remarked, "Senior, I desire this map. Name your price." The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone laden with significance as he inquired, "Young one, have you ever encountered fragments of such maps before?" Luci had indeed never seen them, yet he was aware of the narrative, surmising that this was a remnant map of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. He replied gradually, "I have not seen it, but I know I have a dire need for it, while it holds no value for you." The elder waved his hand dismissively, responding with indifference, "Young lad, cease your attempts to covet my map. I have no interest in money. Depart. Moreover, should you attempt to forcefully take it, do not blame me for wielding my strength against you." Luci responded casually, "Indeed, it is quite challenging to seize something from one of the top 10 powerhouses of the former Gamma Empire, the Ice Emperor Haibuodong. However, at this moment, the distinction between the mighty and the meek remains uncertain. Furthermore, I never suggested I would trade it for money." Haibuodong scrutinized Luci, a faint chill emanating from his murky gaze. "Who exactly are you?" He lightly tapped a spot on the table, causing the door to slam shut with a resounding thud. His piercing gaze fixated on Luci, a formidable aura of ice-cold dominance radiated from him, unfazed by Haibuodong's intense scrutiny. Luci felt no effect from the elder's oppressive presence. He introduced himself, "I am Luci. Perhaps you haven't heard of me, but I am a bona fide 5th-grade alchemist." Haibuodong regarded Luci's youthful countenance, estimating he could not be over 20 years old, and coldly retorted, "Boy, have you ever encountered a 5th-grade alchemist? There are only 2 or 3 in the entire Gamma Empire. How dare you claim such a title at your age?" Luci shook his head in exasperation, pondering why honesty went unrecognized. He then unleashed his Do Wang aura, stating slowly, "When I have you pinned to the ground later, do not claim I disrespected my elders." Haibuodong stared in shock at Luci, who had unleashed the aura of a Do Wang, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Are you the heir of the Yunlun sect? Or a scion of one of those esteemed families? Or perhaps a member of the royal family? No, they could not possibly cultivate someone of your caliber." Observing Haibuodong's astonishment, Luci felt a surge of satisfaction, recognizing the elder's formidable status as a Do Huang. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and smiled, suggesting, "What do you say we sit down and discuss this properly? It would spare us both any embarrassment later." However, as a seasoned Do Huang, Haibuodong would not show weakness to a mere junior. He coldly replied, "You dare to dream." With a sudden thrust of his toes, Haibuodong propelled himself upward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a frosty aura that enveloped the entire shop in a veil of white mist. Xianbing Xiansha. With Luci's formidable spiritual perception, the mist posed no threat to him. Curved blades of ice began to swirl around Haibuodong, multiplying until his form was obscured, the icy blades intertwining to create a miniature whirlwind composed entirely of ice. "I unleash my most potent Shin-level advanced combat technique," Haibuodong bellowed. "Flameblade," Luci murmured, merging his 5 fingers into a single palm, which then transformed into a blade. A crimson blaze erupted, converging into a 3-meter-long flaming sword centered on his palm. As the blade took shape, Luci advanced, cleaving towards the icy whirlwind. The cataclysmic clash of fire and ice unleashed a tempest that obliterated everything within the shop. Though both wielded Shin-level advanced techniques, Luci, bolstered by his Do Wang-level energy and the might of the crimson flames, clearly held the upper hand. He shattered the ice blade vortex completely, and in the aftermath, the ice dissolved into wisps of white mist that drifted within the shop. Blazing fire palm. After dismantling the Shinbing Xinsha, Luci, seizing the moment, lightly tapped the ground and charged towards Haibuodong. Simultaneously, his right hand felt as if it grasped a sphere of raging flames. Condensing ice mirror. Haibuodong, witnessing his most formidable technique reduced to mere mist, wore a stunned expression. As Luci approached, he gritted his teeth and retreated frantically, forming 7 or 8 ice mirrors before him to fend off Luci's advance. Luci swiftly struck the first mirror, sensing an unusual rebounding force that surprised him. However, it proved ineffective. The flames in his palm responded with escalating ferocity. One by one, the mirrors shattered under Luci's relentless assault, and the flames, having been intensified by the obstacles, surged forth. With a decisive strike, the flames collided with Haibuodong's chest, leaving him in disbelief. He instantly coughed up blood, hurtling backward to crash against the wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks before collapsing onto the ground. Luci appeared before him in an uncanny flash, forming another seal with his hands. Fire sealing talisman. Countless flames transformed into strands, intertwining to create a talisman that, once fully formed, Luci imbued into Haibuodong's dantian, thoroughly suppressing his energy. Now, Haibuodong wore an expression of despair and gloom, feeling utterly devoid of Doqi energy. Luci crouched down, gazing at the defeated Haibuodong, and with a smile, said, "Shall we converse now? I come with sincere intentions, and I must emphasize, I am indeed a 5th-grade alchemist." Chapter 30, Success. Such a young Do Wang, with his fighting spirit solidified without an ounce of frivolity. I had thought that with my battle instincts as a Do Huang, I could subdue you. To my astonishment, not only do you possess a formidable and unusual flame, but your high-level fighting techniques are also numerous. Seated helplessly on the ground, Haibuodong's aging visage was etched with despair, his hollow gaze fixated on the crouching Luci before him. With a tinge of unwillingness, he spoke. In that moment, Haibuodong felt utterly despondent. Once a prominent figure among the 10 strongest in the Jaimar Empire, he had been so spirited in his prime, even holding his ground against attacks from a Do Huang and a Do Wang of the Sun Empire. However, in his pursuit of treasure within the Tagore Desert, he ultimately fell to the might of the Medusa Queen of the Serpent People, who sealed away most of his strength, leaving him with only Do Ling level power. Resigned to a secluded existence, he never anticipated being humiliated by a junior today. In his final thoughts, Haibuodong's heart turned to ashes. Relinquishing his tightly clenched fists, he spoke weakly. "Young one, today you have captured me. You may do as you please, whether to kill or to maim. Yet I wish to know, which ancient monster has nurtured such a peculiar creature as yourself?" Luci, observing the beleaguered Haibuodong, furrowed his brow in exasperation and replied, "Why must you be so stubborn, old man? When did I ever say I wanted to kill you? From the very beginning, I stated that I, Luci, am a 5th-tier alchemist. I desire this incomplete map, and the terms are yours to dictate. It was you who insisted that you had no need for money, claiming you wished to bully the young, and even demanded that I leave. Is that reasonable? If you simply hand over the map, I will find a way to lift the seal upon you. You will regain your Do Huang power, I will obtain the map, and we shall all be pleased." Did Haibuodong truly not comprehend his own words? Upon hearing this, Haibuodong was taken aback, opening his mouth yet producing no sound. Had he chosen to believe this young man, perhaps none of this would have transpired. The reality was that this lad exceeded the understanding of the former Do Huang by far. With a bitter smile, he finally conceded, "I believe you are a 5th-tier alchemist. But that does not change anything. Do you know that my original Do Huang cultivation was sealed by the Serpent People's Queen, Medusa, through the serpent sealing spell? For years, I have sought ways to break this seal, and I even managed to acquire a 6th-tier formula for the breaking curse pill. The crucial factor is that it must be refined with a peculiar flame in order to entirely lift the seal upon me." Upon hearing the term peculiar flame, Luci's eyes ignited with fervor. "Since you require a peculiar flame to concoct the pill, having lived in the Tagore Desert for so many years, you must have encountered information regarding it. Share all that you know with me. If I can find the peculiar flame, I will surely be able to refine the 6th-tier pill." At that moment, Haibuodong's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. During his years of seclusion in the desert, he had indeed identified potential locations that might harbor the peculiar flame, but would he dare to trust him? A flicker of madness surged in his eyes, and he resolved fiercely, "No, I, the Ice Emperor Haibuodong, shall not remain hidden here for a lifetime. A gamble is in order, but I must first test the waters." Haibuodong opened his mouth and inquired, "Is that incomplete map of great significance to you?" Luci was momentarily taken aback and casually replied, "It is indeed quite useful." Subsequently, a peculiar smile flickered at the corners of Haibuodong's mouth as he remarked, "I possess some knowledge regarding this matter. I can divulge the locations within this desert where the might be concealed. All I ask in return is that you assist me in concocting a once you acquire the." "But," Luci promptly agreed, saying, "No problem. Obtaining a 6th-grade elixir is merely a trifle, as long as I can secure the." "Yet, what is it that concerns you?" A hint of awkwardness crossed Hai Buodong's aged countenance as he continued. Ever since I obtained the recipe for thee, I have been in search of the necessary herbs to concoct it, and over the years, I have gathered a substantial portion. However, the most crucial ingredient, the, can only be found deep within the Tagore Desert. Moreover, the higher the temperature, the easier it is to locate. As you are aware, my cultivation is aligned with ice attributes, and I bear a seal imposed by the Queen Medusa within me. Thus, should I venture too far into the depths of the Tagore Desert, she would surely sense my presence. Upon hearing this, Luci immediately understood and rolled his eyes, saying, Do you not comprehend the rules of alchemy? The herbs must be sourced by the alchemists themselves. You expect me to assist in concocting your elixir while also searching for thee in the heart of the Tagore Desert? Luci felt a surge of indignation as he retrieved the incomplete map from his spatial ring, realizing he had overlooked such a significant detail and allowed this old trickster to take advantage of him. Shifting his gaze from the map to Hai Buodong, who had closed his eyes and ceased speaking, Luci noted the old man's nonchalant demeanor, akin to a pig unperturbed by boiling water. Luci inwardly scoffed. This wily old man. He then tucked the map away, anger boiling within him, and kicked Hai Buodong once more. Afterward, he formed a seal with his hands and declared, Seal of fire. Do not remain seated. Hand over the recipe and the clues for the. I have made a promise. Luci spoke irately. All for the sake of the. Finally feeling the flow of within him, Hai Buodong exhaled in relief, channeling his internal to suppress the injuries he had just sustained. Gathering the strength to rise slowly, Luci then turned and exited the shop, while Hai Buodong wore a bitter smile, watching the young Luci's retreating figure, lost in thought until the latter disappeared from view, after which he began to tidy up the remnants of the shop. As Luci stepped out of the ancient map shop, the sky had darkened considerably. He promptly resolved to find a place to rest for the night. Intending to embark on his quest for the following day, Luci strolled slowly, and as night fell, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. While walking, a cold smile crept across Luci's lips. Although he had not opened his spiritual perception, his innate senses allowed him to discern a shadowy figure trailing him not far behind. Luci then approached a seemingly secluded area and turned, calmly stating, Come out. No sooner had he spoken than a diminutive figure, shrouded in tattered black robes, emerged. A timid voice resonated from within the cloak. Esteemed sir, where do you wish to go? I can guide you, and you need only to pay me a small reward. Luci initially regarded the figure in the black robe with indifference as they released their soul power. However, his expression soon shifted to one of astonishment. In his perception, this individual bore no trace of fighting spirit, and beneath the robe stood a diminutive girl, her frail form suggesting a lack of nourishment. Her face scarcely larger than a palm, adorned with delicate azure scales at the corners of her eyes. In an instant, Luci recalled a certain individual, swiftly moving to stand before the robed figure, removing her hood to gaze into her eyes. There, deep within her pupils, he discerned 3 petal-shaped azure lights radiating an eerie luminescence. A smile graced Luci's face as he mused internally. The azure serpent's 3 flower eyes can command serpent-like magical beasts and consume their fighting spirit to enhance one's cultivation. An extraordinary constitution that could almost guarantee advancement to the rank of Doshang. It was a surprise to encounter such a being here, since fate had brought them together. He felt compelled to take her under his wing. Observing the girl, who averted her gaze and struggled as their eyes met, Luci formulated a plan. With a gentle smile, he spoke softly, Your eyes are beautiful. You need not concern yourself with the opinions of others, for you are blameless. The chance of a serpent-human hybrid being born is less than 1 in 10,000, yet you have come into existence and survived. This indicates that your life holds significance. Luci's warm smile and kind words momentarily calmed the delicate girl, who timidly regarded him and whispered, Does my existence truly hold meaning? Luci nodded slowly, replying, Fate renders everything meaningful. Perhaps it is destined that your existence is meant for this moment, to meet me. At that moment, a strange glimmer flickered in the once timid gaze of Qing Lin, the azure dots in her pupils becoming increasingly pronounced. Luci then reached out to stroke her head and gently inquired, What is your name? He followed up with another question, Do you have a family? Qing Lin lowered her head, biting her lip, and shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Luci tenderly tucked a stray hair behind her ear and spoke with a hint of compassion, Would you like to come with me? Where I am will be your home from now on. At that moment, Qing Lin stared in awe at the handsome young man before her, whose eyes radiated warmth rather than the disdain she had grown accustomed to. It warmed her heart, and inexplicably, she nodded in agreement. Luci's smile broadened as he saw her acquiescence. He stepped closer, crouched down, and embraced her knees, lifting her up suddenly. Startled, Qing Lin gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around Luci's neck. He stood with a laugh, saying, Let us go. We shall find a place to stay for today. Chapter 31, Qing Lin. I was born in the stone desert city of the Tagore Desert. Due to the azure scales on my body upon birth, my mother named me Qing Lin. Since I can remember, no one has been willing to befriend me. Whenever I attempted to approach other children, their fathers or mothers would invariably whisk them away. I harbor a profound fear of those adults. They incessantly point fingers at me, their disdainful gazes instilling a sense of dread within me. I later came to understand that their looks were filled with contempt and loathing. Whenever a family member, engaged in mercenary work, meets their demise, these individuals would make a point to berate me as a cursed and ill-fated being, blaming me for the death of their kin. In those moments, I felt an overwhelming urge to find a place to hide. My mother is the sole person who has ever shown me kindness. Unlike other children, I have no father, only my mother, who single-handedly raised me. I recall a day when I watched my weary mother and, puzzled, asked her why I lacked a father. Upon hearing my question, her eyes instantly filled with tears, and sorrow streamed down her face, marred by anger and hatred, as she muttered curses under her breath. Witnessing my mother's profound sadness and fury, I panicked and rushed to embrace her arm, desperately trying to comfort her. Yet, her reaction was one of violent struggle. Her face awash with revulsion and terror, it was the only time she ever struck me. From that moment on, a flicker of fear crept into my heart regarding my mother. As I matured, I began to grasp the depth of my mother's disdain for my father. He was a malevolent serpent man from the depths of the Tagar Desert, wholly unworthy of the titles of husband or father. He brought her nothing but ceaseless humiliation and left me with only a body marked by serpentine scales and the tainted bloodline of a serpent man. My resentment towards him burned fiercely, for he was the architect of my plight, and I found myself loathing all those around me, while others exhibited warmth and unity. Directed towards me was only an endless torrent of contempt and unrelenting insults. I began to detest myself, despising my own green-hued scales, becoming timid and cowardly, too fearful to reveal myself under the sun, too ashamed to meet the scornful gazes of others. At the age of 9, the only person who had ever loved me, my mother, succumbed to illness after years of relentless toil. I could not bear the thought of losing her and mustered the courage to seek help, hoping someone might come to her aid, yet all remained indifferent, unwilling to extend a hand. Upon seeing me, their eyes only reflected disdain, accompanied by filthy insults and violent shoves. In despair, I watched my mother's health decline until one fateful night, she departed from this world forever. I wept by her side for an entire day and night, my strength insufficient to carry her. In the end, I could only wrap her in a mat and drag her to the outskirts of the city. Along the way, every passerby shouted curses at me and quickly turned away, none willing to linger. Outside the city, after laying my mother to rest, I knelt by her grave, contemplating whether ending my own life would not be a fitting conclusion. Without my mother, I was left to navigate life alone, still too afraid to step into the sunlight, hiding under my cloak after dusk, taking on menial tasks such as washing clothes or guiding strangers to survive. I remained oblivious to what I was waiting for, uncertain of what my life could still hold. Yet I numbly endured for an entire year. One evening, as I ventured out as usual, I spotted a strikingly handsome young man on the street, adorned in an opulent white robe that seemed to signify he did not belong to this place. Intrigued, I decided to follow him, thinking that if I could assist him in finding his way, I might earn a handsome reward. Upon realizing I was trailing him, a wave of anxiety washed over me. I took a deep breath and mustered the courage to approach him and express my intentions. To my surprise, he suddenly turned towards me, removing my hat and studying my face. I froze, fearing that he might be repulsed by the scales adorning my visage. Panic surged within me. I felt the urgent need to flee, yet his strength held me in place. Just then, I heard his gentle voice, which reassured me, complimenting the beauty of my eyes and affirming that my existence was neither wrong nor without purpose. My eyes began to sting with unshed tears, and I wondered if my fate could indeed bear meaning. Unable to contain my emotions, I asked him if my existence was merely to have crossed paths with him today. He then inquired about my name and whether I had a home. Overwhelmed, I felt the urge to weep, for I had neither home nor possessions, only my azure scales and the tainted blood of my serpentine lineage. He asked if I would accompany him, promising that wherever he was would become my home. I gazed at him, captivated by the kindness in his smile, devoid of any disdain or contempt, only compassion. I agreed, willing to follow him. He lifted me into his arms, startling me, and I instinctively clung to his neck. Yet, his embrace was so warm that I couldn't help but hold on a little tighter. In that moment, I felt as if I had discovered the significance of my existence. The delicate azure-skinned girl felt light in his grasp, and as he observed her frail form, he surmised she had endured much hardship. When she mentioned seeking a place to stay, without much thought, she guided him to her home, leading him to a dilapidated little house nestled in a secluded area. As he surveyed the crumbling exterior and the somewhat decayed wooden door and windows, he noted that the sole virtue of the place was its cleanliness, suggesting the owner maintained it well. He glanced at her and softly asked, "Is this where you used to live?" Having been born into a family of modest means and later favored by his master, Su Nho, he had always lived a life of luxury and had never resided in such a humble abode. He shook his head, pushed the door open with one hand, and stepped inside. The furnishings were sparse, with merely a small bed occupying the space. His smile shifted to something more peculiar as he mused, "Well, I suppose I can forego sleep for the sake of cultivation. After all, this young lady has brought me to her home." He casually pulled a chair over and sat down, speaking kindly to her. "My name is Luci. I have come to the Tagore Desert in search of a rare and divine flame. Tomorrow, I will purchase a large courtyard to serve as a temporary residence, and you shall move there to live." In a timid voice, she quickly responded, "No, wherever you go, I will go with you." Upon hearing the words, Lu Dasha pondered for a moment, realizing that perhaps Qinglin could indeed assist him in his quest for the. He nodded gently and said, "Then you shall be my maid from now on, and wherever I go, you shall accompany me." "Certainly, young Master Lu." On the following day, Qinglin was roused from her slumber by an enticing fragrance. She rose and stepped outside her room, only to behold a colossal medicinal cauldron standing before her, with Luci positioned in front of it. Shortly thereafter, the cauldron opened, releasing 8 plump, verdant pills that soared into the air, exuding a rich herbal aroma, each adorned with intricate patterns. Luci summoned his, drawing all the pills into his palm. Observing Qinglin before him, he selected the finest pill and offered it to her. Speaking softly, "Here, try this." Qinglin extended her small hand to accept the pill, and without hesitation, she consumed it. The medicinal properties were remarkably gentle, flowing through her limbs like a warm current. Sensing the transformation within her body, she sweetly remarked to Luci, "Young master, I feel a warm sensation throughout my body." Luci, storing the remaining pills, responded kindly, "You have endured much hardship in the past, and your constitution is somewhat frail. This pill has been specially formulated to help you restore your health and replenish your vitality. Let us consider it a second-grade elixir. Your innate talent is commendable. Once your body is strengthened, I shall teach you how to cultivate, enabling you to truly assist me." Overjoyed by the knowledge that the pill was crafted specifically for her, Qinglin felt a surge of happiness. Upon hearing that mastering would allow her to aid Luci, a resolute determination emerged in her light green eyes. In a soft yet unwavering tone, she pledged, "Young master, I will strive diligently in my cultivation, and I shall protect you in the future." Luci nodded in satisfaction at her words. All his efforts were aimed at nurturing a future to safeguard himself. While he held confidence in his destiny, he remained uncertain of the heights he could attain. Yet, he was determined to cultivate formidable allies regardless. He then handed Qinglin a jade vial filled with pills, including the 7 remaining from the previous batch, totaling 31 pills. "You may take 1 pill each day, for aside from restoring your health, these pills also serve to quell hunger. Since you will accompany me in search of, they will prove useful on our journey. Let us name this elixir the—" With a gentle pat on Qinglin's head, he added, "We are unsure how long this search may take, so please guide me around the city later. We shall purchase a grand residence to relocate to." Despite the uncertainty of their stay, Luci was resolute in maintaining a high standard of living. After all, it wouldn't do for him and Qinglin to share a small bed. At the very least, they would wait until she matured further. Chapter 32, Delving into the Depths. In the vast desert, where the winds howl and the sands rage, the Tagore Desert is eternally accompanied by scorching sunlight and relentless dust storms. A streak of crimson light darted across the sky, eventually descending into a stretch of desert in the eastern part of Shimo City, where Luci's figure gradually materialized. Suspended in midair by his immense crimson wings, Luci gazed down upon a seemingly unremarkable stretch of flat terrain, indistinguishable from any other desert expanse. In his hands lay the map bestowed upon him by Hai Bo Dong, its details vividly illustrated, delineating the distribution of cities, water sources, and even the frequented haunts of the serpent folk. Luci's first destination was the area marked by a flame symbol to the east of Stone Desert City, as it was here that Xiao Yan had purportedly discovered the underground passage. Lowering his gaze to the unremarkable landscape below, Luci gently addressed the azure-scaled creature nestled in his embrace. "Qinglin, could you confirm whether this flame-marked location on the map corresponds to our current position?" At that moment, Qinglin, resembling a vine entwined around Luci, turned her head towards the map and then the desert beneath them. Unconsciously, she burrowed further into Luci's arms, for this was her inaugural experience soaring hundreds of meters above the ground. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. She replied in a soft, melodic tone, "Yes, but there is nothing down there. Is it truly possible that young master will find treasure?" Luci raised an eyebrow and replied, "If this is indeed the location, then we have no cause for concern." He meticulously folded the map, securing it with one hand while cradling Qinglin with the other as he dove downward. Accompanied by a series of startled exclamations from Qinglin, Luci descended from the heights, retracting his wings of fighting spirit as he gently touched down upon the sandy surface. Observing the transformation of Qinglin's face from crimson to pale, her expression dazed yet clinging tightly to him, Luci chuckled softly, patting her back reassuringly, "Fear not. I am here to protect you." Once Qinglin dismounted, Luci comfortingly tousled her hair. At that moment, his robe and long hair fluttered as if stirred by an unseen breeze, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from his brow. Luci appeared to possess a divine perspective, as his spiritual energy swept across the surroundings, allowing him to perceive the essence of the world around him. It was then that he discerned the underlying truths of the earth. The ground was suffused with fiery red energy, while beneath it lay a vast reservoir of earthy yellow energy, majestic and awe-inspiring. As Luci channeled his spiritual energy deeper into the earth, he sought to explore further. He concentrated his spiritual energy into a linear form, striving to probe the depths below, revealing a sprawling world of earthy hues. However, as Luci's spiritual energy delved deeper, it encountered increasing resistance from this yellow realm, causing his energy to be gradually consumed and assimilated. This was, evidently, not the outcome Luci desired. The azure lotus earth fire, a flame residing within the core's molten lava, was born deep within the earth, shaped through countless trials of the earth's fire, melding, compressing, and sculpting over decades into a spirit, forming into its final manifestation over centuries. When fully realized, its hue leaned towards blue, with a cluster of azure flames at its heart, known as the azure lotus fire, or the earth core azure fire. Thus, The realm Luci sought was one rich in fiery energy, the magma of the Earth's core. Luci's expression turned solemn as his soul force delved deep into the Earth, reaching depths of several hundred meters without uncovering even a trace of fire attribute energy. Beside him, Qinglin, who had been observing Luci, noticed his body sway and hurriedly stepped forward to support him, her face etched with concern as she asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Luci steadied himself, rubbing his weary brow, and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued." Internally, he couldn't help but lament, "With my 5th-tier alchemist's soul strength, even the usual crafting of 5th-tier pills doesn't exhaust me this much. I never anticipated today would leave me utterly drained, without a single lead on the." Gazing at Qinglin, who was supporting him, he noticed her petite face mirrored his exhaustion. Even with his Dowang strength, he felt thoroughly spent. Qinglin had yet to embark on her cultivation journey, accompanying him throughout this sandstorm-ravaged desert with her ordinary human physique for an entire day. She bore it all without a hint of complaint. How tough it must have been for her. Seeing Luci open his arms, Qinglin bit her lip, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she stepped forward and leaped into his embrace, burying her head into the crook of his neck. She inhaled the air imbued with Luci's unique scent, her eyes revealing a hint of infatuation. The warmth of her young master's embrace was so comforting. If only she could remain in his arms forever, how wonderful that would be. Once Luci secured Qinglin in his arms, he unfurled his magnificent crimson wings, transforming into a streak of red light as he soared directly towards Shimo City. Upon entering the city, the bustling noise enveloped him. Yet as Luci walked down the street with Qinglin in his arms, the crowd abruptly fell silent for a moment. They beheld the cursed half-snake, half-human, being carried by a strikingly handsome young man clad in white. The disdainful glares that had initially accompanied them were instantly replaced by fear upon meeting Luci's indifferent gaze, prompting them to tremble and part ways to grant Luci passage. 10 days later, Luci stood atop a sand dune with his eyes closed, suddenly opening them in excitement. He smacked his lips and exclaimed, "After searching for over 10 days, I have finally found it. The molten core filled with fire attribute energy, buried deep within the earth." However, why could he not find the passageway leading underground? Did the original narrative not mention numerous intricate passages? Wait a moment. When Xiao Yin discovered the molten core, Queen Medusa had already visited and taken away the blue lotus earth fire, leaving only a lotus seat amidst the magma. Those so-called passages couldn't possibly have been forcibly created by Queen Medusa, could they? Qinglin, witnessing Luci's sudden exhilaration, felt joy for him as well. "Congratulations, young master," she exclaimed. Luci, upon hearing her words, affectionately ruffled Qinglin's little head and, with a beaming smile, said, "Have you not begun cultivating Douqi as I instructed you a few days ago? Will you be able to assist me later?" Qinglin's face lit up with happiness, and she eagerly responded, "Young master, I have cultivated Douqi. I will surely be able to help you this time." Luci clapped his hands together and declared, "Then it is up to you, Qinglin. Let us proceed to the true treasure site." Upon speaking, Luci extended his right hand, and a fiery red flame materialized in the air above it. With a mere thought, the flame transformed into a majestic fire lion. As the fire lion emerged, the scorching temperatures of the surrounding desert began to diminish instantaneously, while the lion itself became increasingly fervent, drawing upon the ambient heat. Luci then propelled the fire lion forward, regulating its size to a formidable 2 meters, its presence radiating an indomitable aura despite its stable dimensions. The terrifying heat it emanated caused the surrounding yellow sands to begin to melt. The fire lion first reared back with a mighty roar before leaping forward, becoming a streak of fiery brilliance as it charged towards the ground. The extreme temperatures instantly melted the sands it touched, converting them into liquid magma, which, upon losing heat, solidified into rock, while the fire lion delved deeper into the earth, leaving a molten trail in its wake. Luci's spiritual energy surged forth, encircling the fiery stream and guiding it toward the depths filled with fire attribute energy. At that moment, a blazing streak broke through the surface of the magma pool, plunging directly into its depths. The once tranquil magma pool erupted into tumultuous waves, raising sprays of lava, each droplet capable of incinerating an ordinary individual to ashes. Luci narrowed his eyes, sensing that the passage had been completely opened. He swiftly cradled the azure scale, enveloping it with his fighting aura, which transformed into wings at his back as he soared down the passage. Concurrently, his spiritual energy fluctuated, leaving behind an illusion to obscure the passage from any prying eyes. In the vast cavern, the crimson magma churned restlessly, a scene Luci observed while hovering above the magma pool. The abundant fire attribute energy thoroughly dominated this realm, repelling all other elemental energies, its density almost tangible. Chapter 33, The Two-Headed Fire Spirit Serpent. Luci gazed down at the ever-churning world of magma with excitement, pressing his lips together in anticipation. He had finally found it. The lake of magma bubbled and roiled, occasionally releasing a bubble that would burst with a hissing sound, emitting a cloud of white poisonous smoke that sent chills down one's spine. Only in such terrifying and naturally formed sanctuaries could one hope to encounter a phenomenon as formidable as the Waihu. The crimson flames danced around Luci's form, shielding him from the oppressive heat and toxic vapors of this place. Were it not for his cultivation at the Dowang level, he might not have remained so composed in the face of nature's overwhelming might. although the azure scale was protected by his fighting aura. A faintly cold and peculiar energy continuously surged from within, aiding in its adaptation to the harsh environment. Observing the changes within the azure scale, Luci felt reassured. Luci gazed at the azure-scaled Qinglin in his arms, contemplating the unfathomable depths of the magma. If he were to rely solely on the power of his soul to search for answers, he could only imagine the countless days that would elapse. The impending moment would reveal whether Qinglin could successfully awaken the three-flower eyes of the azure serpent, thus gaining control over the two-headed fire spirit snake dwelling within the molten abyss. Should the two-headed fire spirit snake lead the way, the task would undoubtedly become significantly simpler. Qinglin nodded gently in response and assured Luci, "Rest assured, I shall be obedient and will not cause any trouble for you, young master." Luci smiled softly, affirming her words with a nod before turning his attention back to the magma. His formidable aura as a Dowang surged forth, unabashedly radiating like a torch in the dark of night, seeking to lure the beasts lurking within the magma lake. Suddenly, Luci sensed a powerful presence gathering beneath him, prompting him to glance downward. He observed a specific spot where a multitude of bubbles began to erupt, and with a hissing sound, a column of blood-red flame energy mixed with magma shot forth, aimed directly at Luci's position in the air. Naturally, such an attack could not touch him. With a flap of his wings, he deftly evaded it. However, this onslaught seemed to trigger a cascade of similar blood-red flame energy columns, relentlessly bombarding Luci. Using his Doqi wings, Luci skillfully dodged the assaults, but he could not escape the molten rock above. Struck by the fiery energy, the lava shattered into numerous fragments, raining down into the depths below and splattering molten rock everywhere, creating chaos in an instant. Amidst the magma, the immense shadow of the beast, which had been unable to harm Luci with its ordinary attacks, finally emerged with a deafening roar, lunging towards him with intent to bite. This creature was a colossal serpentine beast, measuring at least 4 or 5 zhang in length, its entire body of vivid crimson. From a distance, it resembled a round ball of fire. Its surface was adorned with scarlet scales the size of a palm, and most notably, it possessed 2 fearsome heads branching from its neck, each with massive diamond-shaped eyes filled with a ferocity and bloodlust. Luci regarded the two-headed fire spirit snake, which had now ceased its concealment and revealed itself from the magma, and with a cold chuckle, remarked, "The two-headed fire spirit snake typically thrives in extremely hot environments, capable of subsisting on magma and growing ever stronger. Its potential for evolution is immense. Born as a first-tier beast, it may ascend to a 6th-tier beast, rivaling even Dohuang practitioners if fortunate enough. TSK, yet you remain merely a 4th-tier beast. Were it not for your existence, I would not have waited until breaking through to Dohuang to claim this azure lotus heartfire." As he observed the ferocious heads of the two-headed fire spirit snake, which opened its gaping maw to lunge at him, Luci sneered and began to retreat. He raised his right hand, summoning a flame of crimson hue that swelled and expanded into a spherical form, and with a swift motion, he hurled it towards the two-headed fire spirit snake. A fireball struck directly upon one of the heads of the two-headed fire spirit serpent, abruptly halting its lunge. The dual assault of the frigid and searing breath intermingled within the crimson flames shattered the fiery scales of its head, causing crimson blood to erupt continuously, which then vaporized into a swirling mist amidst the surrounding intense heat. The injured head of the two-headed fire spirit serpent let out a chilling wail, yet possessing 2 heads. The agonizing pain incited its ferocity. Its diamond-shaped eyes grew increasingly frenzied, while the other head, in its agony, thrust forth its scarlet trident-like tongue, piercing toward Luci like a serpent spear. Luci, sensing the imminent danger, flared his battle aura wings and retreated swiftly. Observing the increasingly frenzied two-headed fire spirit serpent before him, a grave expression crossed his face as he murmured, "Indeed, it is a formidable creature capable of surviving in magma. Despite being merely a 4th-tier magical beast, it appears grievously wounded under my crimson flames. However, its bones remain unscathed. In this realm of magma, it thrives. And were it not for my fire attribute battle aura being unaffected here, other attribute battle kings would truly be at a loss against you." At that moment, the two-headed fire spirit serpent glared at Luci with its blood-red eyes, but refrained from pursuing him immediately. Instead, it conjured a sea of deep red flames that swirled above the magma. Boom! The sky was engulfed in deep crimson flames, which suddenly began to spin rapidly, a fierce howling resonating throughout the vast cavern. As the rotation intensified, the surrounding flames writhed, and 10 or more two-headed fire spirit serpents, entirely formed of fiery energy, materialized within the flames. As the sound crescendoed, these serpents swiftly formed a fiery formation, surging toward Luci at the center with temperatures hot enough to evaporate the very air. The spectacle of these colossal beings, each several meters in length, soaring and attacking within the cavern was truly magnificent. However, beneath this grandeur lay a peril capable of claiming lives. As Luci beheld the oncoming two-headed fire spirit serpents from all directions, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and he remarked, "A 4th-tier magical beast, enhanced in this magma world, has unleashed power comparable to that of a mid-tier battle king. Yet, this is where it ends, for you are also a fire attribute beast." Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the 10 or more two-headed fire spirit serpents collided at the center almost simultaneously, and at the moment of contact, they erupted violently. The fierce energy dispersed in waves, sending ripples of power radiating outward, causing the previously calmed magma lake to surge wildly once more. Seeing Luci engulfed by the deep red flames, the young master, Qinglin, gazed anxiously at the sky filled with crimson flames and could not help but shout in concern. At this moment, at the epicenter of the explosion, Luci was enveloped in a sphere of crimson flames. The deep red fire outside, no matter how fiercely it erupted, was entirely isolated by the crimson blaze. Moreover, the heat generated by the surging deep red flames was continuously siphoned and absorbed by the ethereal blue halo surrounding the crimson fire, which in turn nourished the flames within. Soon, the silhouette of Luci gradually emerged amidst the deep red flames, and as his figure became distinct, the surrounding crimson fire began to dissipate. Once the deep red flames had completely vanished, only a brilliant white flame encircled Luci. Indeed, as all the crimson flames were absorbed by Luci's crimson blaze, their temperature seemed to transcend previous limits. The once crimson flames transformed into a searing white hue, rendering Luci surrounded by this blazing white fire, akin to a deity amidst the inferno. Now fully visible, Luci beheld the two-headed fire spirit snake before him, its enormous serpentine eyes filled with astonishment. A playful smile graced Luci's lips as he addressed the creature. Surprised, are we? Without waiting for the two-headed fire spirit snake's response, Luci, with the wings of fighting spirit unfurling behind him, darted forward like a bolt of lightning. He raised his hand towards the snake and commanded, "Fire palm." The searing white flames coalesced like flowing water into Luci's palm, transforming into a series of blazing white imprints as he struck. In the face of the two-headed fire spirit snake's desperate, wide-eyed horror, each imprint landed upon its form, shattering its fiery scales until it was reduced to a bloody mess. Its eyes vacant, plummeting into the molten lava below like a lifeless serpent. Yet Luci needed the two-headed fire spirit snake to guide him. He could not allow it to fall into the lava. With a swift motion, he appeared at the snake's tail, grasping it firmly and lifting the creature towards the position of the azure-scaled being, searching for a stable piece of lava to cast it upon. With a resounding thud, the two heads of the fire spirit snake crashed onto the molten surface, sending plumes of dust into the air, while its body and tail submerged into the lava, creating massive waves that spread outward. Luci gazed at the weeping azure scale with compassion, gently ruffling its hair, and soothingly remarked, "See, I am perfectly fine. Your young master is strong." Before the azure scale could voice its protest, Luci swept it into his arms and soared towards the molten surface where the two-headed fire spirit snake lay. Luci tenderly stated, "I truly need your assistance now. I mentioned that your eyes are beautiful, and you can connect with that magical creature through them. The object I seek lies beneath the lava, and this beast surely knows its location. Soon, you must channel your fighting spirit into your eyes and befriend this creature, so it may guide me." As they landed on the molten surface, the azure scale turned to face the fearsome heads of the snake. Stepping forward, it summoned the scant fighting spirit within to its eyes, resolutely thinking, "I must help my master." As the fighting spirit within Qinglin entered the Bai Shi San Hua Tong, 3 azure points of light indeed emerged within her pale green pupils, emanating an enchanting aura, yet no further transformation occurred. After a brief while, as the fighting spirit within Qinglin was entirely depleted, the Bai Shi San Hua Tong did not awaken. However, Qinglin remained undeterred, persistently fixating her gaze upon the two-headed fire spirit snake, yet still failing to establish a sense of communication with it, which led her to feel a wave of despondency. With a trembling voice, she uttered, "Young master, I am sorry." Luci's gaze drifted far away as he pondered. According to the original narrative, the awakening of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong is unrelated to the presence of fighting spirit. Could it be due to insufficient stimulation? He approached Qinglin from behind, placing his hands gently on her slender shoulders, and slowly leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Qinglin, do not let me down." Upon feeling the warmth of his breath and hearing Luci's words, Qinglin's face flushed a deep crimson, her mind momentarily blank, consumed by a singular thought. "I must not disappoint the young master. I must not disappoint the young master." In the midst of this fervent declaration, the 3 azure points within her pupils suddenly radiated an intense light, transforming into 3 minuscule green flowers in the blink of an eye. As these peculiar green blossoms emerged, a powerful and eerie luminescence surged forth, illuminating the fire spirit snake before her. The strange light glided slowly over the snake's body, eventually resting at the center of its 2 heads. Once the luminescence ceased its movement, it began to gradually shrink. With the diminishing range, its internal brightness only intensified. As the scope of the light continued to contract, it ultimately reduced to the size of a palm. Upon reaching this dimension, it ceased to shrink further, and with a burst of brilliance, 2 tiny green flowers were imprinted upon the foreheads of the fire spirit snake. Chapter 34, The Green Lotus Heartfire. Luci extended his hand to catch Qinglin, who had fainted after awakening the Bai Shi San Hua Tong and gaining control over the 2-headed fire spirit snake. Realizing that her fainting was merely due to overexertion and that she was not in serious danger, he let out a sigh of relief. He then lifted his gaze to the subdued 2-headed fire spirit snake under Qinglin's control, feeling a twinge of envy swell within him. A creature of the 4th tier, capable of engaging in battle with the Do Wang in this molten world, had effortlessly succumbed to the recently awakened Bai Shi San Hua Tong. This was the true essence of dominance. At that moment, the two-headed fire spirit snake, having lost consciousness due to Luci's strike, began to awaken gradually. Perhaps influenced by Qinglin's presence, its two heads appeared increasingly fierce due to the pain it experienced, yet when its colossal serpentine eyes met Luci's, they unmistakably revealed a glimmer of trepidation and fear. As its gaze shifted downward and fell upon Qinglin cradled in Luci's arms, the previous ferocity swiftly dissipated, replaced by an unmistakable demeanor of submission. Upon observing the gentle glimmer of submission in the eyes of the two-headed fire spirit serpent, Luci understood that this time, the extraordinary flame was secured. A smile graced his countenance as the affluent young master, with a flourish, retrieved a valuable bottle of third-grade healing elixir from his spatial ring. He uncorked it and tossed it towards the serpent's heads. Initially, the serpent exhibited a hint of wariness at the sight of the approaching jade vial. However, as the rich aroma of the potion wafted through the air, it quickly raised its head in delight and swallowed the entire vial in one gulp. The efficacy of the third-grade elixir was remarkable, and with multiple pills consumed at once, the serpent's broken bones began to mend, while flesh and scales started to regenerate. Shortly thereafter, aside from appearing somewhat lethargic in spirit and aura, the serpent's injuries seemed to have largely healed on the surface. Once its wounds were nearly fully restored, the serpent cast a wary glance at Luci before turning and retreating back into the depths of the magma, indicating that Luci had indeed left a significant impression on the creature. After approximately 10 minutes of unconsciousness, Qinglin finally stirred, letting out a soft murmur as she awoke. Gazing at Luci, she gently exclaimed, "Young master, I succeeded." Luci, smiling, replied, "Qinglin, you have rendered me a great service this time." Hearing Luci's praise, Qinglin beamed with satisfaction, feeling elated to have assisted her master. Luci then continued, "Go and summon that magical beast. Inquire where the extraordinary flame is hidden." At his words, Qinglin sprang from Luci's embrace, stifling a smile as she dashed over to the edge of the lava. With her hands cupped around her mouth, she called out, "Come forth." As her voice echoed, the once tranquil lava lake erupted with the colossal figure of the two-headed fire spirit serpent, which surged upward before gliding towards Qinglin. Qinglin, momentarily closing her eyes in contemplation, slowly opened them and surveyed her surroundings. Finally, she timidly pointed towards the searing magma lake below, whispering, "It says it's beneath here." Luci, unfazed, nodded with a smile and instructed Qinglin, "Tell it to guide me there." Upon hearing Luci's request, Qinglin gasped in surprise, but, with her eyes still partially closed, conveyed the command to the fire spirit serpent. The serpent's massive eyes flashed with reluctance, yet compelled by the bond. It emitted a roar before plunging into the magma. Watching the serpent disappear into the molten depths, Luci approached the lava's edge, preparing to leap. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his garments from behind and turned to see Qinglin, her face etched with concern. Luci smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, pondering with a peculiar sense of amusement how her fondness for him had transformed into unwavering loyalty. He then turned and leapt into the lava, feeling the temperature rise intensely around him until, at last, the cacophony of the outside world was completely severed from his senses. Splash! At the moment before plunging into the molten lava, a fiery red flame enveloped Luci, creating a barrier between his form and the surrounding magma. Observing the crimson flames around him, he lamented, "Alas, the enhanced brilliant white flame has been nearly depleted. Otherwise, my consumption of fighting spirit would be significantly reduced." Within this fiery realm of molten rock, turbulent currents surged, with fierce streams of magma occasionally erupting from unknown origins. These currents contained immense energy. Should one be struck, even a grand fighter would suffer grievous injuries. Fortunately, the fire spirit serpent was exceedingly familiar with this environment, skillfully navigating the most appropriate paths before the currents arrived, allowing Luci, who followed closely behind, to evade these magma flows and conserve his fighting spirit. In this crimson world, it seemed there were no other creatures besides the fire spirit serpent. It was hardly surprising, given the harsh living conditions, had it not been for the serpent's formidable physique. Capable of subsisting on magma, survival here would be impossible. As they continued their descent into the seemingly endless depths of lava, even with Luci's prowess as a fighting king, he could vaguely sense the external temperature rising exponentially, leading to a greater depletion of his fighting spirit. Confronted with this phenomenon, he instinctively gritted his teeth and furrowed his brow. No wonder this place could harbor the extraordinary fire, a divine entity. The fire spirit serpent thrived here due to its strength, while I must continually expend fighting spirit in the magma. How vexing! Having come this far, I cannot return empty-handed. In this environment, where all sense of time felt stripped away, Luci was unaware of the precise passage of time. He only recognized that, after a mechanical descent, he had already consumed 30% of his fighting spirit. As he ventured deeper, the magma outside had turned a shade of azure. "It seems the lava is becoming increasingly blue," Luci murmured gravely. Navigating through the now almost entirely transformed azure magma, his expression grew more solemn. Observing the fire spirit serpent, which continued its descent, he could not help but think how fortunate Xiaoyan was. Even a fighting king like himself felt immense pressure here. Had Xiaoyan not had Yaochen and the bone spirit cold fire to protect him, he would have been reduced to ash with his fighting master level. Luci fixed his gaze on the fire spirit serpent ahead, Were it not for the contract with the azure-scaled serpent, he would have suspected the serpent of betraying him. Suddenly, he noticed the fire spirit serpent had come to a halt, its gaze fixated on a brilliant azure glow not far away. As he focused, he discerned, within the azure radiance, the gentle swaying of a blue lotus flower, gracefully dancing in the molten expanse. The azure lotus heart fire, ranked 19th on the list of extraordinary flames, is born deep within the earth. It undergoes countless trials of the earth's fire, merging, compressing, and sculpting over 10 years to attain spirit, a century to take shape, and a millennium to blossom as a lotus. When fully formed, it exhibits a bluish hue, with a cluster of azure flames emanating from its core. Known as the azure lotus fire or the azure heart fire of the earth, this fire possesses unfathomable power, capable of triggering volcanic eruptions in proximity to volcanic regions, manifesting as a destructive force of nature. A fleeting thought about the azure heart fire crossed Luci's mind, and even with his steadfastness, he could not suppress his exhilaration at this moment. Beside him, the two-headed fire spirit serpent emitted a sharp sound from its massive jaws. Luci turned to observe that the creature, with its enormous eyes, was gazing at the azure light with a hint of fear, its colossal body trembling slightly. Disregarding the serpent's unusual behavior, Luci's lips curled into a smile as he firmly planted his foot, propelling himself into the embrace of the azure radiance. Upon entering the azure light, the temperature around him curiously dropped, yet Luci paid no heed, his focus unwavering on the azure lotus before him. The azure lotus, with its 8 petals, resembled the most exquisite jade, exuding an innate perfection. At first glance, it appeared crystal clear, evoking an irresistible allure. Within the lotus, there seemed to be a small platform of 2 to 3 feet, from which faint luminescence emanated through several apertures, likely the result of the purest fire attribute energy coalescing into lotus seeds. Beneath the azure lotus, slender roots, extending over 10 meters in length, were densely covered with tiny tendrils. As these tendrils swayed, Luci could distinctly sense their almost ravenous state as they fervently absorbed the raging fire attribute energy from the surrounding magma. Chuckling softly, Luci retrieved a translucent jade ruler from his storage ring, a specialized tool he typically employed for gathering high-grade medicinal herbs to prevent damage to their roots. Gripping the jade ruler, he cautiously navigated around the roots, approaching the azure lotus. With a gentle stroke at the point where the lotus platform connected to the roots, the exquisitely crafted azure lotus gracefully detached. Luci beckoned with his hand, and the lotus platform floated delicately into his grasp. Gazing at the azure flame quietly burning within the central aperture of the platform, he could not help but break into a foolish grin. Wiping away the drool that threatened to escape from the corner of his mouth, Luci finally composed himself, casting a glance at the remaining roots on the ground. I shall take everything else, but I will leave this root here, he mused. One must leave a thread for the future. Perhaps, in 1,000 years, another azure heart fire will emerge. Such a spiritual entity should not be extinguished in my possession. He then retrieved a dedicated storage ring, placing the lotus platform within it. Typically, extraordinary flames could incinerate the storage space entirely, yet within this lotus platform, it remained remarkably tranquil, fortunate that it had not yet developed sufficient sentience. Otherwise, it might have known to resist. However, this is not an ideal location for refining the. After finally obtaining the, did not breathe a sigh of relief. Stretching languidly with a smile of delight on his face, he observed the surroundings as the lotus platform vanished, causing the protective azure glow to gradually diminish. Chapter 35, Devouring. Approximately an hour later, accompanied by a surge of molten lava, S figure emerged above the magma. Once the lava dripped off him completely, he unfurled his wings of, propelling himself like a bolt of lightning to the spot where awaited amidst the lava. Upon seeing S return, joyfully approached him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master, your wishes have been fulfilled." Hearing this, naturally broke into a broad smile, thoroughly pleased with the smoothness of this venture. He then remarked, "I owe much to the for its guidance. Otherwise, navigating through this vast expanse of lava to locate such deeply concealed would indeed have been a formidable task." He then lifted and continued, "Let us safely store this. It is time for us to depart." Responded while nestled in his embrace, then whistled towards the magma. Instantly, the azure light on this forehead surged, causing its massive body to rapidly shrink and transform into a wisp of azure light that darted into sleeve. Curious, gently patted her sleeve, a hint of a smile gracing her small face. She then softly said to, "Young master, please bestow a name upon this little serpent." After had successfully stored the S, enormous wings flapped, carrying them towards the exit of the passage. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "Let us name the." Considering it was merely a 4th-tier magical beast, did not pay it much heed, casually deriving a new name from its original. A faint hiss of dissatisfaction emanated from that, presumably an expression of its discontent towards, who had previously subdued it. However, chuckled and said, "You shall be called from now on. Hee, objections are futile. If the young master grows angry, I shall no longer keep you." At this moment, could only lament the bleakness of its existence. Once a free creature in this world of magma, it now found itself with 2 new masters, neither of whom seemed inclined to cherish it. Flew with remarkable speed, the wind howling past his ears. In just a few minutes, he burst forth from the desert and soared into the sky. Gazing down at the passage within the desert, S expression remained indifferent as he extended a hand. A crimson flame materialized, which then transformed into a streak of light that shot towards the passage's entrance. With a resounding boom, the passage erupted in an explosion. Sand and dust swirling violently as it was completely buried. Were it not for the lingering smoke from the explosion, one would scarcely discern that a route to the heart of the magma had ever existed. The rolling sands would conceal all traces. He then casually selected a direction, his wings fluttering as he departed the scene like a fleeting light, keen to avoid attracting the attention of other formidable beings and inviting unnecessary trouble. During his flight, Luci extracted a map from his storage ring, pinpointing a desolate mountain located on the outskirts of the Tagore Desert. Guided by the directions, he made his way there. With the strange fire in his possession, it was only natural for him to feel exhilarated. Thus, to avoid any unnecessary complications, he resolved to complete his task that very day. He sought a tranquil, secluded spot to consume the, ensuring that no one would take notice. Fortunately, the location of the magma from the Earth's core was not buried too deeply within the desert. Even with the effort he spent erasing his aura during flight, he managed to glimpse the towering peaks as the sun began to dip in the west. As he entered the mountain range, Luci gradually reduced his flying speed. Upon landing, he retracted his aura wings. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that while the area was somewhat greener compared to the surrounding desert, it still remained eerily desolate. Nodding in agreement, he concluded that this would be the perfect place. Luci, accompanied by Qinglin, ventured deeper until they reached a more concealed location. Harnessing the power of a demon king, he excavated a cave. With everything prepared, Luci called Qinglin to his side and spoke gently. Qinglin, I am about to enter the cave to absorb the. It is imperative that I am not disturbed. You must guard this place and ensure that if anyone or any beast attempts to intrude before I emerge, you shall let Ling Shuang handle them. A glint of cold determination flickered in Luci's eyes as he spoke the last words. Understanding his master's intent, Qinglin nodded obediently and replied with unwavering resolve, Master, I understand. I will not allow anyone to disturb you. Luci smiled and affectionately ruffled Qinglin's hair, praising, so obedient. He then turned and entered the cave. Qinglin watched Luci's silhouette disappear into the cave before patting the spirit beast, Ling Shuang, coiled around his hand, and softly said, Ling Shuang, did you hear? Master must not be disturbed from now until he exits the cave. If anyone approaches, you must deal with them. When Luci awoke, a spark of divine brilliance flickered in his gaze, and he appeared invigorated. He then brushed the storage ring in his hand, retrieving a transparent jade vial containing a blood-red pill, roughly the size of a longan, resting quietly within. The reflection on the vial revealed faint shadows within the blood-red pill, which seemed to sway slightly, as if containing liquid. This rounded blood-red pill was one of the essential items for absorbing the blood lotus pill. After extracting the blood lotus pill, Luci retrieved a small jade box from his storage ring. Gently placing the box on the smooth stone surface, a faint chill emanated, forming a thin layer of ice on the stone. Upon opening the box, a snow-white jade vial was carefully nestled inside, surrounded by a delicate white mist that imparted an ethereal and mysterious aura. Contained within this snow-white vial was the ice spirit spring. Finally, Luci took a deep breath and retrieved the last essential item for absorbing the Na Ling. Looking at the Na Ling, a hint of pain crossed his features. This invaluable item had cost him 6 months of unpaid labor as a 5th-tier alchemist to exchange for it from the inner academy. Before me lies a diminutive gray stone, no larger than a thumb, its surface smooth and lustrous like jade, devoid of any blemish. Within its core, a faint azure luminescence pulsates gently, reminiscent of a tiny, animated creature. Having meticulously prepared the 3 essential items for the devouring of the, Luci finally extracted the Qinglian seat. First retrieving 11 jade vials to secure the 11 earth fire lotus seeds contained within. These are indeed precious treasures, capable not only of enhancing cultivation but also of strengthening the connection with the Qinglian earth heart fire. Subsequently, his spiritual force swiftly penetrated, severing the bond between the entire lotus seat and the Qinglian earth heart fire. He then cautiously detached the Qinglian seat, freed from its constraints. The initially diminutive azure flame surged explosively, increasing in size nearly exponentially in the blink of an eye. The azure flame transformed into a conflagration, hovering in midair. As the temperature within the cavern escalated correspondingly, Luci was taken aback by this unforeseen development. To prevent the flames from scorching the mountaintop, the crimson flame within him surged forth, enveloping both himself and the Qinglian earth heart fire in a protective crimson veil. However, Luci soon sensed the original crimson flame quivering in response to the, which, at its core, was merely the innate beast fire of a 5th-tier magical beast. The crimson flame mad lion. Now, it expressed its subservience to the Qinglian earth heart fire, compelled to abide by Luci's forceful control. Utilizing the characteristics of the 9 nether spirit flame technique to siphon heat, it absorbed the warmth radiating from the Qinglian earth heart fire, thus shielding the surrounding mountain. Feeling the intensity of the situation, Luci broke into a cold sweat, murmuring in astonishment, my goodness, merely by instinctive eruption. It possesses the might comparable to a high-ranking Do Wang. Coupled with the inherent ability to incinerate all things, it is no wonder that even the peak Do Huang, Queen Medusa, could not withstand it. Thankfully, it has only recently emerged, its spirit akin to that of an infant, blank and unformed. Should it develop a ferocious temperament like the fallen heart flame within the inner court, who would ultimately consume whom? The Qinglian earth heart fire or myself? Is truly uncertain. Seated cross-legged upon the Qinglian seat, Luci retrieved a blood lotus pill, inhaling its peculiar aroma. A chilling sensation enveloped his senses, causing his very soul to shudder. Fixating intently on the fifth-grade pill, he clenched his fists tightly, then closed his eyes, placing it directly into his mouth. As the blood lotus pill touched his tongue, it transformed into a slightly frigid energy that swiftly penetrated the myriad meridians within Luci's body, gradually seeping into his veins and bones like layers of sanguine membranes. With the infiltration of the blood membranes, Luci's body trembled violently, and rivulets of blood began to seep from every pore. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped in a layer of crimson blood, presenting a truly terrifying sight. This blood, shortly after its emergence, rapidly coagulated, forming a blood-colored keratin layer that not only encased Luci's hands and feet, but also completely sealed his eyes within its grasp. The crimson keratin layer envelopes Luci as though he were encased in an impenetrable suit of blood-red armor, offering him steadfast protection. Slowly extending his hand, enveloped by this sanguine layer, Luci directs it towards the ethereal fire suspended in the air. A sudden surge of suction erupts forth. With the emergence of this force, the azure flames above swell dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying force of destruction unfurls as if awakening from slumber, gradually radiating from the azure fire. Fixated on the ever-expanding azure flames, Luci understands that the devouring of the has commenced. Chapter 36, Sweet After Bitter. Within the luminous cavern, the azure flames churn violently, and as the flames flicker, the surrounding space exhibits distinct signs of distortion. At this moment, Luci's absorption transforms the once docile flames into a frenzied inferno. As the flames writhe, they emit a hissing sound, and the air surrounding them is rendered into nothingness by the searing azure fire. Yet, this cannot deter the azure flames from relentlessly approaching Luci, though their advance is slow, under the weight of Luci's formidable Do Qi at the Dowang level. The azure flames drift steadily towards him without pause. Ultimately, the azure flames arrive before Luci, almost within reach, the intense heat washing over him. Yet, there is no room for hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Luci thrusts his right hand, covered by the crimson keratin layer, boldly into the azure flames, desperately seeking the source of the Qinglian earth heart fire. As his hand plunges into the azure flames, he observes the crimson keratin layer on his arm beginning to dissolve rapidly, droplets resembling blood cascading down. Each drop, upon detachment from his arm, is swiftly incinerated by the azure flames into nothingness. Luci remains undeterred, diligently searching inch by inch for the source fire within the azure flames. Should this crimson keratin layer be exhausted without finding the source, it would signify his failure to subdue the, and he might sacrifice an arm in the process. Even with Dowang cultivation, that arm would be rendered useless. Suddenly, a flicker of ecstasy crosses Luci's previously grave countenance as his hand firmly grasps a tangible object within the flames. A smile breaks across his face as he endures the searing pain emanating from his palm, gradually withdrawing his arm from the azure fire. As his arm emerges, within his palm lies a strand of liquid resembling azure magma, writhing slightly. This is the source fire of the Qinglian earth heart fire. Gaze fixed upon the strand radiating an intense heat, Luci speaks solemnly. The next step is to consume it. Having come this far, there is no possibility of retreat. Luci swiftly retrieves the ice spirit cold spring, prepared to ingest it, and then tilts his head back, almost forcing the azure magma down his throat. At this moment, within Luci's meridians, the strand of azure magma, upon arrival, fragmented into countless azure flames that began to dart about chaotically. The once vibrant crimson energy within Luci succumbed to the onslaught of these azure flames, their searing presence relentlessly penetrating through the blood armor, scorching his internal meridians. Consequently, Luci felt an overwhelming wave of torment coursing through his entire being, nearly succumbing to the agony. Enduring this excruciating pain, he forcefully consumed the ice spirit cold spring once more. As the cold essence coursed through his body, it sent a shiver down his spine, yet the outcome proved beneficial. With the cold spring spreading throughout his meridians, a layer of frost enveloped them, creating a more harmonious environment against the disorderly azure flames, thereby allowing Luci the opportunity to contend with them. As a Dowang, Luci unleashed the formidable energy from his dantian, channeling it through his meridians to confront the azure flames, attempting to envelop and guide them along the correct pathways. However, the azure flames behaved like a rebellious child. The more he sought to correct them, the more they resisted. Although Luci managed to encase the azure flames with his potent energy, the flames continued to thrash violently, incinerating the very energy that connected him to them in a bid to break free from his confinement. Determined to subdue these azure flames completely, Luci resolved to incessantly transmit the energy from his dantian, while simultaneously activating the 9 Nether Spirit Flame technique to its utmost limits. Although the 9 Nether Spirit Flame technique lacked the capacity to devour foreign flames like the burning technique, as an Earth tier skill, it could continuously siphon heat, diminishing the azure flames and temporarily augmenting Luci's own power. Thus began an arduous tug of war between Luci and the azure flames within him. The flames relentlessly consumed Luci's energy, striving to breach his defenses, while Luci, in turn, fortified his outer layers of energy with each layer consumed, persistently enveloping the flames and guiding them along the pathways dictated by the 9 nether spirit flame technique towards his dantian. Though the progress was slow, it was unceasing. The survival of the fittest was vividly illustrated. In the original tale, Xiao Yan acquired the azure lotus heart flame while at the Dosha realm, where he was weak and the foreign flame was powerful, forced to guide the relatively naive azure lotus heart flame to subdue it, enduring relentless burns in the process. Now, as a Do Wang, Luci, with thorough preparation and protection of his meridians from the destructive azure flames, was capable of forcibly guiding the azure flames according to his will. Sensing that he had regained control over the situation with his energy, a sinister smile crept across Luci's face as he declared, "If you remain clustered together, I may yet struggle against you, but by fracturing into these individual azure flames, you have only ensnared yourselves." Within the intricate network of meridians in Luci, the first strand of emerald flame, enveloped in a swirling embrace, was nearing the dantian's reservoir of energy. Perhaps during its passage, this verdant flame had absorbed Luci's essence, for once it truly entered the dantian. It settled into a serene state. At this moment, the emerald flame resembled a playful fish, gracefully circling the dough crystal within Luci's dantian, its agile form exuding an air of ease. Outside, Luci's visage bore a fleeting smile of satisfaction, but this expression quickly morphed into one of grave concern. His countenance shifting between shades of green and white. The once docile emerald flame in his dantian suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Luci focused intently, realizing that the emerald flame had encountered the fiery core of the crimson flame frenzied lion, also residing within the dantian. Despite the crimson core trembling in the presence of the emerald flame, as though it might extinguish at any moment, the emerald flame reacted as if provoked. Brandishing its power with fervor, Luci then beheld the swelling emerald flame directly engulf the crimson fire, which did not dare to resist. Faced with this predicament, Luci could not help but curse, lamenting that the crimson flame was one of his sources of strength, now that the core was lost. Managing the remaining emerald flames would prove troublesome. However, before Luci could devise a solution, the emerald flame had already resolved the matter. After consuming the crimson flame, it reverted to a subdued state, shrinking into a diminutive flicker before burrowing into his dough crystal, where it began to release its power, not in a cataclysmic explosion, but rather in a gentle manner, assisting Luci in purifying his fighting energy. This transformation imbued Luci's dough crystal with a verdant hue, infusing his fighting energy with the essence of the green lotus heart fire. As this energy, now tinged with the essence of the green lotus heart fire, coursed through his meridians to encase the other emerald flames, those flames encountered a curious shift, becoming unexpectedly docile, no longer resisting the dough energy that enveloped them. They flowed toward Luci's dantian with a hint of joy. With the emerald flames now compliant, Luci's progress in subduing the exotic fire accelerated. As wave after wave of emerald flames entered his dantian, upon contact, they coalesced once more into a stream of emerald magma, which also infiltrated Luci's dough crystal, thus restoring all the emerald flames to their primal essence of the green lotus heart fire. Yet, Luci found the spectacle within his dantian to be quite peculiar. The green lotus heart fire consistently released its power to aid in purifying his fighting energy, exuding a sense of intimacy that enhanced their bond. Furthermore, the green lotus heart fire revealed its secondary attribute to Luci. Its primary attribute was an explosive fire element, while its second was a floral wood element, continuously emanating its life force to assist Luci in recovering from the wounds inflicted by the exotic flames. Luci was left somewhat bewildered by the seemingly peculiar and affectionate behavior of the green lotus heart fire. Unable to contain my murmurs, I pondered how the azure heart fire resembled a fierce flame within my dantian. Upon encountering this crimson blaze, my heart ignited with jealousy, leading me to vanquish it. Subsequently, it sought my favor, audaciously proclaiming, "Behold, I am the mightiest. All other flamboyant flames are mere trifles before me." What a spectacle this was! A mistress ousting the rightful consort, usurping her place. A phantom sound reverberated within me, and with the assistance of the azure heart fire, I ascended to the rank of a 2-star Do Wang. Ordinarily, when one consumes a foreign flame, they may harness its power for battle or alchemy, yet a breakthrough in realm is an uncommon occurrence. Xiao Yan achieved such a feat by directly devouring the essence of the flame with the burning technique to elevate his cultivation, but I, with the help of the azure heart fire, transcended my limits effortlessly. In my dantian, the azure heart fire seemed to revel in its monumental achievement, radiating an invigorating aura upon emerging from my dough crystal. My expression was peculiar as I produced the last of the spirit gathering, absorbing it into my being. The spirit gathering appeared within my dantian, and I commanded the azure heart fire to enter it through sheer will. Hesitantly, the azure heart fire approached. As though it understood that entering would mean relinquishing its freedom, I issued my command once more, this time with a touch of sternness, and reluctantly. The azure heart fire slipped inside, exuding a sense of grievance. Witnessing the azure heart fire willingly enter the spirit gathering, I was abruptly seized by a strange blend of joy and guilt. Joy for reclaiming the azure heart fire, and guilt for seemingly imposing upon it. In the cave, as the azure heart fire surrendered itself into the spirit gathering with a forlorn demeanor, my endeavor to consume the foreign flame could finally be deemed a genuine success. Seated atop the azure platform, I resembled a figure sculpted from clay, still enveloped in a layer of blood-colored keratin formed by the potency of the blood lotus pill. However, this layer had dulled, mingled with an unpleasant odor from the remnants of the numerous elixirs I had ingested over the years in pursuit of rapid advancement. Now, by employing the foreign flame to refine my body, I sought to expel these toxins, a hidden benefit of refining foreign flames. Akin to a rebirth in terms of enhancing one's aptitude. Suddenly, the blood-colored keratin began to shatter, cracking in numerous places as I awakened. The remnants fell away, revealing my form beneath, now encased in a gentle azure glow that radiated a soft luminescence. As the azure shield gradually dissipated, I beheld my reflection. My once fair and handsome visage now shimmered with a subtle brilliance, akin to having a soft glow effect adorning my features. I felt a profound satisfaction, increasingly embodying the elegance of a gentleman akin to jade, unparalleled among my peers. Subsequently, Luci slowly rose to his feet, first stretching his body to invigorate his muscles and bones before eagerly inspecting the fruits of his journey. This arduous endeavor had undoubtedly yielded abundant rewards. Firstly, he had successfully tamed the ethereal Qinglian heartfire, a remarkable boon for any alchemist, as possessing a unique flame would undoubtedly enhance future alchemical endeavors. Secondly, with the assistance of the Qinglian heartfire, he had made a breakthrough to the rank of a 2-star Do Wang, transforming his original crimson Do crystal into a cerulean one, thus allowing the same Do Qi to unleash even greater power. Contemplating the extraordinary flame, a radiant smile graced Luci's face as he extended his right hand. With a mere thought, the spirit energy within his dantian quivered, and a torrent of azure flames surged forth, coursing through his meridians until it reached his palm. In an instant, the azure flames manifested upon his hand, enveloped by a halo of ethereal blue light, causing the ambient temperature to plummet. Luci's smile became even more radiant, as the 9 nether spirit flame technique flawlessly inherited the property of heat absorption. The azure flames in his grasp, now invigorated, seemed to exult in their newfound strength, for all unique flames possess unparalleled advantages that ordinary flames cannot match, and such flames are capable of growth. Turning his gaze around, Luci noticed that the cave had evidently expanded significantly since his last visit, a testament to the immense power of the unique flame. He approached a stone wall, exerting no force, merely bringing the azure flames close to its surface. The center of the wall began to crack incessantly before being incinerated into nothingness, ultimately leaving behind a hollow cavity. Ah, this is the true power of unique flames, Luci exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the void left in the stone wall. The so-called upgradable technique, the flame-devouring technique, directly devours the fundamental energy of unique flames, propelling both the practitioner's advancement and the enhancement of their dochi realm. Thus, those who utilize the flame-devouring technique to absorb unique flames can elevate their cultivation level swiftly, though the subsequent might of the unique flame depends entirely on the strength of the user's dochi. Others who refine unique flames typically gain benefits that are subtle and long-term. For instance, when he refined the Qinglian heartfire, it remarkably enhanced his cultivation aptitude. Yet the power of the unique flame itself would not be absorbed. Luci gazed at the azure flames in his hand, his eyes seemingly unfocused as he murmured an analysis. However, since his breakthrough to Do Wang, even with his aptitude and earthly grade technique, he could only improve gradually through painstaking effort, unable to ascend as swiftly as before. In truth, anyone can reach Do Wang prior to that stage, provided their techniques and resources are sufficient, and their talent is not utterly abysmal. After reaching Do Wang, without extraordinary opportunities, one must rely on diligent practice for advancement. As for Do Zong, it cannot simply be attained through resources. One must encounter the power of space, which demands exceptionally high standards for soul and aptitude. Reflecting on the seemingly insurmountable barrier of Do Zong, which has halted countless individuals in their tracks, Luci couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Luci casually shed his tattered garments, casting them aside with a flourish that reduced them to ashes. He then retrieved a new sky-blue robe from his spatial ring and donned it, for after his ascension to the Do Wang, he was impervious to the elements. The choice of attire mattered little, thus he opted for what was visually appealing. After tidying up the remnants within the cave, Luci began his journey toward the exit. Before long, he stood at the cave's mouth, gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling stars above. It appeared that the time spent subduing the had been considerable. At that moment, Qing Lin was seated by a nearby campfire, while Ling Shuang was presumably concealed in the shadows. Observing Qing Lin's drowsy demeanor, Luci noted how she fought to remain awake, repeatedly forcing her eyes open and gently patting her cheeks to stay alert as she continued her vigil. The sight of her endearing struggle elicited a soft chuckle from Luci. Upon hearing his laughter, Qing Lin instinctively lifted her head, scanning her surroundings. When she spotted Luci emerging from the cave, her face lit up with delight as she hurried towards him. With a joyful exclamation, she exclaimed, "Young master, you're out." Noticing her fatigue, Luci approached and effortlessly scooped her up in his arms, murmuring, "You've worked hard, Qing Lin. It's time for you to rest." Ling Shuang, who had been unceremoniously yanked from Qing Lin's wrist by Luci, expressed her displeasure with an irate hiss upon hearing his words. Observing Ling Shuang's unwillingness, Luci narrowed his eyes and let out a dismissive snort. Satisfied with the response, he nodded and settled down beside Ling Shuang, still cradling Qing Lin in his arms. He tucked away the map, realizing that a visit to the Serpent Clan was unavoidable. However, with his status as a fifth-tier alchemist, they would likely think twice before challenging him. Besides, with his impending departure, who beneath the Do Zone could possibly hinder him? The goal of this expedition to the Tagore Desert was and now that it was secured, Luci felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him. Embracing Qing Lin, he was slightly taken aback. Her body felt even softer, akin to a gentle water snake, making her presence quite comforting. Since awakening her by Shisan Hua Tong, an enchanting allure had begun to emanate from her features. He tightened his grip on her once more and chuckled softly. Ah, Qing Lin, do grow up swiftly. Chapter 38. The Journey to the Oasis. Days later, the sun blazed high in the sky, its scorching rays pouring down relentlessly. Yet, this intense heat posed no challenge to Luci. As he activated the 9 Nether Spirit Flame technique to absorb the surrounding warmth, a hint of chill enveloped him. At this moment, Luci soared through the skies, holding on to Qing Lin's delicate, serpentine waist, playfully teasing the charming little maid who clung to him like a sloth. Relishing the journey ahead. Having arrived in the western expanse of the Tagore Desert for several days, the likelihood of encountering serpent men has notably increased. Luci has witnessed numerous skirmishes between serpent tribes and between serpent tribes and human mercenaries, all vying for the sparse resources such as desert oases, water sources, and minerals. Perhaps it is the inherent scarcity of these survival essentials in the desert that renders both humans and serpent men remarkably fierce and combative. Observing the somewhat fatigued Qing Lin in his arms, Luci remarked, I recall the map indicating an oasis ahead. Let us take a moment to rest there. Without hesitation, Luci unfurled his wings, enhancing his speed once more. Within mere minutes, amidst the swirling sands, a vibrant patch of green emerged before them. In stark contrast to the endless expanse of yellow sand in every direction, this verdant oasis appeared exceedingly delightful. Upon reaching the periphery of the oasis, Luci cautiously extended his soul perception, confirming that no serpent men were stationed within the oasis at that moment. With a sense of assurance, he retracted his aura and, accompanied by Qing Lin, ventured inside. The lush trees and manicured lawns invigorated Luci's spirit. This lively scene was infinitely more engaging than the omnipresent sands. Even Qing Lin, feeling revitalized, followed Luci with a light-hearted gait into the heart of the oasis. As they traversed a shaded pathway, they soon beheld a serene lake nestled deep within the oasis, its crystal-clear waters offering a refreshing respite from the scorching desert heat. No need, Qing Lin exclaimed. Oh dear, master is incorrigible. With that, she shyly covered her flushed cheeks with her hands and darted aside, remaining within Luci's line of sight, and began to slowly disrobe, leaving only the delicate spirit chain entwined around her arm. After casting a furtive glance at Luci, she abruptly leapt into the lake. Noticing that Qing Lin had not truly hidden herself from view, Luci discerned that her feelings towards him were not of aversion. Naturally, he was not one to embody the ideals of a saint. Thus, he openly admired the vision of the young maiden emerging from her bath. Although Qing Lin's physique had transformed, thanks to the nourishing effects of the specially crafted fasting elixir, and was no longer the frail figure he had first encountered, her azure scales now exuded an added allure. After a few contemplative glances, Luci found a stone upon which to recline, his hands cradling the back of his head, and mused softly, it appears there remains ample room for growth. The wind rustled through the leaves, creating a soothing symphony, as the forest became imbued with tranquility, lacking the usual clamor. Approximately 10 minutes later, Luci abruptly opened his eyes, his expression turning grave. He swiftly rose, lightly touching the ground with his toes, and flew towards the still bathing Qing Lin. Upon seeing Luci rushing towards her, Qing Lin momentarily froze, then called out, Master. As realization dawned, she instinctively covered her flushed face, silently pondering, could it be that Master can no longer resist taking action? Should I yield to him outright, or feign a modicum of resistance before acquiescing? Oh, what a difficult choice. However, Luci had no intention of doing anything to the azure-scaled maiden. Upon reaching her, he first pulled her up from the lake and draped his long robe over her shoulders. Then, cradling her in his arms, he leaped behind a large tree to take cover, simultaneously channeling his soul power to unleash an illusion that completely concealed their figures. Not long after, 8 female serpent beings appeared along the narrow path. Through Luci's soul perception, he discerned that among them was a fighter king, 3 grand fighters, and 4 fighters. As they approached the edge of the lake, the fighter king among the serpents issued a command to the others before stepping forward alone to the water's edge. Shedding her black robe, before him stood a serpent woman, her upper body sculpted like flawless white jade, with voluptuous and prominent curves proudly displayed in the slightly cool air. Under the sunlight, her beauty radiated, captivating and enchanting, with her diamond-shaped eyes shimmering with a hint of spring-like allure. Below, she possessed a vibrant azure serpent tail that swayed gently, exuding a wild and untamed charm. With a sudden force, the azure tail struck the ground, propelling her into the lake, sending up a magnificent splash of water. Even Luci, who had seen much in his previous life, could not help but marvel at the extravagant proportions of the serpent woman's physique, pondering if she could indeed be the renowned Yume. Given her level of fighting spirit, he sighed inwardly, deciding against provoking her, lest he draw the wrath of the entire serpent clan. After all, with his mastery of illusion, he could easily conceal his whereabouts from an ordinary fighter king, unless they possessed the soul power of a dozong. Beside him, Qinglin noticed Luci's gaze, which was entirely captivated by the bathing serpent woman, looking at the graceful figure of the serpent, then glancing at her own petite form. A twinge of envy stirred within her, and her eyes betrayed a hint of hostility towards the enchanting serpent. In the clear waters of the lake, the voluptuous serpent woman emerged, her back turned to Luci as she flicked her long hair. The 3,000 strands cascaded in the air like a peacock's plumage, glistening with droplets of water that sparkled like jewels above the lake. Her hair flowed down, clinging tightly to her snow-white back. Drops of water trickled down her flawless skin, sliding along her alluring shoulders and slender waist, ultimately splashing into the lake and creating ripples. At this moment, Luci hid behind a large tree at the lake's edge, employing his illusory heart technique to manipulate his senses. He had completely obscured the vision and hearing of the serpent women, rendering himself invisible and inaudible, thus achieving the desired concealment while unexpectedly witnessing this enchanting live performance. However, Luci, in a moment of oversight, found his attention captured by a pile of azure garments casually placed upon the shore on the opposite side of the lake as the serpent woman delicately gathered her long tresses and gradually turned around. Her gaze sharpened, and with a playful laugh, she called out to her serpent bodyguard, "Hee Yueshing." Responding to her summons, a stern-faced, sharp-eyed serpent master emerged from the ranks of the guards, hastening to the lake's edge and bowing with an expression of reverence. "My lady Yume, how may I serve you?" Yume brought her hands together, pouring a handful of clear water over herself, then raised her exquisitely sculpted chin to point at another pile of azure clothing by the shore, and spoke slowly. "It seems there are other guests who have visited my lake today. They must be hiding. Find her for me." Upon realizing that their recent bath had inadvertently revealed their hiding place, Qinglin's eyes reddened with anxiety as she turned to Luci, her voice tinged with despair. "Young master, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If I and wanted to bathe, they wouldn't have discovered us." Luci, unperturbed, gently reassured the distressed Qinglin. "It's of no consequence. They will not find us. It is I who failed to notice them approaching. We are en route to the oasis. It is not your fault." With a sigh of relief, Qinglin thought to herself, "Thankfully, they have not found us." Ling Shuang mentioned that the serpent woman currently bathing is a genuine combat king, a rank above me. Should she discover us, it would be detrimental to the young master. After searching for approximately 10 minutes, the serpent guards reconvened, their expressions grim, having found no trace of anyone, as if they had vanished into thin air. Ultimately, it was Yueshing, the head of the guards, who approached Yume with a look of contrition, bowing his head as he spoke. "I apologize, my lady Yume. We have found nothing." Yume, upon hearing this, snorted coldly, chastising, "Incompetent fools. Humph. She didn't even have time to don her clothing. I doubt she can escape today." With that, Yume formed a hand seal, unleashing the power of a mid-tier combat king, and commanded, 10,000 serpents descend. Suddenly, the once clear surface of the lake became adorned with countless vibrant little serpents, seemingly composed purely of energy. A glint of cold light flashed in Yume's eyes as she commanded once more, "Go, find her for me." The serpentine horde began to scatter in droves, filling the oasis with a dense swarm of serpents. Witnessing this multitude of serpentine shadows, Luci wore a bemused expression, internally lamenting, "What grievance do you hold? Is it merely for bathing in this lake? This oasis is not your domain. Must you pursue me so relentlessly? Do you truly believe I am hiding out of fear?" Utilizing illusion rather than spatial techniques, Luci knew that such a vast throng of serpents would inevitably uncover their concealment. Moreover, even a clay figure has its temper. One can only imagine the prideful spirit of Luci. "I'm no longer pretending. I've laid my cards on the table. Today, I shall indeed teach you a lesson. As for what lies ahead, we shall discuss that later." Luci first instructed Qinglin to protect herself, and Ling Shuang was to remain close. Then, with a confident smile amidst Qinglin's worried gaze, he declared, "Even among Do kings, your young master is the strongest." With that, Luci communicated with the spirit within him, and the green lotus earth fire surged forth, manifesting as a vibrant blue flame enveloping him. As he moved, the flames swirled into a vortex, incinerating the small serpents that approached him into ashes. However, the emergence of the green lotus earth fire could no longer conceal Luci's presence. Gradually, he stepped out from the flames and addressed the solemn Moon Mei, who had been fixated on the blazing blue inferno. He said nonchalantly, "Why must you go to such lengths? You could have simply left after your bath, but instead, you compel me to come out and teach you a lesson. Is that not so?" Moon Mei gazed at the striking young man emerging from the terrifying flames, alongside a petite girl in an ill-fitting sky-blue robe, her expression shifting constantly. Silence enveloped the scene until Moon Mei playfully remarked, "I was wondering which brazen individual dared to bathe in my oasis while I was away. Turns out to be a handsome young human. So what do you say? Young man, would you care to visit my tribe?" Luci, unfazed by Moon Mei's enthusiasm, scoffed, "Do you think one person could possibly subdue me? Trying to lure me into your territory, only to ambush me with 300 armed men at your command, ready to turn me into minced meat?" Unperturbed by his response, Moon Mei replied with alluring intent, "Oh, not at all. Our serpent clan is renowned for its hospitality, especially towards striking humans like yourself. The ladies in my tribe would surely attend to you far better than that little girl behind you. Luci, with a teasing expression, retorted. I have indeed heard that your serpent clan possesses certain exceptional talents, surpassing ordinary human women. However, I find most serpent women unappealing. Perhaps you should be the one to serve me, and then I shall see for myself. Upon hearing Luci's suggestion, a glint of malice flickered in Moon May's narrowed eyes, though she quickly concealed it. Rising from the water, her stunning figure was laid bare before Luci, her eyes sparkling with the warmth of spring, exuding charm as she breathed softly. Is that so? It could certainly be arranged. In response, Luci felt an increasing wariness towards this woman. He subtly moved his right hand behind his back, feigning surprise as he said, Very well, I shall take a look. At Luci's acquiescence, the allure on Moon May's face intensified. Her serpentine tail swayed as she approached him, her impressive physique playfully undulating with each movement. Oh yes, dear. Today I shall ensure your utmost pleasure, she purred enticingly. As the words fell, Yume had already approached Luci, transforming all the springtime allure into a palpable intent to kill. Die, serpent hand. The terrifying fighting spirit emanating from Yume's right hand morphed into a serpentine form composed of energy, its head grotesque and fearsome, exuding a nauseating stench. One glance was enough to discern its lethal venom, as it lunged directly towards the nape of Luci's neck. Yet Luci, unwilling to succumb, summoned the searing energy from his right hand and struck towards the advancing serpent's maw. Firepalm. The clash of flames and toxic fumes erupted in a billowing cloud of acrid white smoke. In sheer quantity, Yume, as a mid-tier fighting king, undoubtedly held the advantage. However, in terms of quality, Luci's was more than sufficient to incinerate her serpent's venom into nothingness. With her ambush thwarted, Yume could only retreat in frustration. Her earlier strategy having failed, and the realization that Luci had seen through her ploy nearly drove her to grind her silver teeth to dust. Chapter 40. Battle with Yume. Yume had never anticipated that what began as a seemingly mundane bath would lead her to encounter such a young human fighting king. Since claiming this oasis, with its precious clear lake nestled amidst the desert, she had deemed it forbidden ground, accessible only to herself. This time, when Yume arrived for her customary bath, she was taken aback to find a set of women's garments left on the shore. She couldn't believe that someone would dare to disregard her command and bathe in her private lake. Enraged, she vowed to locate this woman and punish her severely. To her astonishment, she not only found the intruder but also a human fighting king, whose swirling azure flames instilled in her an inexplicable sense of dread. Thus, she resolved to ensnare him with her beauty, intending to strike him down when he least expected it, and subsequently unravel the mystery of his origins. Well aware of the folly that often clouded the minds of male humans. However, to her astonishment, the man was not so easily deceived. His flames incinerated her serpent venom completely, exhibiting an overwhelming restraint. Once her venom was eradicated, the azure flames began to spread towards her corporeal form, compelling her to withdraw. At that moment, Yume manifested her fighting spirit wings, extending them behind her, and with a flick of her finger, a ghostly azure energy materialized, coalescing into a robe that enveloped her. Hovering above the lake, her demeanor was cold and detached, her gaze laced with malice as she fixed her eyes upon Luci, coldly demanding, Who exactly are you? What is your intention in infiltrating the depths of my clan's territory? Confronted by this unexpected human fighting king in the heart of the Taggart Desert, and with her ambush strategy having failed, Yume steeled herself, ready to face him with utmost vigilance. Meanwhile, Luci's azure flames continued to blaze, incinerating the remnants of Yume's toxic mist. In the past, such potent serpent venom would have compelled Luci to consume detoxifying pills to counteract its effects. However, with the protection of his resistance to foreign energies like poisonous gases had significantly increased. Upon hearing Yume's inquiry, Luci replied with an unfazed expression, Since you wish to dig deeper, I shall not shy away from revealing my identity. My name is Luci, a fifth-tier alchemist, and I merely seek a medicinal herb known as sand mandrake. Upon hearing this, Yume's gaze sharpened, and she coldly remarked, If you were truly a fifth-tier alchemist, you would undoubtedly be surrounded by attendants. How could you personally seek out herbs? You, a nameless individual, think you can deceive me? Luci, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to himself, Wasn't it old man Haibadong who tricked me? Usually, others prepare the herbs and come to me for alchemy. What can I do when that old man possesses a fragment of the demon fire map? He shrugged dismissively and retorted, Believe it or not, can't an alchemist seek out materials themselves? When I next visit the Alchemist Guild in the capital of the Giamatti Empire, my name will surely echo throughout. Yume, in a fit of rage, countered with a mocking smile, Regardless of your identity, since you dare to penetrate the depths of my clan, I shall capture you and deliver you to the queen for judgment. Above the lake, with a frosty expression, Yume gathered her energy, conjuring two ethereal azure serpents that twisted and coalesced into a formidable form. These serpents appeared even more lifelike than before, adorned with hard scales and revealing sharp fangs that glistened menacingly. The atmosphere grew tense, as a faint aura of ferocity emanated from them, and they surged towards Luci with uncanny speed. Faced with such a formidable mid-tier battle king, Luci prepared himself cautiously, unleashing the full might of his power. With azure flames pulsating around him, strangely, the flames radiated no heat. Instead, the surrounding air turned colder, freezing the lake and condensing mist in the humid atmosphere. All warmth was siphoned away by the dark blue halo surrounding the azure flames, deepening their hue. Flameblade, Luci declared, his eyes fixed on the approaching azure serpent, unperturbed. With a swift motion, he channeled flames into his right hand, transforming them into a shimmering azure blade, glinting ominously. He propelled himself forward, becoming a streak of lightning aimed directly at the serpent. In a flash of dazzling light and sound, a piercing wail erupted as the azure serpent was cleaved in two by Luci's flame blade, as effortlessly as cutting through soft tofu. The power of the flame blade, rooted in the essence of the azure lotus earth heart fire, surpassed all previous forms, akin to a genuine divine weapon, utterly indomitable. Witnessing her azure serpent being so easily bisected, Yume's eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips parted in shock, yet no words escaped. As she beheld the azure blade still advancing towards her, a chill ran down her spine. With a graceful flick of her hand, the azure energy serpent erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. A vast cloud of white smoke billowed from the center, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, compelling the serpent guards and the azure-scaled warriors nearby to muster all their strength to resist, while Ling Shuang instinctively reformed part of her body to shield the azure-scaled warriors. The terrifying momentum of the duel between supreme warriors could shatter them into oblivion with merely a whisper of wind, forcing them to observe the two combatants from a distance. Yume's gaze was fixed intently upon the swirling cloud of smoke before her. With a flick of her wrist, a multitude of vibrantly colored serpents, unmistakably imbued with lethal venom, coalesced and darted towards Luci, who was enveloped in the mist. As seconds ticked away, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing Luci bound like a zongzi, a grimace of agony etched upon her face. Relieved to see Luci seemingly devoid of strength to resist, Yume let out a sigh. Firepalm. Luci's calm voice resonated from behind Yume, and an intensely scorching energy struck her unguarded back. With a gasp, Yume spat blood, her expression one of sheer horror as the searing energy wreaked havoc within her body, the high temperature scorching her from within, causing involuntary convulsions. In an instant, even her battle aura wings faltered. The world darkened as she plummeted towards the icy surface below, while Luci, ensnared by the serpents, began to fade from sight. The jarring pain jolted Yume back to consciousness. Her face twisted in resentment as she glared at the descending Luci. Gritting her teeth, she spat, "If you dare to kill me, the queen will ensure your demise." "I never said I would kill you," Luci replied, landing on the ice and regarding Yume thoughtfully. "Do you think I would allow you to succeed even in death?" Yume declared resolutely, her voice rising in a piercing scream. Seal of Fire. The group, led by Yuxing, who had initially intended to rush in and rescue her, halted abruptly, directing a fierce warning at Luci. "Human, you had better keep your word. Should anything happen to Lady Yume, the queen will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." With that, they turned and departed, leaving Luci pondering their retreating figures. Though she had no desire to entangle herself with the serpent people, now that the rift had formed, she resolved to exchange Yume for a sand mandrake and vanish swiftly. Chapter 41, The Exchange. Amidst the oasis, cloaked in swirling mist, lay an ethereal beauty known only to those who ventured there. Trees lay severed, their branches and leaves strewn across the ground, while the once crystalline lake had frozen into a mirror of ice. What was once an oasis in the desert now exuded a chilling desolation. Yume glared at the tall, grinning Luci, wishing fervently to unleash her serpents upon him. In her heart, she mourned the humiliation of being threatened and taken captive by a human. How will I face the queen and the others if they learn of this? Observing the heavily wounded and pallid Yume, who had lost her battle energy, Luci knelt to lift her onto her shoulder, making his way toward Qinglin. Despite her struggles, Yume, drained of strength, found her punches ineffectual against Luci's sturdy frame, her protests echoing. "Let me go. What do you intend to do? Do not think you can force my submission." Seeing Luci approach, Qinglin promptly emerged from behind Ling Shuang. "Young master." Luci gently placed Yume upon the ground and retrieved a vial of elixir, presenting it to Qinglin. "Qinglin, keep an eye on her. Do not let her perish so easily, for she is of great use to me." "Understood, young master." As Qinglin emerged from behind Ling Shuang, she felt somewhat uncomfortable in the chilling atmosphere surrounding them. Luci pondered for a moment, conjuring a flicker of azure flame in his palm, which swiftly restored the temperature of the vicinity by ceasing its heat absorption. Meanwhile, the anxious leader of the guards, Yuxing, was hastening toward his clan, the Charming Serpent Tribe. A journey that would typically take an hour was traversed in merely half that time. As Yuxing already caught sight of the city housing the Charming Serpent clan, his face was etched with urgency as he swung his whip, sending a combat-ranked serpent man flying through the air. "Clear the way. I have crucial news to report to the elders." Being a formidable figure of the great combat master realm and the personal bodyguard to Lady Yume, Yuxing held considerable status within the Charming Serpent Tribe. Given his current state of distress, no one dared to obstruct his path. Upon passing through the city gates, those who spotted Yuxing instinctively stepped aside, allowing him to sprint unimpeded toward a rather imposing mansion. After announcing his presence, he was soon brought before an elderly serpent woman, frail yet meticulously groomed. Her white hair arranged neatly, a faint smile adorned her wrinkled face, and at first glance, she appeared to be an ordinary old woman. Observing Yuxing's hurried approach, she spoke slowly. "Ah, it is Yuxing. Why are you not guarding Lady Yume? Finding solace in her presence, Yuxing gasped for breath and urgently replied. Elder Yuing, Lady Yume has been captured by a human combat king, who demands we bring the sand mandrake for her release. Yuxing promptly recounted the events of the day to Elder Yuing. After finishing, he implored, Elder, we must hasten to rescue Lady Yume. Yet, a glint of wisdom sparkled in Yuing's eyes as she admonished him. You fool. He is a combat king. Should he renege on his word? Who among us could stand against him? Yuxing, now grasping the gravity of the situation, retorted in frustration, Elder, what shall we do now? Taking a deep breath, Yuing replied, inform the queen and prepare for 2 contingencies. If he decides to betray us, we shall not be lenient. Yuxing then praised, your wisdom is unmatched. Elder, the sand mandrake was a precious asset for the serpent people, cultivated solely within the sacred city under Queen Medusa's domain. It facilitated a harmonious bond between the serpentine beasts residing within their souls and enhanced their cultivation potential. Only those who had rendered significant service to the serpent clan were granted the sand mandrake as a reward by Queen Medusa. However, in the face of a true combat king, the value of the sand mandrake diminished considerably. As she retrieved a specimen of the sand mandrake from the clan's treasury, she simultaneously invoked the secret arts of the serpent tribe to notify Queen Medusa. The queen's fury was palpable upon receiving the news, and she set forth alone, arriving at the charming serpent tribe that very night. Upon learning the entire sequence of events, it became apparent that Yueying had devised a plan. Queen Medusa concealed herself in the shadows, while Yueying and Yueshing proceeded to exchange the sand mandala for the safety of Yueme. Once Yueme's security was assured, Queen Medusa would then emerge to deal with the audacious human who dared to provoke the serpent clan. In order to safeguard the few remaining warriors within her tribe, Medusa consented to this stratagem. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, Yueying, accompanied by Yueshing and bearing the sand mandala, ventured towards the oasis. Given the dishonorable nature of their task, Yueying issued a gag order to the serpent guards who had learned of the matter the previous day, allowing only herself and Yueshing to proceed. Meanwhile, Medusa remained hidden behind them, poised to reveal herself at the opportune moment. In battles involving warriors of the king rank and above, those beneath such standing could hardly intervene, and Medusa was exceedingly confident in her own prowess. As night passed, Yueme, originally gravely injured, found herself under the attentive care of Qinglin and was now able to move freely. Yet, upon attempting to summon her internal fighting spirit, she sensed that her dantian was enveloped by a greenish veil, rendering her indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. At the same time, Luci sat cross-legged upon a stone, employing his soul perception to scan the surroundings for any approaching presence. At a certain moment, Luci opened his profound, starry eyes and, with a hint of amusement, remarked to Yueme, look, your rescuers have arrived. Before long, Yueshing approached with Yueying. Upon seeing that Yueme was unharmed, both felt a sense of relief. Yueying stepped forward, addressing Luci with a hint of deference, respected Lord of Warriors, I am Elder Yueying of the Charmed Serpent Tribe. As per our agreement, I have brought the sand mandala. Might we request the release of our leader Yueme? Luci regarded the aged serpent man with keen interest. His ability to command such respect from a human indicated his adaptable nature. He replied with nonchalance, of course, but where is the item I requested? Yueying's gaze flickered as she humbly responded, I shall present it to you once I confirm Lord Yueme's safety. After all, we lack the strength to oppose you. Do we not? Luci waved his hand dismissively, signaling that Yueme could depart. However, as Yueme stepped into the space between Luci and Yueying, she turned to Luci, gritting her teeth, if you set me free, then unbind the seal upon me. Luci casually explained, your elder merely wishes to ascertain your safety. He did not stipulate that your powers must be confirmed as intact. Hurry, once safety is assured. Deliver the sand mandala to me. Yueying halted Yueme, who was about to retort further. She then retrieved a wooden box from her storage ring and opened it, revealing a plant that coiled like a yellow serpent. At the top of the plant, a snake's head rose high, crowned with a bulging mass the size of a fist. She presented it to Luci, stating, this is the sand mandala you seek. Once you release the seal on Lord Yueme, I shall hand it over. It would be wise not to entertain thoughts of force. Despite your status as a Lord of Warriors, I can still destroy it before you act. Luci narrowed his eyes, the aura surrounding him growing increasingly perilous, as if a terrifying power could erupt at any moment. In a low voice, he remarked, do you dare to threaten me and continuously make demands in my presence? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act? Yet, Yueying remained composed and unyielding, responding, of course, I do not dare. However, the sand mandala is exceedingly precious. If it were to be destroyed, it would only be found in the holy city where the queen resides. Do you dare venture into the holy city? As she spoke, Yueying pretended to move to destroy the sand mandala. Luci sneered, indeed, you are a cunning creature. Every word strikes at my core. Place the box on the ground, and I shall unseal it. Upon hearing this, Yueying felt a sense of relief within, promptly placing the box before her on the ground, close enough to destroy at any moment. Luci, observing this, extended his long fingers to form the unsealing incantation. Unseal. At last, sensing the combat energy surging within, Yume unleashed her formidable Do Wong power, poised to engage Luci in a deadly confrontation. However, Yueying swiftly intervened, clutching Yume's arm tightly and uttering a single word, leave. Though Yume felt constrained, She recognized the need to respect the elder of her clan and allowed herself to be dragged away by Yuang. Luci watched their retreating figures, disinterested in pursuing them, for his only concern was the sand mandala. He stepped forward to examine the box. The medicinal materials are well preserved, and the potency is intact. It is indeed genuine. Just as Luci was about to secure the sand mandala, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent swept over him. Sensing this, Luci couldn't help but gasp, while Qing Lin, who had been following closely, turned pale. From above, a figure of regal elegance slowly materialized, her form graceful, her features exquisitely sculpted, resembling the most perfect jade statue crafted by the heavens. Her gaze exuded a cold indifference, a domineering presence that signified her superiority, accompanied by the gently swaying purple serpent tail beneath her, unmistakably identifying her as the Queen Medusa. Her chilling voice resonated. Human, have you decided how you wish to die? Luci first bent down to cradle the pale-faced Qing Lin before lifting his gaze to the Medusa Queen above, his eyes brimming with awe, not only at her beauty and grace, but particularly at the imperial aura she radiated, evoking an uncontrollable desire to defile. A yearning for possession stirred within him, and with a gaze that burned with intensity, he replied, I have not given that much thought. Rather, I ponder how to earn the favor of the infamous and alluring Queen Medusa whose name echoes across the northwest. Upon hearing this, the Medusa Queen retorted sharply, then allow me to escort you to your demise. With that, she extended her delicate fingers, and a horrifying purple energy coalesced, causing a tempest to rise as the energy of the heavens and earth converged at her fingertips. As the energy reached its zenith, a terrifying purple beam shot forth towards Luci, effortlessly piercing through his body and plunging into the earth. Yet, not a drop of blood was shed, and Luci's figure gradually dissipated, his final words echoing softly, we shall meet again. In Medusa's indifferent gaze, a fleeting moment of astonishment passed as her figure flickered and appeared at the position once occupied by Luci. The person had fled, yet the lingering aura was unmistakable, exotic fire. Indeed, we shall meet again, and I shall ensure that on our next encounter, I will take your life. Chapter 42, The Ice Sovereign Revisited. A streak of azure light darted across the sky, tracing a long trail, representing Luci's escape from Queen Medusa. Upon her emergence, Luci felt an overwhelming pressure, not merely due to the oppressive killing intent that enveloped him, but because the very energies of heaven and earth began to swirl around her, pulsating with anticipation. Should she strike, the consequences would be cataclysmic. Luci pondered deeply, acknowledging that he might not withstand even a casual blow from her. Accepting this reality, he decided to retreat early. As he lifted the azure scale, he had already left behind an illusionary doppelganger, while his true self concealed and withdrew. Contemplating Xiao Yan, Luci furrowed his brow, reflecting, Xiao Yan, though in this life we bear no grievances, your desire for exotic fire mirrors my own. You aspire to ascend as an emperor, and so do I. To obstruct another's path is akin to slaying their parents. It is not my wish to suppress you, yet I find it necessary. A direct confrontation seems futile. Should I openly challenge Xiao Yan, I fear that Xiao Suner might covertly send assassins after me. The ancient clans wield significant power, and I cannot allow myself to become a mere stepping stone on Xiao Yan's path to emperorship. Should I approach this covertly? The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire is already in my possession, having partially disrupted Xiao Yan's original ascent. If he were to perish at the Yunlan sect, it would indeed alleviate my troubles. Young master, do you have an affinity for that woman? Suddenly, Luci heard Qing Lin's voice, prompting him to consider. The woman, Queen Medusa? It seems more a sense of possessiveness than affection. Luci looked down at Qing Lin and replied gently, she possesses great beauty, yet her ferocity is daunting. Were she as gentle as you, she would be truly perfect. Upon entering the city, Luci, accompanied by Qing Lin, made his way directly to the ancient map store of Haibo Dong, a smile gracing his handsome visage as he stepped inside. Bathed in the soft glow of moonlight stones, the old man Haibo Dong was diligently crafting a map behind the counter, the store remaining desolate. Though the old man did not rely on this for his livelihood. Choose your map and do not disturb me. Noticing someone approaching, Haibo Dong continued his work, speaking in a cold tone without raising his head. Upon hearing these words, Luci raised an eyebrow and approached the counter. Placing his slender hand upon the map Haibo Dong was working on. Slowly, he said, Old man, do you not wish to see who has entered before uttering such words? If I were to leave now, do not regret it. Recognizing that familiar voice, Haibo Dong abruptly lifted his head to behold the visitor, his eyes falling upon a figure draped in a blue robe, a smile gracing his handsome face. The aura radiating from him even more formidable than when they first met, infused with an unsettlingly intense heat that evoked a twinge of fear within the old man. Upon hearing this, Luci smiled and nodded, saying, Indeed, the map you provided has proven somewhat useful. While it may not be entirely precise, it has allowed me to narrow down a general area. The realization that Luci had truly acquired the ignited of fervent excitement within Haibo. After years of waiting, he finally glimpsed hope for breaking the seal within him. With a hint of eagerness, he rubbed his hands together and asked, tremblingly, I wonder if you have found the sand mandala I requested? Luci was not surprised by Haibo's enthusiasm. After all, The former Ice Emperor and one of the 10 strongest figures of the Gemma Empire could hardly be content as a mere cartographer if it were not for the sealing of his Do Huang powers. Luci flicked his finger against the spatial ring, and a beautifully crafted wooden box materialized in his hand. He flipped open the box and handed it to Haibuodong, saying, "This is the sand mandala you seek. It was not easy to procure. I even had an encounter with Queen Medusa to obtain it." Recalling the overwhelming killing intent and the formidable power that accompanied Queen Medusa's presence, Luci could not help but express his dismay. That woman is truly terrifying. Her mere actions can summon the energies of heaven and earth. It is no wonder she could forcibly seal you within the Do Ling realm. Despite your status as a Do Huang. Although Luci had encountered Do Huang experts before, having seen two during his time at the Canaan Academy's library, before such individuals, he felt a sense of insignificance, yet he had never faced such a horrifying aura directly. Upon hearing Luci mention Queen Medusa, Haibuodong's outstretched hand trembled slightly, revealing the lasting impression she had left on him. A look of shock appeared on his aged face as he exclaimed, "You have had contact with Queen Medusa?" With a wry smile, Haibuodong gazed at Luci, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he remarked, "I find myself increasingly curious about the kind of force that could cultivate a prodigy like you. At your age, not only have you reached the Do Huang realm, but you also managed to escape from Queen Medusa. If the top 10 strongest figures of the Gemma Empire were to be re-ranked now, you would undoubtedly be among them." Luci smiled, but remained silent. It was true that he possessed talents far surpassing the ordinary. However, after his breakthrough to Do Huang, he had exhausted the benefits of his innate gifts, techniques, and resources. In the vast Duki continent, young talents like him were not uncommon. And one must not forget the ancient 8 clans, whose members quickly ascended through their Do Di bloodlines. If Luci wished to continue his rapid advancement, he would need to seize the opportunities along Xiaoyan's path of growth. Looking down at the sand mandala before him, Haibuodong's murky gaze reflected a sense of relief as he delicately traced the intricate patterns with his gnarled fingers. He then cautiously raised his head and inquired, "When will you be able to assist me in refining the breaking void pill?" Luci pondered for a moment before responding, with the power of, "I am indeed confident in my ability to refine 6th grade pills. However, the specific success rate will require me to assess the quality of the ingredients first." Luci cast another glance at Haibuodong, seemingly threatening him as he spoke. "I know that you will not hand over the fragmentary map to me until we have encountered the Pi Dan. However, once you regain your Do Huang power, if you dare to renege on our agreement, it would not be wise to offend a 6th grade alchemist." Upon hearing this, Haibuodong managed a somewhat awkward smile and replied, "Rest assured, my young friend. As long as you can refine the Pi Dan and restore my Do Huang strength, not only will I hand over the fragmentary map to you, but I will also owe you a great favor." Perhaps sensing that the opportunity to regain his Do Huang status was imminent, or perhaps overwhelmed by pent-up frustrations, Haibuodong began recounting tales of his past misfortunes with a hint of self-mockery. As Luci perused the recipe for the Pi Dan, he listened attentively to Haibuodong's incessant narration of his fallen glory and inwardly mused, "Indeed, it appears your fate has been predetermined. Even without my intervention, you would likely face a beating at the hands of Xiao Yin and Yao Chun in a couple of years, only to have them assist you in refining the Pi Dan to restore your Do Huang status, thus relegating you to a lifetime of servitude, a true tool." Without a doubt, the Pi Dan, inscribed in 3 faint black characters, was depicted somewhat hazily upon the ancient parchment, exuding a subtle aura of antiquity. This 6th grade elixir was renowned for its remarkable efficacy in dispelling most seals. Upon consumption, it could even forge a resistance against such seals within the body, granting a chance of immunity should one encounter them again in the future. Luci unleashed his soul power, delving into the intricacies of this recipe, examining the precise quantities of each ingredient required and the necessary conditions for refining them. These elements constituted the essence of alchemy. Each herb harbored distinct properties, and mastering the art of blending these properties to create a unique elixir was the hallmark of a skilled alchemist. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more intricate the process became. Once Luci had gleaned all pertinent information regarding the Pi Dan from the recipe, he could not help but exhale in relief. Perhaps due to its somewhat obscure nature, although the elixir's effects were extraordinary, the method of refinement was relatively straightforward among 6th grade elixirs. Turning to Haibuodong, who watched him with eager anticipation, Luci slowly began, "I shall not conceal anything from you, even with the assistance of." The success rate for refining the Pi Dan is merely 60%, at best 70%. However, that is still not insignificant. Upon hearing this, Haibuodong released a breath of relief, regaining his composure, and smiled. "That is indeed acceptable. I have heard that even high-ranking alchemists cannot achieve a 100% success rate every time. So, my young friend, when shall you commence the refinement?" Luci observed the tranquility that had returned to Haibuodong's demeanor and silently admired him as a former Do Huang. What a remarkable state of mind. He then replied, "In a few days, once I have adjusted to my optimal condition and familiarized myself further with the recipe." Chapter 43. An unexpected turn of events as night fell. Luci sat cross-legged upon the Qinglian lotus seat. With a flick of his fingers over the spatial ring, he retrieved a jade vial containing a single earth fire lotus seed. Gazing intently at the seed, which radiated pure fiery energy, he remarked slowly, "Truly deserving of its reputation as the essence of fire spirits, what a pure force." After concluding his words, Luci uncorked the bottle and tilted his head back, allowing the earth fire lotus seed to cascade into his mouth. A torrent of fiery energy emanated from it, permeating Luci's entire meridian system. He exerted his utmost effort to absorb and refine this fiery energy through his cultivation techniques, ultimately channeling it into the azure crystal within his dantian. As the fiery energy of the earth fire lotus seed was assimilated, the aura of the fighting spirit emanating from Luci increasingly resembled that of the azure lotus heartfire, thereby enhancing his control over it. After a night of cultivation, the power of the earth fire lotus seed was finally exhausted. Luci gradually awakened, leaping down from the azure lotus seat. Feeling the invigorated fighting spirit coursing through him, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he remarked, "Indeed, the energy from a single earth fire lotus seed, once fully refined, can equate to a month of my usual training. It appears that there are indeed shortcuts to advancing to the realm of Do Wang." Luci opened the door, where Qinglin had already prepared fresh water and towels, waiting patiently at the threshold. Upon seeing Luci, she greeted him with a warm smile. "Good morning, young master." In the company of Qinglin, Luci felt a surge of joy and secretly thought to himself, "Qinglin is so clever, understanding, and obedient. She can serve as both a bodyguard and a maid. Truly a treasure of a girl." After refreshing himself, Luci, feeling rejuvenated, set out with Qinglin, following a delightful breakfast featuring desert delicacies. They returned to Haibuodong's shop, where he was to prepare for alchemy today. Haibuodong was as usual, diligently crafting maps behind the counter. Perhaps due to his pursuit of the remnants of the demon fire map, he had suffered a significant sealing of his powers by the Medusa Queen, thus cultivating this peculiar hobby as a solace. Luci pondered this in his heart. Approaching the counter, he observed Haibuodong's concentrated efforts and spoke. "Hand over the prepared medicinal materials, and additionally, prepare a quiet room for me. Today, I shall concoct the breaking barrier pill." Noticing Haibuodong's momentary hesitation, Luci reassured him, "Fear not, I am confident in my abilities. I certainly do not wish to encounter the sand mandala again." Realizing the validity of Luci's words, Haibuodong eventually acquiesced. With a flick of his fingers, a plethora of high-grade medicinal materials materialized on the table. Many of these were rare ingredients seldom seen in the market, typically reserved for auction houses where only those with significant financial means or high-level alchemists were informed in advance, allowing them to compete freely, with the highest bidder securing the items, thus creating greater value. Luci meticulously inspected all the materials to ensure none were omitted, preparing multiple quantities of several ingredients to increase the margin for error in his alchemical endeavor. With a sweep of his sleeve, he stored all the materials in his spatial ring. Turning to Haibuodong, whose expression reflected both concern and hesitation, Luci stated, "Let us now proceed to examine my alchemical room. However, do bear in mind that concocting a 6th-tier pill will require at least 2 to 3 days. I wish not to be disturbed during this process, including by you. Otherwise, should any issues arise, do not expect to restore your Do Huang realm." Haibuodong rose to his feet with a nod, indicating his understanding, and then led Luci towards a side door at the back of the shop. Upon pushing open the door, he found the room to be adequately illuminated and notably clean, suggesting it was regularly maintained. As Luci stepped inside, he glanced around at the surroundings, which he found quite pleasing to the eye. Satisfied with Luci's approval, Haibuodong took his leave, gently closing the door behind him. At that moment, he had little inclination to oversee the shop, so he pulled a chair into the corridor and sat down to wait. Inside the room, Luci unleashed his soul energy, enveloping the entire space to ensure its safety. He then noticed Haibuodong sitting in the corridor, eagerly watching the room. Luci smiled warmly and remarked, "You are indeed quite attentive." With a flick of his finger, he activated his storage ring, retrieving a vibrant red medicinal cauldron. The appearance of the cauldron seemed to raise the temperature in the room slightly. Next, he took out and meticulously categorized all the medicinal ingredients, arranging them neatly in front of the cauldron. Finally, he produced the Qinglian lotus seed, which significantly bolstered his confidence in enhancing the success rate of his alchemical endeavors by 10%. With the assistance of the Qinglian lotus seed, not only could he reduce the consumption during the alchemical process, but he could also improve his control over the heart fire of the Qinglian, achieving 2 beneficial outcomes. Once prepared, Luci seated himself upon the Qinglian lotus seat. With a focused thought, a flame of azure appeared in his hand, which he then brought close to the cauldron's prismatic opening. The azure flame leapt into the cauldron. Observing the flickering flame within, Luci selected one of the ingredients and tossed it in. The heart fire of the Qinglian immediately enveloped the ingredient, initiating the refining process. This was Luci's inaugural attempt at concocting a 6th-grade elixir. Despite his confidence, he approached the procedure with utmost caution. To ensure stability, he refined the properties of each ingredient one by one, continuing until the shapes of the materials in the cauldron completely vanished, transforming into a viscous liquid exuding a fragrant aroma. He set this aside to further nurture with flame before commencing the refinement of the next ingredient. After thoroughly refining the singular sand mandala, Luci collected it with a sigh of relief. Although he encountered 3 issues during the previous refinements, he was fortunate to have backups of the materials, allowing for a redo. Thankfully, he had successfully refined the solitary sand mandala. Approximately an hour later, feeling his energy nearly restored, Luci regained his focus and glanced once more at the cauldron, which now contained several clumps of liquid, each encased in azure flames. Taking a deep breath, he formed a hand seal, causing all the liquids within the cauldron to begin to coalesce, as the diverse properties of the liquids started to merge. In the tidy room, the vibrant red cauldron surged with tumultuous azure flames, and the encased liquids clashed and fused, emitting waves of intangible energy that dissipated upon striking the walls of the cauldron. Within the cauldron, flames danced fervently, and a thumb-sized pale purple elixir began to take shape amidst the fire's refinement. A subtle fragrance wafted from the cauldron. Though not overpowering, it lingered in the air. The next step was to nurture it continuously, barring any unforeseen incidents. This elusive elixir would soon be complete. At that moment, however, a group of uninvited guests arrived in the city of Mo. Their attire clearly indicated they were not accustomed to the arid desert life. Upon entering the city, one elder, resembling a leader with a cold and fierce demeanor, suddenly halted. An energy wave emanated from him, accompanied by a faint scent of blood. With his eyes closed as if sensing something, he slowly turned his body. When he gazed in a particular direction, he stopped and opened his eyes, revealing an uncontainable smile of excitement. His focus was directed towards the residence of Luci, where only one person, Qing Lin, was present. Chapter 44. Mo Family, Mo Chung. A young man closely following the elder, seeing the unrestrained smile on his face, stepped forward to offer his compliments. It seems that the elder is quite pleased. You must have located your target. The elder turned his gaze towards the youth, his excitement palpable, and replied, Indeed, after so many years, no physique has ever produced such a strong response to our secret techniques. Ever since we arrived in Mo City, it has been as if we were a torch in the darkness. It would be nearly impossible not to notice. The youth, overwhelmed by the powerful Mo Chung, expressed exaggerated praise. Congratulations, elder. Once you acquire this boundless potential, your cultivation will surely soar to the ranks of Do Huang and Do Zong, making you the strongest in the Jaimar Empire. At that time, even the Yunlan sect will have to regard you with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Mo Cheng's smile grew even brighter, yet he admonished, Mo Ran, cease your words. Our Mo family owes its current standing to the support of the Yunlan sect. Do not speak such things outside. However, deep within, Mo Cheng couldn't help but entertain grander thoughts. Perhaps he truly had the opportunity to dominate the Jaimar Empire. For many years, our Mo family has held a stronghold in the northeastern region of the Jaimar Empire. While we have established our roots, we remain merely one of the 4 prominent families in the northeast, overshadowed by the true great clans. The reason for this disparity lies in the fact that our strongest member is merely a Do Ling, while other families boast Do Wang and even Do Huang powerhouses. The name of our family, Mo, may sound illustrious, but it has only been elevated by those of lesser caliber in this northeastern province, before genuine strongholds. We might very well be considered a joke. With this thought, Mo Cheng's withered hand clenched into a fist beneath his robe, and he vowed fiercely, I have been a servant to the Yunlan sect for far too long. Once I transplant this powerful physique, I shall demand that the Yunlan sect repay all that they have consumed from me over the years. Rushing forth with the scions of his clan, heedless of the ireful gazes from passers-by, he made his way towards the location of a formidable presence that he had sensed. In Luci's estimation, with his prowess as a battle king and his impending ascendance to the rank of a 6th-tier alchemist, the Mo clan was scarcely worthy of concern. Even their ally, the Yunlan sect, could be regarded as an equal. Furthermore, having always been in the company of Qing Lin, he had never given the Mo clan much thought and could not have anticipated their approach at this juncture. Mo Chung moved swiftly, soon arriving atop a rooftop near Qing Lin, where he beheld her figure in the courtyard. Though his eyes glimmered with envy as he gazed upon Qing Lin, he resolutely shook his head, declaring, No, you truly cannot subdue her. I can sense the presence of a 4th-tier magical beast nearby. It must be I who intervenes to ensure success. Mo Ran inhaled sharply upon hearing this. As merely a battle master, he was disheartened to realize that a young girl was shielded by a 4th-tier beast. Elder, what shall we do now? He inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Chung instructed Mo Ran, You should gather some individuals to investigate this girl's connections and background. Additionally, devise a means to lure her into the desert. If I were to confront that 4th-tier beast within the city, the commotion would be too great, potentially leading to unfavorable news reaching us. Understood, I shall proceed at once. Mo Ran responded. Once Mo Ran had departed, Mo Chung turned his gaze back toward Qing Lin, murmuring to himself with an air of obsession, a half-blood serpent girl, suspected of being able to control a serpentine magical beast. Such a physique is only documented in the legendary by Shi San Hua Tong. How fortunate I, Mo Chung, am. Once I transplant these eyes, should I successfully command a 6th or even 7th-tier serpent beast, I shall instantly become the uncrowned king of the Jaimar Empire. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, his words grew increasingly cold, and the malice in his eyes intensified. He then inquired of Mo Ran, And what of that young lord? Where is he now? And what is his cultivation level? Mo Ran stammered. I have not been able to ascertain that. Mo Cheng's voice boomed in anger. You are utterly useless. You cannot even manage such a trivial matter. As the grand elder of the Mo clan and its sole battle spirit, his fury unleashed a formidable presence, causing those before him to bow in trepidation. Finally, it was Mo Ran who stepped forward, trembling slightly as he spoke. Elder, we shall dispatch individuals to seal off the entire city and ensure that this individual is captured. We will use him as bait to draw the orphan outside the city. Upon hearing this, Imo Cheng's expression softened slightly as he rebuked. Then hurry. Must I instruct you further? No sooner had he spoken than a noble, deep purple mist began to emanate from a certain direction within the city, coalescing into a dreamlike haze. A faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Imo Cheng turned his gaze towards the deep purple cloud, his eyes brimming with avarice. He remarked, "Such an extraordinary phenomenon can only arise from the emergence of high-grade elixirs. Could it be that a master alchemist resides in this remote desert? If given the opportunity, I might just stumble upon unexpected treasures. You shall remain here to keep watch. Should that solitary girl show any signs of movement, inform me immediately. If she escapes, you will bear the consequences." With that, Imo Cheng swiftly made his way towards Luci's alchemy chamber. The earlier anomaly indeed stemmed from Luci's endeavors, and as Hai Bo Dong perceived this phenomenon, he promptly rose from his seat, gazing at the chamber with an expression of indecision. Inside, the room was a far cry from its previous pristine state, now appearing quite disheveled. Luci, seated upon the lotus pedestal, looked exceedingly fatigued, while the purple elixir within the cauldron shimmered with a captivating brilliance. Just moments before, an eruption of deep purple mist, infused with energy fluctuations, surged forth from the elixir. Though partially contained by the cauldron, much of it spread outward in all directions. Luci, lacking the energy to intervene further, focused intently on the elixir, waiting for it to completely settle before beckoning it into his hand. The elixir, a delicate shade of lavender, was perfectly round and glossy, adorned with mysterious patterns that appeared to be of natural origin rather than man-made. Luci glanced at it and remarked, "So this is how it is." Chapter 45, Kill. Driven by greed, Imo Cheng swiftly arrived outside Hai Bo Dong's establishment. Although he found the shop closed, he brazenly forced his way inside. Meanwhile, Hai Bo Dong, increasingly agitated in the corridor, sensed the unwelcome presence of a formidable fighter intruding upon his domain. Recognizing the ill intent immediately, with a cold sneer, Hai Bo Dong emerged. His countenance darkened with fury. He thought to himself, "I have yet to even see the broken calamity pill, and already someone dares to covet what belongs to me. The Ice Emperor Hai Bo Dong. If you thwart my grand design today, I shall have your name written backward." Bang! As Imo Cheng stepped into the shop, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, suddenly encountering a white-haired elder exuding an aura of menace, who emerged from a side door, spouting arrogant words. Anger surged within him. Yet under the oppressive pressure of the elder's near-high-level fighting spirit, he forced himself to maintain composure. Despite possessing lethal skills, engaging in a futile battle was clearly unwise. He reassured himself. Imo Cheng managed to muster a strained smile, striving for a calm tone as he addressed the elder, "Esteemed senior. I couldn't help but notice the vibrant clouds and the extraordinary occurrences here, suggesting the presence of a master alchemist. I am but a humble admirer, eager to pay my respects, and not here to cause trouble." Hai Bo Dong regarded this menacing figure, who still dared to feign familiarity, and was unable to contain his laughter, his greed evident in his eyes. Did he truly believe that all these years of my efforts had been in vain? Hai Bo Dong waved his hand dismissively, expressing his disdain as he said, "Scram, scram, scram. Who do you think you are? No one here wishes to pay you homage, nor do we desire to see you." Upon hearing such contemptuous words, Imo Cheng's face darkened ominously, and he ceased his pretense, coldly stating, "I am Imo Cheng, the outer sect steward of the Yunlan sect. Today, out of respect for your age, I shall address you as senior. Do not refuse the wine offered, lest you taste the bitter consequences. The Yunlan sect boasts countless powerful individuals. To offend us would surely lead to your regret." Hai Bo Dong, undaunted by Imo Cheng's invocation of the Yunlan sect, merely scoffed in response. "And what of it? Even if the current sect master of Yunlan were to arrive, he must respectfully call me senior. You, an outer sect steward who relies on shamelessness to annually claim a bounty of tributes, are but a trifling existence." Fuming at the audacity of the other, Imo Cheng felt a surge of fighting spirit, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he prepared to strike. "Who seeks death?" Just then, a slightly weary voice echoed from the corridor, revealing Luci, who emerged while rubbing his furrowed brow, looking fatigued. Upon seeing Luci, the most animated was Hai Bo Dong, who disregarded Imo Cheng entirely, turning to Luci with a mix of excitement and trepidation, exclaiming, "At long last, you've come out. I wonder if the elixir I requested has been successfully concocted." Luci raised a jade vial, within which resided a deep purple elixir adorned with peculiar markings. He waved it before Hai Bo Dong, and, amidst Hai Bo Dong's eager gaze, casually tucked it away again. He then pointed his chin at Imo Cheng and inquired, "Who is this person?" Before Hai Bo Dong could respond, Imo Cheng, thoroughly incensed by the blatant disregard displayed by the two, disregarding Luci's youth, threatened, "Listen here, boy. I am Imo Cheng, the outer sect steward of the Yunlan sect, the most formidable force in the Jaimar Empire, with countless powerful individuals within our ranks. If you know what is good for you, hand over that elixir, and I shall spare your life today. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Initially unfazed, Luci's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing the name Imo Cheng. He suddenly erupted, bellowing, "What did you just say your name was?" Seeing the young man before him momentarily shaken, Imo Cheng felt a surge of pride as he proclaimed, "I am Imo Cheng, the outer sect steward of the Yunlan sect. Hand over the elixir at once, However, like a goose caught by the throat, Imo Chung found himself speechless, paralyzed by fear. The young man he had just threatened radiated a terrifying power akin to that of a Do Wang, making Imo Chung feel as minuscule and helpless as a solitary boat amidst a tempest. Even He Bo Dong was startled by Luci's sudden outburst, as Luci's voice turned chillingly ominous, demanding, "Speak. How did you come upon this? And tell me, have you encountered a young lady?" "No. Wait. When did you arrive in Imo City?" He arrived in the desert at least 2 years in advance, encountering Qinglin and assisting her in awakening the Bai Shi Sanhua Tong. Under his protection, Qinglin had remained safe, and he never anticipated that merely 2 days of aiding He Bo Dong in crafting the Puya Dan would attract the attention of the merciless Imo family. Fortunately, Qinglin was exceptionally obedient and would not wander off in his absence. Moreover, with Ling Shuang's protection, even the formidable 4th-tier magical beasts would pose a challenge for Imo Chung to subdue. He could sense the spirit-level skirmishes occurring in the city even while refining elixirs, and he believed Qinglin to still be secure. With this thought, Luci's heart found a moment of calm. A flicker of panic crossed Imo Cheng's eyes as he harbored ominous conjectures. Under the imposing aura of Luci, he was drenched in cold sweat, stammering, "My lord, I am merely here to bring the younger generations of my family for training in the Serpent Man Desert." "Yes, training. I was blind to your prominence. I shall take my leave at once." With that, Imo Chung bowed deeply, daring not to turn his back, retreating step by step in hopes of escaping unscathed. A cold smile crept across Luci's lips. Did he truly believe he was oblivious to everything? Turning to He Bo Dong, he spoke in a chilling tone, "Senior, we shall discuss our matters later. I have pressing issues to attend to." Stepping forward, azure flames materialized, swirling around Luci's raised right arm like a flash of lightning, and he vanished from sight. In the next instant, Luci appeared before Imo Chung, his right hand lunging toward Imo Cheng's neck. Imo Chung stared, horrified, at Luci's chilling smile and aggressive advance. Realizing his imminent demise, the instinct for survival compelled him to resist. Summoning his last ounce of courage, he exclaimed, "Do you dare to kill me? Are you not afraid of the retaliation from our Yunwan sect?" Beside them, He Bo Dong, witnessing the unfolding drama, was equally bewildered. This old man clearly intended to seize my elixirs, and yet I had not reacted as intensely as this young man, who seemed ready to fight to the death. But with the Puya Dan still in Luci's possession, the very essence of his survival, He Bo Dong hurriedly followed. Luci, gripping Imo Chung, soared through the air towards his own courtyard, ruthlessly contemplating, "If even a single hair from my Qinglin is harmed, I shall annihilate the entire Imo family." Upon confirming that Qinglin was unharmed, Luci sighed in relief, reaching out to ruffle her hair gently, speaking softly, "Has everything been well at home these past few days?" Qinglin, squinting her eyes in contentment, rubbed her head against Luci's palm, replying, "Everything is fine. Qinglin has been very well behaved, staying at home." Upon hearing her words, Luci casually tossed Imo Chung to the ground beside him, stating, "Qinglin is truly understanding." The members of the Imo family, who had been covertly observing, were left dumbfounded. The figure discarded so carelessly was none other than their family's most powerful elder. The astute Imo Ran had already begun his retreat. Qinglin, looking at the fallen Imo Chung, inquired, "Young master, who is this?" Luci replied nonchalantly, "A despicable scoundrel." Oh, the young master proclaimed his impending demise, and thus he was doomed. For Qinglin cared not for his identity. On the ground, Imo Chung witnessed the fateful determination of his life and death at the hands of these two, his eyes brimming with resentment as he thought fiercely, "I still aspire to dominate the Jaimar Empire. I cannot die now. I still have a chance." Gazing at the unsuspecting Luci, Imo Cheng's right hand morphed into a beastly claw, lunging towards Luci as he bellowed, "Die, you wretch!" Shattering mountain arm, Luci cast a sidelong glance at the desperate Imo Chung, now reassured of Qinglin's safety. He chose not to engage in further banter, instead flicking his sleeve, unleashing a blue lotus earth fire as if it possessed a will of its own, clawing its way toward Imo Chung. In his final, pitiful wails, Imo Chung, along with his beastly claw, was reduced to ashes. Chapter 46, An Unexpected Turn. As Imo Cheng's cries echoed, the Imo family disciples, who had hidden in the surroundings, were already paralyzed by fear, their faces reflecting terror as they fled, not daring to utter a harsh word or cast an angry glance, lest Luci should suddenly turn against them. This scene was witnessed by the arriving He Bo Dong, whose expression shifted as he surmised the urgency behind Luci's hasty departure. Approaching, he called out, "Young friend Lu, nothing has gone awry at home, has it? If there is an issue, speak up. I shall help you deal with these ruffians." Having garnered a reputation in the Jaimar Empire for his altruistic nature, he was affectionately dubbed the timely Rain He Bo Dong, who did not know of his benevolence. Certainly not because he still held the broken ruin pill, he reassured himself internally. Upon entering, He Bo Dong observed that the courtyard remained largely intact, devoid of signs of battle, save for a cluster of black remnants on the ground. Upon spotting Luci, he declared with righteous indignation, "The Imo family has truly grown audacious. Emboldened by their alliance with Yunwan sect, daring to threaten you, young friend. Once I restore my Do Huang prowess, I shall seek justice on your behalf." Luci detected the underlying madness in He Bo Dong's words and responded with a smile, "There is no need for concern, esteemed elder. The broken ruin pill is indeed yours. However, might I inquire about the remaining map?" Shouldn't you reveal it to me? Upon hearing this, Hai Boidong stroked his beard and chuckled awkwardly. Young friend. The pill you showed me does indeed closely resemble the characteristics described in the formula. Once I manage to break the seal, I shall hand over the remaining map to you, if that is agreeable. Luci's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc as he spoke in a low tone. Are you insinuating that I would present a mere imitation of the pill to deceive you? Or do you doubt my alchemical prowess? Hai Boidong quickly waved his hands in protest, explaining, not at all. I merely harbor uncertainties regarding whether this pill can truly break Medusa's seal. As soon as I regain my strength, I will promptly deliver the remaining map to you. Luci replied slowly. Esteemed elder, such actions are rather unseemly and unbecoming of your stature. Just as Hai Boidong was about to defend himself further, Luci continued. However, I possess great confidence in the pills I concoct. Provided your formula holds no flaws, my pill will be flawless. I only hope you will refrain from making any irrational decisions when the time comes. As the conversation drew to a close, Luci's voice grew noticeably colder. He then retrieved a jade vial containing the breakthrough elixir from his spatial ring and hurled it towards Hai Boidong's position. Upon witnessing Luci casually toss the elixir, Hai Boidong's face lit up with unrestrained joy, and he fumbled to catch the vial, cradling it in his hands as if it were a treasure, his eyes captivated by the exquisite purple pill within. Noticing that Hai Boidong was merely entranced by the elixir, Luci felt compelled to speak again, clearing his throat. Ahem. Esteemed elder, you do not intend to simply gaze at it indefinitely, do you? I am still awaiting the remnants of the map from you. Luci replied nonchalantly, then extended his hand towards Qing Lin, who obediently placed her small hand in his. The recent Imo Chung incident had prompted Luci to decide to keep Qing Lin by his side. The outside world was fraught with peril, and he was deeply concerned for her safety. Only then did Hai Boidong turn his gaze towards the young girl who had been accompanying Luci, and seeing their close bond, he could not help but inquire, young friend, who might this be? Luci, wishing to keep Qing Lin's identity somewhat concealed, casually replied, she is my maid. He then shot a disdainful glance at the old rascal and retorted, just focus on leading the way ahead and refrain from speaking such nonsense. It's rather irksome. Hai Boidong, swaying his head, proceeded to lead the way. It was evident that since acquiring the breakthrough elixir, he felt a sense of relief. Treating Luci as an equal and even indulging in light-hearted banter, Luci held Qing Lin's hand as they followed Hai Boidong. While Qing Lin wore an expression of innocence, closely trailing Luci and occasionally glancing at him, her lips curving into a subtle smile of happiness. The trio soon arrived at Hai Boidong's shop, entering through a side corridor. There, Hai Boidong performed a series of actions on the wall, causing the previously sealed structure to part, revealing a hidden passage that appeared dark and profound. Hai Boidong stepped inside first, followed closely by Luci. Every 5 meters along the passage, a moonstone was embedded on each side, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the way. Though not cramped, the route was quite intricate, leading Luci to ponder. It seems this old fellow is rather cautious. Finally entering the secret chamber, they were greeted by an exceedingly low temperature, a chilling aura enveloping them. Luci curiously surveyed the surroundings, discovering that this so-called secret chamber was, in fact, an underground ice cavern. The ceiling and the thick walls were adorned with glistening white ice, with sharp icicles hanging overhead like menacing swords. A pale mist lingered within the subterranean ice cavern, refusing to dissipate. It was hard to fathom how much time and effort Hai Boidong had invested in creating such a vast and intricate underground ice sanctuary. The martial technique I have cultivated leans towards the chilling essence, thus practicing in such a locale yields superior results. Moreover, being deeply buried beneath the earth, the solid ice and soil effectively shroud this place's aura, rendering it undetectable to other formidable beings. As Luci observed his surroundings with keen interest, Hai Boidong elucidated. Nodding slightly, Luci glanced down at Qing Lin, noting that Ling Shuang coiled around her arm, emanating her power to assist Qing Lin in acclimating to the environment, which eased his mind. Raising his gaze towards Hai Boidong, he spoke nonchalantly, please expedite the process. My maid is struggling to adapt to this atmosphere. Haha, certainly. Hai Boidong replied with a smile, retrieving the breakthrough pill from his spatial ring. He carefully examined it in his palm, his cautious demeanor eliciting a cold snort from Luci. After a thorough inspection yielded no abnormalities, Hai Boidong exhaled softly, ignoring Luci's discontented expression. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leapt onto a dais entirely formed of solid ice, sitting cross-legged. He promptly consumed the breakthrough pill and began to form a cultivation seal, striving to absorb the pill's medicinal potency with all his might. Meanwhile, a vast distance of 10,000 miles from Mo City, a gigantic serpentine beast soared through the azure sky, its speed astonishing. The beast's immense tail undulated as if it were teleporting. This colossal serpent, entirely obsidian with vibrant patterns adorning its body, appeared quite extraordinary. Along its sides sprouted 8 wings tinged with purple, and atop its head was a dark spiraled horn, faintly glowing with a purple luminescence, evidently harboring lethal venom. The intricate patterns at its head vaguely formed a crown-like silhouette, and within its triangular pupils, one could discern a cunning intelligence, far removed from mere animalistic instinct. At that moment, a petite woman clad in green, seemingly insignificant beside the enormous serpent, spoke up. Hey, Baya, your perception is accurate this time, isn't it? The serpent, addressed as Baya, responded in human speech. Absolutely correct. Moreover, given this scent, it is highly likely that a preliminary awakening has occurred. Chapter 47. Breaking the Seal. Within the hidden chamber beneath the earth, after consuming the breakthrough pill, Haibodong fell into a deep silence. Witnessing him form a cultivation seal and wholeheartedly absorb the medicinal essence of the pill, Luci's previous dissatisfaction dissipated entirely, a faint smile emerging in his eyes. He mused to himself, Haibodong, I hope you do not disappoint me. Otherwise, you shall experience the profound anguish of having your regained power sealed once more. In the concoction of the breakthrough pill, Luci had indeed made a minor adjustment, fully aware that he had no allies. He had always been one to plot meticulously before acting. Without assuredness, he would never act rashly, nor would he place his hopes upon another's rationality. As the Breaking Evil Dan reached its final form, it encapsulated 1 billion seeds of flame. The Breaking Evil Dan itself was forged from the heart fire of the Azure Lotus. Thus it was not surprising that it bore the essence of this fire. Even if Haibodong sought to investigate, he would find nothing amiss. The sealing technique employed by Luci required that the opponent remain passive for it to succeed. Should Haibodong regain his Do Emperor mentality, Luci would be unable to compel him to resist. However, Luci only needed to activate the Seed of Flame to reseal Haibodong's cultivation to that of a Do Wang, or even lower, allowing Haibodong to truly grasp what despair entailed. Observing Haibodong enveloped in silence, Luci pondered how long it would take to break the seal. He then retrieved a chair from the hidden chamber, settled down, and placed the azure-scaled creature on his lap. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a soft azure energy barrier to shield the azure creature from the chilling aura of the ice chamber. Before lifting his gaze to intently observe Haibodong on the icy platform, the azure-scaled creature, utterly defenseless against Luci, blushed softly, offering no resistance as it cautiously nestled closer to him. Haibodong, on the icy platform, appeared eerily calm, his body encrusted with frost like a statue of ice. Yet, the aura emanating from within him surged ever stronger. This state persisted for approximately half an hour, as the rising energy within Haibodong reached its zenith. Waves of ice-cold energy expanded outward from his body, sweeping through the chamber and shattering the furniture, leaving only Luci's azure energy barrier intact. At this moment, Haibodong seemed oblivious to the external world. His body began to tremble, his aged visage contorted in anguish, while an eerie azure energy rapidly coalesced at the center of his forehead. In a mere instant, it took the form of a finely detailed azure serpent pattern, coiling and twisting, effectively sealing away the tumultuous Do Qi within Haibodong. As the serpent pattern emerged, a pale purple energy spiraled up from his neck, clashing with the azure serpent in a fierce confrontation. The purple energy and the azure serpent wrestled at Haibodong's forehead, each vying for dominance. While Haibodong's expression grew increasingly grotesque, undoubtedly indicating the discomfort he was experiencing. As time slipped by, the stalemate was shattered. The azure serpent pattern dimmed, becoming increasingly translucent, while the purple light surged forth, indicating an imminent breakthrough. Clearly, the Breaking Evil Dan held remarkable efficacy in dispelling the seal. It seems Haibodong's Do Qi is on the verge of revival, Luci murmured, growing wary. Harnessing its suppressive power, the purple energy relentlessly drove the serpent pattern back, ultimately forcing it out from Haibodong's forehead with a decisive thrust. As soon as the serpent pattern detached from Haibodong's head, it quivered and transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating gracefully. Once the serpent pattern had fully disengaged from his body, Haibodong's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. The once murky gaze now sparkled with vitality, exuding a fierce aura akin to that of a lion, a stark contrast to the frail figure he had been moments before. That damned seal has finally vanished. I have regained my status as a Do Huang, he proclaimed, as the power of a Do Huang surged forth from him unabashedly, brimming with exuberance. In this moment, Haibodong resembled a child proudly showcasing a cherished toy, reveling in his newfound power. The chamber itself trembled under the might of his Do Huang essence, with the surrounding ice cracking incessantly, and the icicles overhead swaying precariously, as if they might plummet at any instant. After indulging in a fit of boisterous laughter, Haibodong, standing upon the icy platform, finally quelled his mirth, suddenly lowering his gaze. His eyes narrowed as they settled on Luci, who sat below, cradling a charming maiden in his arms, seemingly oblivious to the piercing scrutiny emanating from the ice platform. Luci maintained his composure, still embracing the young woman perched on his lap, a serene smile gracing his face as he gazed up at the exuberant Haibodong, who had just regained his Do Huang prowess. Their eyes met in the air, a jolt of electricity passing between them, and the atmosphere thickened with silence. At this moment, both men exuded unwavering confidence, awaiting the first to speak or make a move. Although Luci held the young woman, the thought of triggering the seal within Haibodong was merely a matter of intent. Should circumstances grow dire, he could always invoke an illusion to escape, plotting to confront Haibodong at a later time, should Haibodong dare to act against him. At this juncture, Luci had not only sought to seize the mysterious fragment of the map that Haibodong risked his life to acquire from the Queen Medusa, but he had also audaciously assaulted him, an affront of the highest order. Contemplating this, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Haibodong, his palms exuding an icy chill. Yet, upon gazing at the young man's smiling visage below, it was as if cold water had been splashed upon him. extinguishing his murderous resolve and replacing it with a poignant sense of heroic melancholy. The recently restored power of the Do Huang now felt less gratifying. Hebadong's aged form appeared even more stooped, and he lamented internally, so young. In less than a decade, this lad may ascend to the pinnacle of Do Huang. Moreover, he could depart unscathed from Queen Medusa's clutches at this very moment. Can I truly allow him to remain? The most lamentable aspect of existence lies in the realization that one's cherished Do Huang prowess is regarded as easily attainable by others, even dismissed with indifference. With a wry smile, Hebadong clasped his hands and spoke. Young friend, your kindness is etched in my heart. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige, as long as it is within my power. Observing the now composed Hebadong, Luci responded with a teasing tone. Is that so? I must say, I was quite taken aback by the overwhelming Do Huang aura you exuded just moments ago. I thought you were about to strike me. Upon hearing this, Hebadong chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? Just now, after breaking the seal, my fighting spirit is still not entirely under my control. I must have startled you. Young friend, Luci, no longer beating around the bush, inquired directly. Since you have regained the powers of a Do Huang, might I now receive the fragment of the map? Of course, it is rightfully yours. Upon finishing his words, Hebadong displayed a reluctant demeanor as he retrieved a small piece of ancient, yellowed parchment from his spatial ring. He rubbed his hand over it a few times before tossing it toward Luci. Luci stood up, gently placing the azure-scaled creature aside, and deftly caught the flying fragment of the map. Sensing the intense warmth emanating from it, he took out another small piece of the map from his possession. As he carefully aligned the two fragments, a smile graced his face upon noticing that there were no gaps between the connecting edges. Chapter 48. The Eight-Winged Black Serpent Monarch. At this moment, Hebadong leaped down from the icy platform, landing softly on the ground. Observing Luci, who had already secured the two map fragments, a hint of reluctance lingered in his expression. Rubbing his withered hands together, he said with a complex look, Young friend, I have now given you all the fragments I obtained. Might you share what secrets this map conceals? Luci, feeling quite pleased, noticed Hebadong's inquiry and succinctly explained. This map indeed harbors treasures, yet they are not for the eyes of a mere Do Huang. Perhaps when I ascend to Do Zun in the future, I may take a chance. He continued, at your age, it would be wise to enjoy a peaceful retirement in the Jia Empire rather than risking your life in the wild, where no one may be left to recover your remains. In any case, once the map fragments were in his possession, they were his to keep. He had no fear of Hebadong attempting to seize them. After all, this item merely increased the odds of subduing a mystical fire, which one could not even encounter without the requisite strength. Thus, Luci's words struck Hebadong's aging heart with sharp precision. Regardless of whether the old man's heart could endure such truths, it was, after all, a matter of preserving his life. Hebadong, taken aback, opened his mouth but found himself speechless, feeling as if trampled by 1,000 horses. He seriously doubted Luci was attempting to frighten him. Yet he had no evidence to dispute the claim that a Do Zun could take a chance while he, as a Do Huang, could only enjoy retirement in the Jia Empire. With a resigned shake of his head, Hebadong replied, I have overstepped. Since you have been granted the map, I should not pry further. You need not deceive me. Noting Hebadong's disbelief, Luci chose not to elaborate and instead shifted the topic. Now that you have regained your Do Huang powers, what are your plans? I intend to visit the imperial capital to see my teacher. Would you care to join me? Luci shrugged, adding, in the Jia Empire, I have gained quite a reputation. Perhaps you, the reclusive elder, are the only one unaware. With that, Luci took the azure-scaled creature's hand and led the way outside. Standing atop a towering sand dune, Hebadong gazed at the grand city that rose at the intersection of desert and land, a look of nostalgia crossing his face in the warm sunlight. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Luci and asked, what are our next arrangements? Upon hearing this, Luci suggested, let us first depart from the desert. Once we reach the borders of the Gamma Empire, we shall rent a thick-winged bird. Senior, having resided here for many years, you must be aware of the nearest border city within the Gamma Empire. Hebadong nodded gently, a cold mist emanating from him, coalescing into a pair of icy wings behind him. Observing this, Luci ignited a blue flame that ultimately formed a pair of fiery wings at his back. He then bent down to embrace the azure-scaled creature, saying, let us proceed. With that, he flapped his fiery wings, and a tremendous buoyancy lifted him skyward. Hebadong followed suit, effortlessly soaring with his icy wings, the two of them transforming into streaks of light, heading towards the direction of the Gamma Empire. Roar! As they approached the true edge of the desert, a colossal serpentine beast resembling a monstrous creature obstructed their path with a thunderous roar. Stopped in midair by the imposing figure of the giant serpent, Luci felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. This was a perfect opportunity for Qing Lin to seize control of this winged serpentine creature, which would serve as a far more majestic mount than the thick-winged bird. However, Hebadong suddenly exclaimed, that's the eight-winged black serpent emperor. How could it appear at the borders of the empire? The eight-winged black serpent emperor, an extraordinary beast, is the evolved form of the two-winged black serpent, a third-tier magical creature. From the third tier onward, each ascension grants an additional pair of wings. Upon reaching 8 wings, it becomes the infamous eight-winged black serpent emperor on the Duki continent. Hearing Hebadong's words, Luci recalled the description of this beast from the original text. His brow furrowed as he remembered the only appearance of the eight-winged black serpent emperor in the original narrative. He speculated, could this be the eight-winged black serpent emperor from the Heavenly Snake Mansion? Perhaps it has sensed the aura of Qing Lin's azure three-flower eyes and has come for that reason. There must be another Do Huang accompanying it. Indeed. Another woman clad in green emerged from beside the eight-winged black serpent emperor, her face veiled, obscuring her expression. Only her voice, crisp yet laced with astonishment, pierced the air. Baya, are you certain there was no mistake? One of these individuals is a Do Huang, and the other a Do Wang. They do not appear to possess the recently awakened azure three-flower eyes. The massive jaws of the eight-winged black serpent emperor opened, its voice resonating like thunder. It should not be mistaken. I have been following the aura of the azure three-flower eyes all the way here. Indeed, they were from the Heavenly Snake Mansion. The cultivation of Qing Lin's azure three-flower eyes could only be optimally achieved there. However, whether to allow the Heavenly Snake Mansion to undertake the training this time required Luci to personally oversee the matter. He gazed at the individual and serpent across from him, contemplating deeply. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong, observing the duo before him, began to question the reality of his existence. How was it possible to encounter such powerful Do Huang experts so casually in this world? Not to mention, having been sealed for many years. Although he had restored himself to a 2-star Do Huang with the aid of the breakthrough pill, he was far from his peak of 5-star Do Huang, and his heart grew increasingly heavy. For a moment, the atmosphere turned rather somber. Chapter 49, Resolution. As soon as the words fell, White Fang exhibited a demeanor akin to that of a ferocious beast, his enormous serpentine eyes glimmering with indifference and brutality. He bared his menacing jaws, revealing his ivory fangs, and cruelly remarked, a lowly Do Huang and a mere Do Wang. If I were to eliminate both of you, who would be the wiser? Wouldn't you agree, Green Barbarian? Green Barbarian, casting a disdainful glance at the indiscreet White Fang, retorted, enough, White Fang. We have pressing matters to attend to. The Baishi San Hua Tong exists only among the serpent-human hybrids. The young girl cradled by that Do Wang does not appear to be an ordinary human. Upon hearing the unabashed contempt and murderous intent in White Fang's words, Hai Buodong felt a surge of fury, his eyes radiating a palpable malice, and an aura of coldness enveloped him. Although he had surmised that their interest lay with Luci or perhaps his uniquely special attendant, it mattered little. He had regained his Do Huang powers not to be subjected to ridicule. Since they had come knocking at his door, it would be foolish to conceal his intentions. A candid discussion was in order. Should they reach an accord, all would be well. If not, they could part ways without further ado. Particularly irked by White Fang's venomous remarks, Luci stepped forward, his fiery wings fluttering, and addressed the two. You two are from the Heavenly Serpent Manor, are you not? Green Barbarian's gaze sharpened, her voice tinged with surprise as she giggled. Ah, this young man possesses some insight. Since you are aware of our identity, you must also discern our purpose for being here, correct? Acknowledging their admission, Luci nodded. Indeed. However, I shall not surrender Qing Lin to you. I will personally visit in due course to determine whether she should bow before the Heavenly Serpent Manor. Green Barbarian's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, it appears the Baishi San Hua Tong is indeed yours. Rest assured, we shall cherish Qing Lin as the treasure she is. White Fang, becoming increasingly brazen, shouted, you insignificant wretch, do you dare to approach the gates of the Heavenly Serpent Manor? Hand over that young girl, and I shall grant you mercy today. Immediately, the duo positioned themselves in a menacing encirclement around Hai Buodong and Luci, unleashing two formidable forces that suggested they believed the two Do Huangs could easily subdue Luci and Hai Buodong. Disregarding Luci's earlier words, Luci comforted the anxious Qing Lin in his arms as the duo advanced, conjuring a flame of azure hue, stating, I wonder if a 6th-grade alchemist suffices. Or do you truly not care about having an additional high-tier alchemist as an adversary? For the first time, Green Barbarian's cheerful demeanor faltered, her voice wavering as she inquired, that flame, could it be exotic fire? Are you truly a 6th-grade alchemist? Indeed, without a doubt, Luci affirmed. At this revelation, even White Fang fell silent. As a magical beast, he understood that the ability to master alchemy was exceedingly rare in their world, a talent almost exclusive to humankind. Excluding the mindless lower-tier beasts, alchemists were highly coveted within the circles of higher-tier magical beasts, as a single pill could surpass years of arduous cultivation. After all, on one side lies the arduous journey of self-cultivation, while on the other, there exists the tempting allure of instant elevation through the ingestion of a single pill. These astute high-level magical beasts, no less clever than humans, are fully aware of their choices. For instance, despite being a 6th-tier magical beast comparable to a human battle emperor, Baya remains unable to assume human form due to the limitations of his bloodline, confined instead to a serpentine body dwelling within a cave. His plight is profound. Even though he enjoys respect within the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, the pleasures he experiences pale in comparison to those of the human battle emperors. He has never even engaged in a meaningful romantic relationship. At this moment, if presented with a 7th-grade transformation pill, he would willingly deplete his savings to acquire it. As the imposing aura of the battle emperors, Green Man and Baya, gradually recedes, they find themselves believing approximately 70 to 80% of Luci's words. No one is a fool, however, in the Duki continent. The ability to control exotic flames, is reserved for either superlative beings capable of subduing such flames by force or high-level alchemists adept at fire manipulation. Luci, a mere battle king, falls clearly into the latter category. Even within the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, there is a reluctance to offend high-level alchemists unless absolutely necessary. Thus, forceful actions are evidently ill-advised. The woman in green, Green Man, explained, "This esteemed young master, we truly harbor no malice. According to the records of our Heavenly Serpent Mansion, the green serpent's three-flowered eyes are the nemesis of all serpentine magical beasts, capable of establishing a one-sided, coercive connection with them. Upon arriving at our mansion, the possessor can be directly enshrined as a saintess, inheriting the position of the next mansion master." Baya added, "I too bear no ill intentions. Both Green Man and I have searched for decades. It is rumored that the holder of the green serpent's three-flowered eyes can at the very least achieve the realm of battle sovereign, and with luck, even transcend into the legendary saint realm, leading our Heavenly Serpent Mansion to glory." Luci observed the now more patient explanations from Green Man and Baya, feeling a sense of admiration. Elder Huo was indeed correct. The status of a high-level alchemist holds considerable weight on the continent. With two battle emperors showing deference, Luci felt it inappropriate to assert his status too aggressively. With a smile, he remarked, "Though your words are splendid, Qinglin is like a younger sister to me, and I must certainly consider her well-being." Upon hearing this, Qinglin, nestled in Luci's arms, was visibly moved, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at him. Green Man, also a woman, keenly noticed this scene and internally mused, "You wish to be her elder brother, yet she clearly desires you as her romantic partner. Forcing the issue would undoubtedly create enmity with the future saintess and offend a high-level alchemist. A hard approach will not suffice. We must adopt a softer strategy." Green Man, now standing close to Luci, smiled gently and said, "By the way, I am Green Man, and this is Baya. May I inquire how to address you?" "Esteemed master." Luci introduced himself. "I am Luci, and this is Qinglan. This gentleman is Elder Hebedong." At that moment, Hebedong gazed wistfully at the sky, his expression imbued with a sense of nostalgia, as if filled with untold stories. The anticipated conflict had not erupted, and the former adversaries were engaging in pleasant conversation with Luci. He lamented, "It seems I have truly aged, no longer suited for the current state of the continent. Perhaps it is time for me to retire. Ah, I still remember those days of running beneath the sunset, a fleeting echo of my lost youth." Greenman tentatively inquired, "Since you care for Sister Qinglin and understand the significance of a solid foundation in cultivation, it follows that her future achievements will be greater." Luci nodded in agreement and replied, "Rest assured, I have prepared elixirs to regulate her vital energy and strengthen her physique. Qinglin shall not lack resources for her training." Greenman suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and said, "I naturally understand that with you. Qinglin will have ample resources. May I ask when you will bring her to the Heavenly Serpent Manor? We wish to make preparations in advance to demonstrate our sincerity." Luci appeared to have an epiphany and remarked, "Next, I must pay my respects to my master, after which I will continue my travels. I will certainly visit the Heavenly Serpent Manor. Why must it be me who goes? Can't you?" protested a certain serpent. "Is it not because you fly so swiftly?" Though flattered, White Fang was not particularly pleased. "TCH, you're just afraid I'll run away." Luci inwardly scoffed while maintaining a smile. "With a Dohuang stronghold protecting me, I could hardly ask for more." Chapter 50, The Imperial Capital. The capital of the Gama Empire is situated atop the fertile Gama Plain, an exquisite locale blessed with rich soil and vast fields, sustaining an extraordinarily large populace, thus serving as the foundation of the empire. After several days of flight, Luci and his companions finally beheld the imposing, ancient, and heavily guarded city walls of the Gama Imperial Capital. They had initially intended to travel via the thick-winged bird, but its sluggish pace was unanimously disdained by Luci, Greenman, and Hebedong. Qinglin, however, seemed indifferent. The enamored expression on her small face indicated that being in Luci's embrace was her true happiness. Indeed, no flying beast could rival the griffins of the inner courtyard. As Luci resolved to abandon the thick-winged bird, he let out a sigh. Though Luci could utilize his duki to take flight, he recalled the ancient mythological figures from Chinese lore, who either soared through clouds or rode upon magnificent beasts, exuding elegance and grace. His current horizontal flight, relying on another S-mount, seemed rather unimpressive. Upon landing and retracting his duki wings, a reckless thought suddenly surged in his mind, uncontrollably swelling. As he pondered, Luci realized that his little arms were no match for others' powerful legs, and cold sweat nearly broke out. How could he entertain such a wild notion? He quickly sought to dismiss it. It was far too unstable. Observant Greenman noticed Luci's changing expressions and suddenly spoke. "Sir, your countenance seemed rather unwell just now. Is there an issue here?" Upon hearing Luci mention his master, a curious glimmer appeared on Greenman's delicate face, and she playfully exclaimed, "Your master must surely be a master alchemist as well. I must pay my respects." Meanwhile, Hebedong, listening to their conversation, also felt a keen curiosity about the individual capable of nurturing someone like Luci. Could it be that old fellow Fama? Yet, that couldn't be right. That old man was merely a fifth-tier alchemist. Could he truly have the ability to teach a sixth-tier alchemist? As he spoke the final sentence, Luci's voice resonated with unwavering determination, clearly intended for both El Man and Hai Bo Dong, serving as a precautionary warning. Luci wished to prevent any signs of disrespect from surfacing when they encountered Xianhao. Subsequently, he disregarded the bewildered expressions of the two, taking the small hand of Qinglin and proceeding towards the city gate. Luci, with his handsome visage and opulent attire, stood out distinctly amidst the crowd, akin to a noble son returning from an excursion. Whether it was the guards at the city gate or the passers-by, all greeted Luci with warm smiles, demonstrating that he was well acquainted with the intricacies of the imperial city. Upon crossing the dimly lit city gate, a cacophony of noise erupted around him, causing a slight ache in Luci's head. He murmured, "Let us first visit the alchemist guild to see if my teacher is present. It is indeed quite noisy here." He casually halted a passerby, who, upon turning to face the elegantly dressed Luci, transformed from impatience to a beaming smile. "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you?" Luci nonchalantly retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his spatial ring, approximately several hundred pieces, and tossed it into the man's arms, stating, "Take me to the alchemist guild, and these coins are yours." With a flourish of generosity, Luci demonstrated his tendency to resolve matters through monetary means, ensuring that others would be compelled to assist him. Should anyone refuse, it merely indicated the sum was insufficient. Considering the mountainous wealth of several million gold coins amassed within his spatial ring, this amount was merely a trifle. Presently, the man lifted the pouch, the delightful clinking of coins accompanying his actions, and his gaze towards Luci shifted to one of reverence as he respectfully escorted him to the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild was situated at the convergence of the most bustling streets in the imperial city. Luci surveyed the vast edifice enveloped in the fragrance of medicinal herbs and swirling smoke, where the grand entrance was adorned with 5 intricately carved characters that glimmered with a silvery hue. As the headquarters of the alchemists of the Jaimar Empire, this institution held a sacred status among all alchemists, a place where the noble alchemists, rarely seen in other cities, gathered in abundance. Had Luci not attended the Canaan Academy, he would have likely found himself here as well. With a slight smile, he advanced towards the entrance. But this time he was halted, leaving him somewhat perplexed. 2 guards, adorned with expressions of pride, barred his path. However, sensing Luci's distinguished presence, one of them explained, "Esteemed sir, entry to the Alchemist Guild is reserved for alchemists alone. Others may only enter if accompanied by a recommended alchemist." Luci suddenly comprehended. It was no wonder he had noticed that those entering and exiting the guild wore various alchemist robes. Hai Bodong, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Young friend, since your teacher is affiliated with the Alchemist Guild, have you not registered with them?" Luci replied, "After 5 years of studying under my teacher, I went to Canaan Academy and have indeed never registered with the Alchemist Guild." Hai Bodong was equally surprised to hear Luci speak of his origins, exclaiming, "To think that my young friend hails from the esteemed Canaan Academy. The academy has long been celebrated across the continent. No wonder it has produced such a prodigious talent as yourself." Elman nodded discreetly, her voice gentle as she remarked, "I always believed that a master alchemist like you could not remain obscure for long. Surely, your reputation will soon resonate throughout the northwestern continent." Chapter 51. Reunion with Xianhao. At the entrance of the Imperial City Alchemist Guild, 2 guards halted Luci and his companions, their expressions bewildered as they absorbed the conversation about alchemists, Canaan Academy, and a reputation echoing across the northwestern continent. Listening to Hai Bodong and Elman's praises, Luci observed the dazed guards and the gathering crowd of first- and second-tier alchemists pointing in his direction. He mused to himself, "I wonder if my teacher is inside. If we remain blocked here, it would be quite amusing." Just as those thoughts crossed his mind, a collective gasp arose from the crowd, causing the guards to display visible trepidation. Luci found this reaction curious, even as one guard dismissively retorted, "Who do you think you are? You believe you can meet Master Xianhao?" Noticing the guard's evident anxiety, Luci straightforwardly inquired, "Which of my words has instilled such fear in you?" One guard, trembling, replied, "So you are the legendary Master Luci. We were too blind to recognize your greatness. We shall escort you inside at once." Hai Bodong chuckled. "It appears that your fame has already spread throughout the Jama Empire." Elman added, "I must admit my ignorance. I had no idea you possessed such renown in the Jama Empire." Following the guard's lead, Luci entered the Alchemist Guild, where everyone parted to grant him passage. The gazes of the lower-tier alchemists toward Luci were predominantly filled with respect, with a few tinged with skepticism. "This is the genius disciple Elder Xianhao spoke of. He looks so young. Is he truly as formidable as the elder claims? Though he appears to be of a similar age." Elder Xianhao mentioned that he was already a 3rd-tier alchemist 4 years ago, and now he is said to rival the 5th-tier alchemist, President Fama. It must be true. Elder Xianhao is a 4th-tier alchemist, and anyone he recognizes must be truly exceptional. Moreover, he has studied at the renowned Canaan Academy. I dare say, President Fama is a pinnacle 5th-tier alchemist, on the verge of becoming a 6th tier. This Luci may indeed be a prodigy, but can he truly concoct 5th-tier elixirs? Luci turned to the guard and said, "It must be my teacher who spoke of me, hence your trepidation upon hearing my name." Upon hearing this, Luci remarked, "Indeed, my teacher is quite thoughtful." The guard, interrupted mid-sentence, refrained from expressing irritation and continued. Elder Xianhao mentioned long ago that he had taken on a genius disciple in Lin City, who became a 3rd-tier alchemist after 5 years of guidance. However, the disciple pursued his own ambitions and ultimately went to Canaan Academy, thus not accompanying the guild. I recall there were those who mocked Elder Xianhao, questioning whether he had fabricated a genius disciple. A somber expression manifested on Luci's face as he coldly inquired, "Who dares to mock my teacher? Tell me, who are they?" Observing Luci's grim demeanor, the guards became increasingly cautious and replied. At that time, Elder Xuanhao was also quite irate, stating that his disciples were dutiful, disciplined, and exceptionally talented. How could such claims be unfounded? After diligent study, he ascended to become a fourth-tier alchemist and was appointed as an elder of the Alchemist Guild. Thereafter, no one dared to ridicule Elder Xuanhao again. Upon entering the Alchemist Guild, a subtle aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped the senses, revealing the vastness of the guild's interior. The premises were divided into three main areas: east, south, and west. In the eastern hall, numerous square platforms crafted from green granite were meticulously arranged. Behind these stone platforms sat several alchemists clad in long robes. Upon the platforms lay an assortment of various herbs, jade vials, and scrolls, indicating that this area was designated for the exchange of treasures. In the southern hall, several cauldrons blazed with fervent flames, while some alchemists, with serious expressions, meticulously controlled the heat. Surrounding them were junior alchemists, whispering amongst themselves as they exchanged insights on the art of alchemy. The western hall, in stark contrast to the other two, exuded an air of tranquility, with aloof guards stationed in the passageway. It appeared that only alchemists of a certain caliber were permitted entry. Junior alchemists who occasionally passed by would cast glances filled with awe and envy. The guard beside Luci gestured towards the western hall and remarked, "Sir, that area is reserved for the elders and the presidents of various branches of the Gamma Empire, as well as alchemists of third-tier rank or higher." They proceeded directly towards it, only to be halted by the indifferent guards. Luci's accompanying guard took the initiative to negotiate, and upon learning that the young man before them was none other than Luci, the cherished disciple of Elder Xuanhao, the indifferent guards were taken aback. Nevertheless, bound by duty, they still refrained from allowing Luci entry, and one of them swiftly went to report. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, followed by an elderly voice that Luci was intimately familiar with. In Chapter 52, Shock. It is he. Elder Xuanhao gazed upon the tall and handsome young man before him, his image merging with that of the youthful figure in his memory. His eyes glistened with moisture, and his weathered face radiated warmth as he gently patted Luci's hand, expressing with satisfaction, "You've grown taller and more handsome." Observing the indifferent elder, Hebedong, the woman in a gauzy veil, El Man, and a rather adorable little girl, Qinglin, accompanying Luci, Elder Xuanhao inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing his teacher's question, Luci pointed towards Hebedong and introduced, "This is Senior Hebedong, who once lived in seclusion. During my travels, I encountered him, and we became fast friends. He has come with me to visit you, teacher." Elder Xuanhao furrowed his brow, contemplating, and then respectfully addressed Hebedong. "Is it not the Ice Sovereign Hebedong, one of the 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire from years past?" Upon hearing Luci's introduction that they had hit it off at first sight, Hai Boidong felt a sudden twitch in his right eye, mentally scoffing, "Hit it off? When we first met, you nearly took my life without mercy." Xuanhao, upon hearing Hai Boidong's unabashed praise for Luci, naturally beamed with delight, repeatedly insisting it was too much flattery. Luci then turned his hand towards LMN, introducing, "This is LMN, the serpent spirit of the Tianqi mansion, and a dear friend of mine, another Dohuang." Xuanhao was profoundly astonished. His disciple had come to visit him accompanied by not one, but 2 Dohuangs. Such treatment was rare even for a 5th-tier alchemist. Hearing Luci's introduction, LMN's demeanor grew increasingly charming, as she sweetly exclaimed, "This humble one, LMN, pays her respects to Master Xuanhao." Luci finally placed his hand on the head of Qinglin, saying, "This is Qinglin. Greetings, esteemed elder." Qinglin bowed slightly, his voice soft and melodic. At that moment, upon seeing Elder Xuanhao's appearance, numerous junior alchemists gathered around, eager to discover who could warrant a personal reception from an elder of the Alchemist Guild. Xuanhao glanced at them, his smile fading, his demeanor commanding yet unyielding, as he called out, "What are you all doing here? Shouldn't you be working?" The crowd immediately dispersed like startled birds, and Xuanhao resumed his smile, addressing Luci and the others. "Come, let us converse within." Luci nodded and followed his master into a spacious reception room. As they settled in, maidservants brought tea and snacks. Xuanhao took a delicate sip of the tea, preparing to speak, when suddenly, a burst of laughter resonated. "Ha ha ha, Xuanhao. I heard your prodigious disciple has come to visit. Do introduce us." An elderly figure entered, donned in an exquisitely crafted alchemist's robe, his wrinkled face adorned with a smile, resembling an ordinary old man. While he bore no extraordinary presence, the robe shimmered with 4 silver waves, signifying his status as a 4th-tier alchemist. Xuanhao shook his head in resignation and explained to Luci, "This is our Alchemist Guild's vice president, Chamir. Not only is he a 4th-tier alchemist, but he is also the tutor of a royal princess from the Jaimar Empire. His support was instrumental in my advancement to 4th-tier alchemist." Turning to Chamir, he teased, "You old rascal, just as I was beginning to chat with my disciple. You appear, your information network is quite efficient." Chamir chuckled, responding, "Who could resist? You constantly boast about your disciple's exceptional talent. Upon hearing that your disciple has finally arrived, I could hardly contain my curiosity." After entering, Chamir immediately fixed his gaze on Luci, seated to Xuanhao's right, nodding in appreciation. Indeed, a figure of elegance and charm. His gaze then turned intense as he eagerly inquired, "Dear nephew, your master has often showcased the letter you sent when you were sent here. You mentioned achieving the rank of a 5th-tier alchemist. Is that true?" Luci replied, nonchalantly, "Of course, I was already a 5th-tier alchemist when I left the academy. And as for now, I am quite capable of refining 6th-tier pills." This time, not only was Qimir astonished, but Xianyao was equally taken aback. Steadying the trembling teacup in his hand, Xianyao turned to Luci and exclaimed, "My dear disciple, did you not just mention in your letter that you were merely a 5th-grade alchemist? How is it that you can suddenly concoct 6th-grade elixirs?" Qimir, equally bewildered, gazed at Luci, hoping for an explanation. After all, a 6th-grade alchemist is a rarity in the Gamma Empire. Only the ancient alchemical skills of Gu He from the Yunlan sect have vaguely reached such a level. Among other alchemists, even President Fama has remained stuck at the pinnacle of the 5th grade, just a hair's breadth away. Yet the chasm has kept him firmly within the confines of 5th-grade alchemists. Luci observed the astonishment on Xianyao and Qimir's faces. Every word he spoke was the unvarnished truth. He, Luci, was indeed a remarkably honest person. Without any pretense, Luci directly elucidated, "Master, do you recall when you first taught me alchemy? You emphasized that for an alchemist, nothing is more crucial than the flames and the cauldron." Xianyao nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course, I remember. So, you mean to say..." Luci extended his hand, summoning a flickering azure flame that materialized above it. The flame burned quietly, but upon closer inspection, the air surrounding it shimmered, indicating that it was far from docile. Luci explained, "It is with its assistance that I am able to successfully concoct 6th-grade elixirs." At this revelation, Xianyao stood in sheer astonishment, while Qimir's breath quickened as he eagerly interjected, "Nephew, could this azure flame possibly be a strange fire? The azure hue must indicate it is the azure lotus heart fire. Haha, my disciple has become a 6th-grade alchemist. I, Xianyao, have actually trained a 6th-grade alchemist in my lifetime." Upon witnessing the strange fire, Xianyao was convinced of Luci's capacity to produce 6th-grade elixirs. For such fires are indeed miraculous entities. Qimir, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Nephew, you are truly fortunate." Then, with a somewhat cunning smile, he added, "Nephew, you see, Xianyao is also an elder of our alchemist guild, which makes you part of our guild as well. What do you say about joining us as an elder?" Luci pondered briefly before responding, "I can hold a nominal title, but shall not reside in the imperial capital." Qimir nodded eagerly, agreed, "That is perfectly fine. If the alchemist guild were to truly have a 6th-grade alchemist, even in name only, its influence would significantly increase, enabling its power to radiate to other empires." With renewed fervor, Qimir looked at Luci and said, "Nephew, do you think we could hold an examination for 6th-grade alchemists tomorrow? This is not to question your abilities, but merely to enlighten us old fellows." Luci smiled in response, "No problem at all." Chapter 53, Gaining Renown starting with the doling pill. Nightfall. Within Xuanyao's estate. As a 4th-grade alchemist, Xianyao naturally possessed a spacious residence in the imperial capital. At this moment, in a pavilion surrounded by a rockery within Xuanyao's courtyard, Luci sat opposite Xianyao. Haiba Dong and El Man had already been settled into guest rooms, while Qinglin insisted on standing by as Luci's personal attendant. Xianyao expressed his concerns, saying, "Disciple, although they can enhance the success rate of alchemy, crafting a 6th-grade elixir is no simple task. Pray tell, what do you estimate your success rate will be tomorrow?" Observing the worry etched on Xianhao's face, Luci felt a warmth in his heart and replied with a smile to alleviate his mentor's concerns, "Master, there is no need for worry. This is not my first attempt at a 6th-grade elixir. I have previously assisted Elder Hai in crafting one, thus I am quite familiar with the intricacies involved. My agreement to try again is not made lightly." Upon hearing Luci's experience in successfully crafting a 6th-grade elixir, Xianhao felt a sense of relief wash over him. His demeanor softening as he chuckled, "That's good to hear. That old fellow, Qimir, should not have made such a reckless request." Luci remarked, "It matters not. Tomorrow shall allow me the opportunity to vindicate you, master, and show everyone the depth of your discernment." Xianhao looked at the resolute Luci with appreciation, saying, These are but hollow accolades. However, I suspect you will not remain in the imperial capital for long. You have your own aspirations." Pausing for a moment, Xianhao reflected, "It has been nearly a decade. That little rascal has certainly grown." A touch of emotion flickered across Luci's face as he responded, "Master." At 18, in the prime of youth, Luci found himself at a loss for words, confronted by his teacher's insistent nudging towards marriage. Xianhao continued, "If that female Do Huang does not work out, consider the maidens of my Jiamai empire. I shall assist you in your courtship." Upon hearing this, Luci mused, "I do have some thoughts about Yun Yun, the leader of Yunlan's sect. Her beauty, strength, and talent warrant my consideration. However, she is devoted entirely to her sect, and my only moment of interest in her occurred within the depths of the monster beast mountain range. Outside of that, she is quite challenging to approach." Nevertheless, Luci was not one to pander like an he. He would not squander time on her when there were many other matters at hand. He casually replied, "Master, as a 6th-grade alchemist, I hardly fear the lack of a romantic partner. Once I encounter someone I fancy, I shall inform you." The next day, Luci awoke from his Qinglian lotus seat. Having ingested it the previous night, he was now on the brink of reaching Do Wang. A smile graced his face as he murmured to himself, "This sensation of rapidly ascending in cultivation is one I have not experienced in a long while. Furthermore, As he flipped his palm, a blue flame materialized within his hand. Under his mental control, the flame transformed into a vividly animated little tiger, its adorable form exhibiting every delicate hair in stunning detail. The smile on Luci's face widened. The Qinglian felt as if it had become a tangible entity in his grasp, entirely under his command, allowing him to manipulate it with ease. With such mastery over, how could today's 6th grade elixir fail? With a creak, he opened the door to find Qinglin, who had been waiting outside. Approaching with a basin of water and a radiant smile, she attended to Luci's morning routine with unwavering dedication, even though there were maidservants within Xianhao's residence. Nevertheless, Qinglin took it upon herself to manage these tasks. After leisurely completing his morning routine and having breakfast, Luci finally set off for the Alchemist Guild. Inside a lavish carriage, Xianhao looked at the composed Luci and remarked with a smile, "I never imagined that I, Xianhao, would have the fortune to witness the emergence of a 6th grade elixir in my lifetime." Luci responded, "Rest assured, master. Such opportunities will be abundant in the future." Hai Boidong and El Man, who had come along to join the excitement, were equally filled with anticipation. However, Hai Boidong, having witnessed Luci's mastery in crafting the breaking calamity pill, held unwavering trust in him. El Man was even more animated, exclaiming with delight, "6th grade alchemists are as rare as phoenix feathers on the northwest continent. After today, wherever you go, sir, you will undoubtedly be treated with the utmost respect." Upon their arrival at the Alchemist Guild, the carriage was met with a thunderous cheer. It is worth noting that the crowd consisted primarily of alchemists, and only the emergence of high-grade elixirs could evoke such fervor among them. Last night, a rumor had circulated, hinting that today a 6th grade alchemist would perform alchemy here and subsequently join the guild as an elder. Though the guild's higher-ups had not fully disseminated the news, the Inquisitive had managed to glean details, and when combined with Elder Xianhao's mention of the return of a talented disciple, it became evident who this 6th grade alchemist was. Thus, at the entrance of the guild, onlookers parted to allow Luci passage, their gazes fervently fixed upon him. As he approached the western hall where he had met Xianhao the previous day, he found Vice President Qimir waiting, accompanied by several alchemists clad in long robes adorned with 3 peculiar silver lights. At the forefront stood an elderly man in a resplendent purple robe. The elder regarded Luci with a warm expression and remarked, "Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. The obstacle I have long struggled to overcome has been effortlessly surpassed by you." Luci replied, "I have merely borrowed the might of the, and in terms of experience. President, you remain my senior." President Fama's gaze turned approving as he looked at Luci, saying, "Compared to you, I am merely older in years. Your time will come." Upon noticing Hai Boidong accompanying Luci, Fama's pupils contracted in surprise, exclaiming, "You are the ice-old man, were you not? Incapacitated by the Medusa Queen?" Fama laughed heartily, saying, "Today, not only do I meet a talented junior, but I also reunite with an old friend. What a double delight. Truly worth celebrating." Hearing this, Qimir and the others looked even more eager, both astonished by the unassuming elder who was none other than Ice Emperor Hai Boidong, and thrilled by the undeniable authenticity of the breaking calamity pill as a genuine 6th grade elixir. Qimir approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Dear nephew, do you require the materials from our guild for your alchemical concoction today?" Luci, with a smile, lightly fiddled with the spatial ring on his left hand, where he had already gathered the necessary ingredients. He replied, "The materials are well prepared. I intend to refine a 6th grade elixir, the Doling Dan." Chapter 54, The alchemical process begins. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, for among 6th grade elixirs, the Doling Dan and the Emperor Grade Dan were the most renowned. The former allowed a Do Wang level expert to enhance their power by 1 star without any adverse effects, although a Do Wang could consume only 1 throughout their lifetime. It did not diminish the esteem held for the Doling Dan among the Do Wang community. The latter similarly offered Do Huang experts a star level increase in strength without side effects, which is precisely why the influence of alchemists rapidly expands upon reaching the 6th grade, allowing them to thrive in the continent's myriad factions. No one could resist the exquisite sensation of such a rapid power enhancement. Thus the reaction of those present was entirely understandable. In terms of refinement difficulty, elixirs like the Doling Dan and the Emperor Grade Dan, which could directly elevate 1-star grade, were considered upper tier among 6th grade elixirs, with the Emperor Grade Dan being the most challenging. Upon hearing the name of the Doling Dan, Fa Ma's aged visage revealed a hint of envy. It was the very elixir he yearned for, but could not produce. As the president of the Alchemist Association, he was well aware of the formula for the Doling Dan, yet he was unable to replicate it. Fa Ma glanced at Luci, hesitating momentarily before saying, "Dear nephew, do you have any specific requirements for the refining environment? Would it be possible for us to observe? If it poses any difficulties, we shall not insist." Luci responded with a carefree smile, "Of course, as long as you do not disturb me." Hearing this, Fa Ma expressed his gratitude. "I am truly thankful, dear nephew." Qimir and the accompanying 3rd grade alchemists were equally exhilarated. The process of a high-level alchemist often concealed secrets that could aid them in advancing their own skills. Should they glean even a fraction of insight from Luci, it would greatly benefit their alchemical practices. Thus, it was common for lower-level alchemists to refine in the presence of their higher-level counterparts, as their techniques were as transparent as patterns in their palms. Conversely, Higher-level alchemists only refined before lower-level ones when mentoring close disciples. If they were to gain knowledge from Luci's alchemical process today, according to the tradition among alchemists, they would have to show deference to him as their superior in the future, given that Luci would have imparted his wisdom to them. However, even more astonishing revelations were to come. Luci surveyed the environment within the Alchemist Guild and pointed towards the southern hall, suggesting, President Fa Ma, I shall refine there. Does that pose any issues? Fa Ma, upon following Luci's gesture, felt a surge of excitement, his arm trembling with anticipation as he quickly replied, No issues at all. We will have someone cordon off the southern hall for your use. Dear nephew, Hemir, please make the arrangements. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. It is no wonder that they are so fervent. The South Hall is traditionally a place where the Alchemist Guild imparts knowledge to its juniors. If Luci were to concoct elixirs here, it would signify that all alchemists within the guild could observe, marking a significant event for the Alchemist Guild. Luci, however, was indifferent to the presence of onlookers, as long as he was not disturbed. Given his alchemical prowess, he perceived that most individuals present were merely spectators, akin to the academically challenged who fail to grasp the operations of the scholarly elite, with only the academically gifted discerning fragments of insight. Under the guidance of Vice President Hemir, and with the knowledge that they would have the opportunity to witness a sixth-tier alchemist in action, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. They quickly vacated the South Hall, forming 3 layers of spectators both inside and outside. Upon entering the South Hall, they were greeted by President Fama, who, accompanied by numerous esteemed alchemists, maintained order to prevent any disruptions to Luci's work. Under Fama's stern gaze, the previously boisterous murmur subsided, leaving only a myriad of eager eyes shimmering with anticipation. At this moment, Luci approached, accompanied by Hebedong, Green Barbarian, and Qinglin. His mentor, Xuanhao, as an elder of the guild, had taken it upon himself to ensure the atmosphere remained undisturbed, asserting that none could interfere with his precious disciples' alchemical endeavors. Although he was unfamiliar with Green Barbarian and Qinglin, he assumed that high-tier alchemists would attract a suitable number of admirers, especially beautiful ones. He recalled his own youth, when he was remarkably handsome, and how countless beauties would weep and plead for his affection, reminiscing about their enchanting faces and alluring figures, a bittersweet memory. Luci nodded and stated, We may commence now. With that, he lightly tapped his toes against the ground, gracefully gliding to the center of a stone platform. The fervent gazes from the crowd had no impact on him as he brushed his fingers across his spatial ring, causing a massive crimson alchemical cauldron to materialize before him. With a resounding thud, the cauldron landed heavily on the stone platform, its surface adorned with flame-like swirling patterns that emanated a faint glow, giving the impression that it was genuinely ablaze, raising the surrounding temperature significantly. Subsequently, he retrieved all the necessary herbs from his spatial ring, amounting to 2 complete sets without any surplus. Finally, Luci extended his palm, and a vibrant azure flame erupted into existence, its beauty unparalleled, while the surrounding air began to warp, hinting at its extraordinary nature. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to this flame. As for alchemists, both flame and cauldron possess an irresistible allure. Luci cast the flame into the cauldron's opening, and upon leaving his palm, the fire surged violently, igniting fiercely within. At that moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from Luci's brow and entered the cauldron, causing the azure flames inside to churn vigorously, splitting into several smaller flames. Subsequently, Luci cast the medicinal herbs one by one into the cauldron, where vibrant azure flames danced with an almost sentient grace. Each flame enveloped a herb, and under Luci's soulful manipulation, the temperature fluctuated to extract the unique properties of each ingredient. In an instant, a dozen azure flames formed a circle, each refining its respective herb at varying degrees of heat, yet remaining distinctly unaffected by one another. Under the intense refinement of the azure lotus heart fire, the original forms of the herbs began to dissipate at a visibly discernible pace. The onlookers were awestruck by Luci's tremendous spiritual prowess and his exquisite mastery of the flames, their eyes fixated on his every movement, yearning to glean the secrets of a high-level alchemist. Chapter 55. The Spirit Peace Pill is complete. Alchemist Guild. Today, an unusual tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. If anyone were to enter at that moment, they would discover that from the lowest-ranking apprentice alchemist to the esteemed 5th-tier alchemist, President Fama, all were gathered in the southern hall, eagerly watching the central crimson cauldron and the handsome youth before it. Standing before the cauldron, Luci maintained a serene demeanor, his clear and profound eyes reflecting the ceaselessly burning azure flames. His hands moved with the grace of a dancer, seemingly unhurried, yet each motion left behind ethereal afterimages. Reminiscent of the thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara, Luci's relaxed appearance inadvertently instilled a fleeting illusion in some young alchemists who prided themselves on their talents. The observer's thoughts, the crafting of this spirit peace pill does not appear too arduous. The contemplating minds, indeed, I could manage it as well. The trembling hands, no. It is beyond my capabilities, cease such thoughts. It was only the 4th-tier alchemists and a few seasoned 3rd-tier practitioners who could discern the extraordinary potential concealed beneath Luci's seemingly effortless exterior. Notably, President Fama, a peak 5th-tier alchemist, wore a solemn expression, his gaze fixed intently on Luci, fearful of missing a fleeting moment. Regrettably, Fama had previously assumed that Luci had ascended to the 6th tier solely due to his possession of unique fire. Now he understood the depth of Luci's foundational skills. Before acquiring the unique fire, this young man had undoubtedly attained the pinnacle of 5th tier alchemist, his alchemical fundamentals remarkably solid. The unique fire served merely as a key, facilitating his entrance into the realm of the 6th tier, yet he had possessed the strength to push open that door long before. As time gradually slipped away, even the daylight began to wane. However, none of the alchemists were willing to depart, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Upon witnessing the complete extraction of the essence from the herbs, Luci inhaled deeply, knowing that the next step was of paramount importance. He brought his palms together and softly commanded, "Congeal." Within the cauldron, the azure flames began to coalesce, ultimately merging into a singular, substantial flame. While the various herbal essences commenced their initial contact, the various medicinal liquids within the cauldron began to collide, their differing properties clashing yet remaining distinctly separate, coalescing into a vivid amalgamation. Accompanied by a sound that seemed to defy existence, a surge of energy was released, causing the azure flames to tremble violently. The energy wave was evidently not yet spent. After breaking through the blue flames, it transformed into ripples that radiated outward, dissipating only upon contact with the inner walls of the cauldron, causing it to vibrate incessantly. This exemplifies the prowess of a high-quality cauldron. Had it been of ordinary material, it would likely have shattered, rendering the concocted elixir a complete failure and wasting all the precious ingredients. All present were primarily alchemists. Fully aware of the critical nature of this phase, any misstep could lead to an explosion, rendering their prior efforts futile. Yet, at this moment, Luci remained composed, gradually intensifying his soul power to stabilize the roiling azure heart fire. It was imperative not to abruptly increase the soul energy. The ongoing conflict and fusion of properties was a gradual process, and any forced acceleration could result in catastrophic detonation. As time inexorably passed, a moment arrived when the conflicting properties within the cauldron subsided, merging into a bluish-green elixir, its surface still uneven, emerging enveloped in azure flames. Luci gazed at the nascent form of the elixir with a hint of fatigue in his eyes, yet a smile began to grace his face. Though the prolonged exertion of soul energy had wearied him, the initial shape of the elixir had taken form. All that remained was to nurture it gently until it fully materialized. The most perilous phase had been surmounted. Upon witnessing the emergence of the elixir's initial form, many in the crowd, their eyes bloodshot from prolonged anticipation, displayed expressions of exhilaration, for they were about to witness the birth of a 6th-grade elixir. Even if they had not concocted it themselves, they felt a sense of accomplishment, having contributed their supportive presence throughout the process. Meanwhile, Fa Ma, upon seeing the elixir's embryonic form, closed his eyes, an excited smile illuminating his aged visage. If anyone had gained the most from Luci's alchemical endeavor, it was undoubtedly him. He had begun to sense a crucial insight that could guide him toward becoming a 6th-grade alchemist. Within the cauldron, under the continuous nurturing of the azure flames, the once uneven bluish-green elixir gradually became more rounded, exuding a faint fragrance that wafted through the air. Tendrils of the elixir's aroma enveloped each individual present, and many, upon inhaling this fragrance, felt a surge of vitality, as if invigorated anew. Of course, this was merely an illusion. A mere whiff of fragrance could only serve to refresh the senses, not to invigorate one's spirit to such an extent. For it was not a legendary 8th or 9th grade elixir capable of birthing sentience. The night had passed, and dawn had broken. Yet the attendees were in a state of heightened excitement, their eyes filled with longing as they gazed upon the increasingly plump elixir within the cauldron. Who would not desire a 6th-grade elixir? As the gaze gradually shifted to the slightly weary figure of Luci before the alchemical cauldron, a profound respect and reverence emerged in their eyes. When the chasm between the two seemed to span an entire world, envy might be felt. Yet jealousy had long since dissipated. Luci now stood as a figure from an entirely different realm. For most, the pinnacle of their aspirations might merely be that of a 3rd-rank alchemist, while Luci had ascended to the esteemed rank of 6th-rank alchemist, an inconceivable disparity. Suddenly, the elixir within the cauldron erupted with an overwhelming surge of energy, resonating as if in harmony with the very forces of nature. The heavens transformed. Blue and green mists coiled like two furious dragons, twisting and spiraling above the cauldron. Their dragon heads bowed low, mouths agape, targeting none other than the Do Ling pill. This celestial phenomenon was so grand that it was visible throughout half of the holy city of Jamma. Chapter 56, The Elder of the Council. In the holy city of Jamma, beneath the clear midday sky, the atmosphere shifted abruptly as the blue and green mists morphed into colossal dragons, battling fiercely, their clash veiling even the sun's brilliance, a spectacle that was both magnificent and heart-stirring. The entire city buzzed with excitement, as the capital of the Jamma Empire. It was home to many who had seen and experienced much, yet today, this extraordinary sight left them utterly speechless. Deep within the Jamma Imperial Palace, in a tranquil courtyard, stood an elderly figure clad in coarse linen robes, hands clasped behind his back. His aura was restrained yet palpable as he gazed upon the awe-inspiring phenomenon obscuring the sky. His gaunt, aged face bore an expression of astonishment. Such a celestial manifestation, he murmured in disbelief, must signify the emergence of a 6th rank or higher elixir. Could it be that Guhi is refining pills? No, That direction belongs to the Alchemist Guild. Could it be that old fellow Fa Ma has broken through to 6th rank without any prior news? At that moment, a middle-aged emperor draped in a dragon robe, flanked by a retinue of royal guards, hurriedly approached the courtyard's entrance. Bowing slightly, he addressed the elder, "Ancestor, how shall our royal family respond to this celestial phenomenon? Regardless of the identity of this 6th-rank alchemist, we cannot afford to antagonize him. Direct that a substantial gift be prepared from the treasury. I shall first ascertain the situation." The elder in linen spoke in a deep voice, and as he finished, his figure gradually faded until he vanished completely. Simultaneously, in various opulent residences across the holy city, figures emanating a profound aura emerged, gazing at the spectacle in the sky with solemn expressions, their eyes glimmering with astonishment. At the Alchemist Guild, all present alchemists, whether aged or youthful, were captivated by the celestial display above. For an aspiring alchemist, concocting high-tier elixirs is akin to a sacred belief, and to witness the entire process of a 6th-rank elixir's emergence was a rare privilege, evoking a sense of fervor akin to the ancient adage of seeking enlightenment even unto death. At this moment, Xianhao was moved to tears. The young lad he first encountered had now effortlessly mastered the art of crafting 6th-rank elixirs. His own offspring had finally achieved greatness. Meanwhile, Haibo Dong maintained a semblance of calm. After all, he had previously witnessed the celestial phenomenon accompanying the creation of the Pi pill in Emo City. Though it had not been as breathtaking as today's display, Greenman felt quite fortunate and secretly delighted, thinking to himself, "I never expected the master to possess such profound alchemical skills. It is fortunate that I refrained from taking action at the time. Not only have I found the 3-flowered eyes of the Green Serpent, but if I were also able to recruit a 6th-grade alchemist, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement." Qinglin could not comprehend the transcendent status of a 6th-grade alchemist. Yet witnessing the radiant Luci and the fervent expressions of the surrounding alchemists only deepened her admiration for him. The young girl thought with pride, "My master is so exceptional. My master is so remarkable." Luci, however, merely gazed quietly at the spirit-fighting pill, which was on the verge of being completed in the cauldron, paying no mind to the phenomena occurring in the sky. After all, he had no fear of lightning striking down. With this pill, coupled with the Earth-Fire Lotus Seed, I should be able to ascend to the level of a 4-star Dowang. The slow process of cultivation is far too tedious. Thankfully, I possess the means of alchemy. Outside the guild, a crowd had already gathered, blocked by those who had come to witness the extraordinary events. However, this group, with their highest cultivation being merely great dosher, appeared like ants before the Alchemist Guild, merely gazing in awe at its grand entrance. Too intimidated to even approach for inquiries, until the elder in a coarse robe, with wings of fighting energy, soared over the throngs of people and landed before the Alchemist Guild's entrance, followed in succession by several others. At this moment, the true rulers of the Gamma Empire had arrived. The foremost individual maintained a smile, appearing quite astute. Upon seeing the elder in a coarse robe, he respectfully remarked, "Elder Jia, you have come as well." "Elder Jia, Elder Jia." The two individuals who arrived subsequently also greeted Elder Jia with reverence. Meanwhile, inside the guild, Fa Ma furrowed his brow. He had sensed the arrival of a Do Huang and 3 Do Wang outside. However, it was the critical moment for the emergence of the 6th-grade pill, and he did not wish to miss it. Yet, he felt ill-equipped to handle the situation with the current personnel. Seeing Fa Ma's in action, Greenman exclaimed with a charming voice, "I shall handle this." It would also serve to enhance the master's favor, preventing those outside from truly barging in. Greenman thought to herself. With that, her figure vanished from the spot, her Do Huang aura unmistakably radiating. "Well then, I shall also take a look, lest a true conflict arises. It is also an opportunity to meet some old friends." Hai Boidong remarked, having observed Greenman's disappearance. He understood that this woman was not simple and worried that matters might not end well. With that, he pursued her outside. In an instant, Greenman arrived outside the guild, scrutinizing the Do Huang in coarse robes and the 3 Do Wang behind him, along with the vast crowd surrounding them. Her Do Huang aura erupted, instantly commanding the surrounding energy, her presence intensifying, and though her voice was melodious, it was laced with an icy chill that sent shivers down spines. "Today, as the master conducts alchemy here, none of you may enter before the completion of the pill." Shock flickered in the eyes of Jia Xingtian and the 3 Do Wang at her words. Where did this Do Huang powerhouse come from? And who is this master? What manner of individual is this 6th-grade alchemist? Uncertain of the situation, the crowd dared not act recklessly, especially considering the involvement of a Do Huang. Fortunately, Hai Boidong also stepped forward, easing the somewhat tense atmosphere as he spoke softly. "Jia Xingtian, you old rascal, you're still alive." Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian fixed his gaze upon Hai Boidong, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "Are you the Ice Elder?" The most exhilarated by Hai Boidong's appearance was undoubtedly Mitre Tingshan, who eagerly stepped forward and exclaimed, "Elder Hai, it is splendid to see you alive." In response, Hai Boidong, with an air of sarcasm, retorted, "What? Do you wish for my demise, Tingshan?" "Of course not," Tingshan replied. Hai Boidong continued, "In any case, let us wait for the young friend to refine his elixir, and I shall introduce you all then." As he spoke, the celestial phenomena overhead swiftly dissipated. Luci extended his hand, and the elixir within the alchemical cauldron soared into his palm with a swift motion. "Fama, accompanied by Khmer and several elders, approached. Their eyes fixed on the blue-green elixir in Luci's grasp, emanating a radiant warmth and intricate patterns. With a voice trembling in anticipation, Fama declared, "Indeed. This is the 6th grade elixir, the doling pill. May I touch it?" Hesitating, he sought Luci's permission, for the entire process of crafting the elixir had been his endeavor. "Of course," Luci replied, handing the elixir to Fama. Fama received it, scrutinizing it closely, and resolved within himself a decision. Holding the elixir solemnly, Fama turned to the surrounding audience and declared in a deep voice, "From this moment forth, Luci shall be the Grand Elder of our Alchemist Guild, his status surpassing even my own." Taken aback, Luci pondered, "I am merely a figurehead. How have I become the Grand Elder?" Chapter 57, Renown. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Upon hearing President Fama's appointment, the alchemists within the guild fell momentarily silent before erupting into thunderous applause. Throughout the day and night of alchemical refinement, Luci's profound skills had captivated them, and thus, even though he had just joined the Alchemist Guild, his ascension to Grand Elder was met with respect. At that moment, Luci managed a wry smile and said, "President, I appreciate your kindness, but I still wish to travel and explore the world. Even if you appoint me as Grand Elder, I cannot remain here indefinitely." Fama's expression turned resolute as he stated, "No, my dear nephew, this is what you rightfully deserve. You need not stay within the Alchemist Guild, yet whenever you require it, you may freely access our resources and connections." After a brief pause, Fama bowed deeply before Luci, saying, "Dear nephew, it would be entirely reasonable for you to request a private chamber for your alchemical pursuits. However, you have chosen to publicly refine elixirs, allowing all to learn and comprehend. In this regard, we owe you our gratitude." Luci, touched by this gesture, immediately reached out to assist Fama in rising, but the stubborn elder refused to budge. Luci then said, "Very well, I accept the title of Grand Elder. Please rise." President. With Fama's unwavering insistence, Luci realized that to decline further would seem disingenuous. He acquiesced, recognizing that it might prove beneficial in the future. Moreover, he truly felt indebted to Fama for his guidance. While others may have differing opinions, it was certain that Fama had gained something valuable. Only then did Fama rise, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed. Moreover, having a 6th grade alchemist like you as our Grand Elder may very well be to our advantage." Luci cast a deep glance at Fama and remarked, "I believe you are on the verge of breaking through to the rank of a 6th-tier alchemist, aren't you?" Fama smiled without replying, yet his confident demeanor suggested he undoubtedly possessed the assurance needed. "He, upon witnessing the disappearance of the celestial phenomenon, I knew that your elixir must have been successfully refined. I was taken aback to hear that you have already ascended to the position of Grand Elder within the Alchemist Guild. My heartfelt congratulations to you." Hai Bodong re-entered the room with a smile. Accompanying him were not only Lu Man, but also Jiaxing Tian and Frido Wang, all of whom wore expressions of shock. The Alchemist Guild held immense power within the Gamma Empire, composed entirely of esteemed alchemists, leaving no one daring to show disrespect. "Sir, those individuals attempted to force their way in earlier, but I managed to stop them," Lu Man exaggeratedly declared, emphasizing her contribution. Jiaxing Tian and the others changed their expressions, unable to restrain their indignation as they internally shouted, "That is not true. I didn't do anything. Don't speak nonsense." Hee. As Jiaxing Tian and his companions sighed in relief, they were taken aback to see a young man, seemingly under 20, conversing on equal terms with Hai Bodong and Lu Man, their expressions filled with bewilderment. It was Jiaxing Tian who took the initiative to ask, "President Fama, would you kindly introduce us?" Fama, upon hearing this, first returned the Doling Dan to Luci and smilingly introduced, "My oversight. This young man is Luci, the disciple of Elder Xian Hao from the Alchemist Guild. My esteemed nephew has spent several years studying at the Canaan Academy and has recently completed his training, attaining the 6th tier in alchemy. The celestial phenomenon you witnessed earlier was indeed caused by his alchemical prowess. Please, introduce yourselves." The group was astounded. Such youth, yet already a 6th-tier alchemist. Each then solemnly introduced themselves. Jiaxing Tian of the Gamma royal family. "I am honored to meet you, young friend. Your exceptional talent is truly breathtaking." Miter Tingshan of the Miter family. "I have the pleasure of meeting Master Lu. Elder Hai is the Grand Elder of my Miter family. We should become better acquainted." How shameless to curry favor. The other two Do Wang thought. Nalan Jia of the Nalan family. "It is a pleasure to meet Master Lu. Your youth and accomplishments are indeed enviable." Mu Chun of the Mu family. "Greetings, Master Lu. You possess remarkable looks." Mu Chun, a seasoned warrior with a straightforward demeanor, inadvertently embarrassed himself with the last remark. Not only the three Do Wang, but even Jiaxing Tian, at the pinnacle of Do Huang, disregarded Luci's youth upon learning he was a 6th-tier alchemist, treating him with equal respect and earnestness. This is the reality. As an alchemist wielding core knowledge on the continent, like Luci, if one truly disdains him, the best course is to maintain a distance. However, should you provoke him and allow him to escape, you must exercise caution, for he could summon several, even dozens of Do Huang to confront you. Unless your own cultivation is remarkably high, you are bound to suffer a bitter defeat amidst such a multitude of adversaries. As Mu Chun uttered his last words, the gazes of those around him shifted to him in a peculiar manner, causing him to feel a flush of embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into thin air. It was only Luci who cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, remarking, "Ahem, the clan leader Mu must be referring to my handsome demeanor and elegant bearing." Muchin quickly affirmed, "Yes, precisely. That is indeed what I meant." The atmosphere lightened momentarily, and as introductions concluded, Fa regarded the true powers of the Gamma Empire with solemnity and declared, "My esteemed nephew possesses not only extraordinary talent, but also remarkable selflessness. Therefore, I have already announced that Luci will be the supreme elder of our alchemist guild. We shall soon select an auspicious date for a celebration, and I hope all of you will join us." Jia Xingtian could not help but sigh inwardly. The alchemist guild already held an esteemed position within the Gamma Empire, and with the addition of another 6th grade alchemist, one could only speculate how its influence would expand. However, he knew he must not display his concerns. Alliances must be forged. Jia Xingtian spoke. "The celebration for your becoming the supreme elder of the alchemist guild is certainly a matter of importance. But as you have arrived in the holy city of Gamma, how can our royal family, as hosts, not extend a warm welcome? Tomorrow, we shall hold a banquet in your honor. Might you grace us with your presence?" Luci pondered for a moment and replied, "In that case, I shall gladly accept." As the royal family stood as the foremost authority in the Gamma Empire, second only to the Yunlan sect, Jia Xingtian, despite his age, remained a powerful figure at the peak of the Dou Emperor realm. Since he was showing Luci respect, Luci too had to reciprocate. It would reflect poorly on both sides if tensions escalated. With the alchemy session concluded, the events within the Alchemist Guild began to circulate gradually. Consequently, the sole topic of conversation in the holy city of Gamma, from the noble families to the common folk, became Luci, the prodigy returning from the Ganon Academy. The youngest 6th grade alchemist in the Gamma Empire, the supreme elder of the Alchemist Guild. These titles were frequently on people's lips, garnering increasing fervor and rapidly spreading throughout the entire Gamma Empire. Luci had indeed become an overnight sensation. Chapter 58, The Banquet. The holy city of Gamma was abuzz with excitement. From the moment the celestial phenomena appeared, it was destined to be extraordinary. As anticipated, the emergence of a 6th grade alchemist had everyone chattering enthusiastically. Soon, another piece of news emerged. The royal family of Gamma would host a welcoming banquet for Master Luci, who had already confirmed his attendance, reigniting the public's fervor. The common folk, while eager to witness the youngest 6th grade alchemist in the Gamma Empire, understood that such an event was beyond their reach. However, those of higher standing, imperial generals, ministers, heads of merchant guilds, and mercenary leaders, began to scramble for an invitation, hoping to gain familiarity with the 6th grade alchemist. Meanwhile, the guest of honor, Luci, was preparing to consume a Dou Ling Dan to facilitate his breakthrough. He had considered waiting until he reached a bottleneck to utilize it for advancement, but the efficiency of his training had begun to wane, leading him to decide it was best to rely on the elixir for a swift breakthrough. After the thought flashed through his mind, Luci took out the Dou Ling Dan and swallowed it in one gulp. The surging medicinal power began to flow into Luci's body, enveloped by his Dou Qi energy, and operated along the trajectory of the 9 Nether Spirit Flame technique. After a complete cycle, the medicinal power transformed into pure Dou Qi, surging into his Dantian. Coupled with the energy absorbed from 2 Earth Fire Lotus seeds, it naturally propelled him to break through to the 3-star Dou Wang level. While the medicinal power of the Dou Ling Dan had only consumed less than 10%, the Dou Ling Dan continued to release its medicinal power incessantly, enhancing Luci's Dou Qi, until at one moment, his Dou Qi realm reached the pinnacle of 3-star Dou Wang. With the utmost effort, he activated the technique, and the Dou Qi within him erupted like a dam bursting, continuously increasing in volume to reach the 4-star Dou Wang level. The sensation of enhanced strength filled Luci with genuine joy, yet he did not rise immediately. He continued to absorb around 20% of the remaining medicinal power from the Dou Ling Dan, as well as the energy gathered from the Qing Lian Lotus Seat to stabilize his realm. By the time Luci emerged, the sky had already darkened, and Xianhao, along with Hai Bo Dong and others, had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Luci, their faces displayed expressions of astonishment. Xianhao directly sensed a sense of pressure emanating from Luci and inquired, "Disciple, what is this aura about you?" Luci was already exerting all his energy to suppress his aura, but the evidently surging power was still beyond his complete control. He explained, "After taking the Dou Ling Dan, I leveraged my previous accumulation to break through 2-star levels of power. My current fiery energy is quite strong. Once I adapt to this power, it will be fine." Hai Bo Dong fell silent, wearing an expression of dejection. However, LV Man suddenly became tender and charming. Directly utilizing her advantage as a beauty, her eyes seemingly brimming with spring water as she coyly said, "Sir, since the Dou Ling Dan can now be refined, could the Huangji Dan, also a 6th rank elixir, be refined? Would you help me create a quality one? I don't wish to exert myself any longer." Xianhao and Hai Bo Dong exchanged bewildered glances at the suddenly affectionate LV Man, a hint of ambiguous smiles appearing on their faces. Luci regarded the coquetry of LV Man with a businesslike tone, stating, "To test the alchemist with this is quite a challenge. That alchemist cannot withstand such a trial. If you wish to refine the Huangji Dan, you must prepare the materials, and the fee is a flat 2 million. Upon hearing this, LV Man let out a delicate snort, turning her head away in silent frustration. The Huangji Dan, ranked as a high-grade 6th rank elixir, required materials that were rare and often unavailable. If one could indeed procure them, it would take no less than 1,000,000 or 2. Not to mention the 2,000,000 fee. Even LV Man, as a Do Huang, could not easily produce such an amount at the moment. However, with the backing of the Tianxi mansion, she certainly could manage it, which is the advantage of having a powerful force to rely on. One need not worry about the resources required for cultivation and can devote oneself entirely to training. This is why disciples from major powers tend to progress more swiftly. Yet, it was evident that LV Man sought to exploit Luci's goodwill, hoping to obtain the Huangji Dan without any cost. Luci, however, was not easily swayed by beauty and firmly declared, 2,000,000, not a single coin less. Xianhao, upon hearing this, coughed in frustration, internally lamenting, foolish disciple. At this rate, when will I ever hold my grandchild? Luci promptly stepped forward, gently patting Xianhao's back while offering words of comfort. Teacher, do not be so agitated. At your age, it is essential to maintain a calm demeanor. Did Master Jia not mention hosting a welcoming banquet for me? When shall I commence? At this moment, only Hai Bo Dong spoke up, saying, it will be held tonight. You have spent an entire day and night in your breakthrough, and we did not wish to intrude before your emergence, so we have patiently awaited your arrival. Is that so? Then let us set off. Luci replied upon noticing the darkening sky. Supporting Xianhao, he led the way outside, and the group made their way to Xianhao's luxurious carriage, embarking toward the imperial city. Indeed, the welcoming banquet hosted by Jia Xingtian for Lu Xi was to take place within the imperial city, in the Duqi continent. Even imperial authority is subordinate to absolute power, particularly when the guest of honor is a 6th-grade alchemist. Thus, Jia Xingtian commandeered the imperial city as a mark of respect for Lu Xi. As they approached the imperial city, the surrounding streets grew increasingly prosperous. Those who resided nearby were either wealthy or noble. However, other carriages encountered along the way would willingly yield a passage, for they recognized this carriage as that of Master Xianhao, and the esteemed disciple within was none other than a distinguished individual. Lu Xi and his companions experienced no hindrance, arriving at the outskirts of the imperial city. The guards stationed at the palace gates, upon sighting the carriage from afar, hurried to greet them. One of the guards approached the carriage respectfully and inquired, "May I ask if Master Lu is within the carriage?" "I am here." Lu Xi's voice resonated from within. The guard, exuding a hint of sycophancy, replied, "My lord, we have received orders to personally escort you to the Taiha Palace, the venue of the banquet." Very well. The routes within the imperial city were rather intricate. Lu Xi, seated in the carriage, could not ascertain how many turns they had taken before they finally came to a stop. "Ah, my young friend, you have finally arrived. We have awaited you with great impatience." Jia Xingtian's aged voice echoed into the carriage. As Lu Xi exited, he remarked, "I apologize for keeping Master Jia waiting. I lost track of time in my cultivation. Please forgive me." "Not at all. It is precisely this dedication that has allowed you to attain the rank of Do Wang at such a young age. My young friend, your realm." After consuming the Do Ling Dan, a modest breakthrough was achieved. As a peak Do Huang, Jia Xingtian's discerning eye was unerring, and he candidly dismissed Lu Xi's modesty, declaring, "The aura emanating from you reveals that you have surpassed at least 2-star levels in power since yesterday." "What?" exclaimed Maitel. Tung Shan, Na Lanjie, and Mu Chun, who followed Jia Xingtian, their eyes alight with astonishment and excitement. Chapter 59, Night of the Moon. Within the Jiama Imperial City, before the Taiha Palace, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Jia Xingtian gazed at Lu Xi with a complex expression, while the others looked on with envy, their eyes ablaze. A single Do Ling Dan elevating one's power by 2-star levels. Truly, the elixirs forged by Master Lu are extraordinary. They collectively thought, with Jia Xingtian marveling at Lu Xi's prodigious talent, whether in cultivation or alchemy, both were extraordinarily exceptional. Midderting Mountain and the other two are indeed Do Kings, and thus their desire for the Do Spirit elixir crafted by Lu Xi is immeasurable. Observing the slightly agitated trio, Lu Xi calmly remarked, "There is no need for such astonishment. It is merely the result of my extensive accumulation that has enabled this breakthrough. The matter of the Earthfire Lotus Seed is not something to be shared with others. Even he finds it insufficient for his own use. To divulge it would only invite disdain, and at this moment, it is best to attribute his success to his substantial foundation." Master Lu, unaware of the shortcomings in his own discretion, Mu Chun was eager to procure the Do Spirit elixir from Lu Xi. However, a piercing glance from Jia Xingtian silenced him. This was a welcoming banquet for the royal family of the Jaimar Empire, not a marketplace. It was imperative to maintain decorum in front of Lu Xi to avoid any semblance of disrespect. He then smiled and said, "Young friend, all the esteemed guests have taken their seats. We await your signal to commence the banquet. Please, do enter. Master Xuanhao, Elder Bing, and Miss Greenman, please join us." Jia Xingtian led the way as Lu Xi and his companions entered the Taiha Palace. The interior was expansive, accommodating approximately 100 guests, each seated at a table adorned with exquisite food and fine wine. Upon Lu Xi's arrival, all eyes turned toward him, their faces illuminated with warm and friendly smiles. However, the outer circle primarily comprised fighters, young men of the Do Master realm. As they ventured deeper, the inner circle revealed individuals of the Do Spirit realm or alchemists of the 4th rank and above, the true elite of the Jaimar Empire. Upon entering the Taiha Palace, servants swiftly guided Lu Xi to his seat. Once seated, he noticed his mentor, Hai Boidong, and Greenman all had designated places, while only Qinglin followed him closely, a frown creasing her brow, reflecting her discontent. Subsequently, Luci beckoned to Qinglin, gently saying, "Qinglin, come here." "Coming, young master." Upon her arrival, Luci lifted Qinglin and placed her on his lap. In her moment of surprise, he handed her a pair of chopsticks, saying, "Choose whatever you wish to eat." As Qinglin regained her composure, a blush spread from her neck to her cheeks, and she sat in Luci's embrace, too shy to lift her head. Jia Xingtian had been observing Luci and, upon seeing his frown, felt a sense of confusion. It was not until Luci embraced Qinglin that he understood the reason. He had previously perceived her as just an ordinary servant girl, but she was evidently special. Jia Xingtian, feeling apologetic, said, "Young friend, my oversight is regrettable. I shall arrange a seat for this young lady at once." Luci pondered for a moment before replying, "Just add a place beside me." Initially attracted to Qinglin's striking by Shisan Huatong, he had come to cherish her deeply, and he could not bear to see her slighted. The palace attendants moved swiftly, bringing new utensils and a chair to Luci's side, allowing Qinglin to sit beside him. Seeing the matter resolved, Jia Xingtian rose from his seat, raising his wine glass, and proclaimed, "Today's banquet is to honor the top-tier genius returning from the Canaan Academy, our empire's youngest sixth-rank alchemist. Let us raise our glasses in a toast to our young friend, Lu. A toast to our young friend. A toast to the master." After all, a banquet is simply an occasion for feasting, revelry, and merriment. Amidst the deliberate flattery of others, Luci found himself somewhat intoxicated, though not by alcohol. Rather, he was entranced by the reverberating praises of master, which proved far more potent than mere compliments on his appearance. It is no wonder that in his past life, so many dubious characters aspire to become masters. This sensation is indeed quite delightful. After several rounds of wine and an array of delectable dishes, he observed that Jia Xingtian perceived the opportune moment had arrived. A glimmer flickered in his eyes as he slowly began to speak. "Young friend, within our royal lineage, there exists a little princess named Yuer. Her aptitude for alchemy is commendable. Having apprenticed under Vice President Kimir, she has now attained the rank of a second-grade alchemist. Alas." Jia Xingtian shook his head, expressing regret. "Yesterday, while you were concocting a sixth-grade elixir, Yuer remained confined within the depths of the palace, unable to witness your majestic prowess. However, her admiration for you is profound, and upon learning of today's banquet, she insisted on coming to meet you." As he spoke, a pair of sisters, strikingly similar in appearance, approached, one youthful and spirited, the other composed and elegantly beautiful. Upon entering the hall, the sisters disregarded the eager gazes of others and made a beeline for Luci. The elder sister, with a forthright demeanor, introduced herself. "Master Lu, I am Yao Yi, Yuer's elder sister. She holds you in great admiration and has implored me to bring her here." "Indeed, brother Lu, you are truly remarkable. I greatly admire you." The little princess Yuer stepped forward, feigning a delicate demeanor. Luci's gaze shifted from the little princess to the elder one, then to the imposing figure of Jia Xingtian at the head of the table, and inwardly mused, "What a clever ploy. First, they invite me to the banquet, then speak of the little princess's admiration, and finally introduce the elder sister. It's as transparent as Sima Zhao's intentions. To think that this old fellow, with his prominent brows and large eyes, would orchestrate such a scheme. He has indeed brought forth both sisters. I regarded you as an old friend, yet you aspired to be my forebear." At that moment, the others in the grand hall began to comprehend the situation. The older attendees cast knowing glances at Jia Xingtian, muttering scornfully about his cunning and swift tactics. A haven for tenderness, a grave for heroes, Luci reflected as he surveyed the enchanting sisters before him. He contemplated his own fate, which had irrevocably altered since arriving in this world. After enduring considerable hardship, the prospect of remaining here to indulge in such pleasures seemed appealing. Yet a lingering sense of discontent persisted. It felt as though a layer of dust obscured his true self. Luci closed his eyes, embracing silence for a moment. When he reopened his eyes, the aura that had previously emanated from him was now fully retracted. His pupils sparkled with clarity, and his state of mind appeared to transcend to a higher realm. He regarded Yao Yi and Yuer with an air of detachment and stated simply, "Understood." The two ladies were taken aback, and Yao Yi awkwardly inquired, "Master Lu, do you not have anything else to say to us?" Luci merely smiled gently and shook his head, choosing not to speak further. Chapter 60. Lao Su, do you seek a wife? In Taiha Palace, Luci observed the incredulous expressions of Yao Yi and her sister, regarding them with a hint of pity. Sipping from his exquisite wine, he mused to himself, "My destiny is destined for the stars and the sea. You lack emotional foundation, and you possess no utilitarian value. I am not seduced by mere charm. I shall not bite at the bait that Jia Xingtian has cast." Sisters Yao Yi and Yuer, prior to their arrival, had indeed been advised by Jia Xingtian to cultivate a connection with Luci. The young princess Yuer, though somewhat displeased by Luci's disregard for her admiration, found herself unable to muster the courage to be truly angry in the presence of a sixth-tier alchemist. The elder princess, Yao Yi, was more acutely aware of the stakes. The ancestral guardian of the royal family had watched over them for many years, yet if they could not break through to the dozone level, their lifespan would inevitably be limited. The path to becoming a dozone, however, was fraught with peril and uncertainty, and at this moment, There was no one within the royal family capable of succeeding the elder. Yao Yi had resolved that should Luci exhibit even the slightest hint of affection, she would not hesitate to employ her beauty to facilitate a union. Yet, Luci's demeanor remained strikingly indifferent. Deep within, Yao Yi harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. Observing Luci's unyielding nature, she gracefully approached him, her exquisitely adorned face radiating a touch of vulnerability. With a voice tinged with apparent melancholy, she inquired, "Master, why are you so cold towards us sisters?" Luci furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of annoyance towards this persistent woman. Was his disinterest not evident enough? How dare a mere woman of the great Dome Master tier act so brazenly, assuming he would not unleash his wrath? Just because a Do Wang refrains from demonstrating his power does not mean he is a fool. Yao Yi, this is inappropriate. Since you have already met the young friend, take you air and depart. Noticing Luci's frown, Jia Xingtian inwardly lamented the lost opportunity and remarked, aside from myself, there are no formidable figures within the royal family. Although they command the army, in the face of true strength, sheer numbers are of little consequence. Upon encountering the exceptionally talented Luci, thoughts of a strategic alliance began to take root. If he could forge a bond with a 6th-tier alchemist, marrying off 2 princesses would be well worth the effort, allowing him to confidently pursue a breakthrough to Dozong. Even if he were to fail and face dire consequences, at the very least, the royal family would not fall into decline. Prolonging this situation would only lead to inevitable exhaustion. Yao Yi, upon hearing this, still felt a pang of reluctance. But she could only bite her crimson lips and retreat alongside the young Princess Yu'er. Jia Xingtian chuckled. Yao Yi was simply overwhelmed with excitement at meeting the young friend. Please forgive her. Luci's response was lukewarm, even a touch frosty, as he replied, it's no trouble. Upon their first encounter, Luci had indeed been captivated by the distinct charms of the 2 princesses, yet with his vision and talents, he would never confine himself to the confines of the Jaimar Empire, lingering in the softness of their embrace. After all, as a prince, he sought a legitimate union, which tethered Luci to the royal family. Despite his flirtatious nature, he was not one to act indecently. He felt a sense of responsibility towards the women he had loved, which would hinder his ability to roam freely across the central state. Observing Luci's aloof demeanor, Jia Xingtian felt a bittersweet taste in his smile. This time, it had truly been a miscalculation. As the banquet concluded, Luci took his leave from Jia Xingtian and, amidst the reverent gazes of the crowd, stepped into the carriage, commencing his journey homeward. Inside the carriage, Hai Buodong, a longtime friend of Jia Xingtian, observed Luci's cold demeanor and sought to offer him an excuse, saying, Jia Xingtian merely intended to forge a connection with the young friend. He harbored no ulterior motives. Luci acknowledged this, replying, I understand. The royal family naturally seeks to ally with those who are useful for maintaining their rank, especially someone as remarkably handsome and extraordinarily gifted as myself. After listening to the conversation, Xianhao nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, a distinguished 6th-grade alchemist like my disciple is far more deserving than a royal princess, despite her noble lineage. Hai Buodong, observing the duo's sudden self-praise, found himself momentarily speechless. While their words were factual, they nonetheless struck him as rather obnoxious, igniting a surge of irritation within him. In Xianhao's eyes, his cherished disciple was undoubtedly the most exceptional. Although eager to embrace a grandson, he believed that any woman worthy of his disciple should at least possess the prowess of a Do Wang and be strikingly beautiful. Thus, he harbored a favorable impression of Green Man, as her strength and appearance complemented Luci. However, Luci had never harbored any romantic thoughts for Green Man, prompting Xianhao to seek other suitable candidates for him. Suddenly inspired by thoughts of eligible women within the Gamma Empire, Xianhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Grasping Luci's arm, he proclaimed enthusiastically, Disciple, would you desire union? If you express your intentions, I shall personally propose on your behalf. Luci, taken aback by his teacher's sudden fervor, pondered why Yun was mentioned. She was notoriously difficult to approach, not only due to her pride but also because of her companion, the flattery-prone Gu He. Yet, Yun possessed a magnetism that surpassed that of the 2 royal princesses. With a hint of jest, he replied, Then, teacher, do go ahead and propose. At that moment, a voice echoed, Master Lu. Maitel Tingshan has come to pay a visit. Hai Buodong was the first to respond. Tingshan, what brings you here? He then resumed his usual affable demeanor, adding, I presume you wish to request a medicinal pill from Master Lu? Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong smirked. I suspect the Douling Dan is your primary motive. Isn't it, Tingshan? Maitel Tingshan quickly countered, Old Hai, you are the stabilizing force of our Maitel family. Enough, let us proceed inside for a detailed discussion. Luci interjected, noticing the endless banter between the two. As they entered the main hall and took their seats, a servant brought forth tea and delicacies. Maitel Tingshan remarked, Master Xianhao, Master Lu, I have been stagnating at the 5-star Do Wang level for quite some time. This visit is to seek a Douling Dan, and I am willing to pay any price for it. Just as Maitel Tingshan finished speaking, another voice rang out. Nalan family Nalan Jia has come to pay a visit. Nalan Jia arrived shortly after, guided by a servant. Upon seeing Maitel Tingshan, he exclaimed, What brings you here, you old rascal? Maitel Tingshan regarded Nalan Jia with a measured tone. Naturally, I am here for the same reason as you, to seek a pill. Mujia Muchun has also come to pay a visit. Indeed, Mu Chun had arrived, and upon spotting Nailan Jie and my Tel Shan, he directly inquired, "What business do you two old fellows have here?" A simultaneous sigh escaped both, and Luci found the scene amusing. He explained to Mu Chun, "It seems both clan leaders are here for the Doling Dan, much like yourself." Chapter 61, The Mark of Poison. Within the residence of Xin Haoli, as Luci's mentor occupied the main seat, Luci sat to his right, while the three visiting clan leaders faced them. Qing Lin had been sent aside by Luci to enjoy some delicacies. Luci gazed across at the three clan leaders, who wore expressions of apprehension, yet looked at him with hopeful eyes. With a smile, he remarked, "I am already aware of the purpose of your visit, esteemed clan leaders. You seek a Doling Dan." Upon hearing this, Mu Chun grinned widely and readily admitted, "Master Lu, your insight is remarkable. Today, witnessing the Doling Dan you crafted, which astonishingly allows one to advance 2-star levels in strength, I was instantly compelled to request one. However, Elder Jia thwarted my intentions, leaving me restless throughout the banquet. As soon as the banquet concluded, I hurried here, only to find I was outpaced by these two old fellows." At that moment, Nailan Jie interjected with a hint of melancholy, speaking of speed, who surpasses Brother Tingshan in haste. "I just arrived and found Brother Tingshan already seated here." My Tel Tingshan chuckled, saying, "Oh, just a modest effort. I merely wish to avoid disturbing Master Lu's rest, hence my eagerness to arrive." "To avoid disturbing Master Lu's rest? Then why not come tomorrow? It is quite late. Surely you must realize that." Nailan Jie and Mu Chun thought to themselves, silently cursing. Subsequently, my Tel Tingshan shifted the conversation. His tone earnest, "Master Lu, should you assist me in crafting a Doling Dan, you would become the most esteemed guest at the Maitel auction house. Any treasures auctioned there would be at your preferential selection." Nailan Jie and Mu Chun quickly echoed, "Indeed, should you aid us in producing a Doling Dan, you would be the most honored guest of the Nailan and Mu clans. In the future, should you require anything within the Jaimat Empire, I shall never refuse." Luci, holding his teacup, regarded the three clan leaders and stated, "Crafting a few Doling Dan is a simple task. However, do not expect to receive without recompense. I would require 5 million gold coins or equivalent treasures. Quite reasonable, I assure you. As for the medicinal ingredients, do prepare them yourselves. It would be prudent to gather enough for 2 Doling Dan before returning." Upon hearing this, Maitel Tingshan exhaled in relief. The Maitel auction house was renowned for its financial strength, and 5 million gold coins posed no significant burden. The real challenge lay in sourcing the rare ingredients for the Doling Dan. It was estimated that gathering the necessary materials for 2 would cost around 2 to 3 million. Nailan Jie and Mu Chun exchanged glances, their faces brightening at the mention of using equivalent treasures. They feared Luci would refuse to set terms rather than the terms themselves. Now that Luci had laid out his conditions, it meant they needed to diligently search for the ingredients while contending with the other 2 families for resources. Maitel Tingshan rose, clasping his hands in respect. "Then we shall not disturb Master Lu any further today. We will prepare the gold and ingredients at once. We shall trouble you soon." Following suit, Nailan Jie and Mu Chun also stood, saying, "Indeed, we shall not impose on Master Lu any longer today." Once the three departed, Xian Hao turned to Luci with a smile. "The 3 prominent families of Jaimat City are formidable. You could have asked for even more, and they would have obliged." Luci replied with a smile, "I am not interested in wealth. To me, money is merely a numerical figure. I would much prefer they present treasures that pique my interest." Xian Hao nodded in agreement, observing Luci's calm demeanor. Curiously, he asked, "Disciple, who are you still waiting for?" "Nailan Jie. During my recent conversation with the 3 clan leaders, I discreetly released my soul power to sense their auras. Maiter Tingshan and Mu Chun appeared relatively fine, but Nailan Jie exhibited signs of being superficially strong, yet fundamentally weak. It seemed that the poison within him was wreaking havoc. Presently, Nailan Jie was still lively, relying solely on his king of combat cultivation to suppress the affliction. However, the toxicity was rapidly penetrating his very marrow. He was undoubtedly aware of his own physical condition. If Nailan Jie wished to survive, he could only seek assistance from someone possessing, which fortuitously was available within the Nailan clan in the form of a coveted treasure, the 7 Illusion Blue Spirit Nectar. Casting a meaningful glance at Nailan Jie, I remarked, "With such deep poisoning, you remain unharmed. The cultivation of the Nailan clan leader is indeed profound." Nailan Jie's smile was tinged with bitterness as he replied, "I do not wish to conceal anything from you, Master. In order to suppress the internal poison, I can no longer exert the full power of a king of combat. Yet, I feel the toxins continually invading my body. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, I will be unable to contain it any longer. I implore you, Master, to save my life." I straightened up and casually inquired, "How long have you been poisoned?" Nailan Jie responded, "Approximately 2 years ago. I fought against a highly toxic 5th-tier magical beast, the Scorching Poison Imprint Beast. Although I ultimately defeated it, I unfortunately fell victim to its terrifying poison, which has now invaded my body. Master, you are aware that this poison can even kill 6th-tier magical beasts. Since becoming poisoned, I have sought the help of various alchemists, but none have been able to purge the scorching poison from my body. I can only rely on my combat energy to suppress it, and I dare not let anyone else know the extent of my affliction. If you can save me, I will agree to any demands you may have, as long as they are within my power." With an air of ease, I replied, Although the scorching poison is formidable, it pales in comparison to. I do indeed desire a certain treasure, which I hear you possess. What is it that you seek, master? Nailan Jia inquired. The 7 illusion blue spirit nectar. Upon hearing this name, Nailan Jia appeared somewhat surprised, yet it was within reason. The 7 illusion blue spirit nectar was an extraordinary plant, whose roots could yield a mysterious liquid, an optimal remedy for restoring soul power. As an alchemist, I held soul power in the highest regard. So my interest in the 7 illusion blue spirit nectar was not surprising, though the 7 illusion blue spirit nectar was indeed a valuable asset. The Nailan clan could not do without their king of combat. Thus, Nailan Jia swiftly made a decision and stated, I will deliver the 7 illusion blue spirit nectar to you tomorrow, master. I beseech you to save me. Very well. I shall rid you of the scorching poison by tomorrow. Chapter 62, Yunlan Sect. Having received my promise, Nailan Jia expressed his heartfelt gratitude before bidding me farewell. Once his figure disappeared, I rose and turned to Xuanhao, saying, Teacher, all is well now. Xuanhao remarked, I never imagined that the Nailan clan leader has been afflicted with the scorching poison for 2 years without any signs. I replied, the strongest member of the clan, burdened by an incurable poison, would undoubtedly be a significant blow to the Nailan clan. Naturally, they would keep it concealed. With Nailan Jia as strength as a king of combat, he can only suppress the poison with all his might. Apart from me, it is likely that only President Fama could discern any abnormalities. The realm of the soul is divided into 4 stages: the mortal realm, the spirit realm, the celestial realm, and the emperor realm. Generally speaking, individuals capable of discovering and harnessing the power of the soul below the rank of Dozong are exceedingly rare. However, once one can perceive this ethereal soul energy, it can be cultivated and strengthened, typically culminating in the perfection of the mortal realm. Luci seeks to ascertain whether the 7 illusions azure spirit nectar can allow him to bypass the slow accumulation of soul power, propelling him directly to the perfected state of the mortal realm, thus aspiring to become a 7th-tier alchemist. Therefore, this 7 illusions azure spirit nectar is one of the treasures he is determined to acquire during his visit to the imperial capital. Today, as Nailan Jia proactively sought his assistance, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. Observing the weariness of his mentor, Xinhao, Luci remarked, Master, today appears to be uneventful. It would be prudent to retire early for rest. While the wines consumed at the banquet may not intoxicate a Do Wang, they certainly affect Xinhao. To the north of the holy city lies a magnificent mountain range, resembling a colossal dragon coiled upon the earth, exuding an aura of spiritual energy. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, pavilions and towers subtly emerge, representing the Yunlan sect, the foremost power in the Jaimar Empire, second only to the royal family. Despite her youth, the woman seated in the main position of the Yunlan sect's conference hall, clad in a flowing moon-white robe that gracefully envelopes her slender figure, exudes a noble elegance. Her hair is styled into a resplendent phoenix adornment, and her serene visage radiates an undeniable air of grandeur. She gazes down at the elders of the Yunlan sect, who are arrayed in 2 solemn rows, also donned in moon-white robes, and speaks in a calm tone, Elder Yunling. Have we ascertained the identity of the alchemist responsible for the 6th-tier pill that triggered a celestial phenomenon in the holy city yesterday? The elder, referred to as Yunling, clasped his hands in respect and replied, We have received news. This individual is named Luci, renowned as a prodigy in his youth and later taken as a disciple by an elder of the Alchemist Association. However, instead of proceeding to the headquarters of the Alchemist Association for further study, he chose to attend the Canaan Academy, where he remained for 4 years. He re-emerged in the holy city, concocting 6th-tier pills that incited the celestial phenomenon. Yunling paused momentarily, casting a glance at the composed Gu he seated opposite him, before continuing. According to alchemists who witnessed Luci's pill crafting, the flames he employed were of a blue hue and exhibited tremendous power, suspected to be exotic fire. Upon hearing the term exotic fire, even Gu he could not maintain his composure. With a shift in his gaze, he remarked, The blue flames are highly likely to be the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, ranked 19th on the list of exotic fires. This young man is indeed fortunate. Though Gu he, like Yunling, held the title of elder, he distinguished himself as a formidable Do Wang and a prestigious 6th-tier alchemist. Despite being interrupted by Gu he, Yunling harbored no resentment. As Gu he finished speaking, Yunling continued, stating that the Alchemist Guild had announced that this 6th-tier alchemist had indeed joined their ranks and was directly appointed as the supreme elder of the Alchemist Guild by the esteemed President Fa Ma. This elevated his status above all others, and they were in the process of selecting an auspicious day to hold a celebration, inviting various influential forces from the Gamma Empire to witness the occasion. At this moment, Gu he furrowed his brow, feeling quite displeased. It was known that during his own rise, he was merely an ordinary alchemist, but due to his exceptional talent, he had received considerable guidance from President Fa Ma, akin to the relationship between Luci and Elder Hua. Thus, he had always regarded himself as a junior in Fa Ma's presence. It was not until the previous alchemist conference that Gu he claimed victory, capturing the attention of Yun Shan, the former leader of the Yunlan sect. With the support of resources from the Yunlan sect, he transformed into the renowned Pill King, Gu he. Now, upon hearing of a young individual suddenly rising above Fa Ma, he felt an unsettling discomfort. By this reckoning, if he was a junior to Fa Ma, and Luci's status surpassed that of Fa Ma. Gui found himself virtually relegated to the status of a grandson, which left him feeling quite vexed. As the two Do Huang emerged, the atmosphere in the hall grew notably oppressive. Even Yun Yun's beautiful eyes flashed with a solemn expression, for she was the sole Do Huang of the Yunlan sect, while the former leader, Yun Shan, was currently in seclusion. After Yun Ling finished speaking, it was vaguely apparent that many elders in the hall seemed to exhale in relief. The pressure from the two Do Huang was indeed immense. Although the Yunlan sect had Pilking Guhi, being targeted by a sixth-tier alchemist still left one feeling uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Yun spoke in a serious tone, stating that the Alchemist Guild traditionally held a position of neutrality. Since this sixth-tier alchemist had become the supreme elder of the guild, he would likely maintain a neutral stance. Therefore, when the time for the celebration arrived, she would personally prepare a substantial gift to demonstrate the Yunlan sect's friendship towards him. Wise leader, wise leader. The elders of the Yunlan sect agreed that, with Pilking Guhi already established, there was no need to exert further effort to win over a sixth-tier alchemist, as long as they did not become adversaries. Chapter 63, A Visit to the Nalan Family. Awakening naturally from a refreshing slumber, Luci felt invigorated, as though the vigorous Do Qi within him had also lightened. After enjoying breakfast, Luci addressed Hai Bo Dong and El Man, saying, "Today, I shall pay a visit to the Nalan family. Would you care to join me?" Hai Bo Dong, puzzled, inquired, "What purpose do you have in visiting the Nalan family? Has he quickly gathered the materials for the Do Ling Dan and invited you to refine pills?" Luci casually replied, "Not quite. He has invited me to assist in detoxification." Surprised, Hai Bo Dong remarked, "He is poisoned? He looks rather spirited to me." "Well, I shall not accompany you. I plan to visit the Maitel family instead." Tung Shan is correct. As the supreme elder of my family, I should check if there are still any relatives remaining. A hint of nostalgia appeared on Hai Bo Dong's face as he spoke the last words. El Man, showing little interest in detoxification, cheerfully said, "I shall not go either. I intend to stroll around the city to see if there are any beautiful garments or jewelry." Seeing that both individuals had their own plans, Luci refrained from further discussion and turned to Xian Hao, saying, "Teacher, I shall take my leave now." Subsequently, Luci, accompanied by Qing Lin, proceeded towards the Nalan family estate, once again riding in the luxurious carriage of Xuan Hao, driven by a local from the holy city, well versed in the path. With a mere command, the driver set off towards the Nalan residence without further inquiry. Approximately 20 minutes later, the carriage arrived at the family grounds, halting before an imposing mansion guarded with vigilance. As Luci and Qing Lin alighted from the carriage, they were greeted by an elderly steward, whose face radiated joy as he approached with brisk steps. Simultaneously, a servant dashed towards the courtyard. The old man bowed respectfully before Luci, stating, "Greetings, Master Lu. I am the steward of the Master's residence. The Master has instructed me to welcome you." Luci casually acknowledged with a nonchalant HM. And the more indifferent he appeared, the more reverent the steward became, stepping aside to guide Luci while another servant attended to the carriage. Upon entering the grand gates, they followed the steward along a path paved with azure stones, moving at a leisurely pace. At that moment, Luci sensed numerous concealed gazes lurking in the shadows, and several crossbows were poised beneath the eaves, revealing the Nalan family's formidable defenses. "Ah, Master Lu, my apologies for the wait. Your presence today truly illuminates our humble abode." Boomed a hearty laugh, as Nalan Jia emerged from the opulent hall at the path's end, striding towards them. Luci replied calmly, "Patriarch Nalan, you jest. Your mansion's grandeur is hardly humble. Few residences in the Gamma Empire can rival it." Pride illuminated Nalan Jia's face as he approached Luci, saying, "If you admire it, I shall arrange accommodations for you, treating you as a distinguished guest." As they entered the luxurious hall, they each took their seats, and servants promptly presented refreshments. Nalan Jia raised his teacup, smiling. "This is the renowned Qingming tea of Gamma. I invite Master Lu to savor it." Luci responded with a simple, "Quite good." Nalan Jia beamed at the compliment. Just then, a middle-aged man, bearing a resemblance to Nalan Jia, entered, cradling a jade flower pot containing a plant. Upon its arrival, a gentle, calming fragrance enveloped the hall. "Master Lu, this is the 7 illusions Qingling nectar you requested. Please have a look," the middle-aged man said as he approached Luci. Luci's gaze fell upon the plant, predominantly azure in hue, resembling exquisite jade sculpted to perfection. At its apex blossomed a flower with 7 vividly colored petals, gradually unfurling and transforming in brilliance. Nalan Jia chuckled. "Naturally, I trust Master Lu to assist me in purging the toxins from my body. Hence I present this 7 illusions Qingling nectar directly to you." A smile graced Luci's face as he responded, "Since Patriarch Nalan has such faith, I shall graciously accept." He extended his hand to receive the 7 illusions Qingling nectar from the middle-aged man, storing it within his spatial ring. "In my heart, I'm used." This Nalan Jia appears quite arrogant, yet he is surprisingly astute. The 7 illusions Qingling saliva is, after all, my rightful reward. But his direct delivery has inevitably endeared him to me. Although this precious elixir can be stored within a spatial ring, it requires exposure to sunlight for an hour each day, otherwise, it will wither away. "Master Lu, please take note," Nalan Jia cautioned. At this moment, Luci felt quite content, and upon hearing Nalan Jia's warning, he smiled and replied, "Understood. Thank you for your reminder, clan leader Nalan." Nalan Jia responded. It is I who must express my gratitude to Master Lu. Had it not been for your ability to eliminate this cursed poison, it would have surely led to my demise. The 7 illusions Qingling saliva, while precious, cannot save my life. Luci smiled and said, indeed. This cursed poison is quite formidable, yet it pales in comparison to the might of. Rest assured, clan leader Nalan. But may I inquire as to the identity of this gentleman? Upon hearing Luci's assurance, Nalan Jia wore a beaming smile. As the pillar of the Nalan family, he could not afford to falter now. Subsequently, he gestured toward the middle-aged man and said, this is my disappointing son, Nalan Su. He is already a father to a 13-year-old daughter, yet remains merely a mid-level Doling, far inferior to your extraordinary talents, Master Lu. Luci recognized who this was. But he thought to himself, how curious. While I am of the same generation as you, you dare to compare your son to me. Will you lament after my departure? Wishing your children were more like Luci? Nalan Jia, you are indeed narrowing your own path. Clearing his throat, he remarked, I didn't realize clan leader Nalan's granddaughter was already 13. Why have I not seen her today? At the mention of his granddaughter, Nalan Jia's face glowed with pride as he replied, Yin Yin possesses exceptional talent. For years ago, she caught the eye of the esteemed Yun Yun, the sect leader of Yunlan's sect, and became her disciple. She is currently honing her skills there. Is that so? Luci pondered. Nalan Yin Yin is 13 now, which means Xiao Yin must also be 13. It is not the right time to engage with Xiao Yin without the blue lotus earth heart fire. Let us see if you can still rise. Chapter 64. Exorcising the poison. Nalan Jia, delighted by Luci's praise, exclaimed, Master Lu, you flatter me. It is you who is undeniably the greatest genius of the Gamma Empire. Such mutual flattery began to wear on Luci, and he decided to cut through the pleasantries, stating directly, since I have accepted the 7 illusions Qingling saliva, let us now examine the poison afflicting clan leader Nalan. Nalan Jia's expression turned serious as he replied, then I must trouble you, Master Lu. Please proceed. With that, he dismissed the remaining servants, leaving only Luci and Nalan Su present. Nalan Jia then removed his upper garments, standing before Luci with his bare torso exposed. Though Nalan Jia appeared vigorous, his physique was alarmingly emaciated, with muscles that had atrophied significantly. Moreover, a dark aura could be discerned beneath his skin, pulsating as if alive, continuously flowing across his body. Observing Nalan Jia's frail form, Luci spoke slowly, Clan leader Nalan. I will now channel my soul perception to enter your body and investigate the specifics of this cursed poison. Please do not resist. Nalan Jia nodded in understanding and replied, Master Lu, please proceed. Through the power of soul perception, Luci was able to discern that within Nalan Jia's flesh, a multitude of dark, sinister substances resembling malignant growths were rampant. This ominous matter was extremely domineering, not only corroding Nalan Jia's flesh, but also incessantly encroaching upon his bones and meridians. Fortunately, it was firmly suppressed within the flesh by Nalan Jia's pure fighting spirit, unable to advance an inch. Yet, despite the stalemate with Nalan Jia's fighting spirit, some peculiar changes began to manifest. After acquiring the information he sought, Luci opened his eyes and gazed at Nalan Jia, chuckling as he remarked, the situation is better than I anticipated. The purity of your fighting spirit has kept the poison from reaching your marrow. Nalan Jia sighed. 70% of my fighting spirit is dedicated to suppressing this searing poison. Otherwise, I would have long been eroded by it, reduced to mere bones. Standing nearby, the anxious Nalan Su cautiously inquired, Master Lu, do you possess a method to eliminate this searing poison? Luci replied, indeed, there is a way. This poison within Nalan Jia is akin to a malignant growth. To eradicate it completely, we must employ to meticulously excise it from your flesh. Of course, the process of introducing into your body will be somewhat painful, and upon finishing his thought, Luci paid no heed to the changing expressions of the Nalan father and son. Instead, he began to savor the Qingming tea. Ultimately, Nalan Jia, displaying a remarkably magnanimous demeanor, laughed heartily and said, with Master Lu's cultivation and connections, if you truly wish to harm me, you could simply end my life. There would be no need for such complexities. As for pain, I, Nalan Jia, have faced countless perils on the battlefield, and I fear nothing as trivial as suffering. Just proceed, Master. Nalan Su, with a face full of concern, looked at Nalan Jia and said, Father Lu. She regarded Nalan Jia with admiration and said, the head of the Nalan clan is indeed grand in spirit. Since you have made your decision, let us find a quiet chamber to begin the detoxification. Oh, and please fetch a sturdy stick, preferably made of fine iron, wrapped in white cloth. The harder, the better. Nalan Jia, puzzled, asked, Master, what purpose does the stick serve? Luci replied with a knowing smile, when it enters your body, you will need to bite down on it. This will prevent you from accidentally biting your tongue when you cry out, and it will also muffle your cries, ensuring they do not disrupt my efforts to purge the poison. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Nalan Jia protested, Master, surely it cannot be that severe. Luci refrained from further persuasion. Well aware of the excruciating nature of the process, he understood that without adequate preparation, one could scarcely hope to tame as the saying goes, it is hard to persuade a doomed soul. He simply replied, as long as the clan head is aware of what lies ahead. Subsequently, he followed Nalan Jia into another room, where Nalan Su, still worried for his father, returned with a short stick from the training grounds. Nalan Jia sat cross-legged on the bed and cheerfully said to Luci, "Let us begin." Luci, observing Nalan Jia's obliviousness to the gravity of the situation, summoned the Qinglian earth fire and positioned himself behind Nalan Jia, stating, "I shall commence now." The 9 nether spirit flame technique, besides its ability to absorb heat, also allowed the Qinglian earth fire to completely conceal its external heat before its true eruption. Thus, Luci directly allowed the Qinglian earth fire to invade Nalan Jia's body from behind. As a result, Nalan Jia did not experience any pain and cheerfully remarked, "Master, I feel quite well." Luci disregarded him, and the spiritual awareness, guided by the azure lotus heart fire, once again entered Nalan Jia's body. There, it beheld the grim, ash-black substance festering within, deftly avoiding Nalan Jia's own combat aura. The flames were driven closer to a patch of this morbid matter, and a searing heat erupted suddenly. The once smiling Nalan Jia felt the fervor of the azure lotus heart fire, his eyes widening in shock as he let out a pained howl. How absurd. This was a unique flame. The fact that he was not reduced to ashes was already a testament to Luci's tremendous restraint. Hearing his father's agonizing cries, Nalan Su recalled Luci's instructions and hastily offered a short stick for Nalan Jia to bite down upon. Inside Nalan Jia's body, as the azure lotus heart fire continued its relentless assault, the ash-black substance, which had been able to withstand Nalan Jia's pure combat aura, began to transform into tendrils of black mist, drifting away from the flesh it had infested. Before it could escape, the azure lotus heart fire enveloped it, utilizing its heat to burn these toxic vapors into nothingness. However, Luci noted that the toxins had not been entirely eradicated. Although the cursed matter on Nalan Jia's flesh had been cleansed, some inexplicable dark substance remained, mingling with the azure lotus heart fire. Outside, Nalan Jia was drenched in sweat, his aging face twitching uncontrollably, heavy gasps escaping his lips. Witnessing his father's suffering, Nalan Su was frantic, anxiously inquiring of Luci, "Master Lu, has the curse on my father been expelled?" Standing calmly behind Nalan Jia, Luci exuded an air of tranquility. The refinement of a 6th-grade elixir typically spanned 2 to 3 days. What was a mere moment in comparison? He replied with an easy demeanor, "We've only just begun. There is still much time ahead. Now that I have acquired the 7 illusions azure spirit nectar, I shall surely eradicate this curse by the end of the day." As time dragged on, Nalan Jia's eyes began to glaze over, his consciousness slipping away, murmuring indistinctly as he struggled to articulate something through the stick in his mouth. Unable to bear the sight of his father's torment, Nalan Su implored, "Master Lu, are you not weary? Perhaps we should take a moment to rest." Luci replied, "I am not fatigued. Let us persist and cleanse the curse completely." "Wouldn't you agree, clan leader Nalan?" Nalan Jia trembled at the words, whimpering in response. Were it not for the stick in his mouth, he would have uttered, "Do not come back." Chapter 65, A Burdensome Dilemma. Under the absolute control of Luci's formidable spiritual power, the azure flames methodically devoured the ash-black curse that had infested Nalan Jia's flesh, rendering it into oblivion. Although the flesh, ravaged by the curse, still appeared shriveled, it ultimately regained its vibrant crimson hue. Yet, the sensation of this foreign fire entering his body was far from pleasant, as evident from Nalan Jia's condition. He was now convulsing, his eyes rolling back, continuously whimpering around the stick clenched between his teeth, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Initially, the searing flames only prompted him to cry out in agony, but Luci's endurance was unmatched. Waves of spiritual power surged into Nalan Jia's body, and as the curse was purged, the pain rendered him numb, leading him to the brink of delirium, spouting incoherent babble. In the external environment, Nalan Su could not help but address Luci, saying, "Master, perhaps you should take a moment to rest." Luci replied with ease, "It is nothing. I can endure until the toxin is entirely expelled." "Master, I meant to suggest whether my father might rest for a while. It appears he has fainted." "Do not worry. I am mindful of the situation. The patriarch of the Nalan family has merely lost consciousness. He is not in danger of death. Allow me to complete this in one breath." Luci persisted, while Nalan Su, hesitant to interrupt, could only gaze at Nalan Jia with concern, hoping for a successful removal of the poison. As time passed, approximately 2 hours later, the last remnants of the toxin within Nalan Jia were incinerated by the azure lotus heart fire, transforming into black mist that was refined away. Once the departed from Nalan Jia, he seemed to lose all support, collapsing onto the bed in a state of extreme weakness. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still breathing. "Father." Upon witnessing Nalan Jia's frail form, Nalan Su hurried to assess his father's condition. After confirming that, despite his unusual pallor, there was no physical harm, Luci turned to Nalan Jia and remarked, "The patriarch is merely exhausted. His body is no longer in peril, so there is no need for concern." Upon realizing Luci's words were true, Nalan Su breathed a sigh of relief, rising to clasp his hands towards Luci, saying, "This monumental favor from Master Lu is something the Nalan family shall never forget. From this day forth, you shall be our most esteemed guest. Whatever you require, as long as it is within our means, we shall not refuse." Luci waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It is but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. I have also obtained the 7 illusions azure spirit due." Without the toxin weighing him down, I am certain the patriarch will awaken shortly under the nurturing warmth of his fighting spirit. Luci thought little of Nailan Su's words. As long as he possessed the strength of a Do Wang and the status of a 6th-grade alchemist, he would receive such esteem. Should he lose all of this? He believed Nailan Su would surely reveal a different countenance, as evidenced by Xiao Yan. While the two conversed, Nailan Jie, who lay prostrate on the bed, gradually regained consciousness. As he awakened, a formidable aura befitting a Do Wang emanated from him, no longer needing to expend vast amounts of fighting spirit to suppress the toxin. The imperial lion-hearted marshal, Nailan Jie, now exhibited the presence of a battle-hardened Do Wang, shedding the facade of weakness he had previously displayed. After regaining consciousness, Nailan Jie spat out the short stick he had been biting down on and weakly spoke. Thank you, Master Lu, for saving my life. The toxin that had plagued me for 2 years has been completely eradicated, which brings great relief. However, I now feel utterly drained. Otherwise, I would surely raise a glass with you, Master Lu. Father, you have awakened. Nailan Su exclaimed, his face alight with joy at his father's quick recovery. Luci also expressed surprise, saying, I did not expect the patriarch to awaken so swiftly. Truly, he is a formidable survivor of the battlefield. Hearing this, a hint of pride flickered across Nailan Jie's pale visage as he responded, Master Lu, you flatter me. Sewer, I am currently unable to move. Please arrange for a banquet at once, to properly celebrate with Master Lu. Upon finishing his words, Luci strode directly towards the grand hall. Behind him, Nailan Jie, witnessing Luci's departure, promptly addressed Nailan Su, saying, Why are you lingering here? Quickly escort Master Lu. Of course, father. Returning to the lavish hall, Qing Lin was idly entertaining Ling Shuang, who had transformed into a small serpent. Upon spotting Luci emerge, she exclaimed with delight, Young master, you are back. Indeed, young master. She promptly followed Luci outside. Nailan Su accompanied Luci to the entrance and remarked, Once father has recovered, my son and I will certainly pay our respects. MHM. Moments later, the coachman arrived with the carriage, stating, I apologize for keeping you waiting, young master. Young master. Your hand. Qing Lin expressed her concern upon seeing Luci's right hand. It is nothing. I merely wish to ascertain the nature of this object. With that, Luci closed his eyes, channeling his soul energy into his palm, meticulously observing the structure of the black markings. His spiritual awareness delved into the flames, casually locating a pattern to examine its form. The essence of the black markings bore a resemblance to the infamous burning poison, yet it differed in certain aspects. While pure burning poison could not withstand the refining power of foreign flames, the outer layer of this marking was encased in exceptionally pure Do-Chi energy. This was a mutated form of burning poison intertwined with Do-Chi, capable of resisting the refining process of foreign flames and even mingling with them. Luci opened his eyes and pondered, although it is somewhat stronger than mere burning poison, it will undoubtedly be unable to withstand the full force of foreign flames. Once the embedded burning poison is thoroughly refined, the remaining pure Do-Chi can be absorbed, but he then gazed at the black substance, covering nearly the palm of his hand, and sighed, slowly articulating, what a useless trinket. Chapter 66, The Elevation of the Soul. As a Do Wang on par with Nailan Jie, this amount of Do-Chi, while pure, was but a drop in the ocean. It was better to conserve it as a trump card. Typically, this mutated burning poison lay concealed within the depths of the Qing Lian's heart fire, posing no threat to him. Luci observed his hand, pitch black and shimmering with a dim glow, as he mentally commanded the azure flames harboring the mutated burning poison to subdue. The black markings within the flames began to fade, vanishing into the azure fire, which then coursed through his meridians into the Dantian, entering his spiritual core. Externally, once the mutated burning poison departed, Luci's hand returned to its previously fair complexion. Watching Qing Lin draw closer, her cherubic face approaching his palm, he could not resist playfully pinching her cheek. Since her nourishment had improved, her face now bore a hint of baby fat. With a mischievous tone, he remarked, Of course, there is nothing wrong. Do you wish for young master to encounter misfortune? Oh no, young master is the strongest. Very well, young master. After Qing Lin replied, Luci continued, I cannot predict how long I will be in meditation. You need not wait outside my room. Go and enjoy yourself with Ling Shuang. Once back in his chamber, Luci did not immediately retrieve the 7 illusionary azure spirit nectar. Instead, he took out the Qing Lian lotus seat and settled cross-legged upon it. Approximately an hour and a half later, Luci awakened atop the azure lotus seat, feeling the energies of his battle aura and soul force within. He remarked, The battle aura has fully restored, yet my soul force is still somewhat lacking, but that is of no consequence. With a flick of his finger on the storage ring, a fiery red medicinal cauldron materialized before him, resting gracefully on the azure lotus seat. Another tap on the ring conjured forth the 7 illusionary azure essence, resembling a potted plant, into Luci's hands. His gaze fixated upon the exquisite, ever-changing hues of the resplendent 7-colored flower, igniting a fervor within his heart. Taking a deep breath, he mused, I hope you will not disappoint me, soul of the perfected mortal realm. As he quelled the tumult of emotions within, Luci cradled the jade pot containing the 7 illusionary azure essence with both hands, unleashing a surge of hidden strength. With a sharp crack, the surface of the jade pot fractured, resembling a spider's web of cracks. He lightly tossed the pot into the air, and battle aura surged from his palms, enveloping the airborne pot. As the shards of the shattered pot dispersed, they revealed the root of the 7 illusionary azure essence, encased in moist soil. Gazing at the damp earth, Luci concentrated, and a small azure flame ignited around the essence, radiating intense heat that swiftly dried the wet soil. With a gentle tremor of the battle aura encasing the essence, the dried soil effortlessly crumbled away, unveiling the unscathed root beneath. Luci thrust his palm forward, and the battle aura enveloping the essence propelled it into the medicinal cauldron. Once the essence entered the cauldron, the battle aura surrounding it was ignited by the previous flame. As the azure flames blazed fiercely, the intense heat caused the once jade-like 7 illusionary azure essence to wither rapidly. Yet, as the branches and leaves desiccated, the colors of the flowers grew more vibrant. When the branches and leaves had completely turned to ash, the flowers radiated a brilliance that was almost mesmerizing. A rich, intoxicating fragrance wafted from the cauldron, enveloping Luci in its allure. The azure flames continued to sear, and the remaining flowers emitted a halo of 7 colors, resisting the scorching heat of the otherworldly fire. However, ultimately, the relentless heat proved too formidable. The resistance of the 7-colored glow waned, until it dissipated completely, leaving the essence vulnerable before the otherworldly flames, which caused it to wither under the intense heat. Droplets of colorful dew began to seep from the wilting petals, shimmering with an extraordinary luster. As the 7-colored flowers fully withered, the tiny droplets gradually merged, forming a singular, radiant pearl that exuded a spectrum of hues, dazzlingly captivating. Observing the last remaining 7-colored dew, Luci extended his hand, and a powerful suction emerged from his palm. The azure flames and the droplets within soared from the cauldron's opening into his grasp, with the flames coursing into Luci's body, while the 7-colored dew floated delicately half an inch above his palm. Gazing at the resplendent rainbow dew, an overwhelming desire surged from the depths of Luci's soul, leaving him feeling parched and dry. He swallowed hard and exclaimed, "I cannot help but yearn to consume you in a single bite." With that, Luci cradled the radiant dew in his palm and positioned it at his brow. The moment his spiritual essence made contact with the iridescent orb, an intense wave of euphoric satisfaction enveloped him. The rainbow dew gravitated towards his forehead, illuminating his visage with a kaleidoscope of colors. It began to pulsate rhythmically, each oscillation releasing an extraordinary force that seeped through his skin, gradually merging with his soul, allowing it to expand at an unprecedented rate. With his eyes closed, seated upon the azure lotus pedestal, Luci formed a sublime equilibrium with the shimmering dew at his brow. Every pulse of the dew's energy was absorbed by his soul, propelling it towards a state of consummate completeness. Chapter 67. The apothecary of the 7th rank. Brilliant rays of multicolored light erupted from the dew upon Luci's forehead, enveloping both him and the room in a veil of vibrant hues. As he sat cross-legged on the azure lotus, his soul underwent a wondrous metamorphosis, expanding in power while simultaneously awakening 7 potent emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Within Luci's consciousness, the fluctuations of his emotions had never been so intense. Overwhelming joy, fury, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire surged within him, tearing his soul apart in excruciating agony. It was as if his once complete soul had been fragmented into 7 parts, each embodying an extreme emotion, catalyzing 7 distinct thoughts that evolved into 7 personalities. The amalgamation of these 7 identities defined Luci's current state. Indeed, emotions can yield power. Each of Luci's extreme personalities, engaged in a fierce struggle to obliterate the others, experienced a surge in strength while simultaneously absorbing the will of the other personas. The relentless clashes between these identities caused their power to expand limitlessly, yet amidst the tumult, each personality assimilated traits from the others. As their strength reached its zenith, the nearly indistinguishable 7 personas began to merge once more. Originating from the same source, this convergence occurred with an effortless grace, resulting in a multiplication of Luci's spiritual power. Eventually, as all 7 essences fused, Luci found himself unable to break through the barrier. Yet his spiritual force grew denser, more profound, and weightier. At that moment, in terms of spiritual power, Luci stood at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, though he had yet to achieve the spiritual realm of the soul. Outside, the crescent moon hung high in the night sky like a curved blade. At this moment, the resplendent dewdrops radiating from Luci's brow had completely vanished, leaving him quietly seated upon the azure lotus pedestal, which emanated a gentle, ethereal glow, enveloping Luci within its embrace. Until a certain moment arrived, an invisible wave of soul energy began to emanate from Luci's body, sending ripples through the air akin to the splashes of waves. These ripples, formless yet tangible, penetrated all material things, gradually enveloping the entirety of the Gamma sacred city as though draping a vast curtain over the heavens. However, for the vast majority of individuals with weak soul powers, this phenomenon went unnoticed. Only alchemists of the 4th rank or higher, or formidable beings of the Do Wong realm and beyond, could perceive this astonishing spectacle. The overwhelming tide of terrifying soul power surged forth, rendering their own souls as fragile as mere paper, as an insidious dread stealthily crept into their hearts. Fortunately, this surge of soul power was fleeting. Within moments, the celestial curtain dissipated, leaving a palpable sense of relief in its wake. Yet, For the likes of the royal figure Jia Xingtian, the esteemed President Fa Ma, and the formidable Mi Tai heir Tingshan, their spirits were far from buoyant. As the true rulers of the Gamma Empire, they now found themselves confronted with such a fearsome individual right beneath their very noses. Of course, seasoned veterans could deduce that if this terrifying soul power did not originate from an unknown mysterious powerhouse, only one person possessed such capability. In pursuit of clarity, a few elderly figures, white-haired and wise, forsook their rest and swiftly made their way to Luci's location under the radiant moonlight. Meanwhile, having retracted the expansive soul energy, Luci emerged from his stupor. As his eyelashes fluttered, his eyes opened, revealing a depth that had transformed into calmness, indifference, and a hint of weariness. Neither joy nor sorrow, neither desire nor expectation. Remarkably, the emotional turbulence he experienced throughout his life paled in comparison to the intensity of today's events. Achieving the pinnacle of the mortal realm in soul cultivation was typically a cause for celebration, yet it failed to stir even a ripple within Luci's heart. Leaping down from the azure lotus pedestal, Luci summoned his soul energy once more, his robes billowing around him, and a sensation of harmonious fulfillment blossomed within his spirit. Observing outside the room, he noticed his mentor Xian Hao, Hai Bo Dong, Lu Man, and Qing Lin, who had gathered at the door. Perhaps sensing the unconscious eruption of soul energy that Luci had just unleashed. In the distance, several aged figures with wings formed from fighting spirit were hastening toward him. Approaching Xian Hao and the others who awaited him in the courtyard, Luci remarked, "My soul energy has seen some growth. I apologize for causing you concern." Xian Hao's eyes sparkled with delight as he responded, "Ah, I had intended to share some good news with you today, yet it seems you have surprised me first." Hai Bo Dong regarded Luci with a profound gaze, and after Xian Hao spoke, he added, "Each time we meet, your progress astounds me." Leaving this old man feeling rather humbled, Green Man stared directly at Luci and inquired, "I have heard that the power of the soul is also classified by realms. Might you enlighten me on your current realm, sir?" Luci glanced at Green Man, pondered for a moment, and replied, "It is no secret. I have just attained the perfection of the mortal realm." As the Emperor of the Heavenly Serpent Manor, Green Man possessed knowledge regarding high-tier alchemists, and upon hearing this, her breath quickened slightly. She exclaimed, "According to sect records, to concoct a 7th-grade elixir, one must possess a perfected mortal realm soul. If one were to break through to the spiritual realm, they could imbue the elixir with spirit, thus creating an 8th-grade elixir. Could it be that you are already a 7th-grade alchemist?" The mention of a 7th-grade alchemist elicited gasps from Xian Hao and Hai Bo Dong. This disparity in perspective was striking. A 7th-grade alchemist had never been seen in the Gamma Empire, and even though they stood at the pinnacle of the empire, they were unaware of such developments. Luci clarified, 7th-grade elixirs are not easily produced. I currently stand firmly as a 6th-grade alchemist. Yet the gates to becoming a 7th-grade alchemist have already opened for me. Luci's admission of his soul's realm was not without purpose. A 6th-grade alchemist could deter an emperor, but the allure for a dozome would be lesser. However, a 6th-grade alchemist destined to become a 7th-grade alchemist would warrant serious consideration even from a dozome. It was evident why Green Man lingered by his side. In the future, she would inevitably encounter the dozome of the Heavenly Serpent Manor, and he too would then possess the qualification for an equal dialogue. Chapter 68, The Ceremony. Luci's words calmed Green Man's excited heart, and respect began to emanate from her words. She stated, "You possess exceptional fire. And now you have glimpsed the threshold of becoming a 7th-grade alchemist. Fully stepping into that realm is surely just around the corner. Allow me to congratulate you in advance." Xian Hao chuckled and remarked, "Compared to your nearing the threshold of a 7th-grade alchemist, my matters are trivial. The date for your inauguration as the Supreme Elder of the Alchemist Guild has been set for 20 days hence. The guild places great importance on this event, and has prepared invitations for the 10 most powerful factions in the Gamma Empire, while also allowing mid-tier factions to attend as spectators. This will bolster your reputation as well as that of the Alchemist Guild. This occasion will be grander than the Alchemist Convention held once every 8 years." Hai Bo Dong added, "If that fellow Fa Ma were to learn that you have approached the threshold of a 7th-grade alchemist, he would likely be thrilled to send invitations to all prominent factions in the Northwest continent, turning the Alchemist Guild from the sacred ground of alchemists in the Gamma Empire into the sacred ground for alchemists across the entire Northwest continent." Hearing this, Luci felt a twinge of discomfort and said, "Let us keep this under wraps for now. We have only just begun. We would not want to blow this out of proportion." "Ah, Lu Xiaoyu, I apologize for the interruption. Please forgive me." The Dou Emperor arrived with remarkable speed, and as they conversed, Jia Xingtian had already appeared. "I am aware of your purpose, Jia Lao. Please proceed to the main hall for a detailed discussion." With a simple command, a servant led Jia Xingtian to the main hall, where they all took their seats. Jia Xingtian gazed at Luci and remarked, "That terrifying surge of soul power just now was indeed emitted by you, my young friend." Luci nodded and replied, "Indeed. It was an unconscious eruption stemming from the growth of my soul power. If you wish to know the specific reason, you shall find out once Elder Nalan arrives." Following Jia Xingtian, the second to arrive was President Fama, who upon entering and seeing Jia Xingtian, chuckled, "It appears some are even more eager than I." Jia Xingtian retorted, "Some individuals have certainly not arrived any sooner than I." Luci interjected, "Please, President, take a seat." The soul power was my inadvertent outburst. I will explain the reason shortly. Fama nodded and casually chose a spot to sit, relieved to confirm it was Luci and not an outsider. However, Luci was willing to elaborate, as he too was curious about such magnificent soul power. He had already refined the 7 illusory blue spirit nectar, and regarding its origins, they could simply inquire with Nalanjia. Thus, Luci decided to be candid. Outside the residence, Mitre Tingshan, Mu Chun, and Nalanjia arrived in succession. However, upon seeing Nalanjia, who appeared weak and drained, as if his vitality had been siphoned away, both Mitre Tingshan and Mu Chun were filled with curiosity. As representatives of the imperial military, Mu Chun couldn't help but taunt. "Ah, our Lionheart Marshal seems to have been thoroughly exhausted by that little enchantress. Can he even still fly?" Nalanjia's expression darkened. Now that the poison had been expelled, he no longer needed to expend energy suppressing it. Confronted with Mu Chun's provocation, the rebellious Nalanjia retorted with a cold laugh. "Mu Chun, if you seek a fight, just say so. I shall accompany you to the end." Mu Chun, ever the warrior, sparkled with excitement and combat fervor at the words, rolling up his sleeves and preparing for a brawl. "Come on, it has been 2 years since we last sparred. Today is a perfect opportunity." Mitre Tingshan, witnessing the volatile tension between the two, chuckled and advised, "Gentlemen, let us refrain from fighting, especially in Master Lu's abode. We are here to ascertain whether that mysterious powerhouse is indeed Master Lu. Let us not derail our purpose." With that, the battle fervor of both men subsided momentarily as they turned away from each other, following the attendants into the main hall. Upon seeing the assembled Emperor-level fighters, their expressions immediately turned solemn. Luci greeted Nalanjia's arrival, saying, "It seems Elder Nalan has recovered well. You are already able to rise from your bed." After Luci spoke, Jia Xingtian and the others instantly turned their curious gazes toward Nalanjia. Mu Chun suddenly enlightened. "No wonder you have refrained from combat these past 2 years. You have been poisoned all along. Yet today your temper flares so." Luci affirmed, "Indeed. I used mine to purge Elder Nalan's poison, and my reward was a 7 illusory blue spirit nectar." Fama, realizing the significance, exclaimed, "So it was the 7 illusory blue spirit nectar, purged by?" Jia Xingtian then smiled and congratulated. "Ah, I see. Congratulations to you, young friend. With this surge in soul power, I am sure you will find the crafting of high-level elixirs far more effortless in the future." Seated quietly to the side, Hebadong revealed a peculiar smile at the corners of his mouth, contemplating. "It is not merely a matter of being adept, it surpasses imagination. It is said that only the great powers of Zhongzhou can cultivate a 7th-tier alchemist, and this prodigy has already grasped the threshold." With his confusion resolved, Fama stood up. Observing nearly half of the formidable beings of the Jaimar Empire gathered together, he cheerfully announced, "It is a rare occasion that everyone has convened today for my esteemed nephew. Thus, I am pleased to declare that the Alchemist Guild will host a consecration ceremony for my nephew, the Elder Supreme, in 20 days. In the realm of the Heavenly Serpent Empire, the Heavenly Serpent Mansion reigns supreme, wielding the power of its sect to dominate the entire empire, standing unrivaled. As a first-rate force in the Northwest continent, the Heavenly Serpent Mansion boasts a long history and has once produced a Dozuan-level powerhouse, shining brightly in its prime. However, it ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time. Since the passing of the Dozuan, the strongest among the descendants has been the current lord of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, a figure of the 8-star Dozong. Before Luci, the 8-winged Black Serpent King, Baya, lay coiled upon the immaculate floor tiles, dwarfed by a regal woman in palace attire, whose stature seemed insignificant in comparison, yet whose authority overshadowed the realm. This woman was none other than the current lord of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. Furrowing her brow, she spoke with an imposing voice. "Baya, are you suggesting that the possessor of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong is in the company of a 6th-tier alchemist?" Currently, Lu Man is by their side. A 6th-tier alchemist is indeed not one to be trifled with. However, the Bai Shi San Hua Tong represents our Heavenly Serpent Mansion's sole hope for resurgence after centuries, and we cannot afford to lose it. She is not a lone wanderer. With disciples and successors, she is bound to require 6th-tier elixirs at some point. Baya, take me to the nation where the Bai Shi San Hua Tong resides. I shall personally seek to apprentice with this esteemed alchemist and demonstrate the sincerity of our Heavenly Serpent Mansion. Chapter 69, Alliances. In the Jaimar Empire. Upon Fama announcing the specific date for Luci's consecration as Elder Supreme, the attendees naturally extended their congratulations, pledging their attendance. Not to mention Luci's esteemed status as a 6th-tier alchemist, Fama himself is a pinnacle 5th-tier alchemist, and the Alchemist Guild holds a transcendent position. Regardless of their inner thoughts, they all feigned cordiality, proclaiming mutual goodwill. After uncovering the source of the spiritual energy that had enveloped the entire city, which indeed belonged to Luci, Jiantian, and the others swiftly accepted this reality. A genius, after all. Even extraordinary feats would not incite excessive surprise. As it was already late at night, and after being forcibly fed a plethora of lemons by Fama, the sourness compelled Jiantian and the others to take their leave. Once the guests departed, Hebadong turned to Luci, expressing some difficulty. "My young friend, I may have to bid you farewell." Luci, taken aback, responded, "Oh, may I inquire where Elder Hai intends to go next?" Luci remained non-committal. Since acquiring the remnants of the Demon Fire map, his dealings with Hebadong had concluded. Yet their journey together had forged a bond of friendship, and he would naturally not impede his departure. Nodding, Luci replied, "There is no need for such formality. Elder Hai is my cherished friend across generations, not merely a hired hand. It is only natural to return after decades away, and I am genuinely happy for you. Hee. Becoming lifelong friends with a sixth-tier alchemist like you is indeed a matter of great prestige." Hai Boidong exclaimed with a hearty laugh, masking the profound emotions within him with a smile. For honor must prevail over pride, and the dignity of the Ice Emperor must not be compromised. Luci, with his keen perceptiveness, immediately sensed the emotion in Hai Boidong's eyes and thought, although our first encounter was rather aloof, he is undoubtedly a person of genuine character, worthy of deep friendship. Luci praised, "Elder Hai is a renowned Do Huang powerhouse within the Jiamai Empire. I may indeed require your assistance in the future." "Huh. No problem. In this Jiamai Empire, my words still carry weight." The green-skinned Gu man, who had realized that she had been discovered, stepped forward behind Luci and proclaimed, "It seems I could not conceal myself from you, sir." Bathed in the silvery moonlight, Gu man donned a green attire that accentuated her exquisite curves, her slender waist adorned with a matching green ribbon that showcased her graceful form. The veil upon her face had long been removed, revealing a visage imbued with enchanting allure. Luci gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful and enigmatic Gu man, illuminated by the moonlight, and could not help but express his admiration. Luci jested, "Why is the enchanting Gu man not resting? Why seek me at such a late hour? Pray tell, are we to discuss ideals and the essence of life?" Gu man nodded earnestly, saying, "Indeed. I wish to converse with you about aspirations. You are a person of great ambition. Yet the resources of the Jiama Empire are insufficient to support your rise to a seventh-tier alchemist." Understanding Gu man's intention, Luci inquired, "If the Jiama Empire cannot sustain me, can the Tianxi House?" Gu man affirmed with certainty, "Precisely. The scale of the Tianxi House far exceeds that of the Jiama Empire. As a premier force on the northwest continent, we entirely dominate the Tianxi Empire, enveloping several neighboring empires within our sphere of influence. We can supply all the medicinal materials you require for alchemy." Luci shifted the topic, remarking, "You are not seeking to win me over because you cannot entice Qinglin, are you?" A hint of embarrassment washed over Gu man's face as she replied, "Sister Qinglin is indeed somewhat reluctant to grow close to me. However, we at the Tianxi House hold her in the highest regard. When you and Qinglin visit, you shall see how greatly we value her. Furthermore, we are most welcoming of high-tier alchemists like yourself. Our Tianxi House is not lacking in medicinal materials, just in talents like you." This sentiment stirred something within Luci, who mused, "Although I have achieved the perfection of my mortal realm soul, becoming a seventh-tier alchemist necessitates a substantial amount of high-tier materials, which the Tianxi House could readily provide, thus alleviating many of my burdens." Luci nodded, stating, "I will give it serious consideration, though I have my own requirements that I shall present one by one." Gu man's eyes sparkled with confidence as she declared, "Indeed, I am certain that you will not be disappointed. The Tianxi House also cultivates alchemists, but they are limited to the fifth-tier level. The most renowned in the northwest continent is the alchemy Emperor Han Feng from the Hejiao region, who is also a significant source of high-tier elixirs for the Tianxi House. The cultivation of high-tier alchemists is inherently challenging, dependent on inheritance, aptitude, and resources. Luci possesses commendable qualifications, having inherited the sixth-grade alchemical formula from the Academy and accumulated advanced medicinal materials. It is under the influence of the formidable heart of the Blue Lotus that he has successfully attained the rank of a sixth-grade alchemist. Presently, Luci faces the challenge of inheriting the techniques of seventh-grade alchemy, a level of alchemical knowledge that is quite rare within the Academy. Fortunately, he has long been contemplating a strategy involving Han Feng. Coincidentally, Han Feng is also interested in the fallen heart flame, providing Luci with the opportunity to leverage the Academy's resources to eliminate him. After all, Han Feng is a disciple of Yao Chun, and his spatial ring undoubtedly contains no fewer than 7-grade formulas. Should he also gain access to high-grade medicinal materials from the Heavenly Serpent Mansion, Luci would not need to waste time gathering ingredients, which is why he did not outright refuse the proposal. However, Luci cannot remain in the Heavenly Serpent Mansion indefinitely, thus the nuances of the situation require careful consideration. Upon witnessing Luci's retreating figure, Lu Man initially felt a surge of astonishment, swiftly replaced by an expression of indignation. Beneath the luminous moonlight, he truly chose to engage with me solely on matters of business, disregarding the allure of Lu Man, the grand beauty. With a huff, she cast a resentful glance at the now-closed door, and with a graceful twist of her figure, she gradually vanished from sight. One fateful night, while immersed in her cultivation, Lu Man appeared to receive an inexplicable message, prompting her to awaken from her meditative state and stealthily step outside. Silently, she arrived at the holy city of Jiamar, traversing several dozen miles to a secluded valley. Upon her arrival, she was taken aback by the sight of the colossal white fan and the palace-clad beauty, surrounded by a dozen formidable figures exuding an aura of power. She had encountered the mansion's master. Chapter 70. A gathering of the mighty. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds, with warmth that was comforting rather than oppressive. A gentle breeze occasionally swept through, carrying away the city's clamor, instilling a refreshing sense of clarity. Today marked a significant event for the Alchemist Guild. On this day, the already esteemed guild would welcome its first Grand Elder. At the intersection of the busiest streets in the Holy City, the ancient and solemn alchemist guild, perpetually infused with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs, was adorned with festive decorations, bustling with extraordinary activity. It was unclear when the surrounding streets had become so densely packed that not even a drop of water could pass through. The throngs gathered were no ordinary citizens, but rather individuals imbued with fighting spirit, many of whom were dome masters or great dome masters. All were eager to catch a glimpse of Luci, the object of much admiration. To prevent any potential disturbances, the royal family of Jayamar promptly mobilized nearly 10,000 troops to maintain order, ensuring the crowd remained orderly. At the entrance of the guild, the usually haughty noble alchemists stood in 2 lines, their faces alight with excitement as they engaged in welcoming duties. On such a grand occasion, the requirement for entry into the guild was set at the Doe spirit level, sufficient to sustain a medium-sized force outside. Here, individuals patiently queued, awaiting their turn for registration, only to present an impressive gift in exchange for an entry ticket. Haha! In celebration of Master Lu, I, Nalinjia, shall be the first to arrive. Soon after, the first Doe king approached, none other than Nalinjia, who had regained his health after Luci had purged his poison. Nalinjia, accompanied by his son Nalan Su, traversed the specially reserved passage, arriving before the entrance of the alchemist guild amidst the gazes of many, filled with both reverence and envy. As they passed, several doling-ranked individuals who had been at the forefront willingly parted ways, allowing Nalinjia to advance swiftly. He removed a spatial ring from his finger and presented it with a broad smile, declaring, "In celebration of Master Lu's ascension to the position of Grand Elder of the Alchemist Guild, I, Nalinjia, offer 50,000 gold coins, along with 1 scroll each of Shin-level cultivation techniques and Shin-level combat skills." The generosity of the Nalan clan head was remarkable, with the value of this gift exceeding 50,000, truly extravagant. After all, Nalinjia was a formidable Do Wang and the marshal of the empire, without a substantial gift. How could he forge a friendship with this 6th-tier alchemist? Guided by a middle-aged alchemist, Nalinjia proceeded into the guild. Inside, Luci was undoubtedly the focal point. Standing side by side with Fa Ma, surrounded by numerous alchemists of 3rd rank and above, while those below 3rd rank were dispatched to the periphery to maintain order. Clad in a resplendent, deep purple alchemist robe prepared by the guild, his tall and elegant figure was complemented by a strikingly handsome visage, with sharp features, sword-like brows, and profound eyes that left an indelible impression on all who beheld him. President Fa Ma, Master Lu may soon be addressed as Elder Lu. I, Nalinjia, am the first to offer my support. Upon entering, Nalinjia immediately spotted the radiant Luci and spoke with a smile. Luci initially turned his head towards Fa Ma, noticing his smiling countenance, but remaining silent, understanding that the initiative was being handed to him. He then replied, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, clan head Nalan. I shall remember your kindness." Nalinjia responded with a hearty laugh, "It is but a trifling matter. Compared to the life-saving grace of the elder, these offerings are insignificant." Outside the guild, Mitre Tingshan stepped forward, stating, "Mitre Tingshan, accompanied by Elder Hai, has come to congratulate Master Lu, and hereby presents 1 million gold coins and 3 5th-tier fire attribute magic cores." The offering of 1 million gold coins and various high-tier resources underscored the wealth of the Mitre auction house. Mitre Tingshan's generosity stemmed not only from a desire to cultivate goodwill with Luci, but also from the return of Hai Boidong, which had solidified the Mitre auction house as standing. "Please, both of you, enter," he invited. Once inside, Hai Boidong gazed at Luci and jested, "My young friend, you truly exude vigor today. Such charisma is indeed enviable for an old man like me." Luci maintained his composure, responding, "Elder Hai, you jest. In your prime, you dominated the Gamma Empire, and even now, the name of the Ice Emperor still instills fear." Luci chuckled, "So? Is this generous gift of 1 million gold coins and those resources your idea? Aren't you concerned that someone within the Mitre family might accuse you of abusing your power?" At this moment, Mitre Tingshan interjected, "Master Lu, this was a unanimous decision within our Mitre family. Elder Hai is our family's pillar. Compared to his return, these material offerings are but trifles." As their conversation unfolded, Jia Xingtian entered alongside Mu Chun and Yao Yi. Jia Xingtian remarked with a smile, "My young friend, today you are indeed the center of attention." Mu Chun remarked, "Master Lu remains as dashing and elegant as ever, a true embodiment of grace." Yao Yi appeared somewhat insecure, greeting, "Hello, Master Lu." Although Yao Yi was no mere ornamental princess, capable of commanding nearly 10,000 troops outside the guild, her prowess paled in comparison to Luci's. Luci cast a sweeping gaze over them, smiling as he welcomed, "Welcome, Elder Jia, Chief Mu, and Princess Yao Yi." Suddenly, a resounding cheer erupted from outside the guild. A woman, her face partially veiled and clad in simple yet luxurious attire, was the source of the commotion. The fervor ignited by her presence revealed the immense allure she possessed. Beside her stood a young girl of 13 or 14, her beauty promising to blossom into that of a breathtaking beauty in the future. Accompanying them were 3 others, one being a refined middle-aged man who, observing the fervent gazes directed at the woman in simple clothing, furrowed his brow in discontent. Upon arriving at the Alchemist Guild, a voice as soothing as a mountain spring flowed from the woman, declaring, "Yunlan Sect's Master Yun Yun, accompanied by disciple Nalan Yanran, has come to celebrate Master Lu's ascension to the position of honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. Ancient River has come to offer congratulations. Yanshi has come to offer congratulations. Fengli has come to offer congratulations. With 1 Do Huang and 3 Do Wang present, the assembly was undeniably splendid and was swiftly ushered inside the guild. In an instant, all 10 of the most formidable figures of the Jamma Empire congregated within the Alchemist Guild, an event seldom witnessed in decades. Chapter 71. The Arrival of the Heavenly Serpent. Inside the Alchemist Guild, the 10 most powerful figures of this generation of the Jamma Empire had gathered due to Luci. Following the entrance of Yun and her companions, a subtle division into 3 factions emerged, the neutral faction represented by Fa Ma, Luci, and numerous alchemists, the imperial faction represented by Jia Xingtian and the 3 prominent families of the imperial capital, and the sect faction represented by Yun, Ancient River, Fengli, and Yanshi. Within the dynasty, if the imperial power and sects had not been unified like the Heavenly Serpent Empire, they would naturally find themselves in opposing camps. Even the Doling powerhouses who came to observe began to unwittingly take sides, for the Doling had no rights. One faction did not wish for such a vast and uncontrollable force to emerge within their nation, while the other did not desire an emperor who could exert authority over them. Mutual wariness was the only means to maintain superficial peace. For instance, stationed at the foot of the mountain where the Yunlan sect resided was an imperial army, ostensibly to assist in defending against bandits. But the true target was all too clear. In that moment, many powerful individuals were present, yet none were inclined to speak first. Even Fa Ma, the organizer of the celebration, remained silent, standing composed in place. This occasion was meant to bolster Luci's standing within the Alchemist Guild. Amidst the inexplicable stillness, Luci stepped forward and proclaimed, "I presume this extraordinary and revered beauty must be Master Yun of the Yunlan sect." Upon hearing such flattery, even the calm demeanor of Yun was stirred with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, as she thought to herself, "It appears Luci is nothing more than a frivolous rogue." However, upon gazing into Luci's clear and luminous eyes, Yun suppressed her feelings of embarrassment and spoke in a calm tone. "Indeed, it is I, Yun, but I cannot claim to possess such extraordinary grace. It is Master Lu who is truly gifted and exudes elegance." Hearing Yun's praise, Luci appeared somewhat taken aback, chuckling as he replied, "Haha, I am unworthy of such flattery. You are too kind, Master Yun. Cough, I am Gu He, an elder of the Yunlan sect." Observing Luci and Yun engaged in cheerful conversation, Gu He interjected with a hint of displeasure. Luci turned his gaze towards Gu He, a middle-aged man possessing an indescribable aura. His chiseled features hinted that he must have been a strikingly handsome man in his youth, though he was now somewhat aged. The maturity honed by time added an air of composure and depth to his presence. "It is indeed an honor to meet the esteemed Dan Wang, Mr. Gu He." Luci regarded this representative of the liquors who had achieved nothing despite their efforts with a touch of sympathy. Yet, Gu He felt uneasy under Luci's gaze, a surge of indignation rising within him as he thought, "How infuriating. Do I need your pity? What kind of look is that?" Luci continued, "And these 2 gentlemen are? I am Yanshi. I never imagined that Master Lu, at such a young age, would already rival old He in the art of alchemy. Truly remarkable." The brawny man spoke first, his voice booming like thunder, causing Luci's ears to ache. This fellow had undoubtedly trained in soundwave combat techniques. In the future, he would need to maintain some distance when conversing. Channeling a hint of fighting spirit to shield his ears, Luci replied, "Ah, it is an honor to meet the Lion King, Yanshi, one of the top 10 formidable figures. I am Fengli. Master Lu, your youthful talent is indeed formidable." Instilling fear in the hearts of the older generation, the last, rather frail elder remarked, looking at Luci. Luci responded, "Mr. Fengli, I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of the Windwalker. I am Nalan Yanran." The young girl following Yun exclaimed, realizing she was the last to introduce herself. Luci slightly bent forward, gazing at Nalan Yanran, and gently remarked, "I am also familiar with you." The Nalan clan leader mentioned he has a remarkably gifted granddaughter, who was accepted as a disciple by Master Yun at the tender age of 9. "It must be you." "Thank you." Nalan Yanran's cheeks flushed as her soft voice became somewhat incoherent. Luci paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, witnessing all 10 of the formidable figures from the Gamma Empire present. A surge of pride welled within him as he declared, "Among you, some I have known previously, while others I am meeting for the first time today. However, from this day forth, all of you shall be my dear friends." In the distance, Doling was already overwhelmed with excitement. Becoming friends with a 6th-grade alchemist, even without a proper introduction, would be a tale to boast about for many years to come. Yun, who had come specifically for this meeting, felt a sense of relief. Luci himself was a 6th-grade alchemist, accompanied by 2 Do Huangs, which had placed considerable pressure on her. To befriend him was far better than to be his adversary. Indeed, Master Lu is truly extraordinary. I shall firmly establish this friendship. Should you encounter any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to inform me, old Shi, and I will certainly stand by you. Among them, the voice of Yanshi was the most thunderous, gradually diminishing and eventually fading into silence after a brief moment. Fa Ma observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction, reflecting, "I have successfully built momentum for my esteemed nephew. Now it is my turn to take the stage." Suddenly, Fa stepped forward, casting his gaze around. Once the clamor subsided, his expression turned solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. Esteemed individuals, you are the elite of the Gamma Empire. I ask you to bear witness that my esteemed nephew, Luci, has been apprenticed to the elder Xian Hao of the Alchemist Guild. As he spoke, Fa pointed towards Xian Hao, who stood up with a proud smile, waving at the assembly. The prominent figures present felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, acquiring a 6th-grade alchemist without effort was a considerable gain, and they could hardly bear to part with a position of such prestige. Yet, they maintained smiles, repeatedly offering their congratulations. Seeing the atmosphere reach its peak, Fa turned his gaze towards Vice President Kimir, who promptly retrieved a beautifully crafted token inscribed with the words Supreme Elder, placing it upon a wooden plate as he approached the front. Just as Fa was about to take the token, his expression suddenly changed drastically, mirrored by the astonished faces of the 4 Do Huang and 7 Do Wang present, including Luci. A magnificent aura, transcending all realms, surged forth like a colossal wave, instilling a profound sense of insignificance and helplessness within them. Before long, they beheld the source of this overwhelming presence, a colossal magical beast, the 8-winged black serpent emperor, alongside a regal woman adorned in court attire, exuding a mature allure and an icy demeanor. Luci had previously only felt such an unparalleled oppressive force from the 2 guardians outside the Songbao Pavilion of the Canaan Academy, indicating a high-level Do zone. At that moment, beads of cold sweat began to dot Luci's forehead. If this woman bore any ill intent towards him, even his Do Wang power would likely be reduced to naught, but a mere slap. The most critical aspect was that his illusions would reveal flaws beneath the perception of a Do zone level expert. However, upon witnessing the 8-winged black serpent emperor soaring through the skies, Luci surmised the reason behind the arrival of this Do zone powerhouse. He recalled the mysterious words of Lu Man from yesterday, who hinted at a surprise today, mentally lamenting, "What a surprise indeed. This is sheer terror." Generally, few would dare offend a 6th-grade alchemist, but he feared this woman might disregard any sense of martial ethics, especially given her eagerness to confront him. Rather than waiting for him to visit her with Qing Lin, one could only wonder what thoughts lay within her mind. Meanwhile, the master of the Tianxi mansion, standing atop the White Fang, observed as the empire's strongest gathered below, all awed into submission by his presence, and he nodded to himself. Upon arriving, it was essential to display strength and instill fear, ensuring that no one would act rashly, thereby facilitating his endeavors. Subsequently, the master of the Tianxi mansion descended gracefully from the White Fang, treading upon the void as though it were solid ground, amidst the vigilant gazes within the guild. As he descended from the sky, he reigned in his imposing aura, having initially sought to create a forceful first impression, showcasing the effect of harnessing the energies of heaven and earth to protect himself. Yet, even now, stripped of the tempestuous grandeur, he still emanated an air of unassailable authority, replete with an overwhelming sense of pressure. As the master of the heavenly serpent manor descended, 10 or more azure figures emerged from behind White Fang, each adorned with a pair of somewhat ethereal wings of fighting spirit, unmistakably powerful beings of the Do Wang realm or above, following the master of the heavenly serpent manor in their descent. Ultimately, only White Fang remained suspended in the air, glancing down at the minuscule buildings below. In comparison to his colossal serpentine form, this imposing stature had become a burden, prompting White Fang to sullenly twist his body and soar towards the outskirts of the city. The formidable figures of the heavenly serpent manor, exceeding 10 in the Do Wang realm, landed on solid ground. The hairs on the backs of Jia Xingtian, Yun Yun, Hai Bodong, Fa Ma, and the other powerful members of the Gamma Empire stood on end, for this force possessed the capability to annihilate them all. As their eyes fell upon the green-clad woman, El Man, who accompanied the Do Zone powerhouse, their expressions shifted from pale to a ghastly hue. Casting wary glances at Luci, there was justifiable suspicion that Luci had colluded with this formidable faction, aiming to obliterate the 10 strongest within the Gamma Empire, orchestrating this gathering of all the Empire's strength under the guise of this occasion. However, upon observing Luci's equally astonished expression, it appeared he had not foreseen the arrival of these strong individuals. Furthermore, as this ceremony was organized by President Fa Ma, it seemed improbable that the Alchemist Guild harbored such nefarious intentions. The 4 strongest, Jia Xingtian, Yun Yun, Hai Bodong, and Fa Ma, exchanged glances. Understanding the necessity for a united front, they swiftly positioned themselves at the forefront of the Gamma Empire's forces, standing resolutely against the immense pressure exerted by the Do Zone. With a solemn demeanor, Jia Xingtian spoke in a grave tone, "Esteemed Do Zone, we are curious about the purpose of your grand arrival in the Gamma Empire today." The master of the heavenly serpent manor paid no heed to Jia Xingtian's inquiry, his authoritative gaze surveying the surroundings, ultimately locking onto Luci's position. A faint smile graced his lips, and his icy demeanor seemed to take on an alluring charm. "It appears you are the esteemed 6th-grade alchemist mentioned by El Man. Quite a striking figure indeed. A prodigy from the inner academy of the Gamma Academy, possessing a rare flame and a soul force that has reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. It seems that achieving the 7th-grade alchemist rank is merely a matter of time." The master of the heavenly serpent manor recounted Luci's details with the familiarity of one well acquainted with him. The others were left utterly astonished. realizing that this unknown Dozong was more knowledgeable about Luci than they themselves were. Upon hearing this, Luci glanced at El-Man, faintly perceiving her apologetic gaze, his expression returning to its usual composure. The fact that this Dozong was aware of his circumstances and refrained from attacking suggested that there was room for negotiation. Luci stepped forward, halting about a step away from the four Do Huang, and regarded the mature and stunningly beautiful female Dozong with a mix of authority and allure. He calmly stated, "Senior, you possess keen insight. I am indeed Luci. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am the current master of the Heavenly Serpent Manor," the master of the Heavenly Serpent Manor replied, revealing only his title, clearly preferring to withhold his true name from the assembly. Luci's heart sank in surprise. He had not anticipated the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion to personally intervene. It seemed that capturing Qinglin was of utmost importance to them. He spoke in a grave tone. "I believe I understand your intentions, esteemed elder. However, I have stated that I shall personally bring Qinglin to visit. Your urgent arrival raises my concerns." The Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion maintained his smile and replied, "My visit is a testament to the sincerity of our mansion. Our regard for Qinglin is certainly equal to yours. Furthermore, I am here to extend an invitation for you to join us at the Heavenly Serpent Mansion. You must realize that this nation is too small to fully showcase your talents." Ignoring the anger emanating from Fa Ma, the Lord shifted his focus back to Luci. He found Luci quite impressive. Although of humble origins, his exceptional talent had led him to graduate from the Canaan Academy, free from entanglements with other factions, making him a valuable ally. At this moment, the powerful figures from the Jimar Empire finally grasped the situation. This female Dozong had come to invite Luci and his maid, Qinglin. A wave of relief washed over them, as it seemed they were not here to seek revenge, and a confrontation was unlikely. As the tension eased, the onlookers regarded Luci with envy, realizing that he had managed to attract the attention of a Dozong from beyond the Jimar Empire. Luci's connections were indeed formidable. However, Gu He's expression soured. He felt a sense of frustration, as he, known as the Pill King, found himself overshadowed by a junior. Upon hearing the invitation, Luci was taken aback. A Dozong had openly acknowledged his talent. With a light chuckle, he responded, "I appreciate your kindness, esteemed elder. However, I'm not fond of being constrained. When I agreed to become the supreme elder of the Alchemist Guild, Chairman Fa Ma assured me that it would not bind me. I may come and go as I please. Is it possible for the Heavenly Serpent Mansion to agree to such terms?" The Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion's smile faded, and his brow furrowed. The notion that they would treat the resources of the mansion as if they were a free lunch, to be consumed and discarded at will, irritated him. He chose not to dwell on this matter further, and instead stated, "In that case, let us first have the young lady Qinglin come forth. I shall take her as my disciple, and then we can discuss this issue." Chapter 73, The Master-Disciple Relationship. Luci's gaze became somewhat distant as he said, "That requires your assurance that there will be no coercion. If Qinglin is unwilling, she must not be forced into anything against her will." Given the Lord's eagerness, and the Heavenly Serpent Mansion's longing for the Bai, Shi San Hua Tong, there was a possibility of forceful tactics. The Lord's irritation grew, and his tone turned cold as he remarked, "How could the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion ever resort to coercing others? Do you think that just because you are a 6th-grade alchemist, you can threaten me? You are not yet a 7th-grade alchemist." Faced with the oppressive aura of a high-ranking Dozong, Luci's expression darkened, yet he maintained his composure, replying, "I do not dare to presume. But since you claim to value Qinglin as much as I do, you should also respect her choices. If she does not wish to do something, she should not be forced into it." The Lord of the Tianxi Manor perceived the atmosphere to be rather oppressive. Greenman, unwilling to see the situation deteriorate, was aware of Qinglin's affections for Luci and the latter's extraordinary alchemical talents, both of which rendered a resolution imperative. At long last, Luci revealed a hint of a smile, understanding that Qinglin was indeed destined for the finest cultivation within the Tianxi Manor. Yet, he foresaw that Qinglin would eventually flee the manor due to an impending forced marriage. Thus, he adopted a firmer stance, ensuring that the inhabitants of the Tianxi Manor recognized that Qinglin was not merely a lonely orphan devoid of kinship. Upon witnessing the moderation of the situation, Jia Xingtian and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. They were perplexed by Luci's unwavering resolve, daring to retort against a formidable Dozong. Moments earlier, they had discreetly summoned their Do Qi, fearing a sudden attack from their adversary. One must always remain vigilant. However, seeing the Lord of the Tianxi Manor take a step back filled them with respect for Luci. Moreover, from their recent exchange, it became evident that Luci harbored aspirations of becoming a 7th-tier alchemist, a prospect that left them utterly astounded. For such high-ranking alchemists had not graced the Gamma Empire for centuries, existing only in whispers and legends. Having garnered the tacit approval of the Tianxi Manor's lord, Luci comprehended that the limits of his negotiations had been reached. He mused internally about the urgency of becoming a 7th-tier alchemist, for at that juncture, even a Dozong would be compelled to heed his wishes, ensuring that the Tianxi Manor would no longer underestimate Qinglin. He promptly instructed a female alchemist to summon Qinglin, as he typically refrained from leaving her alone at home. Today, Qinglin had also visited the Alchemist Guild, but had been assigned to the inner hall by Luci. In a brief moment, Qinglin emerged from the inner hall, and all eyes swiftly converged upon her. She dashed toward Luci, positioning her petite form protectively in front of him. With emotions surging, 3 small azure points began to shimmer in her eyes, intensifying until they blossomed into 3 tiny azure flowers. She exclaimed in indignation, "I am Qinglin, you wicked woman. You shall not harm my young master." Observing her emergence, Luci's first instinct was to shield Qinglin. His smile grew increasingly gentle as he reached out to ruffle her hair, speaking softly, "Qinglin, you must not speak of this esteemed elder in such a manner. She wishes to recruit you as her disciple, but it must be your decision alone. No one can decide for you what you do not wish to pursue." The lord of Tianxi Manor and the numerous powerful figures behind her were captivated by the sight of the young girl standing before Luci, her azure flowers igniting palpable excitement in their eyes. After centuries, the Tianxi Manor had once again encountered the opportunity to nurture A.B. A chance for resurgence lay before them. However, upon hearing Qinglin brand her a wicked woman, the lord's expression darkened momentarily, only to swiftly transform into a warm smile as she addressed Qinglin. "Little girl, I am not a villain, nor would I ever harm you. Your innate talent is exceptional. Within our Tianxi Manor, you shall receive the finest cultivation, and you will undoubtedly rise to become an unparalleled powerhouse." The formidable warriors of the Gamma Empire were taken aback upon witnessing the scene. A martial artist of the Dozong rank was scolded by a mere girl. Yet instead of displaying anger, he smiled warmly and expressed his desire to take her as his disciple, nurturing her into an unparalleled powerhouse. Just how extraordinary could this young girl's talent be? Upon hearing the promise from the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Manor, Qinglin remained unmoved, resolutely declaring, "No, I only wish to stay by my young master's side." The smile on the Lord's face gradually faded. A potential peerless warrior opting to be a servant instead. What peculiar thoughts did today as youth possess? The Lord continued, "With your talent, if you were to join my ranks, you would be immediately honored as the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Serpent Manor, destined to inherit my position and ascend as the Empress above countless souls in the Heavenly Serpent Empire." Yet, Qinglin continued to shake her head. The Lord's expression stiffened, and a thought of forcefully claiming her crossed his mind. Regardless, once she entered the Heavenly Serpent Manor, her disposition could be shaped to his liking. At this moment, the green-skinned Mang approached the Lord and whispered a few words. "Are you certain this will work?" The Lord inquired, gazing at Mang. "Absolutely." The Lord's smile returned, albeit this time he utilized a secret sound technique, addressing Qinglin directly. "Little girl, you have feelings for your young master, do you not?" Qinglin's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted loudly, "What business is it of yours?" The Lord continued, "Are you aware that your young master is a 6th-grade alchemist? A mere maid like you is unworthy of him." Qinglin's face paled instantly, and she replied defiantly, "So what? I do not care." The Lord unleashed his final trump card. "Are you willing to see your young master embrace other women in the future? Come, become the Holy Maiden of my Heavenly Serpent Manor, become a peerless powerhouse. And only then will you have the rightful claim to be with your young master." This left Qinglin in silence for a long moment. Suddenly, she turned to Luci. Her eyes slightly reddened, biting her lip as she said, "Young master, I want to become a disciple." Luci knelt down, gently wiping away the glistening tears at the corner of Qinglin's eyes. He spoke softly, "If you wish to become a disciple, then do so. I do not know what the elder just told you, but as long as this decision comes from your heart, I will support you." Upon hearing Qinglin's willingness to become a disciple, even the Lord of the Heavenly Serpent Manor felt an overwhelming urge to weep with joy. It had been a challenging endeavor. Although this was not entirely in line with her desires, deep down, she believed that the next Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Serpent should be wed to her own child. It was still a worthwhile endeavor to bring Luci into the Heavenly Serpent Manor. Luci would undoubtedly become a 7th-grade alchemist, and should fortune favor him, perhaps even an 8th-grade one, with the Baixi's 3 flower eyes and an 8th-grade alchemist. The rise of the Heavenly Serpent Manor would indeed be unstoppable. Chapter 74, Departure. Within the Alchemist Guild, within a single day, the experiences of the Gamma Empire's powerful figures were nothing short of tumultuous. They had initially come to forge a connection with Luci, but little did they expect to encounter a Dozong master today. After Fa Ma ultimately agreed to take Qinglin as his apprentice, a subtle unease crossed his features. He worried that if Luci were to also visit the Heavenly Serpent Manor, the actions of their Alchemist Guild today would become a source of ridicule. Yun Yun remained silent, her clear eyes observing Luci tenderly wiping away the tears from Qinglin's eyes, which only heightened her admiration for him. She had not anticipated that he would be such a person of deep loyalty and righteousness, willing to stand up against a Dozong expert for the sake of a girl. As the 4 strongest individuals of the Gamma Empire extended their goodwill, the other Do Wang and Do Ling behind them began to express various congratulatory sentiments, lifting the previously oppressive atmosphere within the guild to one of jubilance. Even the powerful figures of the Heavenly Serpent Manor, led by the Green Barbarian, were filled with joy. "Congratulations, Manor Master. Congratulations, Manor Master." Amidst the chorus of well-wishes, the Manor Master's enchanting face beamed with satisfaction as she gracefully approached Luci and Qinglin. With a gentle gaze directed at Qinglin, the Manor Master extended her delicate, fair hand to pat the girl's head, kindly saying, "Your name is Qinglin, correct? From now on, the Heavenly Serpent Manor will be your home. We are all your family." Qinglin shook her head in mild discontent, for only her young master had the privilege of touching her head. Turning slightly, she looked up at the Manor Master and resolutely declared, "No, my home is where my young master is." The Manor Master's smile remained unchanged as she deftly shifted the topic, stating, "Very well, Qing Lin. You may proceed to become my apprentice now." After a moment of hesitation, Qing Lin turned her gaze toward Luci. Upon seeing his warm, encouraging nod, she felt reassured. "Good apprentice, please rise." The Manor Master's smile grew even brighter as she quickly reached out to help Qing Lin up, her voice filled with excitement. Qing Lin caressed the exquisite ring on her finger, a smile blooming on her youthful face as she thought, "Once I become a saintess, I will possess a status worthy of my young master, and I will be able to be with him and assist him." Observing Qing Lin's beaming smile, the Manor Master felt a surge of joy within. Qing Lin seemed genuinely fond of the ring, and her resistance toward me had diminished. This was a promising beginning. Then, the Manor Master turned her attention to Luci, her smile becoming more subdued, though her gaze was noticeably warmer than before as she softly said, "Now that Qing Lin has become my apprentice, dear child, would you be willing to join us at the Heavenly Serpent Manor? We will dedicate all our resources to help you achieve the rank of a 7th-tier alchemist." At this point, Qing Lin looked at Luci with eager anticipation. She was deeply reluctant to part ways with him, and if possible, she certainly wished for him to accompany her. Luci, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of awkwardness in his smile, facing the beautiful woman before him, who appeared to be around 30 but whose true age was unknown, and being referred to as young child felt exceedingly strange. He slowly replied, "I think I will pass. I still have many adventures to embark upon. Since the Manor Master has promised me, she will not force Qing Lin to do anything against her will, and I trust that she will take good care of her." The Manor Master furrowed her delicate brows and sighed. "What a pity. Qing Lin is the saintess of my Heavenly Serpent Manor. Who would dare to force her to do anything? As for you, Elder Qing, Master Lu, within this is 2 million gold coins, along with countless high-grade medicinal materials. I humbly ask you to accept it." Luci glanced at the spatial ring held by Elder Qing. The intention of the Lord of the Sky Serpent Manor was unmistakable. He could invest in me, but to gain his full support, I must go to the Sky Serpent Manor. Luci smiled gracefully, extended his hand to take the spatial ring from Elder Qing, and said, "Then I shall graciously accept." Upon witnessing Luci receive the ring, the Lord of the Sky Serpent Manor remarked, "I shall not impose upon you. With your talents and strength, the doors of the Sky Serpent Manor will always be open to you." Luci nodded with a smile, and then turned to the somewhat dejected Qing Lin, speaking earnestly. "Qing Lin, I do not wish for you to feel any grievance on my behalf." "Yes, young master." Qing Lin's eyes glistened as she looked at Luci, suppressing the urge to weep, and forcing a smile, her voice slightly choked. "Qing Lin, you must be strong. Trust that I will come to find you soon." Luci thought to himself, then turned to the Lord of the Sky Serpent Manor, his smile becoming somewhat strained as he said, "Today is my celebration for becoming a Supreme Elder of the Alchemist Guild. Why not stay and observe?" The Lord of the Sky Serpent Manor glanced at the reluctant Qing Lin, pondered briefly, and replied, "Very well, we shall depart after the celebration concludes." The festivities resumed, with nearly half of the attendees now being formidable figures from the Sky Serpent Manor, including a majestic dozone. Under the watchful eyes of many powerful beings and the gratifying smile of Fa Ma, Luci received the supreme token with composure. One by one, the powerful members of the Sky Serpent Manor transformed their Do Chi into wings and soared into the sky. Qing Lin, cradled by the Lord of the Sky Serpent Manor, stepped into the void, and in an instant, caught up with the preceding Green Barbarian and a host of Do Wang. As the many powerful figures of the Gamma looked on with envy at the Lord of the Sky Serpent Manor, who stood effortlessly in the air, Luci murmured softly, "It seems I too must take a stroll." What? Chapter 75, Qingshan Town. Luci's quiet remark left others in shock. Hadn't he just become the Supreme Elder of the Alchemist Guild? Why was he leaving already? This thought echoed in the minds of nearly everyone present. Fa Ma quickly interjected, "Dear nephew, is there something amiss with the Alchemist Guild? Why the haste to depart?" As soon as he spoke, the men present exchanged knowing smiles, while the woman Yun Yun scoffed dismissively, and Nalan Yin ran blushed with embarrassment. Luci, taken aback, chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Patriarch Tingshan need not worry. I shall indeed refine the pills I promised you. It is merely that after leaving the academy and encountering such remarkable individuals as all of you here, as well as the recently departed Lord of the Sky Serpent Manor, I find my heart yearning to explore the vast world." In that moment, many in attendance straightened their posture, their eyes sparkling with joy. An opportunity to be praised by a 6th-rank alchemist was exceedingly rare. Hai Buodong gazed at Luci, his aged visage glowing with approval. As an enthusiast of cartography, he relished exploring the vast landscapes of the Gamma Empire. He remarked, "Young friend, after years of cultivation at the academy, it is indeed a splendid opportunity to behold the magnificence of my Gamma Empire. In the expanse of heaven and earth, one truly realizes their own insignificance. However, I must accompany you. When it comes to familiarity with the Gamma territory, I would claim the second position, for no one else can lay claim to the first." Luci turned to Hai Buodong with an apologetic smile, declining, "There is no need to trouble Elder Hai. I merely wish to wander through the Gamma Empire, wherever my feet may take me." Mitre Tingshan, Nalinjia, and Mu Chun exchanged glances, with Nalinjia inquiring, "May I ask how long the master intends to be away? We three would like to seize the time to gather the materials for the spirit doling pill." For them, wealth was not a concern, but high-grade materials were scarce in the market, and they required time to procure them. Currently, they had only managed to collect a significant portion from Tingshan. Luci pondered for a moment before responding, at the shortest, a month, at the longest, 3 months. The 3 clan leaders need not worry. I am not one to speak lightly. Ha! While the master travels, should you wish, you are welcome to visit my Lion King city. There will be ample fine wine and exquisite meat. Yan Shi boomed with laughter, his words laden with an intent to forge connections. Yan Shi's invitation seemed to ignite a spark of inspiration in others, and even Do Ling extended a warm invitation to Luci. Securing a relationship with Luci, should he pass by, would be immensely beneficial for them all. At that moment, Gu He observed the attention-grabbing Luci with a hint of displeasure on his face, snorting coldly, "Sect Master, old lion, old foam, let us depart." Though both were 6th-grade alchemists, Luci had already been recognized by Do Zong as a quasi-7th-grade alchemist, rendering his worth incomparable in the eyes of the crowd. Luci cast a subtly meaningful glance at Yun Yun, clad in her plain attire, and declared, "If Sect Master Yun extends an invitation, I shall surely attend." The Yunlan sect, as the initial formidable challenge in Xiaoyan's rise, had also provided significant assistance along his journey. Previously, when he was weak, he dared not intervene. Now, as Luci sought to suppress Xiaoyan without revealing his intentions, it was crucial to maintain a certain rapport with the Yunlan sect. Unaware of Luci's thoughts, Yin Yin nodded slightly upon hearing his agreement and then turned to exit. As a mature sect master, her primary concern was the interests of her sect. Her words to Luci were half true, half false. If he could be allied, it would be ideal. If not, there would be no loss. Yin Yin departed with Gu He, while Yin Shi and Feng Li bid farewell to Luci with a bow before following Gu He. The young maiden's delicate face was filled with regret as she glanced at Nalan Jie and Nalan Su, her eyes betraying a sense of longing. Finally, she turned her gaze to Luci, admiration flickering in her eyes, as his eloquence in the face of Do Zong left a profound impression on her heart. With a light step, she turned and followed Yun Yun. The previously silent Jia Xingtian observed Luci, his expression hinting at words unspoken, ultimately letting out a sigh. In such a public setting, the royal secrets must remain concealed. Accompanied by Yao Yi, he approached with a bittersweet smile and said, "My young friend, I must take my leave today, but I shall invite you for a gathering on another occasion." Luci gazed at Jia Xingtian, perplexed, and remarked, "Jia Lao, if there is something you wish to convey, do not hesitate. If I can be of assistance, I shall certainly help." Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest crossed Jia Xingtian's face, yet after a moment of contemplation, he hesitated and said, "Let it be for another day. I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and departed with Yao Yi. Tingshan, Nalan Jie, and Mu Chun, upon witnessing this, cheerfully bid farewell to Luci and left alongside Jia Xingtian. A multitude of Doling also took their leave, and gradually, the Alchemist Guild was left with only the alchemists in attendance. Luci turned to Fa Ma and said, "President, I would appreciate it if you could take charge of the subsequent matters. As the Supreme Elder, I merely hold a nominal title." After Luci finished speaking and turned away, Fa Ma, with a wry smile, called over Vice President Chimier and instructed, "Chimier, please handle the arrangements for the upcoming tasks. Once Luci departs, I shall also retreat to seclusion and attempt to break through to a 6th-grade alchemist." Xianhao gazed at his most cherished disciple with a sense of pride and remarked, "A true man aspires to great heights. He cannot remain by the side of an old man forever. It is a pity I have not a single disciple to inherit my legacy." The following morning, Luci, without disturbing anyone, made his way to the outskirts of the holy city. Turning back to look at the city where he had resided for nearly a month, he reflected on how much richer his experiences here had been compared to his time spent cultivating at the academy. With a sigh, he once again donned the calm demeanor of old. He directed the Do Qi within him to flow along specific meridians, and a pair of ethereal, splendid azure wings unfurled from his back. With a powerful flap, a surge of buoyancy lifted Luci's form, propelling him skyward toward his first destination, Qingshan Town. Chapter 76, The Little Medical Sage. The blazing sun blazed fiercely, casting its radiant glow upon the earth, filling the air with a warm aura that was neither boastful nor hurried. Luci spread his azure Do Qi wings and soared through the skies. Enveloped by a protective azure shield crafted from his Do Qi, safeguarding himself and his garments from the fierce winds generated by his rapid flight. It had been 5 days since he departed from the holy city of Jiama. He flew tirelessly by day and sought refuge in a city or town by night. While replenishing his Do Qi, he also visited various apothecaries and mercenary stalls, hoping to uncover rare high-grade medicinal herbs. As fortune would have it, he now found himself with an abundance of wealth to spend. At the celebration of his ascension to the position of Supreme Elder of the Alchemist Guild, gifts from the top 10 powerhouses of the Jiama Empire and the Tianxi House had accumulated to a staggering total of 8 million. When Fa Ma presented him with the gifts and gold that evening, and revealed this astounding figure with a beaming smile, even Luci, who regarded wealth with indifference, was momentarily taken aback. Though Luci wished to resolutely declare to the 8 million gold coins to disperse, as he sought only high-grade medicinal herbs, he could not resist the allure of wealth. 8 million would indeed double his current fortune. Thus, Luci found himself troubled by how to convert this substantial sum into resources to enhance his strength, for advancement beyond the Do Wang stage was no easy feat. After 5 days of journeying, The proud Xiang finally beheld the majestic mountains embraced by distant peaks, stretching endlessly, perhaps for tens of thousands of miles. A flicker of joy danced in his eyes. The monotonous flight was drawing to a close. The surge of energy flowed more vigorously into his azure wings, solidifying once more as they enveloped Xiang, propelling him swiftly towards the Beast Mountain range, leaving behind a long azure trail that gradually dissipated with time. Even with Xiang's speed, it took him half an hour to reach the foot of the Beast Mountain range, arriving at the quaint Qingshan town. Due to its proximity to the mountains, it was colloquially referred to as the Beast Town. Such towns are plentiful near the Beast Mountain range. Walking upon the cobbled streets of blue stone, Xiang appeared somewhat out of place. Naturally handsome, adorned in a splendid robe, he contrasted sharply with the mercenaries that populated the area, their faces often marked by fierce expressions, clad in leather armor or bearing their scarred skin. Groups of them stood on the streets, arms crossed, animatedly discussing which women were the most alluring, which wines the strongest, and which beasts the most ferocious. Upon noticing Xiang, they exchanged surprised glances before turning to jest with one another. Their mocking smiles hinted at less than kind remarks. Xiang maintained an indifferent demeanor, dismissing their crude banter. Resorting to violence would be beneath him. He strolled along the stone pavement, observing the surrounding shops, predominantly selling weapons, armor, herbs, wines, and inns. How beautiful, truly deserving of the title goddess, he mused, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness as if she were smiling back at him. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, a fist striking flesh. What do you mean, your goddess? She is mine. Come and fight. A group of raucous mercenaries, previously in jovial spirits, erupted into a brawl over a woman, perfectly illustrating the adage, women are like clothing, brothers like limbs. Xiang's thoughts shifted as he considered the enigmatic little healer, her peculiar physique allowing her to rapidly elevate her rank through the consumption of poisons. Her innate potential could rival that of the azure serpent's 3 patterned eyes. Yet, the danger was palpable. Without the ability to condense the poison into a pill, she risked being consumed by the toxins, ultimately transforming into a mindless fiend driven solely by bloodlust. Returning to the present, Xiang turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. A group of battered mercenaries approached from the opposite side of the town, near the Beast Mountain range. Many bore visible wounds, their leather armor tattered. Yet their spirits remained high, their faces alight with joy. From a distance, Xiang slightly tilted his head, catching a glimpse of a woman in a white dress amidst the throng of mercenaries. As they moved, he finally discerned the features of the woman surrounded by the crowd. The young woman, approximately 14 or 15 years of age, was adorned in a delicate, pale-hued dress. Although her beauty could not be deemed extraordinary, it was nevertheless rare and captivating. Her serene smile and ethereal demeanor exuded a refreshing charm that significantly enhanced her allure. The most striking feature of this young lady was her slender waist, accentuated by a green ribbon. Its delicate form was nothing short of perfection, as any addition or subtraction would render it flawed. The mercenaries escorted the young healer to a shop named Wanyaozhai, where she graciously expressed her gratitude before gracefully stepping inside amidst their friendly laughter. A flicker of astonishment crossed Luci's eyes, yet he refrained from approaching her at that moment. Firstly, the burdens of her troublesome toxic constitution were indeed daunting, although her progress was swift. The associated risks were substantially greater. Secondly, he was not a mere tool for others' endeavors, and thus, he rationally concluded, while it might be easier to take her away than to bond with her as an ally, it was prudent to avoid intruding upon her life for now. As Luci moved towards Wanyaozhai, he mused about a particular herb within, the blood lotus essence. Often mistaken for the refined yellow lotus essence, since he was already there, acquiring it seemed advantageous. Upon entering the shop, the luminous moonstone illuminated the interior brightly, and a considerable number of mercenaries were bustling about, indicating that business was thriving. Noticing Lu Shi's opulent attire, a nearby attendant approached with a respectful demeanor, inquiring about his needs. Lu Shi, however, paid little heed to the attendant's words, instead searching for the blood lotus essence at the counter. The attendant enthusiastically elaborated on various herbs and the healing potions available, particularly praising the healing remedies crafted by the young healer, stating, "These potions are formulated by our esteemed healer, who is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. Every mercenary in Qingshan town has benefited from her care." Luci disregarded the attendant's prattle and, upon spotting a well-formed yellow lotus essence in the herbs section, intently examined it before stating, "Please fetch that yellow lotus essence for me. I shall take it." The attendant's face fell with disappointment as he retrieved the yellow lotus essence and handed it over with a lackluster tone. "Here you go. It's 100 gold coins." To Luci, this was a mere trifle, and after completing the transaction, he turned and left, much to the attendant's dismay. Chapter 77, The Mysterious Cave. Luci's primary objective in Qingshan town was the residual map of the demon fire. As the third-ranked fire on the pure lotus demon fire held an irresistible allure for Luci, who aspired to reach the pinnacle of Dochi continent. While the blood lotus essence served as a supplementary acquisition, its successful procurement brought him joy, albeit not enough to stir deep emotions. During his time in Wanyaozhai, Luci did not encounter any other high-grade herbs aside from the blood lotus essence, and after securing it, he departed. The evening was still young, and Luci continued to explore other apothecaries, where he indeed discovered a few hidden herbs, though the highest grade among them was merely 4, which was a modest find at best. After exploring the various apothecaries in Qingshan town, Luci sought out the finest inn in the area and secured a room. The service was impeccable. With a mere command, a young attendant promptly brought hot water. Immersed in the warmth, Luci washed away the fatigue of his travels. Reluctant to rise even as the water cooled, he extended a finger, conjuring a small azure flame that flickered for but a moment before dissipating, causing the water in the tub to bubble once more. What a clever technique for utilizing extraordinary fire. Ah, the comfort. Luci sighed contentedly, enveloped in the heat. When the water cooled again, he emerged from the tub, his scorching energy circulating to evaporate the moisture on his skin, and donned a white inner robe. Only then did he retrieve the Qinglian lotus seat to commence a night of cultivation. Cultivation is akin to sailing against the current. One must either forge ahead or regress. A fundamental quality for those aspiring to strength. The lotus seat radiated a soft azure glow, drawing in the somewhat meager natural energies of the world and binding them like mist within its confines. As Luci entered a meditative state, this ethereal energy was absorbed into his body, refined through his meridians into his own fighting spirit. As the sun rose and the moon set, a night had passed. Luci awakened from his meditation, his profound gaze betraying his thoughts as he sensed that the increase in his fighting spirit was, in fact, negligible compared to before. This progress was only achieved with the assistance of the Qinglian lotus seat. He departed from the inn, making his way directly towards the direction where the young healer and her companions had returned the previous day. That path led to the entrance of the monster beast mountain range. At the town's exit, a throng of mercenaries had already gathered, calling out in groups to recruit those who dared to venture alone. Within the monster beast mountain range, numerous beasts skilled in stealth and ambush lurked. And to act alone could result in being injured or even poisoned by a surprise attack, leading to a fate worse than death, being consumed by a beast. After Luci arrived, several temporary mercenary groups extended invitations to him, hoping to join forces for the expedition. However, Luci promptly declined. The destinations he intended to explore would likely see these mere fighters torn to shreds in an instant. And so, under the astonished gazes of the remaining mercenaries, he boldly strode towards the monster beast mountain range alone. Did I just witness that correctly? The lad carries no weapon, wears no armor, and is simply marching into the monster beast mountain range on his own. Alas, given his lavish attire, he might well be a scion of some noble family. I had hoped to invite him to join us, perhaps to cultivate a relationship. Yet, such young masters are often self-important. Without facing hardship, they will never learn their lesson. Once Luci entered the monster beast mountain range, he unleashed his spiritual power, keenly sensing his surroundings. First, to remain vigilant against the hidden hunters lurking deep within the dense thickets. Second, to explore for any rare medicinal herbs or that elusive, mysterious cave. From what he recalled, the cave was concealed beneath a cliff, indeed fitting the standard trope of an extraordinary encounter. Yet, within the expanse of the monster beast mountain range, the towering mountains stretched endlessly. Who could say where that cave might be? Upon a rarely trodden precipice deep within the dense forest, Luci waved his hand, unleashing a brilliant azure light from his fingertips that obliterated a third-tier rainbow serpent lunging from the shadows of the treetops into a mass of flesh. After entering the beast mountain range, Luci had ventured deeper, inspecting every cliff and precipice he encountered, yet he had found nothing of note. For hours later, nearing the outskirts, Luci raised an eyebrow. In his heightened perception, he sensed a group of mercenaries advancing from the opposite side of his exit point into the depths of the beast mountain range, and most importantly, the petite apothecary was among them. Luci promptly resolved to investigate, pausing briefly before altering his course to follow. In merely 10 minutes, Luci caught sight of the apothecary in her flowing white dress, accompanied by nearly 50 mercenaries. In comparison to Luci, their movements seemed exceedingly sluggish, struggling even against first-tier magical beasts. Luci trailed them discreetly, maintaining his patience, pondering, this direction is indeed intriguing, leading deeper yet encountering such feeble creatures. The following afternoon, with daylight still ample, the apothecary requested a break. Though the mercenaries were puzzled, they readily acquiesced to her request. Subsequently, she once again ventured away from the group, disappearing into a small thicket. After a moment's thought, Luci decided to follow, for in his spiritual sensing, the apothecary's presence remained unwavering. Navigating through the thicket, Luci's gaze once more fell upon the enchanting figure of the apothecary as she reached a precipice, crouching before a pale white flower bud. Faint sounds carried by the breeze. When will this white orchid fruit finally ripen? Little Lon would surely relish it. But I must ensure no other magical beast lays claim to it first. This precipice and the white flower evoked memories of a description regarding a mysterious cave, and Luci felt a flicker of joy. He immediately released his spiritual energy to envelop the area below the cliff. Moments later, he discerned a serpent-like magical beast. Elongated and winged, coiled like a stone against a rock face, it was the rock serpent. Behind the rock wall, concealed by dense underbrush and fallen leaves, lay an exceedingly hidden cave. Ah, fortune comes effortlessly. It seems that serendipity indeed requires a touch of luck. Chapter 78, Treasure Hunting. The afternoon sun blazed with a merciless intensity, igniting a sense of restlessness within, much like Luci's fervent gaze, brimming with excitement. The unique soul vibrations of the illusory heart technique radiated, sealing the precipice from the outside world. In an instant, the cliff became isolated, rendering it imperceptible to any human or beast. Should I descend and explore? There may be fortunes awaiting you within. Luci's figure emerged from the thicket, his gaze fixed upon the precipice as he spoke casually. Who? The apothecary, startled by the voice, quickly rose and turned to face Luci, her expression one of astonishment. Upon witnessing a figure adorned in resplendent garments, possessing a certain striking charm, yet gazing at her with fervent intensity, the little healer felt a wave of anxiety wash over her delicate, ethereal visage. He is undeniably handsome. However, he is not a hired mercenary. Rather, the manner in which he regards me seems rather improper. Could it be that he has ulterior motives? With a heart tinged with unease, the little healer discreetly reached into her small satchel, clutching a white paper package in her hand. This gesture provided her with a semblance of composure as she gently inquired. Esteemed sir, there lies a precipice below. Continuing his advance towards the edge of the cliff, Luci casually remarked, Of course, I am aware. Fortune awaits beneath the abyss. As he drew nearer, panic flickered once more in the healer's eyes, and she prepared to discard the white package at a moment's notice. Her tone suddenly turned icy as she threatened, Do not approach any closer. If you proceed, I shall summon assistance. There are nearly 100 mercenaries nearby, and you cannot hope to defeat them. To think that I could be threatened by a mere group of mercenaries. Luci regarded her with a glint of mockery in his gaze, a smile teasing at his lips as he replied, Then do call for help. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come. Observing his playful demeanor, the little healer, her teeth nibbling at her crimson lip, trembled uncontrollably and cried out, Help! There is a rogue here attempting to accost me. Yet, as Luci reached the precipice, not a single mercenary responded to her desperate cries, nor did anyone come to her aid. Ignoring the healer, who had retreated to the side, watching him with wary eyes, Luci shifted his gaze to the chasm below. What greeted his sight was a vast expanse of lush forest, and closer still, the sheer cliffs that loomed ominously. His eyes scanned the rocky surface, searching for the concealed cave he had sensed. Moments later, his gaze abruptly fixed on a section of the cliff obscured by a fallen log. Although cleverly hidden, it was devoid of any true secrecy in Luci's perceptive eyes. Upon hearing this, the little healer's beautiful countenance faltered, her movements momentarily halted, and confusion flickered in her gaze. Luci raised his hand, summoning a gentle flow of energy that enveloped her, causing her form to levitate amidst her startled exclamations. Soon after, a pair of ethereal wings, born of his energy, unfurled behind him, and he leapt from the cliff, soaring towards the mysterious cave nestled within the mountainside. Suspended in the air by the binding force of his energy, the little healer gazed in astonishment at the wings that had manifested behind Luci. Her hand instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. The manifestation of energy wings, a hallmark of those who have surpassed the rank of combat king, was a tale well known across the continent, one she had often encountered in literature. In that moment, despair and pessimism flooded her heart, leading her to ponder dismally. Even if all the mercenaries of Qingshan town banded together, they could not hope to confront him. No, even if it meant death, she would not permit herself to be humiliated. Standing before the mountain cliff, Luci waved his sleeve robe, akin to a tempest, shattering the weeds and beams that concealed the cave, and then sweeping them aside. With the grotesque wood and underbrush removed, the cave, a remnant of predecessors, was fully unveiled to Luci and the young healer. The cave entrance was narrow, barely allowing passage for 2 or 3 individuals, and within lay an expanse of darkness, intermittently illuminated by a faint, ethereal glow, evoking an air of mysterious allure. Luci, accompanied by the young healer, landed at the cave's mouth, and as the binding energy surrounding her dissipated, she stumbled momentarily before regaining her footing. Standing steadily on the ground and gazing into the cave, the young healer was filled with disbelief. Her face reflected uncertainty, and as she turned to survey her surroundings, she realized she could not ascend on her own. Glancing back at Luci's figure, which had vanished into the cave, curiosity ultimately triumphed over her apprehension. Gritting her teeth, she called out, Hey, wait for me. Inside the dim and silent cave, only their footsteps echoed, and the deeper they ventured, the colder the air became. Luci sensed the young healer behind him, rubbing her arms together for warmth. A flicker of azure flame appeared in her hand, its temperature controlled to provide a flicker of light and warmth in the oppressive darkness. Feeling the soothing warmth of the flame, she gazed at Luci's back, a glimmer of gratitude flickering in her eyes. The cave, now illuminated by the flames, no longer bore the oppressive darkness of before. They walked to the cave's end, where a stone door blocked their path. The pale, earthy glow emanating from it suggested the presence of an earth-based mechanism. Locating the control switch would render it easily operable. Observing the stone door, the young healer spoke. But noticing Luci's lack of interest in her suggestion, she gradually calmed down. Luci smiled and replied, Is it really necessary to complicate matters? He then pressed the azure flame against the stone door, which instantly surged, the earthy glow enveloping it as it melted into liquid and was consumed by the flames. The searing heat rushed forth, forcing the young healer to retreat repeatedly to mitigate the intense temperature. As Luci entered the stone chamber, the young healer, seeing this, hurriedly followed, muttering under her breath, I knew he would resort to brute force. Having high cultivation is impressive, isn't it? Luci had anticipated the layout of the stone chamber and felt no surprise as he strode directly towards the skeleton positioned at its center. The young healer, following closely behind, was left in awe by the sight before her. The enigmatic remains, a specially placed treasure chest, scattered coins, and rare medicinal herbs in a flower bed, all signifying the extraordinary nature of this place. Chapter 79, The Choice. As a kind-hearted healer dedicated to saving lives, the young healer's breath quickened as she approached the small flower bed, constructed from earth in the far corner. Within it lay a variety of rare medicinal herbs, their enchanting fragrances swirling in the air. She nearly sprinted to the forefront. These seemingly ordinary plants were, in terms of value, far more substantial and precious than the scattered piles of gold coins. Purple blue, white spirit ginseng fruit, snow lotus. In the eyes of the little healer sparkled a glimmer of excitement, her voice hurriedly murmuring. Luci paid no heed to the enthusiastic little healer. Instead, he walked slowly to the bluestone slab, his gaze fixed upon the skeletal remains. When he discovered the arm adorned with 3 keys, his eyes brightened instantly. Bowing slightly in solemn respect, Luci acknowledged the deceased, for the dead deserve reverence. He then stepped forward to retrieve the keys hanging from the arm, as well as the scroll of the demon fire map hidden among the bones. 7-colored poison classic. Flying combat technique. Eagle's wing. Mysterious level combat technique. Roaring lion. Luci called out to the little healer, who was still counting medicinal herbs. Little healer, come here. I'm here. The little healer approached Luci, her face alight with enthusiasm, asking, you mentioned there are opportunities for me here. Can I have those medicinal herbs? Luci, with unwavering confidence, replied, dream on. These are for you. As he spoke, he tossed the 7-colored poison classic to her. Momentarily taken aback, the little healer reached out to catch the scroll Luci had thrown. The 7-colored poison classic? Upon reading the title, her expression brightened. Clutching the 7-colored poison classic to her chest, she inquired with curiosity, who exactly are you? Why do you believe my fortune lies in the 7-colored poison classic? Luci, bypassing her, made his way toward a small flower bed brimming with rare medicinal herbs, responding, my name is Luci. As for why I believe the 7-colored poison classic is meant for you, surely you have some inkling. With that, he busily took out a jade bottle and a medicinal spatula from his storage ring, beginning to collect herbs. Meanwhile, the little healer, cradling the 7-colored poison classic, felt her pupils constrict and her expression shift. She murmured, you know about me? The little healer's combat aura possessed a unique blend of wood and poison attributes. She was acutely aware of her extraordinary nature, for her combat aura was imbued with toxicity, as was her very being. Reflecting on a past incident, a pang of pain surged within her, compelling her to obliterate all memories of her former life and to start anew under the name of the little healer. Suddenly, her eyes brightened with realization. Does the 7-colored poison classic contain methods for control? Luci replied, no. But I am aware of a method involving a poison pill that can aid in control. Do you wish to leave with me? The little healer, not one to be easily fooled, expressed her skepticism with a hint of sarcasm. Ultimately, you desire my body, don't you? You are a powerful Dowang. If I were to refuse to accompany you, would you let me go? Having gathered the last herb, Luci stood up and brushed the dirt from his hands. He then turned to face the little healer, whose expression was tinged with sorrow, and softly declared, indeed, I desire not only your body but also your heart. The little healer's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling somewhat flustered as she pondered, how can someone be so domineering, wanting both my body and heart? Luci had weighed the pros and cons. The conditions for the poison pill method were stringent, requiring 3 types of which only the burning technique was known to allow a single person to possess all 3. Luci continued, therefore, I shall not compel you. Whether to depart with me or remain in Qingshan town is entirely your choice. Upon hearing Luci's assurance that she would not be forced, the little medical fairy felt a wave of relief wash over her, prompting her to contemplate the pros and cons seriously. As a woman, she had managed to remain untainted amidst the numerous mercenaries in Qingshan town, which could not solely be attributed to her benevolence in saving countless lives. She maintained a healthy skepticism towards everyone, including Luci, whom she had only met for the first time. Despite Luci's respectful demeanor towards her, which left a favorable impression, she ultimately shook her head gently and said softly, thank you for your kindness, but I choose to stay. I am truly happy here. Luci fell silent, and the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. This once again stirred unease within the little medical fairy, prompting her to discreetly reach for the white powder she always carried, knowing full well it would be ineffective against the Dowang. Yet it still afforded her a semblance of security. Luci chuckled lightly, saying, do put away your little antics. If I were to deal with you, it would merely require a flick of my finger. However, I am not a base individual and will respect your choice. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy realized her actions had been detected once more and promptly withdrew her hand, a genuine smile blossoming on her enchanting face. Gazing at Luci, she spoke with a gentle tone, thank you. You truly are a good person. Luci, somewhat at a loss for words, self-deprecatingly mused, I have been issued a good person card. Disregarding the little medical fairy, Luci casually retrieved a relatively empty spatial ring and began collecting the heaps of gold coins scattered around, amounting to several 100,000. Once he had thoroughly cleared the collection of the stone chamber's owner, he turned to the little medical fairy, who stood frozen in place, hesitant to move. Having obtained the remnants of the demon fire map, Luci's next objective was to locate the dominion of the Beast Mountain Range, the formidable Amethyst Winged Lion King. He was determined not to overlook either the Amethyst Spirit Crystal or the Amethyst-born source, as accomplishing this would sever Yun Yun's opportunities to meet Xiaoyan, preventing her from showing leniency towards him time and again. Additionally, it would obstruct yet another chance for Xiaoyan's growth. Chapter 80. The Amethyst Winged Lion King. Deep within the eastern reaches of the Beast Mountain Range lies a truly desolate area, where the sixth-tier magical beast, the Amethyst Winged Lion King, reigns as the sole sovereign of this territory, and Luci was on a quest to find it. A streak of azure light zipped through the treetops of the dense forest, the ensuing gust of wind bowing the branches low and etching a long indentation in its wake. The overwhelming presence of a Do Wong sent tremors through the forest, causing numerous magical beasts to refrain from revealing themselves. Those above the third tier began to shed their inherent instincts. Though still somewhat naive, they had the cunning to hide away and feign ignorance. After acquiring the remnants of the Demon Fire map, Luci found a picturesque spot to rest briefly before delving deeper into the Beast Mountain Range. Unlike the unknown treasure caves, the whereabouts of the Amethyst Winged Lion King were not difficult to discern. Ultimately, venturing towards the depths of the Beast Mountain Range was a surefire path, and as the howling winds roared in his ears, Luci narrowed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding movements. Within his perception, he detected four extraordinarily powerful magical beast auras, with one at the center radiating the most strength, undoubtedly the Amethyst Winged Lion King. Luci's journey was devoid of any concealment. As he sensed the presence of the Amethyst Winged Lion King, the beast simultaneously detected the aura of a human battle king. The dazzling light, akin to a streak of lightning, paused mid-flight, hovering in the sky as Luci's form re-emerged, awaiting the arrival of the overlord of the Beast Mountain Range. In an instant, the sky was illuminated with a burst of purple light, and a violet figure appeared above, its brilliance fading to reveal a colossal beast measuring 7 or 8 meters in length, standing before Luci. This creature was adorned with a layer of crystalline, purple-scaled armor that sparkled brilliantly under the sun's rays. Its head was that of a fearsome lion, with blood-red eyes gleaming with an unusual purple glow, and a massive jaw filled with sharp fangs. Crowned atop its lion head was a fiery red spiraled horn, around which clusters of purple flames danced and swirled. Flanking the immense lion's body were a pair of purple wings. At that moment, a glimmer of mockery flickered in the beast's violet eyes. Its formidable jaws parted, issuing a voice like thunder. "Human, you possess audacity indeed, daring to venture into the depths of the Beast Mountain Range as a mere battle king." Luci, his gaze steady, regarded the imposing Amethyst Winged Lion King and replied slowly, "Though my rank is merely that of a battle king, as a 6th-grade alchemist, I trust that your majesty would not harm me." The Amethyst Winged Lion King scoffed, saying, "High-grade alchemists among humans are far too pampered. Do you truly believe I, the Amethyst Winged Lion King, would be so naive?" Not wishing to engage in direct conflict, Luci seized the opportunity to stall for time, stating, "The truth remains. I seek a piece of your purple spirit crystal. Name your price. Any 6th-grade elixir will suffice." With a teasing tone, the Amethyst Winged Lion King responded, "If you desire my purple spirit crystal, it can be yours, but I demand a transformation pill in return." Luci furrowed his brow and retorted, "Surely, your majesty jest. The transformation pill is a 7th-grade elixir. I can only offer you 6th-grade options, for I lack the capability to concoct a 7th-grade potion." The Lion King laughed coldly. "You jest first, for it takes me 20 years to shed even a small fragment of purple spirit crystal. Not only do I doubt your claim as a 6th-grade alchemist, but even if you truly are one, I shall not exchange it for a 6th-grade elixir." Hearing that the Lion King would not even consider a trade for 6th-grade elixirs, Luci chuckled lightly and remarked, "It appears we cannot reach an agreement." The Amethyst Winged Lion King let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! It seems a mere battle king like you wishes to challenge me." Luci's smile twisted into something peculiar as he replied, "How could I dare? You are the 6th-tier magical beast, the Amethyst Winged Lion King, on par with a human battle emperor. However, I do not believe your offspring are also 6th-tier magical beasts." Upon hearing this, the Lion King's blood-red eyes surged with murderous intent, and it bared its teeth in a furious roar. "You seek death." As it spoke, the brilliance of its crystalline armor intensified, and in an instant, torrents of purple flames erupted from its body, swirling and coalescing into a massive column of purple fire directed straight at Luci. Yet, Luci remained unfazed, still sporting that peculiar smile while suspended in midair. For here, he was but an illusion. Luci harbored an unwavering ambition for the purple spirit crystal and the accompanying purple crystal source, never placing his hopes upon the willingness of the purple crystal winged Lion King to barter with him. Upon the emergence of the purple crystal winged Lion King, Luci concealed his true form and stealthily approached her lair. Without alarming the 6th third-tier magical beasts guarding the cave, he quietly entered the cavern. The cave walls, adorned with large pieces of purple crystal, appeared rather exquisite, though not particularly valuable. Distracted by the beauty of the scene, Luci hurried deeper into the cave. Soon arriving at the first fork in the path, following the right passage, he pressed on, finding the surrounding purple crystal stones becoming increasingly dense until he reached a spot completely covered by them. A small variant of the purple crystal winged lion king bared its teeth upon Luci's sudden appearance, yet its appearance lacked intimidation and was rather endearing. This mere third-tier beast attempted to leap at Luci to bite him, but was easily subdued with a single hand. However, Luci chose not to slay it. Drawing forth his soul power from his brow, he sought the location of the purple spirit crystal, its energy fluctuations impossible to conceal from his perception. Approaching the source of the energy, he lifted a stone slab and discovered a fist-sized, irregularly shaped, sharp purple spirit stone, its brilliance shimmering as it lay quietly within. A smile graced Luci's lips as he retrieved the purple spirit stone, prompting the small beast, which had been flung aside, to once again let out a cry and charge at him. You, my dear little companion, are now my ticket to safety. Luci's expression turned serious as he swiftly led the little beast down another passage, arriving once more at a cavern filled with purple crystal stones. He found a purple crystal platform at its center, atop which rested a purple sphere, the accompanying purple crystal source. Approaching the platform, Luci took out the purple spirit crystal and a prepared jade vial from his storage ring. Gripping the purple spirit crystal, he struck the purple sphere with force, causing it to shatter, and the purple liquid began to seep out. Luci hastily used the jade vial to collect the accompanying purple crystal source. When he finally captured the last drop, the vial was only half filled. Having taken your accompanying purple crystal source, I shall grant you an opportunity in return. Standing before the small purple crystal winged lion king, Luci raised his hand, summoning azure flames. In the face of the little one's fearful gaze, he directed the azure heart fire into its body to aid in refining its form. The small beast howled in agony. Chapter 81. Return to Qingshan Town. Human, you shall pay for this. Upon returning to her lair, the purple crystal winged lion king discovered the absence of both the purple spirit crystal and the accompanying purple crystal source. And now her sole offspring was being scorched by that accursed human. Observing the massive form of the purple crystal winged lion king blocking the entrance, Luci, at the center of a surging aura of murderous intent from the sixth-tier beast, wore a grim expression. He held the struggling little purple crystal winged lion king firmly, coldly stating, "Purple crystal winged lion king, having dominated the beast mountain range for so many years, you must surely recognize the nature of the flame in my grasp." The amethyst winged lion king, upon hearing the words, felt its murderous intent momentarily recede, allowing its mind to regain clarity. It scrutinized the azure flame held by Luci, and its pupils constricted. Despite being a sixth-tier magical beast of the fire element, it sensed an overwhelming aura of annihilation emanating from the quietly burning flame. With a hint of fear in its voice, it remarked, "You possess a rare fire." Luci nodded, menacingly stating, "Now that you recognize it as a rare fire, you should also understand that I wield the power to severely injure you. Moreover, this child of yours is of great significance to you, is it not?" Upon hearing Luci use her child as leverage, the amethyst winged lion king's anger surged, causing the purple flames on the spiraled horn of its forehead to blaze higher. Gasping for breath, it exclaimed, "Despicable, shameless human, what do you intend to do with my child?" "Just a minor compensation. With the rare fire, your child's potential will be enhanced, and it will undoubtedly break through to become a seventh-tier magical beast in the future. Otherwise, do you truly believe I lack the ability to escape?" Luci explained. This, however, did little to quell the fury within the amethyst winged lion king. Yet it offered Luci a fleeting sense of satisfaction. "Vile human, who has stolen my purple spirit crystal and the accompanying purple crystal source, and now dares to threaten me with my own child. Do you think this will earn my forgiveness?" The amethyst winged lion king, with its powerful claws restlessly scraping the ground, caused the entire cave to tremble slightly. It appeared that had the little amethyst winged lion not been in Luci's grasp, the creature would have attacked without hesitation. Luci cast a discontented glance at the amethyst winged lion king and said, "If you wish for your child to undergo the rare fire refinement smoothly, you must keep quiet and restrain your murderous intent. If you frighten me, the fluctuations of the rare fire will result in the loss of your child." The amethyst winged lion king, still seething with rage, albeit begrudgingly heeded Luci's advice. Muttering through clenched teeth, "If anything happens to my child, even if I must endure the burns from the rare fire, I will certainly kill you." Luci remained silent, dividing her spiritual awareness to keep a vigilant watch on the amethyst winged lion king, while the other half monitored the progress of the rare fire refinement. This was also due to the fact that the amethyst winged lion king, being a fire element magical beast, would not be reduced to ashes by the rare fire refinement under Luci's deliberate control. Rather, its inherent purple flames would be strengthened. With a hint of fatigue in her demeanor, Luci looked at the amethyst winged lion king, half smiling, and said, "Do you truly believe I am so foolish? Clear a path for me, and I shall return what is yours once I am outside." The amethyst winged lion king's ferocious aura pressed down upon Luci once more as it sternly warned, "Do not push your luck." Luci remained unfazed, extending her hand to gently pat the head of the little amethyst winged lion, asserting, "You have no room for negotiation." In the end, for the sake of her child, the amethyst winged lion king chose to step back, slowly retreating from the exit while maintaining its murderous intent firmly directed at Luci, wary that she might not uphold her end of the bargain. As the amethyst winged lion king withdrew, Luci advanced, keeping the little amethyst winged lion firmly under her control. In the confines of the cave, Had it not been for the amethyst-winged Lion King's concern for her child, a column of flame would have been unleashed. Even with the protection of the rare fire, Luci, despite her high resistance to fire element attacks, would not have been able to completely withstand it. As Luci traversed the lengthy corridor, he finally beheld the embrace of sunlight. And under the furious gaze of the amethyst-winged Lion King, he transformed his fighting spirit into wings, soaring from the cave into the sky. Now, return my child to me, the amethyst-winged Lion King intoned, suppressing the fury that simmered within. The sensation of being cornered by the Lion King in the cave was far from pleasant. The omnipresent pressure weighed heavily on Luci's heart. However, now liberated, Luci wore a relaxed smile as he assured, "Rest assured, Lion King, I am not a traitor." As he spoke, he tossed the small amethyst-winged lion to its parent, while he himself began to dissipate into the air. When the Lion King swiftly moved to catch its offspring and looked up again, Luci had vanished without a trace. "Find him. Issue orders to all magical beasts to locate the human who harmed my son, regardless of life or death." The murderous intent of the amethyst-winged Lion King surged forth after confirming that its child was unharmed, and a furious roar echoed across the wilderness. The mountains below trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, with some towering peaks even snapping at their summits. With blood-red eyes glaring, the Lion King's menacing growl spurred all magical beasts deep within the mountains into action. Yet, Luci, having regained his freedom, was far from detectable by these creatures. Not in a rush to depart the depths of the magical beast mountains, Luci took the rare opportunity to search for precious medicinal herbs. After a fortnight of diligent foraging, he finally set off, his bounty plentiful. Chapter 82, The Despairing Little Healer. At the exit of the magical beast mountains, Luci emerged from the thicket with a relaxed smile, lost in thought as he ambled along the wide path, oblivious to the absence of any passing mercenaries. With the amethyst source in hand, coupled with the earth-fire lotus seed, he believed it sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the 9th star of the Do Wang. Quite unusual. Furrowing his brow, Luci hastened into Qingshan town, where he noticed many shops had shuttered, and the few that remained open were experiencing a dismal trait. Passing mercenaries hurried along, weapons in hand, their expressions a mix of anger and fear. A foreboding feeling flashed through Luci's mind. In such a remote town, what could incite merchants to close their doors and instill fear in the mercenaries? The little healer? Immediately, Luci unleashed his soul power, enveloping all of Qingshan town in his awareness, seeing every nook and cranny with clarity. At that moment, nearly half of the mercenaries had gathered before a manor. Hesitating to intrude, Luci opened his eyes, turned towards the manor, and with a light tap of his toes, transformed into a green shadow, darting toward it. It seems that letting you foresee your fate was a grave miscalculation. Luci moved with incredible speed, and moments later, the manor loomed before him. Voices tinged with anger and malice reaching his ears. It is truly astonishing that beneath the enchanting exterior of the little healer lies a heart as venomous as a serpent's. Indeed, had it not been for the discovery of her assistant's lifeless body, we would have remained blissfully unaware. Who could have foreseen that she was a poison master? If her secrets had been uncovered later, we might have all met our demise. Humph. Luci let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction, mockingly stating, "Who now is unaware that this manor is shrouded in lethal miasma? Those who rashly ventured inside have perished within. Who would dare to enter now?" Mr. Yao gazed upon the manor, once the property of the one Yao Zhai, and spoke somberly. Who could have imagined that the little healer would turn out to be a poison master? It seems we must negotiate with her. If she refuses to leave, we shall have no choice but to depart ourselves. At that moment, the figure of Luci soared over the heads of the mercenaries and landed gracefully before the manor's entrance, inciting a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. Who was this young man? Such remarkable agility. Luci paid no heed to the mercenaries clamoring as he strode into the manor's depths, his gaze penetrating as if it could see through the myriad obstacles to the hidden little healer. The manor's entrance bore signs of forcible entry. Peering inside, Luci beheld the cobblestone path strewn with the bodies of mercenaries, their exposed skin tinged with a dark hue. As he walked past the lifeless forms, an unusual fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted to him, and a look of surprise crossed his face. Though the little healer possessed a kind heart, her talent for crafting poisons was undeniable. Judging by the potency of the toxins present, a mere combat master would surely meet their end if unprepared with antidotes. After all, it had only been a little over 10 days since I entrusted the 7-colored poison cannon to her. A wisp of azure flame erupted from within his spirit, coursing through Luci's veins, incinerating all toxins within his body. Shortly thereafter, he arrived outside a secluded chamber. Knock, knock, knock. Luci rapped upon the door. Who is it? Came the flustered voice of the little healer, clearly taken aback that someone could traverse the poisonous mist to reach her door. It is I. Hearing Luci's voice, the little healer approached and opened the door, her voice quivering as she spoke. Upon seeing her again, Luci noticed her haggard appearance, with a shadow of despondency clouding her eyes. Only when she recognized him did a flicker of emotion cross her gaze. Have you come to kill me? Luci chuckled lightly. Why would you think I am here to take your life? The little healer's face was filled with sorrow as she bit her crimson lip and mournfully replied, because I possess the legendary innate poison master's body, which brings calamity and misfortune. Luci remained unfazed, saying, I was already aware of this. My only question is, Why did you let the entire Qingshan town know of it? The little healer trembled, stepping back as regret washed over her delicate features. I never intended to poison Liffy. I had no idea she would barge into my room and come into contact with me. I could not save her in time. And thereafter, the news of my being a poison master spread like wildfire. Everyone began to distance themselves from me, to fear me, and some even sought to take my life. Alas, a poison master on this continent is regarded as a pariah, reviled and hunted. As she uttered her final words, the young healer could not help but indulge in a touch of self-mockery. She was perplexed by her own mindset, finding herself explaining so much to Luci during their second encounter. Perhaps it was because Luci was the only one aware of her unique constitution, which inexplicably fostered a sense of kinship within her. Luci, however, grasped the situation, compared to her original identity as a healer. Her current role as a poison master instilled fear, rendering the present circumstances unsurprising. In the northwestern continent, only in a nation like the Empire of Shiyun, where poison masters abound, could they appear openly. Elsewhere, a poison master, capable of killing unseen, would be the stuff of nightmares for others. The young healer's expression shifted, her sorrow evident as she lamented, I never intended to poison anyone. I have saved their lives, yet now they wish to take mine. As she spoke, the sadness etched on her face deepened, her eyes filled with disbelief, unable to fathom how the formerly kind mercenaries could transform so drastically. Ultimately, the young healer, no matter how astute, was merely a girl of 14 or 15. Chapter 83, Taking Away the Young Healer. Luci gazed at the sorrowful countenance of the young healer. His heart stirred with a semblance of compassion. A naturally kind soul, dedicated to healing, now burdened with a fearsome cursed poison body, elicited a profound sense of lamentation. Luci spoke softly, such is the nature of humanity. When you were merely a defenseless healer, they sang your praises. Now, possessing the power to easily take their lives, their fear drives them to seek your destruction. Upon hearing this, the young healer scoffed. Is that why they disregard my life-saving grace and seek to harm me? Having witnessed countless instances of ingratitude in the Black Corner domain, Luci dismissively remarked, your cursed poison body has likely begun to awaken, otherwise, the toxicity would not be so potent. The young healer nodded with difficulty, acknowledging that Luci was aware of her cursed body, thus rendering any concealment unnecessary. Luci continued, then you must also comprehend the fate that awaits you. The young healer's eyes filled with anguish, and a pained smile twisted her weary face as she confessed, I cannot suppress my insatiable desire to consume toxins. Ultimately, I will be devoured by the poison, suffering the torment of 1,000 venoms, perishing in endless agony. Her voice was flat, yet her tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, revealing that her inner turmoil was far from the calm she projected. Luci stepped forward, pressing for clarity. What then is your choice? Will you succumb to fate, or will you defy that wretched destiny? The young healer, seemingly provoked, felt tears welling in her eyes, her voice rising in a sharp tone as she vented her inner grievances. Resist? How can I resist? Throughout history, every bearer of the cursed poison body has met their end either by being slain or succumbing to the poison's backlash. There are no exceptions. What can I do? In that moment, the young healer resembled a little girl who had lost her cherished toy, fragile, pitiful, and utterly helpless. Luci patiently awaited the little medical sage to release her pent-up emotions. Once she began to calm down, he slowly elucidated, indeed, there exists a solution. A senior once devised a method involving a venomous elixir to aid a friend afflicted with the cursed poison body. Upon hearing Luci's words, a flicker of surprise illuminated the little medical sage's eyes, and with a glimmer of hope, she queried, you are aware of this venomous elixir method? Luci shook his head, responding, I am not familiar with it, and to concoct this elixir, 3 essential items are required. Firstly, 3 types of exotic fire. Secondly, the magic core of a 7th-tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. And thirdly, the essence of the Bodhi transformation. The spark of excitement in the little medical sage's eyes gradually dimmed. While she had heard of, it was a rare fortune for an ordinary person to acquire even a single flame. She needed to find 3. The latter 2 treasures, however, were entirely unfamiliar to her. Suddenly, Luci's voice rose with fervor. Now that we know the direction, let us strive to seek them out. Should we not possess enough strength as a Do Wang, we shall ascend to Do Huang, and if that too proves insufficient, we shall strive for Do Zong. Even if the end leads to our demise, we shall harbor no regrets. The little medical sage gazed at Luci, her heart stirring with newfound hope amidst despair since discovering her cursed poison body. Luci then raised his hand, summoning a blue flame that danced upon his palm, declaring proudly, I have already acquired 1 type of, and I am aware of the locations of the other 2. Now, I ask for your choice. Will you submit to fate, or will you join me in defying destiny? After a brief pause, he continued, I desire you to become my strength, to pledge your loyalty to me henceforth. In response, the little medical sage smiled radiantly, her eyes crescent-shaped, a glimmer of crystalline tears surfacing at the corners of her eyes. Playfully, she teased, you wish to adopt the cursed poison body? Do not be deceived by my current status as a Do Wang. I shall become a master-level poison master in the future. Are you not afraid of my potential backlash? Luci chuckled lightly, exuding confidence as he replied, I trust my judgment, believing you are not the type to repay kindness with malice. Now, share with me your decision. The little medical sage's smile deepened, her trust in Luci warming her heart, even as he expressed a desire for her cursed poison body's power. Suddenly, she playfully tilted her head and inquired, "So, shall I call you master from now on?" The ethereal and graceful girl uttered the word master in a soft, enchanting voice. Her gaze towards Luci softened, especially upon witnessing his momentary distraction, and an idea sparked within her mind. Since Luci's abrupt arrival in her life had not only brought immense strength, but also an aura of omniscience, he seemed devoid of weakness. "Very well, master." The little medical sage said mischievously. "Call me young master." "Certainly, master," Luci replied, observing the playful demeanor of the little medical sage, reminiscent of a mischievous child. And he resolved to demonstrate the authority befitting a young master. In a flash, before the little medical sage could fully comprehend the situation, Luci struck with lightning speed, delivering a playful flick to her forehead. As the little healer cried out in pain, her delicate hands instinctively covered her forehead, her eyes shimmering with a mist of indignation as she glared at Luci. Luci, naturally, moderated the force he exerted, ensuring that the little healer only felt discomfort without inflicting any real harm. Ignoring her furious gaze, he calmly remarked, "This is the consequence of provoking the young master. Now, hasten to gather your belongings. We must depart." Humph. The little healer felt no lingering attachment to Qingshan Town and resolved to leave with Luci, determined to defy fate itself. "Heaven is unjust. I, the little healer, shall reverse my destiny," she thought resolutely, observing the numerous bundles the little healer had prepared. Luci casually removed a spatial ring from his hand and tossed it to her, saying, "Use this to pack your things. You know how, don't you?" With a spark of joy, the little healer accepted the spatial ring, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master." After finishing her packing, she turned to Luci and inquired, "What about Mr. Yao outside, along with all those mercenaries?" Without a moment's contemplation, Luci replied nonchalantly, "They've bullied you for long enough. If you're angered, I can easily take care of them on our way out." The little healer hesitated, a look of reluctance crossing her features as she said, "Perhaps we should let it go. They don't deserve death. How about we extract a hefty sum from them to compensate for my losses?" As she finished, a mischievous smile akin to that of a little devil graced her angelic face. Seeing the little healer regain her former vitality, Luci chuckled softly and reached out to tousle her hair, stating, "No problem. Let us demand a substantial sum from them." Chapter 84, Heartfelt Confessions. The sky was a brilliant blue, unmarred by clouds. A first-tier magical beast, the blue hawk, soared gracefully overhead. Drawing closer, two figures, a man and a woman, could be seen on the hawk's back. They were none other than Luci and the little healer, departing from Qingshan Town. The little healer was eagerly counting her spoils, which she had extracted from the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps and the Wanyao Pharmacy, leveraging Luci's imposing presence. Among her treasures were a significant quantity of mid to low-tier medicinal herbs, which she intended to use for concocting poisons to enhance her fighting spirit, perfect for her still nascent stage as a combatant. Though inherently kind-hearted, she harbored deep resentment towards Mushi of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps and Mr. Yao of the Wanyao Pharmacy for their attempts on her life. Thus, she felt no guilt in extorting them. Under Luci's guidance, the little healer had come to accept her identity as a cursed poison body, reigniting her hope to defy her fate and gain mastery over her condition, no longer resisting the consumption of poisons. Raising her head to gaze at Luci, who sat calmly before her with an impassive expression, she sweetly inquired, "Young master, where are we headed next? I know your name, but I know nothing else about you. I still feel quite insecure." Luci slightly tilted his head towards the little healer and proudly declared, "My reputation is currently at its zenith throughout the Jaimar Empire. It's merely because you have never left Qingshan Town that you have yet to recognize who I am." The little healer pouted, her lips forming a slight frown as she retorted, "So, what you're implying is that I'm a country bumpkin." Luci wore a look of casual acceptance, yet replied, "I never said that. You said it yourself." "Humph." The young healer let out a soft huff, her lively eyes darting with curiosity as she speculated. "Since you can wield extraordinary flames and have a penchant for collecting medicinal herbs, you must be an alchemist, am I correct?" Luci chuckled lightly and nodded, proclaiming, "I am indeed the esteemed elder of the Alchemist Guild, the youngest 6th-tier alchemist in the Jiamai Empire." "Really?" The healer's bright, clear eyes brimmed with disbelief, her mouth agape in a charming manner. It was entirely understandable for her to react thus. In a quaint place like Qingshan Town, even a physician commands great respect, and a mere first-tier alchemist would scarcely venture here. A 6th-tier alchemist, such as Luci, was a figure of legend in such a small locality, and news of his fame had yet to reach these parts. Gradually, admiration flickered in the healer's gaze, and with a voice tinged with excitement, she stammered, "Young master, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you seem omniscient. Not only do you know that I possess the poison body, but you are also aware of the methods of crafting poison pills." In the midst of her adoration, Luci maintained a calm demeanor, pondering how he could not disclose to her that he had read the original work. Allowing her to harbor such misconceptions was beneficial, as it served to establish his image as an all-capable individual. Luci explained, "I must first ensure my family is settled and attend to matters in the Jiamai Empire." Upon hearing this, the light in the healer's eyes began to dim, and she lowered her head, murmuring, "It is wonderful that young master has his own family." Noticing her sudden despondence, Luci inquired, "Do you have any relatives of your own?" The healer bit her lip, shaking her head in melancholy, her eyes clouded with a trace of solitude. Observing her sorrow, Luci couldn't help but smile ruefully, realizing he had inadvertently struck a nerve. He stepped forward, sitting beside her, and gently wrapped his arms around her, comforting her by softly patting her back. It's all right, the past is behind us. Let us forget it and begin anew. From now on, I shall be your family. Initially, the healer attempted to break free, but gradually calmed under Luci's soothing words. She clutched the hem of his garment tightly, resting her cheek against his chest, unable to suppress the grievances that had long been bottled up inside her. There were no loud cries or tantrums, only silent sobs. As tears began to dampen Luci's clothing, his smile grew ever more tender as he allowed the sorrowful girl to vent her emotions. Once she had settled somewhat, he gently murmured, "Let go of those painful memories." The healer, her voice choked with emotion, replied, "Young master, thank you. I've stained your clothes." Realizing she was still cradled in Luci's embrace, her tear-streaked face flushed with embarrassment, and she softly asked, "Young master, may I be released?" Luci acquiesced, loosening his hold and replying warmly, "If you still find it hard to forget your sorrowful past, I would not mind holding you a while longer." The healer, blushing deeply, quickly shook her head and replied softly, "Thank you, young master. Crying has brought me much relief. Those were events from many years ago, and today, I have finally let out the grievances of all these years." At this moment, Luci's expression became solemn as he earnestly spoke, "Little medical fairy, from this day forth, you may regard me as family. I pledge to you that until the very end of my life, I shall remain steadfast by your side." The little medical fairy gazed at Luci, her eyes brimming with emotion, biting her lip, her heart a whirlwind of complexity. Suddenly, a tear-streaked blush graced her delicate visage, and a radiant smile emerged as she softly replied, "Young master, I believe in you." Luci pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Little medical fairy." She responded, perplexed. Luci continued gently, "From now on, I shall call you Sienna, if that pleases you." The little medical fairy felt a rush of warmth at the endearment, slightly embarrassed by the intimacy, yet she acquiesced, whispering, "That is acceptable, young master." Upon hearing her consent, Luci's smile blossomed, for he realized that he had truly connected with the little medical fairy on a deeper level. "Sienna," he stated, "your next mission is to devote yourself entirely to enhancing your cultivation. For the Enan poison body, it is as simple as eating and drinking. When we seek the 3 essential items needed for concocting the poison pill, we may require your strength to assist us." The little medical fairy nodded earnestly, aware of the daunting challenges ahead. The 3 necessary items she sought to control the Enan poison body were notoriously elusive, such as the magic core of the 7th-tier magical beast, the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. It was likely that she would need to forcefully hunt a 7th-tier magical beast, and she must first attain the status of a Grand Master of the Poison Path to possess the capability to slay the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. To defy fate, one must first possess sufficient strength, which was one of the reasons the little medical fairy embraced the Enan poison body, since awakening it. Her cultivation had progressed at an astonishing pace through the consumption of poisons. Chapter 85, Meeting the Parents? "Sienna, shall I carry you while we fly? Your blue eagle is rather slow." Luci, seated atop the blue eagle Shaolon, remarked to the ethereal and graceful maiden beside him. "Perhaps not, young master," Sienna replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness, gently declining his offer. Respecting her wishes, Luci refrained from insisting and instead patted the blue eagle beneath him, urging, "All right then, Shaolon. Could you fly a bit faster?" With Luci's encouragement, the blue eagle Shaolon, eyes glistening with tears of frustration, seemed to wish to cry out. "I am merely an ordinary 1st-tier magical beast, bearing a burden far beyond my capacity." Yet, observing its weary demeanor, it was evident that this was already its limit. Being just a 1st-tier magical beast, Luci sighed, contemplating ways to help it break through its constraints. After several days of delay, Luci and Sienna finally arrived at the outskirts of Lin City. As they beheld the distant, emerging silhouette of the city, a gentle smile graced Luci's handsome face, for within lay his parents and younger brother. Seeing the warmth of Luci's smile, Sienna remarked with a hint of envy, "The smile on young master's face is so comforting. I imagine your bond with your family is quite close." Luci let out a soft acknowledgement before elaborating, "In my youth, my parents treated me exceptionally well. However, as I embarked on my journey of cultivation, I began to drift away from them, leading to our infrequent reunions that have become all the more precious." He turned to Sienna, stating, "The magical beasts cannot enter the city. Let Shaolon venture to the nearby forest alone." "Certainly, young master," Sienna replied. At her command, the blue eagle took flight, stirring a whirlwind as it soared towards the adjacent woods. With a serene demeanor, Luci remarked, "Indeed, I am now permitted to enter the city, am I not?" "Yes, of course. Please, do come in," the deputy general replied, his smile bordering on obsequiousness as he respectfully led Luci through. Unlike the remote towns, Luci's esteemed reputation as a 6th-tier alchemist had long since spread throughout the city, particularly in Lin City, where he was a household name. Inside the city, upon Luci's arrival, the atmosphere surged with excitement. This young man, once the most talented individual in Lin City, had now become a prominent figure within the entire Jaimar Empire. Just to catch a glimpse of him was deemed a privilege. The crowd parted, ensuring a clear passage for Master Lu, as the deputy general, eager to curry favor, led a contingent of soldiers to clear the way. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Luci walked towards the Lu family estate amidst the cheers of the crowd. Sienna observed the throngs of admirers surrounding Luci, her eyes wide with amazement. The fervor here surpassed that in Qingshan town, further solidifying her belief in Luci's standing as a sixth-tier alchemist. Lu Ming and Li Yu, having received word, awaited outside the Lu residence. Upon seeing Luci emerge from the throng, their faces lit up with surprise. Luci scanned the crowd and called out, "Everyone, please disperse." Inside the estate, Luci embraced Lu Cheng, smiling as he introduced Sienna to Lu Ming and Li Yu. "Father, mother, this is Sienna. This is my mother, and my brother Lu Cheng." Sienna, gazing at Lu Ming's dignified countenance and Li Yu's gentle demeanor, quickly bowed and greeted. "Uncle, aunt, greetings." Subsequently, Li Yu took Sienna aside to chat, while Lu Ming exchanged knowing glances with Luci, as if to say, at last, "I understand the value of nurturing talent." Reflecting on Lu Ming's words, he pondered briefly before saying, "Sheer, our family is small, yet we hold our own here in Lin City. However, upon reaching the imperial capital, we will encounter formidable powers at every turn, even with your guidance. How shall the Lu family navigate such challenges?" Lu Ming, having sustained injuries in his youth, remained at the third-tier battle master level. Despite years of relying on various elixirs, he had only managed to ascend to the great battle master realm, thus harboring a healthy respect for the mysterious imperial capital. Luci reassured him, "Father, rest assured. I have considered this thoroughly. In the imperial capital, the Alchemist Guild will be our Lu family stronghold. Furthermore, the royal family and the three great clans are all vying for my allegiance. As long as I remain, the Lu family will stand firm. We merely need to recruit a few more powerful allies to establish our footing in the imperial capital." Lu Ming's expression softened with relief as he replied, "I understand that a sixth-tier alchemist holds a prestigious status. I had not anticipated that you would already possess such an extensive network. I have heard that the three prominent families of the imperial capital are all presided over by formidable Do Huang experts, and within the royal lineage of the Jiama Empire, there exists a legendary guardian of Do Huang caliber. With such formidable powers in our favor, the Lu family can indeed rest easy in the imperial capital." Luci, with a mischievous smile playing on his lips, jested, "Not only can we rest easy, but father will also find those Do Huang experts approaching him to greet him." Lu Ming, upon hearing this, wore a look of astonishment. As a mere great Do master, he never imagined he would have the day where Do Huang would come to greet him. Yet, he believed Luci's words and proudly declared, "It must be due to sheer merit. This time, I, Lu Ming, have truly given birth to a remarkable son. In that case, our Lu family shall relocate to the imperial capital. What are you two chatting about that brings you such joy?" At that moment, Li Yu approached, her cheeks flushed and her eyes brimming with shyness, and then turned to Luci, saying, "I have taken quite a liking to this girl, Sienna. You promised her you'd never abandon her. If you dare to let her down, I, as her mother, shall be the first to hold you accountable." Chapter 86, The Family's Relocation. The matters that Lu Ming and Luci jointly decided upon were met with unconditional compliance from the family. In just 3 days, they organized their entire estate, gathering the elderly and the young, forming a convoy of several dozen people. Though the Lu family was not large in number, there were still quite a few direct descendants across 3 generations who would accompany Luci to the imperial capital. On the day the convoy set off, the city lord of Lin City and the heads of various clans all came out to bid farewell. As they gazed at the receding convoy, envy filled their eyes. The city lord of Lin City fell into a moment of reverie, reflecting on the remarkably handsome and exceptionally talented Luci, whose image began to merge with that of the genius youth from his memories. Lamenting, "The boy whom I could once overlook has now become someone out of my reach." Within the luxurious carriage of the convoy, Luci reclined on the soft bedding, contemplating arrangements for his parents. "Though I am now a 6th-grade alchemist, I fear the potential threats from nefarious individuals. If my parents were to be implicated, it would be a regret beyond measure. Nearly half of the top 10 experts of the Jiama Empire are in the imperial capital, maintaining friendly relations with me. Furthermore, with the protection of the Alchemist Guild, I can rest assured in settling my parents in the imperial capital before I depart." His gaze sharpened as he thought, remaining in the Jiama Empire holds little significance now. Although Xiao Yan is currently weak, with Xiao Suner watching over him, I cannot take any action. Moreover, without Yao Qian,